What is up, everybody? Welcome to Shows in the House. I'm going to bring you live election coverage this evening. I think that it will be a lot of fun as we see the stuff roll in. I'm going to try to have some different guests on this evening. Should be a fun evening. What is up, Jonah? Good to see you in here tonight. I'm always happy to have you joining me. Okay. So I have been just mingling through different posts on Facebook and Twitter and stuff like that. And it is slightly concerning and alarming to me, the number of people who are voting solely based on abortion, without really taking into consideration the fact that Kamala Harris will have nothing to do with abortion. What's up, Chris? Good to see you in here, sir. Hoping you'll join us this evening. I'm hopping in to say, hey, been a while. Last couple times I was too late. Glad to see you here early this time. Merk, what is up? Good to see you, sir. But this whole idea that Kamala is going to save abortion, it has to be done. First of all, let's just not talk about the fact that Democrats had control of the presidency, the House, and the Senate when the election took place in 2020. And for some reason, abortion wasn't codified at that point. And then fast forward, the Supreme Court did not overturn Roe v. Wade. That language is so incorrect. They kicked Roe v. Wade back to the states to make it a states' rights issue. Awesome. So one of the things that's interesting to me, so I pulled up the statistics of where can you get an abortion? So right now, where I'm going to actually share this with you guys so you can be seeing what I'm seeing. Because I think that's probably a smart idea, right? So you guys don't think that I'm just being ridiculous. All right, so here we go. Where, how late can you get an abortion? This says Kentucky. Here's abortionfinder.org. Okay, so abortion is completely banned in Kentucky because of a law that went into effect in June of 2022. So if you live in the state of Kentucky and you cannot get an abortion, guess what you can do? You can move. You can leave. But Kamala Harris becoming the president of the United States is not going to be able to make abortion legal in the state of Kentucky. Only your state legislature can do that. What is up? It's so good to see all my favorite people in here. I am doing wonderful. It is nice to see you. So let's do a different state just for fun. Let's do the state that Tim Walz is currently in. So let's just go to abortionfinder.org, which is the main state. Link. Here we go. Okay, so let's do, this is a lot. Let's just do state. So we'll do Minnesota. And let's say I just got, that's the date of my last period, and I'm over 18. Good to know, 5 weeks, 0 days pregnant. I can have an abortion procedure throughout my pregnancy. I can use an abortion pill through 13 weeks of my pregnancy. Is abortion legal? Yes. There's no limit on abortion in Minnesota based on how far along in the pregnancy you are. So that means that in the state of Minnesota, you can move from Kentucky to Minnesota and you can murder your baby all the way until the day it's due. Like, you can have an abortion. So this idea that abortion is on the ballot, women's rights are being taken away. No, they weren't. Abortion was Roe v. Wade was nullified. Like, all of these talking points are ridiculous. It's absolutely insane. Jonah says, I'm already getting in the headspace for this because either way I need to be inebriated. Absolutely. So anyway, apart from the whole abortion thing, That has been like the main talking point that I've seen, though. I haven't seen like, oh, Kamala is really going to do work for us in the economy. Kamala is going to make prices. So I've heard price gouging. So you're telling me you want the state to control prices and it's not controlled by the free market? That sounds a little bit like communism. Like, what are we even talking about here at this point? And so I've been watching, right? I've been kind of seeing what's coming through. I'm gonna pull up Twitter really fast because there's a few clips, and I don't know if it's going to allow the sound to come through. I am hopeful that it will. You guys in the chat, let me know if it doesn't, because thank you so much, Tex. I appreciate that. Real hair tonight, not the wig tonight. This is the official like growth process that has happened. Thank you so much. Anybody who has ever tuned into my live streams knows I've been working on growing my hair back out. I was nearly bald at one point in time. I'm still like, there's still some parts that are struggling in the back, but it's gotten way better, way less insecure about it. So thank you, Tex. That really actually means a lot to me. The only policies she's mentioned planning are things she stole from Trump's campaign. Yeah, like the no tax on tips. So let's talk about that for a minute, okay? What does no tax on tips mean? I am curious if you guys in the chat think that that may translate to things like 1099s. So if I am, what, Ainsley?
Hi.
Oh, do you want to come in and say hi?
Yeah, my hair is kind of this.
It's okay.
It's a mess.
Been down
It's
here.
okay.
Say hi to everybody.
Hi.
Say hey. Do you want to tell about your little, what you got to do today? Your process.
Oh my.
Where we went? Where did we go?
I went to watch her vote, and it was really boring and really fun at the same time. It was really cool. She explained everything to me. So now I know how to do this. So that's fun.
So what did you think was like the best part of voting?
Nobody getting to see what you vote.
Everybody is in the chat. They're waving. Proud of you, girl. Keep up the musical stuff. Your violin. What up, Ainsley from Chris? And don't feel bad. My old lady's been balding for the past 6 years or so. It's actually okay. So I think people underestimate or don't realize how. I did, Jess. Thank you so much. I think it's a really important. So something, I've told this story in the past, so I'll go ahead and kind of share it with you guys. One of the things that growing up that was really important in my household is my dad and mom would always sit down and like really go through all the different candidates and what their positions and policies were. My dad wasn't always a straight ticket guy. Like he would take into consideration other people. Most of the time he voted Republican. That was, the party that he affiliated with the most, but it's old school Republican. My dad died when he was 49 years old. So things hadn't gone quite to the shit that they are at this point in time. But as time has gone on, I've tried really hard not to influence my kids, but to at least afford them the Now, okay, that's a lie. I have influenced my kids, but not so much in a way that I'm like, you must always vote this way and you can never differentiate from this way. But I have tried really hard to educate my kids, help them establish what values are important to them as individuals so that as they grow up, as those change or get stronger or whatever, they're able to understand how to use their voice to move in the direction that they feel is most important. So that's been the process that I've had with them this year is, kind of sitting down and going through the ballot. So one of the things where I differentiate from most people, what's up, everybody? Nice to see you, Aunt Margaret. Good to have you in here. It's always so nice when my family shows up. Merck, I don't think she voted for you. I'm so sorry. But so one of the things that I did, I don't vote straight ticket. I voted for a Democrat on the city council. I actually really like his positions, and he talks more about getting rid of spending than some Republicans do, which is always fascinating to me. And for the governorship, what's up, Ken? Good to see you in here. For the governorship, I voted for Donald Rainwater here in Indiana. He's a libertarian. I voted him for the last 2 elections because I think he would be really good for the state of Indiana. But outside of that, you know, my ticket was fairly conservative as far as the people that I voted for. And so we were going through, and Ainsley was like, do you even know these people? Like, do you even know anything about these people? And I was like, yes. So we sat down and we looked at Ballotpedia and how to pull up a different person's positions and stuff like that. So, hi, Uncle David. Being able to help her be engaged with the process and then walking her through. So in the state of Indiana, just kind of, I know each state is different with how their elections are run. So you walk in, and the very first thing you do is you hand your driver's license over, and they have this little machine where it scans the back of your license and it pulls you up. You have to verify all of your information is correct. And then you have to sign the screen. If your signature does not match the signature that's on your driver's license, you're rejected immediately and you start the process over again. If you pass that part of the process, you're then handed a paper ballot. And there are different places around the polling place where you can either have privacy behind the little curtains, or you can go sit on a table if it doesn't matter to you. You make your elections, and then you go to the tabulation machine where you feed your ballot in. And as long as you filled out all of your little holes correctly, it accepts your ballot and drops it in the secure location. And your vote is tabulated and you move on. And you get to see like how many people have voted at your polling place. It's a very, in my opinion, secure, tight-knit process. Now, whether those machines can be hacked or whatever, I don't give a shit about that. It's either going to happen or it's not going to happen. But you have to prove that everything is legit on the front end before you even get to the point of having a ballot in your hands. So I fucking kid you guys not. And I don't know if she's in here watching or listening right now, but my mom called me tonight. She's like, Heather, I don't want to believe the polls right now. I don't want to believe that what's going on or what's happening. And I'm sure whatever news media she's actually getting her news from is putting out like, oh, Harris is doing great. Harris is doing really well. But she was like, why do people not have to, she's seen the ballot boxes that were burning in Portland, Oregon. And she's really genuinely like concerned about this process and what's going on and are people cheating and, you know, and so had to talk her through, you know, different states have different processes and things that are allowable and the difference between a mass mail ballot versus an absentee ballot and the conflation of that. And so by the time I was finished, you know, kind of walking my mom through this whole process, I was sitting there and thinking to myself, oh, so let me backtrack real quick. My mom, most of you guys know she has a condition very similar to Parkinson's disease at this point. It's in that same family of central nervous system diseases, and it makes her shake incessantly. It's gotten to the point where like her vocal cords are shaking, her head shakes when she's sitting there trying to talk to you. She always looks like she's coming at you because her head's always going like, I hope she's watching right now. Or if not, she goes and watches the replay because, you know, making fun of your mom with a genetic disease that she can't do anything about is always great to do on the internet. But anyway, she told the women at the polling place that she was going to struggle with filling out her ballot because she shakes so much she can't. Yes, Jonah, they do. I'll go ahead and pull up. Okay, I'm going to leave it up to the chat. I'm going to let you guys decide tonight. Do we want to watch C-SPAN as the results roll in so we don't get, you know, biased responses or anything like that? Do we want to watch like a Fox News, CNN, MSNBC? Where do you guys want to watch the polls roll in from? The commentary from the different places? I will let the chat decide who we watch as we're watching things roll in tonight. You guys post it in the comments, and then that's what I will pull up. Most non-biased possible. gets 1 vote. So that would be C-SPAN is probably like the most unbiased live coverage. And I will pull that up if that's what the majority of the chat wants. And I don't think it's a bad idea. We maybe check in on some Rachel Maddow or Dana Bash or, just to see how they're feeling at this point. But to finish telling this story real fast. So my mom tells the poll workers, she's like, I'm going to struggle really bad with being able to fill these dots in without going outside of the lines. Can my husband help me? And they're like, no, we're going to put you over here by yourself, because they didn't want her husband to be involved in helping her fill this out. And then she said, okay, well, if you won't let him help me, can you help me? They're like, no, you have to do it yourself. And I got to kind of thinking about it. Like, yes, that's a very secure system. They want no influence on anyone filling out their ballots or anything like that. But I kind of felt bad for my mom, because it took her 20 minutes to fill out her ballot because she shakes so much. And so, so I don't know. I'm curious to hear what you guys think about that. With that being said, let me pull up. I'm going to do C-SPAN first to do coverage for this evening. C-SPAN election night, your unfiltered view of government. Yeah, right. Ooh, they don't start until 7 p.m. Eastern time. That's so bizarre. Okay, well, you guys are fucked. We're going to have to watch. We'll watch MSNBC for a little bit. Share screen.
Party, if you will. It's 35% Republicans that have registered voters. Then it's about 33% independents, 29% Democrats. But over there, you've got a small line that's starting up. We're starting to see lines picking up throughout Arizona. But again, right now,
I'm curious to
so
hear
many people heading to the polls that are declaring themselves as independent. It's still too early to tell what's going to happen. Alicia?
Scotty Schwartz, we're going to see a lot of you tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. Taking another break, and then we'll be right back.
Your shipping manager left to find themselves.
That would be
You
awesome.
lost.
Okay,
You need
so
to hire.
this is part of my name.
Yeah.
Indeed you do.
Because it's an
Sponsored jobs on Indeed are 2.5 times faster to first hire.
Hey,
Visit
Finny, will you shut the door, please?
Indeed.com/hire.
I'm Sabrina Carpenter.
Thank you.
And I think you deserve a better bang. My
Sorry,
secret
exit. I didn't know you were
Use
in
the commercial.
No, you don't have to lock it, buddy. Just close it for me.
In one use, so much stronger.
Oh my god. Oh, please give us nice things.
What'd you say?
Use the commercial. Please give us nice things.
Please give us nice things. Please don't ruin our lives. I'm surprised that C-SPAN doesn't start coverage for a whole nother hour. In the meantime, I am gonna pull up Twitter real fast, because there's a couple videos that I've seen, and I don't know if... Oh, that's nice. Thank you for sharing. Luke shared out the video on Twitter. Thank you for that. Okay, so exit polls are looking good for Trump. Exit.
Yeah.
Early voting, astronomical numbers we're seeing right now for Republicans in comparison to what we saw in 2020. Let's hear your predictions before anything else. I'm curious to hear what you think.
My predictions, I'm fucking nervous. I don't know. I mean, I think that, like, if everything was logical, it'd be like right now, I think straight up as it is, I think I want to know what's happening in Philly. I haven't heard of an update there. Because I saw that number, she had to clear 700,000 to win Pennsylvania out of Philly. She had 700K, which Biden or Clinton did that.
But how do they know?
I don't know. there was a clip from, I'm at work. I was at work today, and someone posted it. What's his face from the Silver Fox from Fox News, saying, "What's his name? I can't remember the name."
Silver Fox from Fox News.
Got gray hair.
I don't know who you're talking about. What, baby?
There's something that's really bad.
There's only one in.
Yes.
Okay, that's all right. Do you want to say hi to everybody really fast?
Mm-mm.
You don't want to? Okay. Can you close the door when you leave? Okay.
So I don't know. I want to know.
So I understand that they're saying she needs 700,000 votes, but that is assuming, and this is a really big assumption that I think people are making in this election that's a little bit dangerous.
Oh, I know what you're gonna say.
That all of the Republicans that are voting in fact for Kamala Harris or for Donald Trump.
Yeah, but I think there's also an assumption also it goes the other way that all those Democrats are voting for Kamala.
That's true too. Yeah, 100%.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. The night is
Can
finally
you guys hear this okay? I feel like it's really...
Returns are beginning to come rather fast.
The electoral votes have been mounting up unbelievably quickly tonight.
64 years of election returns on television.
Oh, I think we could call it a wedding of political science and electronic science.
There has never been one
What's
quite
up, Chris?
like this.
I shouldn't have left. I mean, honestly.
Keep Kamala and carry
There's more
Tonight,
of
all of the campaigning across all
there's
the
more.
battlegrounds
If we can show that
comes
there's
to a
more
close.
enthusiasm
Kamala, you're fired. Get
out of red areas versus blue, then we can make assumptions that
weird behavior there.
We are done with that. We're done.
And on
those
this final
those
day of
Repu-
voting,
those
the
votes are
people
for
will
Republican
decide
for Trump.
We will
You know what I mean?
fight,
Yeah.
and we will win.
I'm going to mute them just so I can hear you guys.
That would be ideal.
Oh, good. We're gonna get Rachel tonight. This is so exciting. Nicole Wallace, Joy Reid. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to go to C-SPAN. I might have to stay here. Chris, are you there?
I don't know what to do with this microphone. It's been so long.
Ooh, I can hear you now.
I don't know what to do with this microphone. It's been too long. Is it working? Can you hear me?
It is working. I can
Should
hear
I turn
you,
my
yes.
gain up a little bit?
Maybe a little.
What do you got now?
You're good now.
Nice. How's everything going? Exit,
Yes,
how you doing, brother?
I just saw your message. Yes, I would love for Eric
Can you
to
just
come
shoot
in.
that over to him, sis?
Yes, I will do that right now.
I appreciate you. He's got a lot to say, and he's been saying it via text all day.
He sent me his little video that he made. God, it was
It's
so
not gonna be ready
great.
probably for a bit.
Do what, Exit?
I'm actually going to the bar.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Well, what are we going to do? Heather, just smoke some weed and talk some shit about Kamala?
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm down.
Okay, hold on. Jonah sent me a clip.
Hey, look, I'm representing for you, Heather. I got all Palmetto State on, head to toe.
Nice.
Hey, look at my Pelican. He's stud.
Oh wait, hold on. Let me remove this real quick. And then
Look at that.
look at that
guy.
pelican. So badass. And we got Hawk Tua 24.
What? What's that?
That is
Hawk Tua?
Hey, can I get?
Oh, that's that chick.
Try to get to a board and this is.
okay. Did you guys see this where Kamala was on the phone?
And she's got the camera app
And
up.
it was the camera instead of the actual phone call. Did you guys see that?
No, I don't.
I wish it would have rang. That would have been excellent.
Okay, what, buddy?
So this is the board.
See?
No, you can't say.
Oh, I
the
can't.
letters.
Don't say the letters yet?
So-
Okay,
So
I'm ready.
So try to figure out this word.
Okay, I know that word. Do you know that word?
Pen.
Good job.
Oh, I'm going to make a different word, but it's a hard word.
Okay, you make a hard one and let me know.
Hey, so I just clicked this. I just put this this QR code into my phone, and I'm buying guns right now.
Yes,
happening?
if you scan the QR code that is on your computer screen, you are
What?
taken directly to PSA's website, and that gives me credit on anything that you purchase, and that money comes directly back in to the podcast and the show so that I can keep bringing content to you guys. Go
But
buy
it
guns.
It
help a girl
also
out.
provides freedom sticks to the public, and that's what we're
Yes.
about.
100%.
This is fucking awesome. Heather, my bank account has not been the same since you started your little deal with Palmetto State Armory, and I've never been so goddamn armed. I'll tell you that.
That's awesome.
I got 3 stripped lower daggers at the FFL going to pick up tomorrow, and 3 new. They put them in bundles. 3 stealth stripped lowers for $120. Okay.
So we are looking at some of the polling places around the country. It says polls closing at 9 p.m. First polls are already closing Minnesota. Oh, I'm sorry. First polls already closed in the Indiana. We closed at 6 p.m.
They extended in Pennsylvania, just so you know, to 9.
Yeah, they had to, I guess, because their things weren't working.
And there's so many new illegals that there's no way they could have accommodated those kind of lines.
Okay, let's listen to what they're
What
saying
have
here.
you been seeing? Who have you been talking to? What have they been telling you?
Rachel, it is a sight to behold here at Temple University. There are 1,703 different divisions in the
Philip,
city
what
of
up?
Philadelphia, the county of Philadelphia. They're both the same election jurisdiction. There are 4 of them here. This line, I'm not going to go inside right now because things are very busy inside. They've just added, as a matter of fact, 2 new polling machines to this location. Based on the reporting we've been doing here all day, the line at this location, the kids at the front of the line tell me they have been in line. I shouldn't say kids, college students have been here for 2.5 hours. How long you guys been in line, just out of curiosity?
Probably like an hour for now.
An hour for now. How you feeling?
Pretty good. I already voted. I'm just standing with her. Yeah.
Wait a minute, you already voted, but you got back in line to wait on it again?
I'm just standing with her. So I'm not lonely.
Okay, good. All right, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad you're almost there, guys. But Rachel, the whole idea here is, with a 2.5-hour line, this was not unexpected. And I'm not saying that this is a problem. This is very well what the Harris campaign wants to be seeing. This is a massive turnout on Election Day. Come with me. Let me show you the rest of the line. There were only about 200,000. It sounds like, I'm saying only, it sounds like a lot, but there were 200,000 out of 1.1 million registered voters who returned mail-in ballots here. That means around 500,000, based on projections of the city commissioners here, are going to vote on Election Day. At this location, it's already around 700, 800. It will definitely be far more than that by the end of the evening. How's everybody doing? First time voting?
Yes.
Do you guys think that
Congratulations. How is it the way in this line?
they put these ballot measures, like this explicitly stated that there are marijuana ballot measures? Do you think they do that to entice certain people to come out for the vote?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
I was going to ask who you're going to vote for, but I didn't need to.
First
Time voting?
Oh, yes. I'm excited.
Congratulations, you guys. You're almost there. Come on, Rachel. I'll show you all the way to the back of the line here. I was saying 500,000 people are going to show up, they expect, on Election Day here.
Was that a
As you
naked
know, this is
woman?
where the Harris campaign wants to drive up the numbers to sort of counteract that T in the middle of Pennsylvania to counteract the rural votes that the Trump campaign is expected to get. The line stretches
Guys,
on and on.
just
It's
so you
been like
know,
this
I
all day
have not
long.
had dinner
Originally, they
yet,
had
so I
10
have
voting
my food
machines
here in front of me.
inside
If I
this
turn my
location.
camera
Look,
off,
the snacks
I'm
are here.
still
Originally, they
here.
had 10
I'm
voting
just
machines in the
chowing down, and
location.
I don't want you guys
Now
to
they've got
watch
12.
me.
They're in the process of setting them up right now. There's less than 2 hours until the polls close here. Every single person, just showing the snack people. Thank you. Every person that's on this line is going to be able to get in at the end of the night. Maybe I just want to check in.
I
with
mean, that's a
people
good
at the end.
question.
They seem
It
to be
took
having a serious
me
conversation. You're at the end of
20
the line. You're
minutes.
prepared to wait?
Yeah.
First time voting?
Yeah.
How do you feel?
Heather, I was at the poll
Scared.
this morning
I
at
want Kamala to win,
6:45.
but I
Listened
think
to
she
him
will.
announce it. Still took
I
me.
appreciate your guys' time. Congratulations on coming out.
Well,
to vote
once
for the
they
first time.
announced it,
It's
it was
it's
about
always an
30
exciting
minutes.
thing, Rachel, to see people coming out, exercising their right to vote, especially for the first time here at Temple. As we always say, until
So now I
votes
have
cast
an
count,
even
we don't know
bigger
what
question.
happens.
Were
But
these
this is an
people, Chris,
encouraging
what
sign,
did
I
you
think, for
say?
the
I'm
Harris
sorry.
Jacob,
You were there at the polling place this
It's our
morning?
job to cover this, and we all
Sorry,
have
I was listening to him
responsibilities.
talk.
My single
It's
favorite
okay.
thing about
Okay. how
election
long were you
season
there?
Is
About
myself
30 minutes.
voting, is casting my own vote. My
Once
second
the
favorite thing
polls
is
opened up, I was
hearing
in line
other
30
people
minutes
who are
early.
about to vote
Okay.
talking about how excited they are to do it.
I wanted to be
And when it's
number
first
That's
time
pretty
voting,
long,
it feels like
right?
it's turbocharged in terms of just like the civic
what?
jolt.
I
you
went
get
at
from it. I
11
imagine,
o'clock and over
you're gonna be
700
like 10 feet
people had
tall by
already
the time you get out of
voted.
there tonight.
Okay,
I
you're starting to
I
see.
chit chat though, Heather. So you can't really take me for like I talked to that lady for 15 minutes because I know her really well.
Okay, so Kentucky is rolling in.
The problem, Heather, is we're not gonna get any results that matter tonight. That's what pisses me off. It used to be fun, like you could pop popcorn and stay up with the family like late, and it was cool.
Okay, I don't know that that's true though. I
Oh.
think it is possible that we could actually see, because you still have early voting, right? Early voting results should be going live right now as well in many states. So
I think there's 7 states in the republic that aren't gonna that won't be finished tonight. 7 of them.
I think the results, I guess maybe I should word this a certain way. I think that if it is close tonight, if we are still streaming at 10 p.m. and it is close, I think that Kamala Harris is going to win the election. If it is a blowout, the path becomes untenable by 10 p.m., like if Trump is just winning by such a massive margin, then I think they call it tonight, that she doesn't have a path to victory then at that point.
And I think, for the record, that we're going to get a Supreme Court ruling for this election.
So you think that Ben
2000.
Shapiro's theory is probably going to play out then?
Yeah, I don't think it's really. Yeah, I think it's pretty. The writing's on the wall, right? I think there's lawsuits already being filed right now before it's even started.
It makes me wish that that wasn't the case. Like, I wish so bad that I could believe in the institutions that we have as a nation, that tonight we're going to know who the president of the United States is, as we have every year since before 2020.
Well, 2000 was like that, wasn't it? The fix is in.
I early voted in Texas, day 2, 45 minutes from getting in line to voting and walking to the car. What are people taking so long to vote? I can vote in 10 minutes in any year election. I mean, like, you have machines that mess up. You have people that go in and take a long ass time. Have you ever been behind an old voter? They pretend that they are doing research in there. They take a long time sometimes. Let's see what they're saying.
Outsider rally here, but you take a look at it, Nash County. Now, Nash County, it's pretty racially mixed. It's about 40% black, about 50% white. Look how close it was. Joe Biden carried this in 2020. Now, Biden carried it in 20. Trump carried it in 16. Obama carried it in 12. There are not many counties that have had that trajectory in American politics. There are 25 of them. This is one of them. We're going to look at this one for a clue maybe about how North Carolina, I don't want to say Carolina, folks in South Carolina aren't going to like that, how North Carolina is going. We're up at Pennsylvania at 8 o'clock. Again, lots of places to look, but we're going to zoom in on Lackawanna County. This is where Joe Biden is from originally. Remember now, Joe Biden won the state of Pennsylvania by just over a vote. This is Lackawanna County, where the city of Scranton is. Look at this journey Lackawanna's been on. It used to be just an overwhelming, blue-collar Democratic county. Barack Obama won this by 28 points. Donald Trump comes along. He nearly wins the thing in 2016. Then Joe Biden, originally of Scranton, gets it back up to 8.5 points for Democrats in 2020. This is a key question tonight because the Trump people think if they're going to flip Pennsylvania, Northeast Pennsylvania, and this is the heart of Northeast Pennsylvania, is a key place where they think they're going to do it. Is Trump back to his 2016 level. Is he flipping Lackawanna County? That's where the Trump campaign wants to be. Are the Democrats holding the Biden number? That would be an extremely good sign for Democrats right there. Now we'll go over, moving to west here to Michigan. Michigan, by the way, it was very slow in 2020, as you may recall. They have early in-person voting now for the first time. They also have pre-processing of mail-in ballots. That's a key thing. It's a technical term, but it means they're going to count things a lot faster, we think, in Michigan. So again, Biden won this by 2.5 points. There's a lot of places to look. We're going to talk a lot about Wayne County and Detroit, but I'm going to look immediately north of Wayne County for a test I'm going to be returning to throughout the night. Call it a tale of two counties. And those counties are right here. The red one is Macomb. This is the big blue-collar suburb. This is ancestrally the home of the famous Reagan Democrats. And this is Oakland County. This is the more upscale suburb, higher income, higher concentration of college degrees. Demographics here, these are the demographics that have been good to Democrats. The demographics here, these have been Trump friendly. Now, here's the test we're going to be applying throughout the night. Take a look at this. In 2016, when Donald Trump won Michigan, the only Republican in 3 decades to pull that off, here's how these two counties went. Clinton won big by about 53,000 in Oakland. In Macomb,
I'll be right back.
Trump won by 48,000. The key, basically, Trump's Macomb number canceled out Clinton's Oakland number, and Trump won the state by about this much. 2020, look at this. Joe Biden ratcheted up that Oakland number. He almost doubled the Democratic support here, the percentage. 108,000. Meanwhile, Trump lost a little ground in Macomb. There was a 70,000 vote gap. If there's a gap like this, Democrats are feeling good. If Macomb is more balancing out Oakland, advantage Trump. We're going to be watching that one throughout the night. And then let's head to Wisconsin. We'll get to the Western stuff later, but we're just taking you through the East and the Midwest closings right now. Wisconsin, again, a lot of places we could look here, but the word I'm going to use, if this is a word all night in Wisconsin, is bow wow. And what I mean by that, we got the 3 counties in the sort of the Fox River area here. B, Brown County. O, Outagamie County. That's where Appleton is. And W, Winnebago County. That's where Oshkosh is. And then right here, the Collar County, sort of around Milwaukee, 3 core Republican counties. That's Ozaukee County. That's Waukesha County. That's Washington County.
There's no way Wisconsin
goes
goes
backwards
this
to get
year.
the bow there. But the importance
I've
here
been
is
all over
these
the state.
2 collections of counties tell 2 stories that are going to be key to the outcome in Wisconsin. Let
So
me just
you
show
think
you again.
Wisconsin's going to
These
go
are
red?
the bow counties,
Yes.
and what's happened in them,
It shouldn't
they're
be
very
close either.
demographically similar here.
Even down
They've
in
got the
Milwaukee.
same sort of about 80,
Wow.
85% white, a lot of blue collar white. The median income about at the statewide average in these places.
Heather,
In 2016, Trump brought the Republican number up. Because collectively in these counties, he got it up to 10 points. That was a big improvement for Republicans in 2020. He gave back some of that improvement. This drop from 10 to 7, given how narrowly perched Wisconsin is in terms of the result, this was a very significant drop in support for Trump. So the Trump campaign wants the bow number back at 10, wants the bow number higher than 10. They need that tonight. Now, the wow number has been diminishing for Trump and has been diminishing for Republicans since Trump came along. You can see in 2016, Trump held more of the Republican support, almost won the wow counties by 30, lost 5 points. There's a lot
Like, where
of
would takeout
population
go?
in these counties. Waukesha counties
Where
got
would carryout come to?
400,000 people. These are places with large concentrations of
I
college
ordered
degrees,
a
higher
phone.
incomes. These are suburbs. Again, this is an area that's been good to Democrats nationally. The suburbs of Milwaukee have stayed a little more Republican than other suburbs nationally. Can Democrats make another big cut in this Republican margin here? That would be a very good night. That would give Kamala Harris a great chance in Wisconsin.
So the problem
Steve
that she's going
Kornacki,
to run
I know this
into
is
in
the start of
Wisconsin
a lot of talking that
this
you're
year,
going to do tonight.
Heather,
A lot of
that
information you're going to be
just
giving us.
wasn't
Thank
the
you for
deal. The problem she's going to run into here in Wisconsin that was not a deal last cycle is the union.
Yes.
Is the tradesman union, not the government unions, but the tradesman union. They are fully behind Trump this year.
I feel like the unions too, like the actual people, the workers that are in.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the guys that I work with, right? The
Yeah.
guys in the HVAC, electrical, and plumbing industry that I work with every day. And I
Yeah.
was a part of the union just a year ago. I just came out to run a company, to run a branch here in Wisconsin. So I'm in the office now. But before, when I was a tech, I was just in those guys. There's a big amount of tradesmen here in Wisconsin that are fully behind Trump. So much so that the local 18 had to come out and endorse them locally, and they did not want to do that. Same with the 602, the seam fitters and the sheet metal guys.
That
That's
was.
a lot.
I'm sorry,
That's
I
a
had my
lot of
whole
votes.
mouth full of food.
That's a lot of votes, Heather. Probably 60,000.
Well, it was funny because was it the Teamsters Union that was like, we're going to endorse the candidate that our guys want?
It's all of this. That's about the same union right there, Heather. It's just like that's ahead of it, but down here at the local level.
Right. Oop, Joey's in here.
Joey.
What's up, Joey?
Happy election day, everybody. How are we?
Happy
feeling?
election day.
Ditching us for a party tonight.
Are you?
Yeah, I am going to a party tonight. Yes,
Swanky LA man.
It'll be fun. It'll be fun.
Can we get the cat for a second?
Yeah, you can have the cat because he is in his favorite spot, which is on my lap.
Oh,
Orange
there
cats.
he is. Guy looks just
Orange
like
cats for
Willie.
Trump.
Got two of them.
So how's everybody feeling?
Heather's nervous. I'm pumped. I think it's happening.
We will call it cautiously optimistic.
That's exactly
that's
where
way
I am
better
right
than
now.
this morning when we were talking, Heather.
Well,
when you texted me to see if I'd be on the stream, you said nervous, I believe.
I'm sorry, my mouth. I keep eating at the wrong time. I am nervous if it doesn't come out big. If it's not like a massive, like you clearly see that there's no coming back for her, then I'm gonna be nervous.
I believe War Dog Studios is absolutely correct. If it gets too late and we're pushing it, it's over for Trump.
Yeah.
So the good news is we're going to have an early bellwether pretty going right away, and that's going to be Georgia. Georgia has already said they're going to be done and counted by, I want to say, midnight Eastern.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but they'll be able to project. They're going to call Georgia long before that, though.
That's big because I thought if the 7 swing states all stop, I'm like, we're fucked.
Well, no, Georgia is like all in and committed to that one. And at least, from everything that I've read today, that's kind of what I'm inclined to believe. So that being said,
that's exciting.
I will be right back, you guys.
That being said, we are in a turnout game right now. The exit poll, I told everybody to ignore the exit polls, and then I peeked, and they're just about as crazy as I thought they would be. They're all over the place, and you're not getting anything out of those. You're not.
Same like the polls. Nothing.
And
nothing.
Yeah. And then the other thing too is, these are the early exit polls. They're notoriously bad. If you want to trust, if you want to trust early exit polls, go talk to President John Kerry.
For real.
Because the early exit polls show John Kerry with an easy win over George W. Bush, and obviously we know how that one played out. So I mean, they're all over the place. They're crazy.
Joey, they called Georgia for Trump. Does that cut any roads for Kamala? Does that put any roadblocks up?
I was on 270 to win last night, and I was playing around with it. Almost every combination. So she has as of last night, 270 to win assigned out Arizona to a lean Republican. So, that's kind of what this is about to operate on. She with that had 10 possible combinations to victory. However, 9 of those involved North Carolina and Georgia. I don't think she's winning North Carolina and Georgia. She has one path to victory, and it's holding Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. If she loses one of those, or if something's out there that we're missing, then that's kind of the thing right now. There's a miss somewhere, and
is the miss in like so. The polls are obviously missing something because you can't get a data point that's dead even for 6 months. It's just ridiculous. So
it doesn't statistically make sense. Right?
No.
Correct.
What about Republican? I can't even think the word I'm looking for. People that registered as Republican for the first time or Republican registration. Will that show us anything besides the polls?
No, and here's where it could be.
Nikki Haley.
Here's where it could be. Is that Trump thrives on low propensity voters. So if a lot of these polls are polling likely voters, that surge is not going to be reflected in that. Does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely it does. Yeah. So and it was just like the silent voter in 2016.
That's kind of
People
and
just
that's
scared to say it.
And that's it. So when I say that I'm cautiously optimistic, I am a little bit nervous. I got jack all done today that was actually productive. So it's a lot of tea leaves right now, but I'm a little bit more confident. I'm confident about Arizona right now. Let me put it that way.
Are you confident about Ricky Lake and Donald Trump?
Ricky Lake. I think you mean Carrie Lake, Chris.
Oh yeah. Ricky Lake. Sorry, that was from the past. That's a blast from the past. I apologize.
90s kids, I'm sick and staying at home starter pack. Anyway. No, I'm much less. I just don't know with her. Trump needs to win Arizona by a substantial margin to bring her across.
Okay, so she's not super popular. She's not bringing him across. That's for sure.
Oh no.
War Dog. We are War Dog. Thank you, brother. I love it when people buy ammo. It just makes me smile.
And apparently, I'm going to get shamed by Ohio because I'm going to a party. Sorry, Ohio, but I would care more if Ohio was real. Kidding. That's a joke. We all know that Ohio is for lovers. It's just a party for some bunch of gay conservatives that I've met.
Nice.
So it'll be fun. I love poking fun at Ohio. I love Ohio.
Ohio goes red. Then do you think?
Yeah. I don't see Ohio slipping away.
So he takes Arizona. He probably loses Colorado. He takes Georgia,
I wish Heather was here right now so she could screen share a blank 270
I'm going to do it right now. Oh wait, I can't do it. But I'm going to pull it up so when she gets back, we can share it.
We can screen share.
Problematic. What's up,
Wait,
bro?
I'm here. What are we sharing?
We're sharing stories about you. Is what we're sharing.
270. We wanted to pull up 270 and play with the electoral map and click some buttons and see if we can find some fun paths to victory.
Well, Joey, will you put the link in our chat?
I got it right here.
Oh, Chris is already ready to go.
Perfect.
So note that blank 270 to win map has at least last night when I was playing around with it had Arizona lean Republican.
Hold on, let's listen to what this person is saying.
Texting,
I just realized that we're watching
going to the door.
MSDNC.
Do you need a ride? It's like numerous touches on voters who don't vote that often, because that's who this ground game is for.
Well, and the reason we're talking about it is because in a tight election, that stuff matters.
That's it.
I mean, I think if the polls were different, if we were at a different moment in our country's politics, this might not be the first thing you'd turn to us and we'd both say.
Yeah.
But it's not that kind of election so far as we know.
And I think I just think we have a lot of clues that these late deciders really matter. And that's not always the case. Sometimes it's close. But there's other things going on here. Late deciders matter.
Awesome.
Some people, they know they're going to a restaurant. They look at the
showed them
menu
some
in
love,
advance
Heather.
online because they're those kind of people. Other people never do.
Thank you,
Other
Chris.
people, and you say, how come you didn't do any research? These are different valence level decisions for different people. Chris?
I'm sitting there at the table when we sit down being like, everyone just get to the menus. Let's be ready. Okay, she's going to come out. We're going to be all ready. Right?
Okay.
I will order for everybody.
Chris, where did you send the 270? God, I can't listen. It's like Kamala times 4. Can't do it.
I shared the screen, so it's in the show. So if you just press
Okay. I apologize. There we go.
No worries.
Okay, so if you guys notice right now, Arizona on a blank map is already assigned out lean Republican.
It is. That's new. That's new.
That happened last night because I was trying to figure out why Trump was starting off with slightly higher than he was.
Yeah, because I've been playing with this.
So right now, Trump is let's say Trump is starting at 230, Kamala is starting at 226. Let's give Trump Georgia and North Carolina based on the current polling. He's at 262. So You see what just happened to her
What are
combination?
your all's thoughts on Nevada? I feel like Nevada may go Trump this year.
It looks a lot better than it has in the past. So let's say, for our sake of argument, you give him Nevada, he's at 268. He needs a blue wall state. Or
if she gets all these, it's over, right?
yeah. So that is 270 exactly if those go blue.
Oh God, and the corruption up here is ridiculous.
However, if some of what we're seeing also out of New Hampshire, turn New Hampshire red. Trump's at 272.
Oh, he doesn't even need the wall.
Correct. He would be exactly at 272.
Do you think there's a possibility that something fucking wild could happen, like Trump could take New York?
Not New York. I think Trump
But he could get some help in the popular vote from New York for sure.
Absolutely.
Heather's really banking on those that northern New York Amish vote coming through.
Heather's like, give me the clicker.
No, I'm just
New York's
banking on
red.
like the average fucking American living in a state that they cannot fucking afford. Like they are broke as fuck and under tyrannical rule between Kathy Hochul and Mayor Eric Adams. Like that whole state is fucked. So I imagine that at some point there is a pressure point, because at one point in time, New York City had a Republican mayor. They had Rudy Giuliani. And so there is a possibility, there has to be a breaking point where people are like, am I the fucking problem? Do I keep doing this to myself? Let's do something different.
Am I the baddie?
Yeah.
So what I expect to happen in New York, Heather, is that it's going to come in a little bit redder than usual, but that's going to be good for the House. Like, does that make sense?
Yes.
Because the path to control of the House runs through New York.
Mm-hmm.
So if we can hold those if we can hold Long Island, Staten Island, and then those couple of upstate seats, then that's also very good. The problem is the 5 boroughs have to come in a little redder than usual. And
all right, so do me a favor on this map real quick. Flip Nevada back neutral. And let's see here. What else do we have in here that we adjusted?
AZ came up red after last night. They've turned it.
Right. So we'll see. Right. So and flip Georgia back to being neutral.
And Georgia, North Carolina.
Now do something really dumb. Flip Virginia red. I doubt it's going to happen, but they're saying he's within 5 percentage points.
It's
5.
So there's
yes.
So you asked me if I thought a shocker could be possible, and there's the shocker.
Is this it? This is a shocker, because what happens now? Now he pulls Georgia.
So given Georgia, North Carolina, he's at 275.
It's over.
Do you guys think that the choice to take Tim Walz instead of Josh Shapiro will negatively impact her in Pennsylvania?
I think
it negatively impacted her entire campaign.
Yeah,
not just there.
Because
that was, he would have outshined her. I think he would have outshined. It would have.
I think that's why they picked Tim Walz, because he's a fucking idiot.
He's more of an idiot than Kamala. I mean, the barrel. You're at the bottom of the barrel at that point.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
well, so no. So hold on. Here's the reason why they picked Tim Walz. One, they're targeting a battleground state, right? And so that was part of it. But the other part is
Minnesota's not a battleground state.
Yeah, but it's right next to what? It's right next to what?
Right next to Wisconsin. They're going to share a trade market.
PA, she has to have it. Like, there's not much of a way around Pennsylvania. Why wouldn't she do that?
Because Shapiro has come off as he's basically irredeemably establishment, and Waltz comes off. At least the idea is that he comes off more as like your woke caring grandfather than he does like a hard-nosed political apparatchik.
Warhawk.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right.
Josh Shapiro did not want to be her VP. That's what happened. He
didn't want what?
Do you think he has ambitions beyond Kamala, so he didn't want to be tainted with her?
He wants to run in 2028.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to agree. I'm gonna have to agree with that.
And he's a Jew. Those are the two reasons why he is not running on the Kamala ticket.
That's and that's the honest to God truth.
In 314.
But something I want to be watching too is Wayne County, Michigan.
Yep.
Just for the record, anyone watching, it's not because we have anything against Jews. It's because Democrats do. They hate Jews. That's the problem, and that's why they didn't pick him.
Hey, sorry, Joey. Can I dig down into Michigan on this map? Like, can we go?
Well, I don't think so. Okay. I don't think we get to do that. Unfortunately,
that would be fun, right?
Fancy.
I
wish
you're
we were
the right
that
guy
fancy.
to have. You're the right guy to have for that.
But I want to watch Wayne County, and the reason that I want to watch Wayne County is that Trump was in Dearborn.
Yep.
Which is a very strange place for a Republican candidate to visit.
He was also endorsed by the top-ranking Muslim in Michigan.
And that's the other thing.
Dearborn is that. That is Dearborn.
Well,
so if the Arab vote comes in any redder than it normally does, Michigan might teeter.
Hey, they have the union tradesmen from Michigan too. I know a lot of these guys. These guys are all voting Trump all the way through. What? And then does the Amish come into play, Joey? Is that a deal in Pennsylvania?
I mean, I saw an Amish guy get interviewed.
Well, they're giving them rides.
That's an unknown quantity. I just don't know.
Okay.
They've got fucking billboards in Pennsylvania Dutch.
They do.
There's 180,000 of them.
We can't. And the thing is, that could be the sleeper vote that flips Pennsylvania as well. Because what did Joe Biden win by? Something crazy like
10,000 votes or something.
10,000 votes. But then if the Amish turn out in any significant force, and you can't poll that, obviously. So
right. Your community phone that you've got.
Man, here you go. Here you go. Trump 2024 pulled across the line by burkas and buggies.
You're right.
I mean, basically what we know right now is all the indications, it seems like that there's been a better turnout for Trump than for the left. After trying to scour Twitter all day, I couldn't find anything saying that any Virginia blue areas had like a really great turnout. But I saw lots of shit about places that had red areas that had huge turnout.
And to your point, Exit, the only thing that I saw in Virginia was that Fairfax had turnout that looked like 2022 when Glenn Youngkin won the governor's race.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I kind of wonder if that's kind of a little bit everywhere, you know? I mean, think about it. It's Kamala Harris. Like, really? No one's excited for that.
No, there's a huge enthusiasm gap for Harris.
So, I mean, even like the local polling station by my house, like I told Heather earlier today, like one thing I kind of think about, like, why I like where I live, like, I can vote and be in and out in like 5 or 10 minutes, but it was probably like when I went in like around 11:30. It was probably like a 30-minute wait. But my wife went in, it was like at least 45 minutes. And it was raining and like 40 degrees out. And people were still like hanging out in line.
So did your wife...
So here's a...
Did your wife make any comments about strange women trying to make eye contact with her?
She did say that there was a purple-haired like 20-year-old girl that had several I voted stickers on, and then she went up and like she like voted and got another sticker. Like, it's like, did she vote multiple times? And Laura said she looked at her ballot because they like turned their ballot into the machine at the same time, and she checked off, she circled RFK. Like, whatever. I mean,
okay,
weird. Like, why would you have multiple I voted stickers? But
I mean, that's some election night autism that I might pull, but
I mean,
I didn't take my sticker.
An I voted sticker, but they didn't actually vote. So
I didn't even take my sticker.
In Minnesota, like there's like you just need like a envelope, a bill with your name on it to do same day voter registration.
So I don't know. Here in my county in Wisconsin, like you hand over your ID, 2 people look at it at the same time, and then you have to recite what's on it. And then you sign the little notebook next to your name, and then then they give you your ballot.
Oh, that would be wonderful.
That's how it was here this morning.
See,
It was it was that same procedure over and over.
Hey, real quick, I don't know who's got control of the check the current status thing, but I need you guys to check out the greatest politician to ever grace the state of Virginia, and that is a guy's name who's Hung Cao.
Ooh, yeah, I
Fucking
do like
awesome.
him.
I meant to give him money.
Like, do you talk about a baller fucking name?
So that's the other question. If Trump, let's say hypothetically, for sake of argument, Trump carries Virginia, does that mean Hung Cao defeats Tim Kaine?
Yep.
No, there's not a chance in the world.
Did you see they had to bring Tim Kaine on to SNL for name recognition because Hung Cao was beating his fucking ass?
Well, in name recognition, maybe, but he ran against God, what's her name, Spanberger. Last time he was running for House, and he got cooked.
That was one election post 2016. Now we're
So you think it was but it was also one election post all the BLM insanity that Spanberger initially came out in favor of, and then had to step all that shit way back real fast.
Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting because, I mean, it even came out where the reason that they had Tim Kaine on, because it was like, of all fucking politicians that you could have brought on here from the left, you brought Tim Kaine.
That was very strange.
And it was because he was getting fucking wrecked and they needed him to get some publicity. And so they brought him on knowing that Republicans would pounce and be like, why the fuck did you have Tim Kaine on? Tim Kaine. So that it would have the reverse effect and more people would be thinking about Tim Kaine. Wait, who's Tim Kaine? Why was he on SNL? Let's go look up the skit where he talks about how he ran for vice president. It was ridiculous. Did you guys watch all that?
No.
The SNL skit?
NBC might be in trouble for that, though.
Yeah. Did you watch Kamala's? It was a remake of the Jimmy Fallon skit that Donald Trump did. Where he's
the light
sitting in
bulb?
front of the mirror.
Yeah.
Was it the light bulb deal?
Mm-mm.
So Indiana and Kentucky are the only ones reporting right now, huh?
Well, I mean, except for the 6 votes that were cast in Dixon Notch, New Hampshire, but yes. I mean, we know where Indiana and Kentucky are going to go, so I mean, there's nothing.
Yeah, I mean, like Virginia polls don't even close for another 18 minutes. So
You got to be careful with Indiana, though. Honestly,
what are you
because
saying?
Indiana
Heather?
voted for Barack
You vote for
Obama
Kamala?
twice.
That's true.
Man, that was a novel. Twice though. Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
But Kamala Harris is not Barack Obama.
No. No, bro.
But there are some women who think she is.
I get that.
There was times where Barack was talking where I was listening. Like his voice, like will suck you in. He was a smooth politician. I will give him that. Him and Bill Clinton, both.
Ew.
Very good politicians.
Well, there's a
Very
reason
smart.
they call him Slick Willie.
Yeah, good politicians.
no, Joey, that wasn't why they called him Slick Willie. That wasn't it at all.
Ask Monica. What Monica call him?
Did you see
Daddy?
that there was a community note on Monica Lewinsky. I don't know that we should read
Yes.
it because Heather's going to get a strike if we do. But
He shoved the cigarettes in her vagina, not her asshole. I was
It
like,
was done.
holy shit.
community notes had zero chill.
No. I feel like something has changed with community notes. I feel like it has become no chill a lot.
Yeah, because I think listen, for all of like Exit's gonna rage. Okay, so before we get into a fight with Exit, which I don't want to do here, but I think Elon's kind of basically just let shit go. Like there's still stuff that's annoying to all of us, and we're watching things happen that probably shouldn't happen on Twitter, as far as people getting banned or people getting suspended or shit like that. But I think he's kind of the words come down to kind of take the gloves off and just let it ride.
Well, and
right?
I think part of that, like even Linda Yaccarino.
I don't know
who-
what I'm supposed to be upset about.
Yeah, I think he's confusing you with Fox right now.
It's Fox. That's who you're. Yes, Fox would freak out about anything though. He'll just argue.
No, that's not true.
No.
Yes,
Heather.
yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Heather's so nice.
Even
So,
Linda
I guess one-
Yaccarino, seeing like the stuff that the FCC has been doing and Media Matters or whatever the organization is that's been like forcing people to withhold their advertising dollars from X. They've found all this out. Like it's been a concerted effort to bankrupt X essentially. And Linda Yaccarino has kind of seen the behind the scenes of that. And she's like, this is fucked. So you're starting to see her actually like, it's almost like she's getting like radicalized or something.
So I can't stick around much longer, but I did want to ask the question. So after seeing with Trump and Vance going on Rogan, and then like Vance was on with like Tim Dillon and Theo Vaughn and a bunch of other people, is this kind of, are we going to start seeing that become the norm?
Yes, I think
Yeah,
so.
I think, legacy
mainstream media died in this election cycle.
I
And I think they know it.
I think they're living on borrowed time right now.
By the way, you guys will be happy to hear that I am seeing that Mr. Thomas Massey has, of course, will hold his seat.
Yay!
That has officially been called.
That's awesome.
Oh God. Okay, there you go. Hold on, guys. Virginia House 7. There he is. Yevgeny Vindman.
I hope he loses.
Where are you guys seeing this? What am I missing?
Desperately. It's already scanned off.
Yeah, it's already
It was
gone.
on the screen.
The best part is that as I kept tweeting at him of like, why are you going by Eugene, motherfucker?
Do you
By the
guys
way,
remember when
really quick, guys, 'cause
Alexander Vindman's wife posted that fucking sword thing or whatever that she did? That cosplay or whatever.
God.
Fucking lost my mind on her and she's blocked me. I can't see her stuff anymore.
But really quick, because I want to get this in, because I'm probably only going to have a little bit while longer with you guys. But Karl Rove is telling The Hill that the Trump campaign is seeing a very real shot at Virginia, New Mexico, and New Hampshire.
What?
That changes
So-
everything, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay,
That's what I'm seeing
with that.
reported. That's what I'm seeing reported that he said. But if
Say
the
that
devil
again.
himself,
Say that one more time.
Karl Rove The Hill is reporting that Karl Rove is saying that the Trump campaign sees a chance of taking Virginia, New Mexico, and New Hampshire.
I mean, that's a game changer.
There's no coming back from that if Virginia flips tonight. Like there's
That's 277. We don't even have to have Georgia, North Carolina. Wait.
That's why I say go back to the map.
It wouldn't
Go back
be
to
just
the map
those
if that's true.
I'm playing with it. So we're at 258.
So let's, for the sake of
New
argument,
Hampshire, Virginia, New Mexico.
and then
me
let's
put
go
this
ahead
back.
and even let's turn Nevada toss up, but then give him Georgia based on that polling.
Give Georgia to Trump.
Yep. And then based on the polling,
268.
give him North. And then based on the polling, give him North Carolina.
It's over. That's 284. Like, wow.
That if Karl Rove is looking at that, I believe it a little bit more.
Karl Rove with his
than-
whiteboard.
The New Mexico thing. New Mexico used to be a fairly red state, and I think immigration has impacted these states enough that
My thoughts exactly.
I think they're willing to push. New Mexico has not always been a blue state.
You guys, if they win, if he wins those other states, then it's not going to be just those states.
No, that's exactly right. Because then
So, real quick-
you're looking here, you're probably here and here.
So real quick, I
So
want to adjust. I guess we got a chat from somebody that says New Hampshire makes sense, which I kind of agree with. Here's the thing about Virginia, guys. I live in this hellhole. All right.
Oh, okay.
So the Virginia is run, and I do mean run, by the counties surrounding Washington, D.C. It doesn't matter that the capital is in Richmond. Every single consulting company, defense contractor, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, is up in this neck of the woods. Okay, the money is here. Okay, like I think there's a handful of the richest counties in the country are in Northern Virginia. Okay, Fairfax and Loudoun.
Yep.
So, those two essentially run the state because that's where the money flows from. So you have to remember that in order to take Virginia, everybody else has to outdo the voting pattern and all the money that gets dumped in from Northern Virginia, Richmond, and Tidewater, basically. So just keep in mind, they can talk about Virginia. It would be hysterical if it goes red, but I don't have a lot of faith in it because there is.
It comes down.
How is
it
Glenn Young
comes to
governor? Then?
It comes down to what the turnout looks like in Fairfax, Loudoun, and Prince William County. Correct?
Money can't buy energy.
No, it can't. But you have to understand, like the number of people up here that are beholden to like the welfare state, whether it's military industrial complex or whether it is the actual governmental complex surrounding DC is immense. And those people are going to always vote a certain way.
What you're saying is they got skin in the game over there. It matters.
Yeah, exactly.
They want
right.
to go to war. They want to go to war.
Yeah, I mean, brother, I drive past 3 or 4 Lockheed Martin buildings on my way to work.
Oh wow.
Like between General Dynamics, Lockheed, God, who's the other one? They just bought Orbital, which is like a satellite company. Like it's you get Leidos, which is a name most people don't know, but they're a multi-billion-dollar subcontractor. What used to be. Yeah, exactly. So they're all dependent on these contracts, and the fact that people are talking about coming in and slashing, bringing in Elon to come do the Doge department, like it scares those people.
So that's a hard one to flip. That's what you're saying. That's a tough one to flip.
I'm saying that it's going to be a tough one to flip, especially with somebody, a Republican that is, viscerally hated by educated women who make up a huge percentage of the population up here for, government and subcontractor jobs, but also the people who he's for all of Trump's failings, right? He might be the least pro-war Republican we've ever seen that's running for as a final candidate.
Yeah,
well,
100%.
And with Tulsi Gabbard on his team, I mean, that kind of cements that.
Right. So again, you have to overcome Nova. So just bear that in mind. Like Southwest Virginia could turn out 80% for Trump and still lose the state.
Which is how basically it's gone historically.
Correct. It's been Richmond, Tidewater, and Northern Virginia. So there's your Virginia insight right there from a resident. So
listen, you guys, really quick, I just have to tell you. So my mom texted me and she goes, "It's saying you're not available online," because I was running late. And then she goes, "I don't know how to say I'm watching you." Oh my fucking God. I took a long ass time. So she is watching. She just doesn't know how to participate in the chat. So I just had to let you guys know. Mama's here and
Hi, Mama Shouse.
She's watching.
But the fact, I mean, but let's just go back to the fact that we have multiple paths to 270 for Trump, and they're unless one I suspect viable path.
Let's do Kamala. Let's do a path for Kamala. Let's see what that looks like. Help me out, Joey.
So okay,
anything in my head.
I can't, but I just can't give her North Carolina and Georgia, which basically eliminates everything but the Rust Belt. It does not make sense.
Right. Give her Georgia because we know Georgia's corrupt as shit.
Okay, so let's give her Georgia for sake of argument. And go ahead and give her Nevada, Virginia. So 248. I give Trump North Carolina. See? Comes down to the Rust Belt.
Right here. Boy, he needs Georgia, doesn't he?
Yeah, he needs Georgia. Georgia and one Rust Belt state, and he wins.
Yeah. Her path is much slimmer than his. right now.
But it runs through Georgia right now.
It does.
That is correct. If Trump loses Georgia, and we'll know early tonight, then the election, then it's over, unless something absolutely bonkers crazy happens.
Well, hold on. Let's make
So
Georgia
let's give
neutral.
them that. So
let's make
what if
Georgia
he-
neutral.
Got it.
Let's give Trump North Carolina, so it's already there. Let's give Trump New Mexico.
New Mexico? Okay.
Yep. Let's give Trump Nevada. And give Trump New Hampshire. Where does that put him?
He needs a blue wall or Georgia.
So he could take Virginia.
I mean,
I think you want my gut check. You're going to lose Virginia by somewhere between 3 to 6 percentage points.
Okay.
And that's kind of where the polling is. It's at 5-something Harris.
My folks
Yeah.
at each other, Virginia Beach, Hampton Roads area. It's cool. The Russians placed 2 bomb threats in Georgia, so yeah, it should be clear that that's where the action is at.
Yeah, DeKalb was one of them, and I think there was one in was it Atlanta, suburban Atlanta?
I caught just a quick on my way out of work, but I didn't know.
So I do.
All right, y'all. Well, listen.
Go ahead, QP.
I'm just going to let you know that Heather, I appreciate you doing this. I'm going to bounce. I've got things I got to do, and I got to be at work early tomorrow morning. But I wanted to drop in.
All into work on the day after election day. What are you even thinking? I'm just kidding.
Thanks for coming.
The guy who's starting a new gig working for the military industrial complex on Tuesday.
How did it? What do you like your new job?
It starts on Tuesday.
Nice.
So at a significant pay bump, and so I will be. It'll be pretty cool. And if programs go well, I may get to go watch a couple of space launches down in Canaveral.
That is so awesome! Congratulations,
QP.
man! I'm so proud of you.
Hey, QP, it was really good having you on, brother. I enjoy your insights. That brought a lot.
Hey, listen, man. Ask Exit. I'm just an idiot with an opinion.
But a good one. A good opinion.
Yeah. All right, guys. Listen, y'all have a good one. I appreciate y'all. All right.
All right, love you. Be
All
good.
righty.
Bye.
Bye, QP.
Okay, so
All right.
real quick, just as an aside, Joey, are you getting ready to bounce too?
I'm gonna stay with you just a little bit while longer. I want to be with you as soon as Indiana and Kentucky actually close,
Okay.
which should be in about 3 or 4 minutes. But you can start to see why why this is so tight. I mean, as we're playing with it, as we're assigning the map out, even if Trump is actually expanding the map, it's very tight. And we should not be surprised if either candidate can pull this off with more than 300 electoral votes, or if either candidate only comes out with exactly 270.
So
can they tie? Is there a tie in here?
I doubt it, but it can happen. I mean,
Oh,
how
it's
would
in
it
here?
happen though? How would it happen? No, because she would have to. Would she have to lose something in Maine? Maybe.
Yes. She'd have
Yeah,
to
and I don't think
lose at least
one of them in Maine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have really enjoyed some of these questions that are coming in on. Hold on, let's go to Peter to see real fast. Let's hear what he's saying.
Time for new voices, fresh voices, yes, younger voices, and for that he is going to have a quiet night in this house that she has spent $1 billion to try to move into. Brett?
What a sequence of events this has been, Peter, between that really disastrous debate and then the dropping out in the middle of July for this president. Give me a sense of what the security is like around there.
There are a lot more local police, but it's not like something where they have called in the National Guard. And there is extra fencing up tonight, but there has been for the last couple of weeks, also worth pointing out, they've been building the inaugural viewing stand right outside. That is why the fencing has been up. And that is something else that during the commercials, President Biden can look out and see for the next president. Back to you.
That is something. Peter Ducey live on the North Lawn. Peter, thanks. You know, Britt, we should just take a moment and think about all that has transpired.
Oh, I love that Brett Hume is
from that debate.
from 2 assassination attempts on one of the candidates, the former president, from a new candidate campaigning in about 100 days. And here we are essentially tied.
And it gives us an idea of the acceleration of the news cycle, that all of that, which was really so very recent and so extraordinary, it sort of passed and disappeared. I mean, Biden, seems like Biden's been gone forever. She's been the candidate forever. The assassination attempts, which
they have done a really good job of pretending that Biden didn't exist and Kamala had nothing to do with the past administration.
It's not even talked about.
But why is that?
Well, I think part of it is, as I say, the acceleration of the news cycle.
made her
we
made
move
it
on
feel
very
like
quickly
Trump was the
from
incumbent.
one thing, no matter how major,
Yes.
to another. And the only things that kind of stay in the news are
I'll be
things
right
like
back.
the wars in Ukraine and in the Middle East. But even today, we had a major development in the Middle East with the firing of the
That's right.
Israeli defense minister. And that'll.
What are your
pass
thoughts
without
on that,
notice
Joey?
tonight, almost
Fair-
completely.
Oh, the
Fairly
firing of the
remarkable.
Israeli defense
It is
minister
stunning, and it, when
that
no-
I didn't even realize happened until like an hour ago.
off the top of the news list.
So I've been so wrapped up in our own election news that I missed it. I don't know.
So there's another thing. Hold on, let me pull up.
And polls have just closed in 9 states.
Dun dun dun. Hold on. What did I see? Oh. So tonight, just after the polls close, the United States is going to test a hypersonic nuclear missile. As if we didn't have enough going on. We're now testing some nuclear missiles tonight. What?
Crazy, right?
Oh, I think they're getting ready to call a state.
Yeah,
In
we're gonna
half a
have some.
dozen states. The Fox News Decision Desk is making its first calls. The most closely watched state at this hour is Georgia, one of 7 battleground states that could decide the presidency. That one obviously is too early to call.
And we'll dig into those numbers soon. It's also too early to call Virginia, though Vice President Harris has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis, waiting for the raw vote total to dump there. Fox News can project that former President Trump will win the state of Indiana.
Trump will also carry nearby Kentucky for a 3rd time, and it is too early to call the state of South Carolina. But former President Trump has the lead there, according to our Fox News voter
where's our
analysis.
map?
Meanwhile, Vice President Harris will
Oh,
sail
Chris
the
stepped
victory
away.
in liberal Vermont. And as we look at the race for 270 electoral votes, that's what it takes to win. Throughout the night, we will be adding up as each state is called. Right now, you see 19 electoral votes for the former president, 3 for the vice president. And we are going to be following all of this throughout the night. And also on the bottom of the screen, you can see these races as we get the raw vote total in.
Yeah, and that's going to start happening very soon. But let's turn to the Senate for a moment, because this is another big story. Control of the United States Senate. Democrats have almost
That's
no
awesome.
room for error. The Fox News Decision Desk can
So he
project that
replaced,
Indiana Republican
Braun,
Congressman
who's
Jim
running for
Banks
governor.
will
Correct.
win his first Senate race.
In Virginia, it is too early to call the race between incumbent Democratic Senator
Oh,
Tim
God.
Kaine and his Republican challenger, Hung Cao. We're going to be looking into Virginia.
Longtime independent Senator Bernie
What a
Sanders
name,
will
Hung
win a
Cao.
4th
Hung
term
Cao.
in the Senate in Vermont. And he caucuses, of course, with the Democrats.
As we look at the balance of power in the U.S. Senate, you can see we'll be ticking up. You need 51 for the majority. The Republicans need to pick up 2 to take the majority. And they're looking at states like West Virginia and Montana, but there could be others on this board. Right now,
Have you
see
been
39
watching some of the stuff
Republicans to
coming out of
29
Montana? It's
Democrats.
A lot of toss-ups in
It's
that group as
interesting
well
right
in the
now.
Senate races across the country. Let's
Like
go to
Kamala
Bill
Harris's
Hemmer and get
campaign
an
thinks they're
update
going to win
from
Montana.
The board.
Hey guys, we're just seeing a little of this vote come in from Florida, so why don't we go ahead and start there? And I'm just going to punch around and see a little bit of what we're getting here. We know the turnout was big. We know Republicans, based on some of the early voting and the voting today, was pretty decent here. But 8% of the statewide vote. This is Duval County, Jacksonville. I haven't seen this yet. Just go ahead and so you got about 2/3 of the vote coming in Florida right now. Florida counts fast, by the way. The early votes, they rack it up. And so right here in Duval County, you got Kamala Harris leading.
Look how tight that
tell you
is.
what we
Trump
do. Why don't
lost
we do
that.
this? It's very interesting because For one of the first
With
times in a
Biden.
long time, in anybody's memory, I guess, going back to FDR, the late 1800s, we've got a candidate on the ballot where you can compare the number from 4 years ago and compare the number from 8 years
This is
ago.
where I
So we're going to do this a
start
lot
shaking.
throughout the night. We'll get a measure
Fair.
about how Trump is performing versus Hillary Clinton and versus Joe Biden. So let's go back 8 years now. Just watch his number here with 2/3 of the vote reporting in Florida. This is one county in Jacksonville. So all right, here we go. Trump was just shy of 50 against Hillary Clinton in that county. And then 4 years ago, he was a little less than that, about 2.5 shy of the midway mark in overall Duval. So he's doing right about the same number he did with Joe Biden 4 years ago. So let's look at Volusia County. Okay, you got a little more of the vote in here.
Wow.
Trump easily at nearly 60% of the vote.
Trump's not losing to Volusia County.
77% reporting.
That's deep
Flagler,
red.
86% reporting as well. So we expect him to do quite well in Florida. Let me move away from
Look
this
how
because
fast
what I
that map
wanted
is
to show
populating.
you in a
I
moment here
know,
is
that's
we're just getting a
crazy.
flavor right now of perhaps
They've
what
really
the
streamlined
suburban
their
vote is
voting
doing for
process,
Trump
though,
versus
after
Harris, and then what the rural vote's doing. And what I did was I
what
want to
was
pick
it,
out two places here
2012?
because there's a
2000.
county just north of Indianapolis. This is Hamilton County.
What year was that?
Population about 350,
God,
360,000.
2008 when
About
Obama
2/3 of
won.
the vote coming in right now. What I want to
So it
show
was
you
probably
here is Trump's at
2012?
48.8
Because
now.
he won in 20.
There's more vote
Obama
out
carried
there.
Florida in
Indiana counts
2012
the
as well.
mail-in ballots first. So
I'm
let's
talking
do the
about
same
before
exercise,
that,
okay?
when the
This
election was
time,
contested
watch
in
the slide come
Florida.
out here.
Are you talking about Bush
Now
Gore?
gives us a direct
Yes.
comparison
2000.
for
Thank
8
you.
years ago against Hillary Clinton.
God, I'm
This is the
old.
weakness in the Trump campaign, right? 8
Hanging
years ago,
chads,
he was
Heather.
just
Hanging
shy of
chads.
57% in the same county. And then 4 years ago, got slightly weaker, okay? Down about 2 points. And then current day today, okay, so there's more vote out there. So we'll see how it goes. But right now, a little weaker there in that suburb just north of Indianapolis. Conversely, right, Trump's been working the rurals, right? Well, this is Kentucky. You got a lot of the votes still out there, even though we called the race, okay? This is Taylor County. It is rural. It is small.
Thank you.
There's about
Thank you, Bill.
10 to 12,000 raw votes there. Trump's percentage of the vote is big at 77%. So let's do the same exercise again. Go back to 2016. The percentage of the vote, okay? It was
Wow.
lower. 4 years ago in 2020, same county now, right around 75%. And as of tonight, okay, by the way, raw vote 93.76. Hold on to that number, okay? It's important because he's doing better on a percentage basis, but the raw
And
vote
there's
doesn't
more
help him a
votes.
ton. That may suggest, as we pop around the map throughout the night, that the turnout for this vote could be lower than 2020. That's a COVID year, a pandemic year. A lot of people vote by mail, et cetera, and we'll see whether or not we're able to top that number from 2020, but it's questionable and debatable at the moment. If I've got time, I'll just show you Florida. Just one more time here, 30% in.
True.
Miami is
You're right,
missing. You know, we're waiting for the Hispanic vote down there in Miami, the Cuban vote as well.
Well, they're going to
Broward
call Florida
County,
for Trump as soon as the
70%
panhandle
in.
closes.
Heavily Democratic there, but about 60% of the vote right now going for Kamala Harris. The Trump team is saying that they're getting on the radio right now. They're cautiously optimistic. They're doing radio in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, all the way at the top. That means the former president telling people there's still time and finish strong. That's the message from Mar-a-Lago, right around down here in Palm Beach. Back to you, Brett and Martha.
You have time, Bill. We're going to have a lot of time.
Heather.
Right,
This is-
okay,
I
yeah.
didn't
We have
see you
a lot
before.
of waiting to do
You know,
still.
Me?
Georgia is really
Yeah, it was just your
crucial.
icon.
As we
Is
look
that
at
your
this raw
hair?
vote total.
You're
And
not
we're
wearing
also
a wig
getting
right now.
a lot
Nope,
that we
Your
have
hair
coming in
tonight.
very fast. Madison Hall is
Phenomenal.
actually
Looks so
in
full.
Norcross,
Thanks.
Georgia.
Way
with the
different
view
than
from the ground. Hey, Madison.
2, 3, whenever we started this deal.
Hey, Brett. Hey, Martha. So, yeah, polls
Wow.
have closed at a
Thanks for
majority of
noticing.
locations
Yeah,
here
well,
in
it's-
Georgia,
it's
including
boom.
location that I'm at. I can
Yeah,
actually see from my
it's
vantage
way
point
better
that
than what it
at least
was.
one person has
So
tried to come
here's
in
what
at
I'm
7
praying
p.m.
for tonight.
And they are turning them away because
tweet to you.
this poll.
This is okay. I'm hoping to go to Milo's after tonight. Okay. I have been 4 years of this shit and I'm done with it. Let's go back to Milo's. Vote right.
Alrighty, guys, I need to go start actually getting ready for this party. So, last thoughts from me, and I'll of course, Heather, I'll be in our group chat overnight periodically. So, when Nevada closes, we're watching Washoe County primarily, and we're watching how the election vote day turned out down in Las Vegas and Clark County. I keep an eye on Wayne County, Michigan, because I don't know how Detroit's going to come in, but then we're also looking at the Arab vote there.
Right.
So because there were some polls that were released that suggest that Trump is overperforming with that population, and that is not a population that Trump does well with. We're watching that. Watch what the electorate actually ends up looking like, because the exit polls are absolute garbage. Again, that being said, if some of what I saw was true, it's a long night. Anything for me before I probably end up not sober?
Yes. What did you see that was so garbage?
Let me pull it up. There was a question on abortion. I think it was from the NBC exit poll that said that who do you trust on abortion more? And it was 44 Trump, 50 Kamala. If you're a Democrat, that's not a number you want to see, and I'm questioning just how accurate that is.
You do not want to see that, because they have been dragging people out for a long time over abortion. If they lose that, what are they running on?
So it's 50 Kamala, 44 Trump. It shouldn't be that close, but I just don't know how accurate that is.
Well, that makes me wonder how the evangelical vote is going to view that, because a lot of them are pissed off about Trump's leniency on abortion.
Correct. But again, if you're in the Harris campaign right now, you do not want to see that. Also, if you're in the Harris campaign right now, you don't want to see that Trump is winning 15% of the black vote. Can we talk about that for just a second? It's not even 15%, it's 25% right now. So in the past, Republicans have only been able to gain, I think it was like 12% or something. It's 25. 1 in 4 black people are voting for Donald Trump right now. Is that an update? Because NBC was 14 when I first saw the early exit polls.
Well, exit polls different.
Which is why I'm saying that they're trash, but
yeah. This is like legit polling back weeks ago that Trump was polling at 25% black vote. If he hits that tonight, she's done. That's
electorally fatal. If she hits that. So the electorate is allegedly also 71% white. Trump's gonna lose a little bit of ground with white college, but he's gonna gain some ground with white working class. And then if he really wins the numbers that have been suggested in some of the polling going into tonight for Latino and black voters, I don't see how she wins.
I don't either.
Again, I'm reading all this out of exit polls, which I still believe are trash. So
true.
And I don't care that they're good for us. I'm saying it, they're trash. So just so everybody is aware that I'm not shilling. But anyway, watch Wayne County. We're watching Washoe County. Pima in Arizona and Maricopa, it looked really, 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 really good all day. So we're watching that. And I guess Western North Carolina, my heart just goes out to everybody that was hit by Hurricane Helene. I don't know how those people are doing it, but they're showing up, man. God bless them.
Have you guys seen some of the clips?
Hey, they're starting to call Georgia.
Of the Amish showing up to build homes for the people in North Carolina?
Yep.
It has been fucking beautiful. So inspiring.
Mm-hmm.
They just flipped Georgia to blue. They had it red a minute ago.
Well, it's going to be going a lot back and forth. It's going to be going back and
in
forth.
Virginia,
I hate
Trump
that.
lost by 9.2, and in 2016,
Yeah, it
he lost
depends
by
on what
5,
counties have
4.9.
been brought in.
Watch what happens in Virginia. Youngkin has been phenomenal on the ground for Trump, and even if that lead is cut by half, let's say it's 4 points, that could be a bellwether of something to come. Also in New Hampshire, where I spent 4 long winters.
Yes.
See what happens in New Hampshire. It was very tight in 2016. and
Robert,
2020.
welcome to you as well. The state of Georgia, Biden flipped Georgia for the first time since 1992, largely because of the black electorate. Looking at those numbers right now, it doesn't seem like she's delivering that same kind of power.
Yeah, those numbers seem soft.
No, and really quick, guys, Ryan
although I would tell
Jardusky
you I was
is
predicting
suggesting that
North
Trump won
Carolina
25% of the black vote in
for
Georgia.
The vice president, because I think
Say that again?
Stein will be like plus 15 versus Robinson. And
The
I
governors.
think
Ryan Gerdesky is suggesting that Donald Trump pulled 25% of the black vote in Georgia.
knocking Ossoff,
Is that
two
over?
senators that are popular, we would have maybe
If
seen
that's true, it
better
is.
turnout.
Yeah,
So
if that's true,
I'm
it's
hoping
over in
this
Georgia.
is just the early voting.
Yeah,
Fuck.
not all the
He
data
could take,
obviously
what is it,
in
Fayette
yet.
County?
Carl, what's your read on it?
Well, first of all, we're looking at half of the problem. The problem is that we're looking at is what's the division of the black vote by men
I
and
came
women.
to Fox News because
Trump
I kind of
versus
wanted to
Harris.
hear Carl
The other
Rove.
thing we need to look at is
Yes.
turnout. A 1% decline in black turnout in Georgia over the last election would wipe out the 10,000 vote margin that Joe Biden had. So we're seeing part of the picture. Let's see if it's compensated or offset a little bit by how much the black turnout is. Is it bigger than last time or smaller than last time? I'd make one other point. The other part of the Georgia equation that we're going to have to watch, we have a little bit of evidence
look at
from,
people still
and I mean a
voting in
little bit of
Dallas.
evidence from Indiana that we ought to be worried about if the Trump campaign ought to be worried about, and that is the suburban support. Hamilton County went Republican 4 years ago. Trump won up 52 to 45. Tonight, with about 2/3 of the vote in, he's losing it to Kamala Harris, 50 to 44. Or excuse me, 50 to 48. So he's running behind his performance. If that happens in Indiana, in Georgia, with these suburban counties like Forsyth and Cherokee, Gwinnett, which was won by Biden, but it has a huge biggest number of Republican voters in the state are in Gwinnett. If you remember, Hamilton County, 34% of the Republican primary voters in May voted for Nikki Haley when she had no chance of winning. We're seeing that effect tonight with the county being blue at least at this
You got to remember,
Harold,
though, who's in
it's
those
just worth
counties.
pointing out that the Fox
Fucking
News voter
white
analysis
women.
is this rolling poll over several days, 120,000 voters asked a series of questions. When we look at that data that Sandra talked about, with the raw vote total coming in, we have a sense of how accurate or not accurate it is. So far, it's lining up. Your thoughts where you are?
So I think Carl's point is right. I think one of the things I would love to see in Georgia is not just racial breakdown, but just breakdown of women versus men. Because if indeed he's underperforming the suburban areas in Indiana, you could extrapolate perhaps that happens in Georgia. But I would agree, if these numbers hold up, if he's polling, he being President Trump, 25% amongst black men.
There it is.
That's a challenge. If you see that in the other big cities in the blue states, Detroit and Philadelphia, that could be an issue as you think about the tightness of this race. But this campaign, the Harris campaign, has always said that it's women. They're going to be the key here. I agree with Robert. I think the North Carolina piece, the Stein-Robinson race, that gubernatorial race will have an advantage for Harris. But this is early. She's still ahead in Georgia. And I think once we get some more of these numbers in, once you get to 10, 15, 20%, I think we'll have a little bit better sense of whether or not.
It's women, but men are turning out in massive numbers. They don't want to go to war. They don't want their fucking families to be screwed over anymore. They're busting their ass. I watched probably the saddest video I've ever watched in my life today of this woman who was talking about how hard her husband works and how, all of these elites are coming out, for Kamala Harris, and they're, it's like the Taylor Swifts, the Cardi B's, the, whatever, millionaires and billionaire class individuals that are like, shame on you for not voting for Kamala, Barack Obama. And this woman is like, have you ever had to, put socks on layaway so that you
put your socks back
because you couldn't afford them? Or, she's just talking, and it is so sad. She is so sad in this video. And it's just like, these people do not understand what the average American is going through. They do not have any concept of what it's like to, like Chris, you were saying a minute ago, this is Joe Biden tea. You're ready to buy Milos again. Like,
I watched that commercial, or that lady that you're talking about. That's just real.
Yeah.
It was real. That wasn't paid.
No.
That was just a mom
struggling.
Putting socks back so that her kids can
I think I saved it. Let me see.
So allegedly too, Trump is at 54 to 43 with independents in Georgia. If that's if that's actually the case, she can't, that's a Trump W.
Say that one more time, Joey. I got a wild man in here.
Okay.
Wanna say bye?
Georgia, Independence. Oh, was it Finnegan? Hey,
Hi.
Finnegan. What's up, dude?
Hi, everybody. They said, "What's up, dude?"
Finny.
I love you. I love you. Can you close the door for me? Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Following Heather on X, it's like we're all a part of that family.
I
When the
know.
kids come in.
I've always felt I've always felt like part of Heather's family ever since I stumbled into Liberty Happy Hour 3 years ago or however
You
long.
are a part of my family. Like
I was saying
everybody is.
you've always made everyone feel like part of your family. It's
Like even the people I disagree with. Like, come on in. I'll still listen to you. It's okay.
so yeah, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Georgia independent voters allegedly breaking 54-43 Trump.
That'd be amazing. I
That's-
feel like we're
that's-
sitting in I feel like we need to listen to some other sides because I'm getting too excited. And this is gonna
No,
be
that's from the end. That's again from what I keep saying is trash, but that's from the NBC exit poll.
when the cardboards go up on the counting locations at about midnight and the cameras all get kicked out, then we know.
I'm gonna go to C-SPAN now because they started streaming at 7
Hey, way to
p.m.
go, Indiana. Way to go, Heather.
All right. Good
Proud
night,
of you,
guys.
kid.
I gotta go get ready.
Good night,
I
Joey.
really
Hey,
have
have
to
Joey,
go.
fun.
thank you so much
Go
for
have
coming in.
fun.
I love you a
Get
ton.
laid.
If you go out and it's lame and you want to come back and hang, just come back on in.
Oh,
Or if you wanna
100%. I
bring-
still think this is probably going to be a very long night. So
Yeah.
I'm not going to be at my friend's house, until however long this takes. So
Right.
If you get a date, bring them on. We'll make you feel real big league.
well, I guess that, the funny part about that would be he would sit here while I'm on a live stream and then literally everybody that's in my circle is vetting him at the same time. So,
That's exactly right.
Good night, guys. Happy election day.
Good night,
if you need
Joey.
me, ping me in the group chat. Okay.
Okay, love you.
Good night,
Take care.
Joey.
Love you
Keep
too.
us
Bye.
informed.
Okay, Chris, exit. Let's look in on.
E should be on pretty soon, Heather. Did you
What?
send him an invite? E should be on pretty soon. Did you
I
send him an
sent
invite?
it on Twitter. Yes.
Perfect. Yep, that's perfect.
All right, let me make this big. Oops. Leave any of this. Okay, share
Associated
this
Press
tab
won't
instead.
call these races until not the total vote is in, but they won't call these races until they feel comfortable that who's ever
Sorry.
trailing cannot catch the leader, and then at that point they would put a check mark. We'll start with
Can you guys hear
Virginia.
this
Just show
one?
you again some early results here. The former
I
president
shouldn't have a live map up, Heather.
40.6 right now.
I'm gonna give myself a heart attack.
One of the
Georgia
votes-
keeps going back and forth. I'm
I
watching.
know.
Now, here's where there could be a red mirage.
Let's go to some of the
The
comments real
Washington
quick.
Post
Hi,
reporting
Mama
that in
Shouse.
2020, the
Jake
former
saying hi to
president
my
led
mama.
Joe Biden in this state.
Trump took the
for
lead
5
back in
hours after
Georgia.
polls closed on
Black
election
men
night
will
before
lose or
heavily
deliver
Democratic
Georgia to
area of
Trump, and
Fairfax
I'd bet
County
my next
reported
check on it.
Almost 400,000 vote update. Biden won Virginia that year by a margin of 10 percentage points. Moving on to the state of Georgia, the Peach State.
Mama Shouts,
16
can I hook my
electoral
trailer up
votes
and
are
come shoot on your range if I?
This is where it stands
I'll
right
do
now. with
I'll do
3% of the
handyman work
vote
around the
in.
house.
The former president leading 51.6 to 48%.
Just to shoot
Now,
for a
again,
while.
This is just early on. And the NBC reports that most counties will report their early in-person and mail ballots first in the state of Georgia, causing a blue mirage before the statewide results move toward Trump as Election Day votes are reported. After that, there may be a small shift back towards Democrats as the late arriving mail ballots are reported from large metro Atlanta counties.
Late
So
arriving
beware as
mail
we
ballots.
talk about these early states with hardly any of the vote percentage in, and their competitive states, that you may see a mirage happening. We will keep you updated throughout the evening, and you yourself can do that. Get on your computer, have your laptop as you're watching here on C-SPAN, and go to cspan.org/results.
I
Evan
guess
McMorris Santoro
Florida
of
just counts
Notice,
really
Greta
fast because
talked
they've
about
got a
the
lot of
0%
votes in. Florida's got over almost 7 million votes in already.
Florida does count really fast in comparison. That's what we were saying earlier. They've really streamlined their counts.
They got it figured out.
Yeah. Trump up 500,000 in Florida right now.
He's up 5,000 in New Hampshire.
Believe them when they speak. I do not doubt some midnight ballot drops. Man, if they try to pull that shit again, I don't think it's going to go very well for them.
War Dog, you're right though. That's what I'm saying. When that black trash bag material goes up on the windows,
yeah,
the fucking pipes start bursting.
Yeah. Let's see here.
I really love seeing Indiana and Kentucky bright red on this map.
Oh my God, I want to show you guys this real fast. Vindman, went too fast for me.
6 minutes.
So almost 60% of the vote is in Florida. Hang on, I'm going to turn the sound on this.
The polls throughout the state are going to close just minutes from now, with the exception of 2 precincts that had technical problems that delayed voting this morning. The issue in Wilson County involved a printer cable, and in Burke County, it was a laptop that wouldn't boot up. And both
You don't have an Amazon account? God bless.
Checking in voters, not the actual voting machines. Other than that, elections officials say things have been moving pretty smoothly, including in the western part of the state, which was heavily damaged in Hurricane Helene. 7 tents with electric generators and voting machines are in place to accommodate election day voting in areas where normal voting sites were destroyed or inaccessible. Election officials say the state's voter turnout with already early voting records is on track to meet or exceed the record set in 2020 for total ballots cast. Back to you guys.
For it being destroyed as much as it was, that's
So
awesome.
let's take it around our panel. We just heard a little bit about the abortion issue, Laura. And it's interesting just looking at our Fox News voter analysis, because we saw in 2022 in the midterms, this was obviously it was more of an impact than people thought it was going to have going in. But in this situation, it appears that only a quarter of the voters who are Democrats say that it is the single most important factor in their decision. So that's going to be a big question tonight.
Mhm.
Does abortion turn out to
Do
be
you
as
actually
big
give
an
a shit
issue
about
as
this?
perhaps Democrats?
I thought the Fox voter analysis on gas prices and food prices was staggering. It was 85%, 91%. Very concerned about both. But certain voter analysis and some of the other networks, Edison, Reuters, has abortion at 14, democracy at 35, the economy.
Okay, really quick, I'm going to share this with you guys real fast. I don't know tell me if the audio doesn't work, Chris.
Joe Biden won independent voters in Georgia when he won the state by 9 points. So we've seen a swing of 20 points
Can you hear
towards Trump in terms of the margin, from 9-point advantage 4 years ago with independents for Biden to now an 11-point advantage with independents.
Yes, I don't know if you could see me. I was
Wow.
putting them up.
Joe Biden won independent voters in Georgia when he won the state by 9 points. So we've seen.
Man, oh man.
But about
They're
abortion
fucked.
and young women. And
Say that again.
Fascist,
said they're
Nazi,
fucked.
that's their clothes. So if it's abortion, fascism, Hitler, that's your clothes. I think that's a pretty dark view of the country. I think the economy is still the #1 issue nationwide. I'm not buying some of these exit polls.
Herald of economic issues. This election overall,
Neither was
every race
Joey, though.
estimated to have $15.9 billion with a B dollars spent on this election. Almost $16 billion. That surpasses the record of $15.1 billion in 2020.
Could you use some of that,
You need
Heather?
to take a checkbook and write a check to every American everywhere. It's almost $50 a person.
I would put the
And we're
sickest
top
parlay together.
in the presidential race.
It would win.
I got it.
That's funny. You could give every American $50. It's like, ooh, okay. So we're going to end bureaucracy. I'm going to play another clip for you guys. All of these are from Twitter, really. But
What the fuck?
so can you hear me, Chris?
I apologize.
No, I just want to make sure you could hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. Could you hear me? The Sabres just scored on the Senators. That is not what's supposed to happen.
So if you change
War Dog.
the So AI was brought in and it changed all the, oh my gosh. You can give me a kiss. Absolutely. Right here.
17 kisses.
I love you so much. Okay, here it is. So they took AI and replaced it and said, replace the word democracy with bureaucracy.
If the Democrats fail, it might be the end of American bureaucracy.
Our bureaucracy really is in fundamental peril.
The foundations of American bureaucracy under attack.
They want to destroy our bureaucracy.
We are a bureaucracy in danger.
We're watching an election where people are on the ballot openly advocating the end of bureaucracy.
That's what Republicans are doing, attacking bureaucracy, attempting to destroy bureaucracy, and they're doing it with glee.
This is the end of bureaucracy in America.
When will America stop sleepwalking towards the end of bureaucracy?
Right. It's Democrats versus, as Bill Kristol says, the end of bureaucracy.
We are essentially
I hate her.
Vote away from
It's really like the sight of her pisses me
Yeah,
off.
that's how I feel
think
about Kamala.
our bureaucracy and the stability of that bureaucracy is really
you
the
just
thing
do
on the
this?
ballot and really so important.
Yeah. It's so good.
That is awesome. Phenomenal.
If the
Who did
Democrats
that?
fail,
My
it
mouse
might be the
is
end of American
frozen.
bureaucracy.
Hang on.
Our bureaucracy really is in fundamental peril.
The foundations of American bureaucracy under attack.
They want to destroy our bureaucracy.
We are a bureaucracy.
Sorry. Yes, I will send this to you.
Yeah, who did that? That's phenomenal.
MRC Busters.
Is that a dude?
It's a organization.
Nice. The head of that organization needs his dick sucked every morning. He deserves
Bill D'Agostino is
Yep,
his
that's
name.
what Bill deserves. Bill deserves a morning blowjob for the rest of his life. Congratulations. That was phenomenal.
Exit, are you still with us? What are you doing?
He gone.
I think he's like
I'm
in
here,
the
I'm with
bar
kids.
eating dinner. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Being a dad and shit.
$1 billion for a job paying $400,000. Attack it so hard. Bureaucracy. North Carolina, 15% of Kentuckian. Wow, she got spanked in Kentucky. I'm curious what Kentucky's. I think Massey was. West Virginia has been called for Donald
He's up by
Trump.
600,000 in Florida.
Florida.
What's been called? I've seen Kentucky and Indiana
West Virginia was just called for
called.
Donald
Oh,
Trump.
there it goes. They haven't even started counting yet, and it was called 0% reporting on this map. But that's the same as Vermont for blue. They called it.
Yeah. West Virginia's Senate race was called for Republicans. You know, it's funny. Vermont's gubernatorial race was just called for a Republican. That's weird, right? I'm just here talking to myself right now. Myself and all 800 of you who are tuning in. All right, so we have officially, as Republicans, if you identify with that party, we have flipped one seat red in the Senate. So the balance of power, I believe that is the race that was just called. Vindman is not doing well right now, which makes me happy. 71% of the vote in Florida. Trump is leading 53.9% to 45 point. I can't see it. Looks like Rick Scott's gonna retain his seat in the Florida Senate. Georgia race, Trump is still up right now with 7% of the vote. Not John Voight, but the vote. Good. Fuck them. The Vindmans are scum. I am not a fan. I'm going to turn this sound on real quick. I want to hear what he's saying.
Voted for Republican president was 1988. George Bush, 41.
And
Right
Hagel
now,
hasn't even come in yet,
you know, you got
guys.
71% of the statewide voting, but you got 80% of the county voting here. And Trump's got a easy 10-point advantage right now over Kamala Harris. So we'll see how that holds up here. Another thing we're going to look at right now is Georgia. And, you know, Georgia is one of these states that's gone through a bit of a realignment, kind of like North Carolina, kind of like Arizona and some others that we've looked at. And, you know, and in the blue wall a little bit right now, you know, Trump did the trick 8 years ago. We'll see whether or not he can do it again this time. But I just want to take a glance at this because you got a lot of vote out there, guys. Now, we expect a lot of batches to come in quickly here in Georgia because they say they're going to count quickly. But right now, 8% of the statewide vote. One thing we're talking about the rurals. This down here is Brantley County. Now, this was Trump's best performing rural county in 2020.
Okay, we will,
And
Jonah.
he's
I want
doing
to
a
see what
number
he
right
says
now
about
again.
Georgia,
I'll
and
just
then we'll go
back
back over to
24 years
MSNBC.
ago and watch this. You know, the percentage there was, so he's doing a tick better. Raw vote
You can
here,
maybe stop in
6,200
CNN
4
and see
years
how they're
ago.
doing.
Raw vote now in the same county, 4,900. So maybe that comes back to that conversation about, you know, turnout and things like that throughout the rest of the country. But when you look at Georgia, I mean, let's look at the vote difference for Georgia, and we can show you a little of the realignment that we're talking about here. And if you look at this, right, all this over here, this is a dominant state for the Republican Party and had been for a long time. You think about George Bush's second term, right? He won that state by 16.5 points. It wasn't even on the map in terms of consideration, but slowly Georgia changed. And a lot of it changed for the metro area, the 26 counties that make up Atlanta. Here was Trump in 2016. I give it to him, right? 5 points 8 years ago. But things seem to change in 2020 and change in a significant way when Joe Biden went in there and took the state by 0.2 percentage points, raw vote of 11,700.
I do like all this augmented reality stuff that
79,
they do.
all right. Now, so this is where we are
Kinda
now.
cool
And just,
from
you know, with a lot of that vote out there.
Like, there's
Trump's got a
nothing
lead of
actually in
22
front of
points,
him,
and that's going
which
to
is
change
kinda
throughout the
crazy.
night. But we just want to let you know what's happening there. Let's look at the vote difference for North Carolina. Similar story. Maybe less of an advantage for the Republicans, but this is all, you know, this is all red. You look at what Bush and Kerry did in 2004. That was easy. That wasn't a battleground at all. This is where Barack Obama performed so well, took the Tar Heel state just by so much they're okay in North Carolina, but was able to pull it off.
It's
Let's
a
come back to
massive
2020
swing
right
in
now,
1 year.
and I can show you what I'm seeing there. Let's go ahead and clear this. All right. Yeah.
Let's just get rid of this
So as you can
invisible
see,
thing that's in front
like
of me.
these states, they change. And it's a real part of this national conversation about where people move, where people choose to live, where people choose to work, go to school, et cetera. So we'll like tag onto that throughout the night.
You know,
Where are you
North
live at
Carolina,
tonight, Heather?
You look at the counties you are
What do you mean?
following. Wake County, Raleigh.
Yes.
There's
Peanut
just
wants to
such a
listen.
population shift.
I didn't see
You
it
know,
on
more than a
Rumble.
million
Oh, I'm on
people
She's on
YouTube.
shifted
Rumble.
down
Should
there.
be
and
on
it's a different
Rumble.
crowd. So that's why maybe
it's
you have a
not,
different
it
electorate
says
in
that
North
it's streaming
Carolina.
on Rumble.
Democrats are looking to
Yeah, I look
X,
at Wake
Twitch,
County. We can show you on the
YouTube,
board in
and
a second
Facebook.
here. I look at Guilford too. That's Greensboro. A lot of folks campaigning there. Kamala Harris was there. Donald Trump was there. You know, young folks go there to go to school and to find a job as well. And we'll see about Mecklenburg, which is Charlotte. You know, Mecklenburg, Carl, that's a county that Democrats have tried to really capture. And they're able to win the county, but not by big enough of a margin to capture the entire state. So
By the
that's
way,
been
Carl,
somewhat elusive.
Carl perked
Okay,
up when you
let's go
said Bush Kerry.
peek
He
in
really
at
felt
C-SPAN
the
for a
old days.
moment.
A good moment, yeah.
And then I'm
A
going to
good
change
moment.
the channel
But you're
here.
right.
To bring Trump back in, but they didn't consider themselves Democrats. And some of them would explain this to me by saying, look, I'm going to vote for the Republican for Senate. The Senate will prevent a Democratic President Harris from doing the sort of furthest things that she wants to do. We'll see how this manifests itself. But what Kirk is talking about when it comes to Arizona, it's something that I felt in my reporting around the country as I've been around all, throughout the year.
Let's go back to Greta.
We have some
early vote. We want to see if that matches up with the same day vote, but that's another place Democrats are depending on there for their votes. They're also going to depend on it here, Cumberland County, where Fayetteville is. So
Okay, we're on
Democratic, and we're
MSNBC
also
now.
tonight going to be looking sort of in the eastern part of North Carolina.
Desperately
This could
trying
be
to
key.
say
These are a
that
lot
North
of rural
Carolina is
counties and
going to go
smaller
to
counties
President
that
Harris.
have substantial black populations. And these are counties, a lot of these Barack Obama either won in 2008 when he became the last Democrat to carry North Carolina, or he came close to winning. And since then, the numbers have come way down for Democrats. They think they can get the turnout up here this year. We're going to be paying attention to those counties as they come in. But again, statewide right now in North Carolina, very early. That's what you see with just over 100,000 votes. And we'll just check back in on Georgia, and we are still about where we left off there.
So we just had North Carolina, West Virginia, and Ohio poll closings. We had Georgia poll closings at 7, and we're watching that vote come in. We've been sort of promised by Georgia officials that vote will come in, that a lot of it will come in relatively early. So that's why we keep checking back on those Georgia numbers. While we have been talking, we have a new projection, again, in the great state of Vermont. The incumbent Republican governor of Vermont, Phil Scott, has been reelected. NBC News can project that Phil Scott will hold on to his gubernatorial seat in Vermont. He is a moderate and anti-Trump Republican in Vermont, a very blue state with a moderate Republican governor. Joining us now from a polling location at Arizona State University in Tempe,
As long
Arizona,
as you're
is
anti-Trump,
NBC's
you're
Scotty
okay in our
Schwartz. Scotty,
book.
it's good to have you with us. What have you been seeing? Who have you been talking to?
Funny.
Hey there, Rachel. Yeah, we were just talking to some voters here. Just wanted to see how long have you guys been voting, standing in line?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. So this is the back of the line. Let's show you what the front of the line looks like. Now remember, Maricopa County, it's the most populous county here in Arizona. It's also the swingiest county in Arizona. The margins the last time around 2020 were very, very tight. 10,000 people. ASU.
Have
the
any
campus
of
we're on
you
right
in the
now,
chat ever been
ASU
served
students,
pizza while
population is
standing in the
about
line to vote?
74,000. So a lot of people voting here.
That's
The
weird,
line is
right?
Hundreds of people. It goes all the way around, and it's about 70, 80 minutes right now. So we'll see how long this line takes to actually get through.
crazy.
That's what the app is saying right
I've
now.
never seen that.
We've been eavesdropping a lot. You got people out here working on their fitness, eavesdropping a lot on these conversations, talking to a lot of these voters. But we've been talking a lot about the gender gap. You've seen a lot of the younger women. This is a
No, I
very
would not
weird
let
thing.
it sway my vote.
You got
That's
robots
me.
walking around on
No, I'd
campus,
take their
kind of a
fucking
surreal
pizza
sign
and
of
then
the
I'd.
times.
What is
But
this,
for
robot?
what's driving
Where
a
is
lot of these young people out to the polls, other than the pizza, is a lot of the props. And when it comes to a lot of the young women that we've been talking to, reproductive rights is huge. It's a big, big driver. It's a lot of the conversation that we're hearing when it comes to a lot of the younger men here. We are hearing feelings of attacks on masculine identity. We've actually been hearing a lot of talk about the Rogan podcast, Joe Rogan podcast.
What channel is this, Heather? MSNBC?
That
And he's saying that?
Until he said when Kamala did not go on the Joe Rogan podcast, that was what influenced his vote. He ended up voting for Trump, but he said that he was open to listening to Kamala on the podcast, and when she didn't, again, not necessarily all the issues, but the fact that
I
didn't
voted
seem like a
sticker,
real
that's
person
it.
because she couldn't talk for an extended period of time. So it's just some of the things that we're hearing from some of these college students wrapping around. I promise we're almost to the end of the line here. But another thing that is
Can that be
very,
considered
very
electioneering,
apparent,
or is there
is
anything
the
clear about
organizing.
who's
There's
providing
been
the
some
pizza?
organizing
I thought the
in
same
some
thing, Jake. I
fraternities
don't
and these
know
red
if
hats,
there's
the
a
MAGA
clear
hats, they
indication of
stand
who's
out,
bringing
and
around
they're
the
being given
pizza.
out,
I keep
left
trying
and
to
right
look
here.
for some
And
sort of
then you've got this battle
identification
of these
or
stickers. You've got
pick up a
Harris
sound
Walls
bite, but I
from
haven't
other
heard
people going
anything.
around giving stickers, and it seems like back in the day, you'd go to a poll site and you wouldn't necessarily see or know who somebody was voting for before they went into the polls. We were at another polling site in Mesa, Arizona. Those hats are so prevalent here in Arizona. So we've been seeing a lot more of this kind of tribalism at the polls, heading into the polls. Whether it's any indication as to how things go in Arizona, it is too soon to tell. And Arizona, again, it could be a very, very tight race here. And if it is a tight race, it's possibly going to be days before we have a final decision. Rachel?
That's all right. We got days, we got weeks, we got as long as it takes. We are tireless, Gotti, just like you. NBC's Gotti Schwartz, thank you so much. Gotti, with students there at ASU at Arizona State University in Tempe. Let me give you a little bit of an update. We were talking about some threats that were received at polling places in Georgia. We've got a little more detail on that out of DeKalb County, Georgia, which is east of Atlanta. It's a very Democratic, very deep blue county. Officials there that NBC News has spoken to say they have received bomb threats at 7 locations in the last hour, including 5 voting precincts. Police evacuated the polling sites.
Tribalism.
Polling sites
Days
include
or weeks.
churches and community centers.
Who gets on
in
television
Chamblee
and
and
says,
Tucker
no,
and
we
Decatur
don't
and
want
Lithonia,
a result
Georgia.
today,
Some of
the actual day of
appear
election?
to include black churches. So again, we have heard about false threats being phoned in to Georgia voting locations. If you are in a place that has had its,
It
whether
is
it's Georgia or anywhere else,
interesting,
if
and
you
I
are in a
always
place
like
that
to
has had
kind
its
of
voting
bounce back and
hours
forth between
extended or
different
indeed voting
channels
poll closings
at
have
this
not
stage
yet
of the
arrived
night,
in your
because you're
state. If
starting
you
to
are in
see
line,
some
you
of
will
these
be
races
allowed to
pop in,
vote.
but you're
These
not
places
seeing the
that were
actual
just newly
decisions being
threatened in
called
DeKalb
in
County
some
are being
places
held open
versus
until
others,
8:22,
especially
so
when
they're
they don't
being
like the
held open
results. So give me
to
just a
account for
second.
the
I'm going to go
disruption
back
here
to the
caused by
C-SPAN.
these threats. Don't let anybody dissuade you from voting. They're trying to create the illusion of chaos as much as they're trying to create chaos itself. But your vote is your voice. It's your right as an American. Don't let anybody push you around. All right. It's getting very close to 8 p.m. on the East Coast. That is our biggest overall hour for poll closing. That means an avalanche of returns is on the way. We're going to take a quick break. Stay right there.
Republicans who were a little bit upset with the way that the Trump campaign was behaving towards that issue and towards the town, to be perfectly frank, from my visit there and from my reporting there. And so it's really this is such a perfect 2 callers to have back to back, because this is what we're talking about. You have these Trump voters who really respect the guy and they're very motivated by this immigration issue, and then you have these other folks who are maybe conservative, maybe can think of, have been Republican in the past, who just can't get on board with some of the rhetoric and some of the ways
I do
that
like
Trump
C-SPAN a lot
operates. And
because
this
we
could
get to
really
hear
end up being a
callers from around the
huge part of
country,
how
so
this
you get to
election plays
hear
out. How many
actual
we have,
voters
like our caller
versus
from Tulsa,
talking
and how
heads.
many we have like our caller from Ohio, right? This could be a huge, huge division.
Greta Bronner, what do you have for us?
Let's check in on the presidential contest in a number
I love
in a
it,
few
Zoe.
states. We'll start with
Good to have you in
Georgia.
here,
This is
man.
a battleground state, one of those swing states. This is where it stands at this point with 12%
Let me turn this
of the
closed
vote
captioning
in.
off.
And you can see that the former president is leading there. Moving on to another swing state in North Carolina, 16 electoral votes at stake in North Carolina. Democrats haven't won North Carolina since Barack Obama did in 2008. This is where it stands right now. We will keep you updated on the race as the evening goes on. Moving on to the state of Virginia.
Just
I wanna
FYI, you
show
guys
where
can't see that.
the
It's
race
only
stands
2%
at this
of the
point
vote is in.
Virginia. For more than 3 decades, starting with Nixon, Virginia went to Republican candidates, but that flipped in 2008 with the election of Barack Obama, and Democrats have held it since then. Take a look at where it stands right now. And then
Dang,
in
Florida,
the presidential contest
74%
in
of the votes are
Ohio,
in Florida.
the Ohio, the president, former President Donald Trump won Ohio the last time around with 5% of the vote in. This is where it is right now. Let's also talk about this.
We're getting some better results in on the
Because this
on
is
my
one
little
that will
live
determine
election.
the balance of power in the Senate. Sherrod Brown seeking a 4th term. Bernie Moreno, a former car dealership and wealthy businessman, challenging him for this seat. Total spending in this race, $430 million. That includes the candidates and outside groups. This is an early bellwether for the Senate.
Trump is
who will
almost up 1
control
million in
the upper
Florida.
chamber.
Wow.
Well, Evan, Greta mentioned North Carolina. Now, I went to cspan.org/results. If you go there, you get this phenomenal national map with real-time results, and you can drill down to every state and get every county. Greta mentioned that
Man,
Kamala Harris is
they're
winning
projecting
67%
that
of the
North
vote,
Carolina is going to go blue.
percent in
Right.
North Carolina. So I clicked on
Riley's
North
here.
Carolina.
She says hi,
And when I
Dad.
did,
Peanut. Hey, this is kind of weird. This is the
This
first
is your
time
home
she's like
territory.
Yeah,
an
that's
adult.
it's a pretty blue area of North Carolina.
it's
that
not
they can
Cali,
expect to do
it's
pretty
Riley.
well there.
Right.
This is what's so challenging about the early parts of the night,
That's-
right? It's like 2%
That's different.
in.
Okay. This is a
We don't really
feeling.
know
It's a vibe.
yet. We have to see
What's
some
up,
of these
Peanut?
other
How are you
counties
doing, baby?
to
She's
start
at
to get
Iowa.
some
So
understanding of what the national
she's
implications
saying
of
that
what
Iowa
North Carolina
University
might
is a
be.
Trump
But
university.
yeah, if you're gonna ask me, is the
Yeah, I
Raleigh
bet I heard
triangle
Iowa was
area
going
going
to
to be good
Kamala
for
this
Harris
year.
tonight? It is going to be good.
Was that a junk
And
poll?
there is one House race up there that we need to talk about, which is District 1. It could be a bellwether county or a bellwether House race.
It is the
And that Anna
remaining,
Polina case,
Davis versus Buckout, I
district.
believe.
That's right. I mean,
was exciting.
Kirk would have a lot more to say about this probably than me, but I'll say that this, it's the remaining swing sort of district in North Carolina. It's been a very gerrymandered state over the years, and this is a very important race to see if Democrats can hang on to this part of the this district that they have access to actually winning.
Well, I know there's a lot going on your screen right now and a lot of information flying at you. I would highly recommend, and because I'm playing with this thing while we're talking, and which is not a good thing, but it's cspan.org/results. It's your own magic wall right there in your
Wow.
phone. If you have it on your phone, you have it on your computer. This is a wonderful tool.
It's kind of cool.
for
It's showing like the different
political
counties, how
junkies.
they're coming in.
Let's talk to a Trump voter in Georgia. I believe it's EB in Fairburn, Georgia. Did I say your first name correctly?
Yes, it's BA.
Homework's good.
EBA or BA?
A lot of homework.
BA.
Yes.
Thank you for calling in. Where is Fairburn, Georgia?
It's just Atlanta, about 5 minutes from the airport
Okay.
in Atlanta.
Why did you support President Trump?
Because for one, the transgender issue, boys and girls sports, and the Second Amendment, the Supreme Court, and Kamala Harris's deterrent, the transformation of boys to girls or prisoners, men becoming women. Those issues are very
I know.
clear
I'm
to
like,
me.
my
BA,
man.
it doesn't sound like you were born in Georgia. Is that a true fact?
Born in Nigeria.
Nigeria. Is this your first time voting in the United
No.
States?
No, I voted for George W. Bush and others here.
Oh, you've been here forever. So
Yeah.
you're a native. BA, did you split your ticket or vote straight Republican?
Straight Republican.
And how is the process down in Georgia? We've heard a lot about the Georgia
It was
election
easy.
process.
Well, though I voted early, but it was very easy. I went to one police station when early voting started, and it was a long line.
Pretty sure I've
It
given
was
this
a
guy
long
money.
line,
He
and
called me before.
I voted. I went to another police station, and it was easy, walk in and walk out.
Thank you, sir, for calling in. We appreciate your being with us here on C-SPAN on election night. Kirk Beto of Hotline. Kirk, we want to talk about some of the House races that could determine the balance of power. Democrats only
Okay, I'm
need
gonna
to
go
pick up 4. There's
back
one in New
to-
York that you're keeping your eye on. New York, District 19.
Yeah, that's actually going to be like the tipping point, we imagine.
Back to Fox News.
So you could really see Democrats responded favorably, but independents gave this a D while Republicans gave it an F. And one of the things that we heard from independent voters is that Kamala was supposed to be this joyful candidate. She positioned herself right off the bat as somebody who was
So they're
going to be
going
different,
through
bring us
and
together. She said we have more in common than
playing
divide us.
different, Kamala
and the more
Harris
negative she got,
speeches
more negative
and
independent
showing
voters
like
got
how
towards
people
her.
are responding
And I think we
to
saw
it.
that
I
happen in
always
the
love
polls.
these
She had
because
a
I'm always
surge in the
fascinated
beginning
to
and
see
things
how
sort of
different people
flatlined once
react
she
to
sort of
different
turned
parts
very
of the things
negative.
that
All right,
politicians
here's
say.
one from former President Trump.
She's running on a campaign of demoralization. It's a campaign of hate. Her lies and her slanders are very shameful and really inexcusable. Today, we're going to talk about the real character of Kamala and a person who has no remorse for the anguish she's inflicted upon families all across America. Kamala intends to conflict and keep this misery going, and she's going to keep it going as long as she can, because that's the only way she can get elected.
Now you can see very different reaction here than we had with the other voters. Democrats, not surprisingly, gave this an F. Independents kind of flatlined it, gave it a C. Republicans gave it an A. I think this kind of rhetoric is priced into Donald Trump. They want to see him be tough. They want to see him be a fighter. And a lot of the things that he talked about were things that people agreed with. So I think people give him more of a pass on the tough rhetoric than they do on Kamala.
All right, let's talk to some voters. I can't wait for this part. Okay, so Steve, you are a Democrat, and I understand you voted for Trump, and you live in the all-important battleground of Pennsylvania. So tell me about your journey and what it's been like and why you made that decision as a Democrat.
Well, Harris, for me, it was very simple. The issues for me are fighting anti-Semitism, being strong on our greatest ally, Israel, economic strength, fighting the border, and peace through strength. And Donald Trump, we have a 4-year history of Donald Trump as president, and he demonstrated all of that. And it was a no-brainer. It was been a very interesting reaction for people to see me demonstrably promote my rapport for Donald Trump, but I also have supported Dave McCormick. So that was sort of a double-edged whammy for me, but it was a no-brainer. And supporting Donald Trump.
So he split his ticket.
Yeah, as a Democrat, that people were reacting to that. I appreciate your answer. I appreciate everybody's time. We will hear more from our voters' voices throughout the night. Let's go back to Brett and Martha.
All right, Harris.
Thank you, Harris. Thanks, Lee. So the clock is ticking down to one of the biggest poll closings of the night. Pennsylvania is about to finish the voting process. Our
Wait, I
special
thought they were
coverage
going,
continues
oh, just
with
in that
Jesse
one
Waters
county they're
and Sean
extending
Hannity
it.
coming up.
Okay, let's see.
At SimpliSafe,
Let's go back to
we build
C-SPAN.
advanced security sensors and cameras for your whole.
A little bit to the right, but he didn't really campaign a whole lot either. I mean, this was a little bit more of a protest vote against Miller Meats. He didn't spend a whole lot of money, and he ran a little bit more to the right of her. So she's really struggled to consolidate the Republican Party.
Ooh,
behind
Georgia's
her.
looking
If
good,
the
you
Seltzer poll
guys.
does prove out and that Harris is
What
the
about North Carolina,
president
though?
in Iowa, this is one of those races along with the Zach Nunn race as well. in
I need
Iowa
to see
third,
what
where we
districts
could
have
see some
reported.
surprising Democratic pickups.
Well, there are 2 races in Virginia where the polls have closed.
Did you say
Let's
Georgia's
begin
looking
with
good?
House District 2 down in Virginia Beach.
But North Carolina's looking
Yeah, so
really
these two
bad right
races
now.
here, Virginia 7 and Virginia 2, are kind of
We're
our
al-
early
that's almost
bellwethers
a
to see
million
how
votes
not only the race for the
in
House is going to
Florida
go,
up.
but potentially even the presidential race as well. Now, freshman Republican Rep. Jen Kiggins represents Virginia 2 in Virginia Beach. Republicans are feeling confident about their chances there because
So
the
it's
Democrat
interesting,
there
the Senate
hasn't
right now,
really kept pace
Republicans
with
are in
fundraising
the
until the
lead.
last few months here. But if Democrats do end up flipping this one, this is a race where Mike Johnson and other Republican leaders have spent a lot of time in the closing weeks just shoring this one up. If Democrats do flip this one and keep Virginia 7, they have the wind at their back going in for the rest of election night here. They're really fired up about this.
I'm
race.
surprised that I'm
Again,
still
it's
being
not
allowed to run
doom
on
and gloom for
YouTube,
Democrats, though,
given
if
that
they
I
can't
keep
flip this
posting.
one. But if they do,
Huh?
Oh, because is
Republicans
this
are gonna be,
copyright stuff?
panicking
Yeah.
a little bit early on in the night.
And you
Rumble
mentioned
doesn't
Virginia
But
7.
I mean, as long
Abigail
as we continue
Spanberger,
to
who
talk over
represents
top of
who
them and
has
I
that
mute
seat
them
now,
and stuff.
has
is
elected not to
that
run for
is that what
re-election.
throws
She's
it off?
running for governor.
Yeah.
Or
It's
makes it
Eugene
Yeah.
legal?
Goodman.
It-
And
What
well,
about
people might
C-SPAN?
remember
I
that
thought
because
name
it's
C-SPAN was.
commentary.
versus Derek Anderson.
Oh, if
former
we were
Navy
watching
SEAL.
like
That
Like if I
district is
just
a hearing?
made this the
Washington
full
and
screen and
Richmond.
didn't say
Is it
another
considered a
word,
swing
I would
district,
get copyright
Kirk Bano?
hits.
what if this was like a Senate
Not
hearing?
as much as it was.
How the hell
before
is North
redistricting
Carolina
or
going to go
even,
blue after
last year,
Helene?
but it is a competitive open
The
seat.
numbers
Now,
that I'm seeing come
the
in
way
on North
Republicans were able to
Carolina
flip the
make
House
me
2 years
really
ago is by
nervous.
picking
Like
up a
I
lot
am
of those
really
open seats. It's
surprised.
a lot easier.
There's only
to flip
3%
an open
reporting
seat
right
than
now.
it is
First,
to knock off an incumbent.
so
Now, Abigail Spanberger is running for governor
I
now,
know,
like you
but
said.
she's
She
more
was one
than
of
she's
the
doubling.
all-star kind
I
of
have 116 to
Democratic members,
70.
a great fundraiser, a more moderate member, someone who's won in battleground districts before. And without her there, Democrats
They
are a
just
little bit
called
worried
South
about this. But
Carolina
just
for
like
Donald
Virginia
Trump.
too, if Republicans do flip this, then they're going to be feeling great. Then they'll probably have defended Virginia 2. They flip Virginia 7, they're going to have the win at their
So
back
I'm
going
going to
into the
bring
rest
that
of the
up
night
real
here. But if
quick.
Democrats keep it in their column, it's not.
President Harris, as the states are called, we will continue to see that. And obviously 270 is the magic number.
We got a long way to go. A
We do.
lot of filling in of this board and these states, but some places are getting very interesting as we get closer to our next round of poll closings, which are coming up in just a little while. And that will include Florida, where the Trump campaign is watching the results tonight. Let's go to Steve
People are
Harris.
dumb.
He is at Senator Rick Scott's campaign headquarters in Bonita Springs.
Heather will
Florida,
blame
which was
white women.
tightened up a little bit. That race has gotten interesting. Steve?
Martha, they're starting to cheer here. It's a pretty relaxed, confident mood. Rick Scott told us earlier this was the first time he's ever run for state office where he's actually been predicted to win. He said that's largely because
Look at
of a
Georgia
strong
right now.
performance in early voting. More than 8 million Floridians did vote early. That's about 50% of registered
Boy, they're
voters
showing
who
out
were
for
out
Trump
there
right
today
now.
at one ballot station. And there were people lined up, hundreds of people who stood
Hey, is that
2
a cup
hours
you
in the
sell,
rain to
Heather?
cast their ballots. Some people expect counties could go as high as 90% voter
So
turnout.
I made it.
A couple of items
Okay.
could complicate things.
But I
throughout the
can.
night.
I can
One is
make
an
them.
abortion initiative
Will
on
you
the
sell me
ballot
one
that
of
would
those?
extend
That's really
Florida's
cool.
strict abortion law.
Yeah.
The other would be to legalize recreational marijuana.
I
Both
lost
of
my
those
coffee
items
cup.
will need 60% to win. Martha, back to you.
Wait, which
All
one?
right, Steve Harrigan, thank you very
My
much.
big
Delay on the
camouflage
TV,
I've
they
had for
just-
like
Oh.
8 years.
They
I left it on a
just-
roof, I
just saw
think.
it. We're back with our panel, and we
That
add
sucked.
Kellyanne Conway, Jesse Waters, and Jessica Tarloff.
And I meant to put
Kellyanne,
a
you see some
Palmetto
other
State
things that
Armory
you're
one.
watching?
Looking at some
in.
suburban
You got
bellwethers
Jessica
coming
Tarloff
in.
in.
What was
Hamilton,
it?
Indiana, 70% of the vote is flipped back to President Trump.
Tarloff.
Loudoun County, Virginia, we know has really been trending toward the left. It's been a swing to
I
the
like
right by
Kellyanne
8 points
Conway.
compared to 2020. So you look at something like that, you understand why Karl Rove today said it could be tight in Virginia. Fayette, Georgia, Trump +2. That's a place that I had said early on, Harris will have to do well there to compete in Georgia. Also, as Pennsylvania closes its polls, Brett, I think it's worth noting, Martha, that this is like political malpractice that she didn't pick Josh Shapiro between the
Wow,
fracking,
New
the school
Hampshire
choice,
is
We've got
really
Jewish
interesting right
Americans.
now.
But
Yeah.
So
I think that we'll be talking about that.
I don't know if you
tonight.
guys
We will
caught
look
it.
a lot at Pennsylvania. Election night in America just getting started.
We are seconds away from 17 states plus
on.
Washington, D.C., including New Hampshire,
I had a
Illinois,
cough.
Tennessee.
God, I
Click
get
on
so
that.
frustrated having to switch back and forth because
Maryland has a Senate seat, Massachusetts, Mississippi, Missouri, that we just mentioned, New
white
Hampshire,
suburban women 100%.
Jersey,
I remember the first
Oklahoma,
Liberty Happy Hour my
Pennsylvania,
wife heard
which
that
of
from.
course is
She
very
wasn't
interesting,
happy.
has now
I piss
closed.
everybody's
The polls
wives
are
off and then they
closed.
listen
Rhode
to me a little bit longer
Tennessee,
and then they actually
Greta
like me and
Bronner,
agree with
what can
me.
you tell us?
Some of
You
them.
mentioned the
Some of
polls
them
in
don't.
Florida, and all the polls have closed in that state. Let's start with the presidential contest and take a look at this. Over 80%, a little over 80% of the vote is in the state of Florida. 30 electoral votes are at stake here, and this is where the contest stands at this point. The former president with
Crazy.
a sizable lead with 81% of the vote in. We've also had some calls in the state of Florida in 2 competitive House races tonight, and they both go to Republicans. Let's start with Florida's 13th congressional district. And this is, in this seat, the Republican incumbent, the Congresswoman there. This is a lean Republican race. She is declared the winner there. And then in the Florida's 27th district, the incumbent Republican, Congresswoman Salazar, also the victor. This was likely Republican. So 2 calls there in Florida tonight.
Mississippi and Alabama both called.
Florida, when you saw those percentages, you kind
It
of
didn't go to air.
nodded your head.
Well, I think that Florida was a dream reach for the Democrats.
Trump
for a lot of
wins
this,
Mississippi,
election
Trump
cycle. There
wins
was,
Missouri.
my colleague Claire
Alabama.
There just the other day knocking doors with Hillary Clinton as she was trying to drum up some.
Can you hear me?
Democratic vote
What?
down there.
Can you hear me?
Hard
Yeah.
state for Democrats
Okay. I said Trump won Mississippi and Trump won Alabama.
in a little
Oh,
while.
I didn't hear you
And so
say
seeing those
that.
numbers
I
coming
gotta
in where
talk-
they are, it's not a
or I
huge
gotta
surprise.
turn my
It's where
gain up,
Trump
I think.
lives.
No,
Um,
it's
This is sort of it's not a place.
if
that I
you're
think about.
talking the
You
same
mentioned
time
Luna
that
race.
the screen is talking,
she's done a
sometimes
lot-
I
she's
miss
been very
you.
vocal lately on some of the more some of the more conspiratorial stuff around some of these hurricanes and things like that. She's a big sort of media star in the Republican Party. those people have done
Who's
done
he
fairly well
talking
in Florida
about?
lately.
Let's talk to Lee in Santa Clarita, California, a Harris supporter. Hi, Lee. Lee, you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Please go ahead
I'm
and
here.
tell us what you wanted to say
Appreciate ya
tonight.
taking the call. Yes, I most definitely did vote for Ms. Harris.
Why'd you vote for
She had
Kamala
my vote
Harris,
this
Lee?
year. I could not. By the way, it's kind of breaking up. So if I'm breaking up, let me know.
Hey, Lee, just go ahead and tell us why you, Lee, just go ahead and tell us why you voted for Kamala Harris.
I did vote. I could not vote for Mike Garcia because of the action he took on the 6th with the other 140. I'd hate to see what would happen if our votes did not count. And that's tough to say as a lifetime Republican. So I did go with George Whiteside. I'm a little disappointed with the MAGA, or I should say my Republican Party, the MAGA, just non-MAGA over here. We just need to bring some dignity back to the office, some couth, some decor.
Okay, Ainsley.
Thank you, Lee, for calling in. We appreciate that. Lee is not a MAGA fan, but he considers
are we
himself
winning?
to be a Republican, and California's got some pretty important
I don't
House
know
races,
if
doesn't it?
That's right. We talked about, Kirk
winning
was mentioning
would
this as well.
be.
We talked about this idea of
We're
this is a place where some of
starting
these
to
areas that have
close
been
the states
gone
down.
blue, had been red for a long time, gone blue again.
I love you.
You see maybe
I
a
love
chance
you
Republicans
too.
to pick some of them up in California as part of they try to get their House majority, maintain their House majority into next year. It's interesting.
And she is making it, they are making it a very competitive race. I mean, we haven't called anything surprising except for New Jersey.
You were surprised.
I was.
Jesse Tarlow, welcome. Good to see you.
What did Jesse think that
Any thoughts so far on the evening?
Republicans
Not
were going to
surprised
get
by
New Jersey?
and I'm sorry for you. You had been bragging about that one for months to me.
Okay. I was wrong once.
One time. It's been interesting to see, obviously, what's going on in the suburbs. If this is a harbinger of a good night for Kamala Harris, that's where it's going to happen. Obviously, you need the urban turnout to be huge. And I think Philadelphia was a big story this day already in the first hour of Election Day polling that they were smashing records. And we'll see where that all turns up. But what I'm really focused on is seeing once all the exits are out, what ended up being the 1, 2, and 3 most important issues. Because in Ann Selzer's final poll of Iowa, she had preserving democracy as number 1. That also showed up in the Marist polling. Yep. And if it is preserving democracy, then that bodes very well for Kamala Harris's evening. And if it goes preserving democracy,
I agree. So
the economy, and then abortion, that's definitely a good night, especially to your point, Brett, from a few minutes ago, where you said that she had closed the gap with Donald Trump in terms of who's best to
So
handle
North
the economy and is
Carolina's
leading on
governor-
protecting the middle class and cares about people like me.
Harold, can we talk a second about Florida? It wasn't close. We just called it for the former president's a big electoral vote haul. But if you think about it, in elections past, Florida was a swing state.
Yep.
2022, Ron DeSantis changes that and makes a red state. And even in Miami-Dade County, the Republican is taking home a vote, including Latino vote, which could bode something else beyond Florida.
DeSantis will probably be a big part of that story. It's important to note that they also had an abortion initiative on the ballot there in Florida, and it looks like it's going to win the right to an abortion initiative, 57-43, almost like the same numbers that Trump won with, maybe a little bit better. So people split the ticket there, those that were going out, and indeed, perhaps some Republicans voted for that. But you got a strong governor like you have in Florida. You have one in North Carolina. She's going to need that governor, Kamala Harris, to help her get over the hump there. I mean, you got a Democratic governor there and a Democratic that's now been elected. I'm curious about these suburban areas. I listened to Carl and now Jessica, now Kellyanne. It may be that even in Virginia, and you were talking, Britt, you look at that the issue around LGBTQ plus and how those issues have played in the
Oof.
Virginia school system there. And that Loudoun County number is an interesting number. Yet you see in some of the other suburban areas in Indiana, he has not performed quite as well. So it's interesting to me to see this, and maybe it's not, these states are a little different now than voters are in those suburban areas.
Yeah, Bill, you have Loudoun County up there?
Yeah, we were just Fairfax County. That's an ex-urban county.
Yeah.
What was 2020?
Yeah, let's look at 2020 versus now.
Okay, so what I want to show you guys are the Fox insights that we have, and we can go into this county here. You see this green outline? So we can show you what the vote was at this point 4 years ago, okay? Let's go ahead and click on this and find out together, okay? Loudoun County with 96% of the vote reporting in that county. Trump's got a 3.3 jump higher than he was performing 4 years ago. Now
That's interesting.
Computes here on the computer with 4 years ago. That's a slip about 4.5 points for Kamala Harris in that county. And Harold, maybe it is the issues in the schools. Maybe it is the transgender issue that the Trump team pushed so much during this campaign, and maybe that's having an impact on that. But let's move away from Virginia. There's a couple interesting stories that you want to bring our viewers up to date on. Just punching around this map here. You can find a little good news for Kamala Harris. You can find good news for Donald Trump. And I'm going to show you why here. Down in Florida, just looking at Duval County and Jacksonville, okay? This is advantage Trump from where he was 4 years ago in Duval County. You see that? You see that swap? Flipped it by 5 points there. Now I want to go up to Georgia here. And in the rurals, east of Atlanta and to the south, now the Fox Insight here, right? Okay? That's Baldwin County. The county seat in Baldwin County is Milledgeville. It was the Confederate capital of Georgia during the Civil War. Now, our Fox Insights tell us right now, look at this, okay? It has 2 colleges in this county. The African-American population is about 44% countywide. Trump right now, at this moment, with 84% of the vote reported in Baldwin County, he's up 7.5 points from where he was in 2020. You know, the Trump team is going to take that. Likewise, okay, the metro area of Atlanta, let me pop out here. You got 26 counties to concentrate on. But the Harris folks are telling us in Douglas County is that she's performing better than Biden did 4 years ago. Okay, these are suburban voters all over the Atlanta metro area. So she's a net gain of 18,267 right now. All right, you got about a quarter of the vote still out there. Biden finished in Douglas County with a net gain of 17,360. That would be good news for the Harris campaign if this number holds there in Douglas County. Let me pop out here a moment and show you another thing here that we were looking at.
Wait, can you stay in Georgia for 1 second?
I can.
Just before we leave there,
Yes,
the Fox News voter analysis and the network's exit polls, we're being told, show the former president doubling his percentage of black men in Georgia. He was at 11% in 2020 and now at 25%, according to these 2 surveys today.
So that may sync up with what...
It's starting to match the raw vote.
That may sync up with what we're seeing now in Fulton County. Now, you got almost half the votes still out there, okay?
Yep.
52% is the estimated number of votes that are in at the moment, okay? So roughly 48% out there. This is Fulton County. This is Kamala Harris. She's going to win the county, okay? But look at the raw vote total here. It's impressive, 129,000. But look what Joe Biden did in the same county, okay? 242,000. You'd have to go into the precincts to know where the rest of the remaining vote comes from, and maybe we take a look at that in a moment here. But that would be, you know, you're one of 159 in terms of population. So maybe what you're saying, Brett, about the African-American male vote there is true in places like Fulton County, Georgia. Just want to caution you, there's still a lot of vote out there, but we're going to keep a very close eye on Fulton County starting right now into the night here in Georgia.
And Bill, do you have any indication that turnout is a bit lower than 2020, because that would affect some of what you're doing in these comparisons as well?
I can tell you this, Martha. Before Election Day, Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, set up an awesome website. And I mean, just county by county with the early vote. I was on there every hour of every day just trying to analyze it. One thing that was evident from the early vote, don't know about today just yet, but based on the early vote, the African-American population in Georgia is about 33% statewide. What the political analysts will argue is that you need, in order to win statewide as a Democrat, you need 30% of that vote. And the early vote indicated that Kamala Harris was just a tick above 26%.
Exit, is that a
So that's
new
another indicator, maybe another
account?
data
Like,
point
did
that
you
we
just
need to
come in
keep an eye on
again?
throughout the night as to what Brett was talking about a moment ago.
Britt, what are you looking at?
Well, I've been keeping an eye on this issue that was raised in our voter analysis. It said that fully half of all voters said the future of democracy is the most important factor in their vote. That's a big number. And that's a lot of people worried about that. Now, Trump gets some of those voters, but 60% of them or more going for Harris. I think that issue, democracy, is about one thing: Trump and fear of Trump. But it's the same factor we keep coming back to time and again. Is
So, Flo, it's good to have you in here,
be able
man.
to overcome the resistance to him, which has been so dominant in three previous cycles. And that's what that vote is about.
Because if you were just running on the issues that include the most important, economy, immigration,
Right.
you wouldn't see.
Wouldn't see that, but you
That is updated continuously. The results come from the Associated Press. Evan, I wanted to ask you, you mentioned that you were getting continuous reporter feeds from the Harris campaign. Are you getting them from the Trump campaign as well?
The Trump campaign has not been as direct with us about this sort of thing. They have talked a lot about things that they feel good about. We've seen, the president, the former president, using his own social media platform to put out his sort of views. There were some conversations that he put out earlier, feeling like maybe there was something going wrong with voting in Philadelphia. We saw Philadelphia officials say that's not true. There's a lot of back and forth going on. The Harris campaign has a much more traditional and a lot of folks think much larger ground operation. Doesn't mean that they're going to win tonight. Doesn't mean that that's going to put them over the top or anything like that. But they have the kind of operation where they are checking a lot of things very closely on a granular level, and they can feed back some of that information. Obviously, information that they want us reporters to see. That's very clear, right? But they can do that. The Trump campaign has relied on a different kind of ground operation. They have a lot of outside help. We've heard about Elon Musk is doing a lot of things of his own. Charlie Kirk is doing things on his own. It just isn't the sort of it's not the similar organized structure. The Republican Party has their own system. They're out there too. But when it comes to this, this election has been a lot about at the presidential level about a massive sort of organized Democratic ground game. They're hoping to rely on in this close race tonight.
Nancy is calling from Rotunda, West Florida, a Trump voter. Hi, Nancy.
Again on MSNBC.
Hi, how are you doing? Thank you very much for your coverage tonight. I really enjoy C-SPAN.
Now, Nancy, did you vote straight Republican or were you a ticket splitter?
No, I'm straight Republican.
Why do you support President Trump?
Title IX, border security, and the economy.
Have you seen where is Rotunda, West Florida, by the way?
Title IX
we're
has
south of
been mentioned
Venice
more than once now.
and north of Punta Gorda.
Okay. So you're
People don't like cutting dicks off of men or boys.
Yes.
It's weird.
they don't like boys and girls'
Have you
faces.
seen an impact from
Sports.
immigration?
I guess I was a little crude. Yes, that's a nice way to put it.
Well, not here directly, but throughout the country, I just believe our border should be secure, and we should know who's entering the country.
Nancy, thank you.
And I'm not against.
Go ahead.
That's fair, Nancy.
I'm not against
That's fair.
immigration. I just want it legal.
Thank you, ma'am, for calling in. Greta Bronner has more results.
Let's check in on some Midwest states, beginning with the state of Ohio. It releases its pre-election day votes first thing on election night, including mail-in votes. Like in other races since 2022, mail-in votes tended to lean toward Democrats as the election day votes trickled in, though,
feel
in
like that's
2022.
not very
then
good.
Republican
No, it's
Senate
bad,
candidate
Heather.
J.D. Vance took the lead, and he eventually won in the state of Ohio. This is where it stands right now, with the vice president having a slight lead with 34% of the vote in. Moving on to Michigan, one of those 7
Oof.
battleground states. 15 electoral votes at stake here. There's 2% of the vote in. We could see a slight red mirage in Michigan as smaller, more pro-Republican localities
A
report
red mirage
their,
right now.
Pro
votes.
Nazi.
You can see, though, here it's looking not that way. There's only 2% of the vote in, so we'll see what happens.
You get that
as
hair
the
looking
votes
right,
come in
Heather. Now
more
they're
in
going
the
to
state
shave
of
it because
Michigan.
now you're
Right now, the vice
Nazi.
president with a sizable
Yeah.
lead, but only 2% of the vote
That's the way it
in.
goes.
North
moving on
Carolina
to the
Governor
state of
Josh Stein,
Pennsylvania,
Republican wins,
and
I
you
think.
can
No,
see here with
maybe he's
6%
a
of the vote, and
Democrat.
again, the vice president has the lead. This could be an early blue mirage. We just have to wait and see because mail-in votes are counted first, and then they get to in-person election day votes, and those are reported in Pennsylvania.
Well, Kirk Beto is the editor-in-chief at the Hotline, and he is back with us to talk about some of those.
As Michigan comes in.
Okay, we're
and
going to
move
go
to
in
the
and
Tar
see
Heel
how
State.
MSNBC
Now
is
about
doing.
10% in here in North Carolina. And again, you see the Harris advantage. I'm just going to check in here. I haven't actually seen them, so I'm looking right now. Again, Wake County, this is Raleigh, state capital. This is one of the biggest single Democratic vote-producing counties in the state. Not much in. Democrats just want massive margins here in Durham County here, Orange County, Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina, also important for Democrats. And there's not much here right now, but it's sort of they call it the triad. This is where, Greensboro is in this county. You go over to Forsyth County. This is where Winston-Salem is. They're red now with almost no votes in, but these are core Democratic counties and should be. We want to see those take shape tonight. And I want to draw your attention to a county that I think is going to be very key to telling the story as it unfolds in North Carolina. It's this one right here. Don't pay attention. There's almost no vote, but Union County is massive. It is a big bedroom community suburb of Charlotte, Mecklenburg County, and it's still a very core Republican county. The banking industry is very big in the Charlotte area. It's sort of a bedroom communities made by the banking industry. Maybe think of it that way. Just take a look, though, at Union County.
At this point,
here's the
after
trend.
Helene,
Again,
I agree
the slippage for
wholeheartedly.
Trump. It's more dramatic in other suburbs around the country.
I
Trump
wonder
won
how
here by more
much
than 30
absentee
points in 2016.
ballots
In 2020,
are
Trump still won
affecting
North
the
Carolina,
current
but
reported
his
vote, though,
margin
because
shrank. It's
so
why
many
Democrats think
people
they got a shot here
were
tonight. And this is a big reason
not
why
in the
Trump's
area or
margin
not in their
shrank
homes
in
to
North
vote, so they
Carolina.
had to
He
vote
just didn't squeeze as
absentee.
much out
I
of these
wonder what
big,
that's how
core
that's
Republican
impacting this,
suburbs.
because
He
North
won it,
Carolina
but it was
is
24 instead of
shocking
30.
me
And I
tonight.
think that's a very good bellwether gauge tonight. As you see this county come in, is Trump falling short of that number again? Democrats would like to chip away, get that down to 60, 59, something like that. There's a number of big suburbs in the state. There are some of them, are outside Raleigh where that's the story. It's a core Republican, but does it get a little bit less so? So again, statewide now in North Carolina, it's sort of scattered, as you can see, in these different counties. But statewide right now, 4 points. And again, we talk about this. Let's just take a look, because we've got some, I'm checking these to see one thing that I'm looking for here. We've got Anson County let's take a look and put this in some perspective here. Significant black population. It is one of the stories in North Carolina. The Democrats in counties with large black populations think they can improve the turnout, think they can improve Democratic margins in some cases, maybe flip some of them. So we do
Do
have
you
3 quarters.
guys
It's very
hear
small, but this is the
how
kind of
the
county we're going to be
assumption
looking at.
is
There's
that
a
if you
lot
are
of them
black,
in rural
you are
eastern
going to
North
vote?
Carolina. Not much to show
Hold
you
on,
right
your
now,
mic's muted,
but with
Chris.
large black populations, Barack
Yes.
Obama, last Democrat.
This is insane to listen to this guy
Very
talk.
some of those counties,
Yeah.
Democrats
I don't
have
ever listen to
fallen
this
off
channel,
dramatically
but
in them. We want to
they
see
very
in
are
Eastern North Carolina
much
area
different
here.
than what I
We want
listen
to see
to.
as these fill in. Our Democrats taking
I don't listen to a
strides
lot of
forward there.
mainstream.
They
I'm
It's
think
like,
more
well,
about
there's a lot of
Harris is
black
the
people
nominee.
here,
Yeah,
so we're
They
my
definitely
Lord.
game.
don't
That'll
worry.
be
There's
test
the
points. So
black
again,
vote
sitting there
here
at about
is
9%
it's
statewide
been
in
very
North Carolina.
bizarre
And
to
returning
listen
Georgia,
to.
where we now have
Yeah,
about
much
half
different,
of the
especially if you don't
vote
listen to
in.
it very
And
often.
again, just going to take a quick look. I have struck out on this every time, but
I'll
this
be
is going
right
to be
back,
very
Heather.
big when
I'm
we
gonna
get
go get a
votes from
sweatshirt.
Gwinnett. And we don't have many more
cold
from
in my
Gwinnett,
basement.
but you're starting to take shape here again. That's that core
Eric said he'd be
Democratic
here
area. Just
shortly.
see if we have any more from Fayette. I'm going to go back and take a look right here. But again, now almost half the vote in Georgia, and I think starting to see a little bit in the way of patterns, just in terms of the rurals, at least in Georgia. Rachel.
Thank you, Steve. We will be checking back in with you. I should also mention, just while we're talking about Georgia, we have been keeping an eye on this other story, which is false bomb threats that have been called in at polling places in Georgia. We're now
It's because of
updated
that
from
rhetoric. I would
Georgia
find it
officials, at least
MSNBC
38 different
meltdown.
election associated
Same,
locations
same.
saw bomb threats
Much as it
today.
pains me,
Fulton
he's
Police
right,
Chief says
though.
32 bomb threats at different locations in Fulton alone.
How does
Some
that
threats were called into
walk? I'm
911,
curious,
some were
just
called
because
to the
obviously
specific
I know you
location,
in
some
person,
were emailed.
and we crack
Fulton
jokes
County
because
Chief
you
saying
took
that
away
all but
Jerry's like
2
token
cities
black
in Fulton
man at
County
Indie
received
Park.
bomb
But
threats.
how
They
does
were spread
that
all throughout the
feel
county.
as a
Obviously,
black man
it's
to
concerning and,
to
and
just
disgusting.
the assumption
The
be
intrigue
that you
here
will
is
never
that both
think
the
for
FBI
yourself, you will
and
just
Georgia Secretary of State
automatically
Brett
vote for us
Raffensperger
because
earlier today
of your
attributed
skin
at
color?
least
Like
some
that,
of these threats
to
to
me as
Russian
a white
origins,
person, that
which
sounds
means that
incredibly
an
racist.
enemy of the
To
United
you
States,
as a
foreign
black
adversary,
man, how
is
does that come
targeting
across
American
to you?
voters in Georgia
I'm
to
just
try to
curious.
influence our election that way by terrorizing us. You know, this is the sort of thing that is that has a functional effect in terms of how people think
Too
about
much blue
getting
in
out to vote.
Georgia.
And they're, you know, it will do some of what they want it to do, but it also has national security consequences for
Looks
us
like
as a
they called
country, in
Massachusetts
terms
for
of how we
Harris.
deal with
That's
the
not a
people
surprise.
in other countries who are trying to dissuade us from doing what we do as a democracy and who are trying to determine the outcome of this election. Raises questions on how we're going to contend with that as a nation. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Nope. How does MSNBC know they are fake? Pretty demeaning, to be honest, but every member of my family are lockstep
faster and
Dems.
stronger than Tylenol rapid release.
And we should bring them all to Indie
Also
Park.
from
They'll
Advil targeted relief.
they'll not
the only
be.
topical with 4 powerful
Maybe.
pain-fighting ingredients.
But
All right, let's
right
listen
now,
into
with
this
7%
again.
of the vote in, look at
I'm
Senator
going to see if
Bob
I can get some
Casey's
CNN
lead.
action. I don't know if
Again,
I
this
have
is
a
only
subscription
7%
to
of the
them, so
votes
give me just a
are
second to
in.
look for
And
that.
as we said,
If
Pennsylvania,
I need to pull up anything, I can.
they report the earliest reported
On
votes
YouTube
to be
TV or
dominated by mail ballots. So this could cause an early blue mirage. We're going to keep you updated
I have
on that
MSNBC,
competitive
I've
Senate
got
race in Pennsylvania.
ABC,
And then moving on to Michigan.
CBS.
This is another battleground state with a competitive Senate race in it as well.
And
Alyssa
Fox
Slotkin
News.
is eyeing this seat, once held by the
You
Democrat
want
Debbie
CNN?
Stabenow, who decided to
No.
retire and not go for another
I have
another
Newsmax
term.
too,
The
but
Republican challenger here is Mike Rogers, Republican, former FBI agent, former member of Congress. Outside spending by this group and candidate spending totaled $205 million. Peter?
what?
You know, Evan McMorris Santoro, every
In a
time Greta
Senate
mentions a
race?
state, I go to our cspan.org/results and I'll drill down into the counties
We love
in
it.
that state, and I'm paying no attention to what I'm doing here. So I apologize for that. But let's take Pennsylvania.
Oh,
for
that
an
one
example.
animated dude's on
Showed the
there.
big
I
lead
forgot
that,
about
Bob
him.
Casey has. I
100%
went onto the
so.
The
map. I
CNN
clicked on
guy?
Pennsylvania, and you can see
He
that
gets
the votes
crazy.
that have come in so far are from
Which
Pittsburgh
one is
and
it?
Philadelphia.
Right, that's the blue.
I don't know his
blue,
name. He's
red
got
in the
the
middle.
gray
That's
hair.
Pennsylvania. But the thunderclap that
Anderson
you hear right now
Cooper?
is the fact that we're
No,
talking about
the
Pennsylvania
guy that
results.
just sits
Okay,
by the screen
all
and gets
year
excited
we've been
about
waiting to see what happens in
Oh.
Pennsylvania, and now we
the
are
data.
seeing votes actually come in. This is a
You'd
very
know him
big
if you saw
deal.
him.
This is like the biggest deal. People who've been following this election. It'll be a long time till we know. And as you mentioned, I think it's really smart for people to remember this, that when these votes are ticking in, it doesn't really matter till we know what they all are, right? That's where those AP calls are based on a lot of things. People who are following a lot of other things. Wait till that before you make any conclusions based on what you're looking at with these numbers coming in. But the fact that we're talking about Pennsylvania and we're talking about Michigan now, we are really in the meat of this election now. These are the states that are extremely important to deciding who the next president is going to be, right? It's been fascinating to sit here with you and talk with the callers and talk and watch this whole place come in, because I think about the rest of the country where there's so much election going on that people are going to the polls, they're showing up, Connecticut, whatever, Rhode Island, whatever, but we are really in the thing now that will decide it. And so it's like exciting for me personally to start to see it come in, but also this is the moment where we really have to be very careful when we talk about results, because we just don't know what they mean yet.
Yeah, and I need to put this away because I'm spending all my time over here and not paying attention.
I think
to
you're doing a
anything
great
else.
job.
So I apologize to everybody for that. Laura is up in Douglas, Alaska, a Harris supporter. Hi, Laura.
Hi.
Where is Douglas, Alaska? Are you close to Anchorage?
Nope, Juneau. I'm in the southeast Alaska. It's a little island right off of Juneau, Alaska.
All right. So what was the voting experience for you up there in a ranked choice voting state?
Easy peasy.
You guys,
They
I think
actually
North
had a lot of pamphlets that came out, a lot of information. I got a text message a few days ago about where my polling place was going to be. It was actually pretty nice. And the ranked choice voting was a different experience. I was born and raised in upstate New York, actually. So this is the first time I've done.
But the issue of the economy, the vice president has closed that according to the latest polls. I mean, he was up big when you asked that question early. But
Bill Hemmer's another good one.
It got to within 2, 4,
Yeah.
6 points for us in the closing.
So
days.
North Carolina gubernatorial
Yeah,
race
Vice
has been
President Harris
called
benefited from a couple of things, I think. First, the media.
for Democrats.
Every time economic data comes out, it's great, phenomenal.
Josh Stein, huh?
That last
Yep.
month, we lost 28,000 private sector jobs. And by the way, you can talk about all the storms. you
So
want,
unless
all the
North
experts who were
Carolina
really
had
put
a ton
together
of
to come up
split
with these
ballots,
consensus numbers also factor that in. Our jobs numbers
It's
have
not
been going
good. It's a lot. They went heavy for
and
him.
now wages are really
Yeah.
beginning to drop big time. Last week we had what they call employment cost index. Wages are dropping, and that's bad news for everyone,
Hold on,
particularly
let me
folks
go look
who
here
are
real
already
quick.
having trouble keeping up. The inflation issue, and Trump went out on a dangerous limb when he talked about tariffs because conservative economists hate it. Obviously, the media is going to hate it. No one will talk about the fact that the tariffs that he put in already have worked tremendously, have really hit China really hard. And by the way, the Biden administration
It says
pounced on them.
Stein
They didn't take
defeats
them away. They actually added to them.
scandal-plagued
So,
Robinson
but all
in
that
North
negative
Carolina
press, the
governor
Democrats are going
race.
to do this. When everyone's saying it's going to hurt the economy, a lot of people are listening to that. But still,
On mine, 12%
the
reported
bottom line is that
so far.
the top 20% of Americans are doing 40% of the consumption.
So
they have made all of the
both
money
of the
under Biden-Harris
individuals
policies,
in the North
including
Carolina
flooding our
race,
country with cash we did
Stein
not
and
need. It was
Robinson,
fun for regular
neither of
folks. We
them
got
were
the
the
stimmy check and went to the
incumbent
mall, but
governors.
Now everyone outside of the top 20% suffering big time.
May I add one thing, Martha? To
Vermont
comment
must
on
have a
jobs, because
very
here,
split
too, it
ticket
goes
because
right
they already
back to
called
policy,
the
and that is the open border
gubernatorial race
policy.
for
The open
Republican in
border has
Vermont,
not just
and
had
they've
the
already
effect
called
on
Vermont for
national
Kamala.
security and our own personal security. The open border is an
Virginia
economic
just
issue.
flipped
For
red.
the last several years, what we have been seeing is an increase in jobs for
Listen, don't you be getting my hopes up.
illegal and
It
legal.
did
and
by
a decrease
3,000
in jobs for American citizens.
400
That's
some
important. People
votes.
understand.
Kevin O'Leary, just with the quick time we have left, she has talked a lot about being
was
from the middle
horrible quick
class. It was
math.
the first sentence out of her mouth a lot. President Trump has been promising a golden age in an American economic future. What do you see winning these voters over tonight?
Well, I was disciplined when I was listening to both parties and disappointed we didn't get into policy enough because it got crazy towards the end last few weeks. Let's go back to taxation. We compete internationally. It's not like this is just isolated to the U.S. A 28% tax rate takes us into the bottom quartile of competition. That means capital goes to other places. That's not a good outcome. So I would have liked to talk more about that. The idea of taxing unrealized capital gains is beyond insane. Nobody ever discussed that in the last 2 weeks. I look at that. I have to invest tomorrow morning no matter what happens. And the idea of price controls, that's a bad idea too. We left those alone, and they are very, very dangerous ideas.
Yeah, nobody
Don't
was
you
allowed to
think-
talk about them.
With all due respect, Trump hammered away on every single thing you just talked about. He completely opposes the corporate tax.
All I remember
for all
was
the
Nazi
reasons.
hunters,
All right, guys,
and
we've
I
got a-
remember
we've got a
firing
call to
squads.
make,
Well, then
and we
you
will come
need to
back to you
read
guys.
you need to read the stories
You
more
guys
carefully.
continue the
You need to read
argument.
it more carefully.
Larry, Maria, Charles, Mr. Wonderful, continue
Thank
that
you
talk.
all.
We're going to make some calls.
That's because the hour is upon us, 8:30 p.m. on the East Coast, and the Fox Decision Desk can now project that former President Trump will win Arkansas.
God, I am going to
The state
be
hasn't voted
so
for a Democratic
devastated if
presidential
North
candidate
Carolina is
since Bill
going to
Clinton.
Kamala.
And as you look at the race,
Hey,
to
right now it's
270, as it
385
ticks
to
up,
389
111 for
Kamala.
former
Just
President Trump,
4,000
72
votes.
for
Less,
Vice President Harris. That will be
3,200
on your
now.
screen all night in the ticker there on the bottom, and then we'll scroll through the races by state. We'll look at Senate races, some House races, and governor's races as well. We're back with our panel here in studio. I think, Britt, they're still talking about the economy in that other studio. They're pretty much.
I kind of wish we missed it. Sorry, we missed it.
Dip in.
Well, they were talking a lot more substance than when we heard on the campaign trail when it came in. They're absolutely right. I mean, we did not
Hey,
have
they got
a good
Kamala
debate, for
doesn't like
instance,
this
over
Virginia
economic
outcome
issues,
right
and it
now.
clearly is the number one issue on people's minds. Right.
We didn't really get into the policy. I'm keeping an eye here on what are called the non-MAGA Republican voters.
Yes.
And there's been a lot of discussion over the past several years about whether the anti-Trump Republican, the Never Trump movement, would end up mattering. Our voter analysis memos tells us that if she wins, that will be the decisive factor. I'm not sure.
Holy
I'm not quite
fuck.
sure I buy that, but
What?
it's interesting. That,
How much of the DC
and I
vote
think that what we have here
is
the-
in on
the fact
Virginia?
that the Trump campaign has made such an effort to turn out these low propensity voters. That is to say, what we might call unlikely voters. That might be how they plan to make up the difference among Republican voters.
Ooh, that hung cow Tim Kaine race is close.
Where's that at?
Virginia.
We've said all night
Okay.
and all week, oh, gee, we don't know anything. Well, here's what we do know. That
Oh, it really is. 872 to 919 so far. 37%
I'd like to hear some
reporting.
reporting on how much of the vote
a lot of
candidate
strong
these
men, and I
nuts
think at least one
got
woman
this
running in
year.
the Republican primary.
38%
One candidate in the super
reporting.
PAC spent $250 million to get 9 electoral votes. Another woman got 97 electoral votes. They spent over $100 million. I like them all very much. I'm glad they're part of the party. Donald Trump has expanded this party. Good candidates expand their party demographically, geographically. Florida, Iowa, Ohio, these are states President Obama won twice with well over 50% of the vote. We don't even talk about them as swing states anymore. He's going to get 1 million extra votes in Florida potentially.
Florida's
tonight.
called.
So I have to push back a little bit about, is it this disaffected Republican? Every time there's a Republican of note, of name out there that goes and supports Kamala Harris, Liz Cheney and John Kelly and this, everybody just has to cover, the mainstream media has to cover it. They're missing the big story, which is the millions, maybe tens of millions of would-be, could-be, have-been Democrats.
I would have
voting for
really
Donald
liked
Trump.
to
They're
have
rank and
seen
file people.
Kellyanne
They don't have
Conway
big
be
names.
part
They're
of
not gonna
Trump's
go on
campaign
MSNBC
again.
and crow about
Yes,
it or
she's
campaign
a
with Kamala
good
Harris.
dude.
They're showing up today.
She's
and they're
really
showing up
good.
early.
North Carolina just flipped to
Fact
Trump.
is, converted this into the party of the
Apparently,
worker,
North
and he has
Carolina
told
is in an
Americans on
abusive
everything he's
relationship
stuck in
with
his
3
face.
Democrats with FEMA screwing
That
over
the
Western
welders, the
North
steel workers in
Carolina.
Pennsylvania, the coal miners, they've got a seat at the table. They can work again. It's a big deal.
Yeah,
And
it
she's
is
not doing that. She's not winning black men, folks. Barack Obama did not help her bridge this gap, at least in Georgia so far. We'll see in Michigan,
Jessica, we
Pennsylvania.
will see that because that blue wall will really tell us
Right.
something.
Stockholm syndrome much?
But it is changing.
Let's
The party's
fucking
changing,
go,
and there's a
North
lot of Reagan
Carolina.
Democrats, in this
Raise up.
coalition. One of the things to note right now at this hour, we have not called the state of the Commonwealth of Virginia.
You know what's always
Right.
funny
It is
to
a lot
me is
closer
as
than
I
people
cycle through
thought
and
it would
like I
be.
have people who are
the Trump
tuning
campaign
in. We
did a
have
stop
about
in
a
Virginia. They
1,000
thought it was
listeners
closing.
or viewers right
We're
now.
not calling it yet.
And
not
the
yet.
majority of them
We'll see when that
obviously are on
happens. My
X.
expectation is still
Then I
that
have
Kamala
a
Harris
few
will
on
win it,
YouTube,
but I
a
understand that
few
President
on
Trump
at
ran
Twitch,
an unorthodox
but
campaign in terms of where
Facebook
he
always
went and
like I'll
certainly the
see
things that he
some
was
and then
saying.
they're gone.
And that's really what I'm paying attention
Because
to
they
and what's going
the people
on
on
They hate
Facebook,
us.
Now,
they hate
that's great
me.
for him, a feather in his
They're
cap. Ron
liberals.
DeSantis has done incredible work to make Florida a place
They
that
don't want
a
to make
lot
America
of my own
great
liberal
again,
friends
Heather.
are happy to be living. But that is inefficient
The
vote when you
difference
are
in
trying
North
to become
Carolina is
president.
literally
And
16
Donald Trump
votes.
went to a
Good
lot of
God,
places,
man.
like having a rally here at
Oh,
Madison
I
Square
don't
Garden,
hate
going
them.
to
I just
Coachella to give a rally, spending time in New Mexico, which he
don't
lost
agree.
No, we want them to come in
and
here.
I
They're
think that
fun.
if Kamala
They
Harris
can make
is
things
victorious
interesting,
tonight,
especially in the
there
chat.
should be some examination of why those campaign stops happened and if his time would have been better spent parked
Once
in
again, just a
North
quick reminder
Carolina,
for
in
everybody who's
Georgia,
tuning in,
in
you
Arizona,
scan that
and one of the
QR
blue wall
code,
states that
it
he has to
takes
pick
you to
up
Palmetto
Pennsylvania
State
for sure.
Armory
So
site, and any
we'll
purchases
see
that you
how,
make help me
that
keep my
inefficient vote is,
content
it's a real
flowing for
issue,
you.
and we have to see
And
whether
it's
or not
fucking
actually
guns,
pans
yo.
out.
Why
One of
wouldn't
the
you?
reasons he went to
Doesn't
New
even make
York
sense
and
not to hit
New
that tonight.
Mexico, and were these house races. I mean, there are house races in all of those places. So, and she did the same thing. in
I'm gonna
places
buy a
like
slide,
We're gonna
baby.
have-
Right
so
off
hold
that
on.
Q
We're going
code.
to take a quick break. We're going to be right back with the panel, and we're going to dig into a lot of these numbers. Major poll closings coming up. We'll get our first
Probably
look
have
at
some
Arizona.
Black Friday deals
Remember
coming
Arizona,
soon, huh?
Michigan, Wisconsin.
I do. Black
Exciting.
Friday
That's
deals
exciting.
will be coming up. It is very exciting.
That is why I bought those blank canvases, Heather.
You'll probably see slides go on sale.
Oh, that's why I had the blank canvases. I'm ready to do some painting.
Yeah,
My kingdom does not belong to this
we
world.
love Heather and we love guns.
Repay
That,
to Caesar what belongs
I
to
love
Caesar.
you
Well,
too.
then that's a QR code for you,
And
sis.
to God what belongs
Hey,
to
will you
Love
God.
turn
to,
that
but
down?
I'm broke from recent gun purchases.
Jesus, we trust in you.
Come on, Trump. We need more gun purchases.
Okay, I'm
Get this
gonna.
economy right.
I'm gonna see
I
if
got
I
this
can
$1,000
find.
camera for only $41 on Deal Dash.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold
They
for
have
only
changed
50
the way
cents.
bookmarks
This
work, and it makes
iPad
me
Pro
sad.
sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56. I got this barbecue smoker for $26.
And shipping is
There was.
Go to DealDash.com.
It's hard for me to
right now
remember
and
what
see
I
how much
saw
you can save.
on
Starting at 5 a.m.
Twitter versus what I
Lawrence,
saw on
Steve,
TikTok.
Ainsley, and Brian bring us all the latest after Election Day on a special Fox and Friends tomorrow.
Okay, so just to give some perspective really fast, Atlas Intel, who was the most accurate pollster of 2020, released their official swing state poll showing Donald Trump leading in every single swing state.
All of them, all seven.
Arizona, Nevada by very comfortable margins. North Carolina, Trump +3, Georgia +2, Arizona +6, Nevada +5, Wisconsin +1, Michigan +1, and Pennsylvania +1. So that's going to be really interesting to see if all that pans out. Eric, what is up, my dude?
I did my part. I voted early because I don't trust these motherfuckers. Keep the lights on tonight. And I'm glad to see some of my fellow Wisconsinites are also. I was a little concerned. I talked to 3 different Harris voters today.
What?
One I did not expect. And I think, in my opinion, this candidate is so wafer thin, so two-dimensional, such a husk that stands for nothing. Well, one thing, that if you vote for her, it's for one of 3 reasons: race and gender, abortion, the thing, or you hate Trump so much you're willing to light a match and burn it all. And all 3 of the people I talked to fell in that 3rd category. So I'm like, if this plays out nationwide, we're in trouble. But it's looking good. I feel like I'm pacing outside the OR right now, waiting to find out if my country is going to make it.
I know.
Yes.
It's rough.
Is mom gonna make it?
For real.
Well, let's
Yeah.
check in on
Tennis
Virginia
points.
real
Here's the
fast.
catch, however.
Let's do that.
And a lot of this map's starting to fill in. This right here across from Washington, D.C. is Fairfax County, all right? Fairfax County is
Love
number
Bill Hammer.
1 out of 133 counties in Virginia based on population. At the moment, you still have at least half of the vote still outstanding. And you see, Kamala Harris was 67%. You would expect that in Fairfax. I'm just making the argument there's a lot of votes still out there, and it may determine whether or not the margin statewide hangs where it is right now, or whether or not it changes. Okay, so watch that. You mentioned Texas.
Nobody was
Let's
counting on
jump
that.
on down there, and I'll tell you what's going on in Texas. All right. Too soon to call. Half of the vote is in. Half of the estimated vote is in at 51%. Trump's got a lead right now. Percentage-wise, 5 points, okay? So that's kind of what a lot of the pollsters had in Texas thus far this year. I'm going to come back to Georgia in a moment. Let me just see what's happening in Pennsylvania because this is critical too. All right, so there's a ton of vote out there, by the way. I mean, there's no conclusions at the Keystone State. You're at 11%. I would keep an eye on Pittsburgh. I'd keep an eye on Philadelphia. In fact, if we can, do we have a moment here? Why don't we go ahead and do the vote? Let's go ahead and do that, right? Let's do the vote margin for Pennsylvania. And let's see what's happening here.
He does.
What we've done for you is we've tried to set up the state in a way where the more prominent counties are more extended than the others. So you see Philadelphia in the east and Pittsburgh and Allegheny County in the west. And the darker the blue, the more Democratic the vote is. The darker the red, the more Republican the vote is. If you see shades of blue, that means the margin in that county is 10%
is
or
really
less.
raking in North
If you
Carolina
see a
right
shade of red, like a rosé, it's happy hour somewhere. If you see a shade of rosé, that's 10% or less too. So those are counties that we want to watch. Let's look at the vote margin now for Georgia.
It's almost like you can't turn your
This
back
is
on
interesting,
person,
right? So we just went over there on the board and we showed you the metro counties throughout Atlanta. Let's find out where the outstanding vote for Georgia is at the moment. So what we want to do here, the deeper the purple,
This is a
the
really
more outstanding
difficult
vote.
to
So let's go to
follow.
the more populated counties, perhaps like
Cumbersome. We gotta
DeKalb
fix
County.
this.
You can look at DeKalb
Yeah. Can we not get a Venn
on the
diagram?
map. 0% in the upper right-hand
I
corner.
heard Kamala
Got no
really
way
likes
into the
those.
cab. What about Fulton?
Yep. Something about those three circles.
You see, Fulton, 70% of that vote is
What's up,
now.
Tex?
So that's certainly
Wow.
one to watch. What about Gwinnett?
Uh-oh.
All right, still at 16%. Kevin, go ahead and arm up and look at Cobb County, just to the northwest of Atlanta there. This is Newt Gingrich's old district, heavily Republican for decades.
Trump
and
up 75,000 in North
seen it
Carolina.
flip
He's
toward the
raking right now,
Democrats.
Heather.
A little more than 50% of
Piling
the
on.
vote. Kevin, come on back down
I was
here a
really
moment.
nervous
One
about
county I
that
haven't checked in
gubernatorial
on,
race.
when you look at the
Yes, that's a lot of split tickets then, right?
Yeah.
Chatham is where Savannah is, down there along the coast. You only have 5% of the vote reporting. Chatham was one of these counties in 2020 that took forever to get the vote in. I don't know if that's going to be the same way again this
Way
year,
to go,
but
Tennessee.
we're waiting to see about African-American turnout, as we suggested a moment ago, about African-American men supporting Donald Trump. Let's go ahead and look at the vote margin, rather, for Georgia. The vote margin for
Okay, I'm
Georgia
gonna go
right
grab a
now.
drink. I'll be right back.
Let's go statewide.
Hey, thank God that Johnson bitch is out.
So we move away
That's not
from
her on X
Chatham.
too much.
We go
She's a gun
statewide
grabber.
in Georgia.
We don't need any of those.
5%.
Fuck that bitch.
And for statewide,
Scan
we're
the
at
QR code, get
44%.
some
So
freedom
a
sticks.
lot of vote out the Pete Stick. Go ahead and clear this, and we'll get back.
What
to
a
this in
time to be
moment
alive.
That's what we do
in
here.
Georgia and elsewhere. So, Martha,
I think
back to you
that's
on that.
that's really interesting about what's coming in. I think that these states, as these numbers come in, Democrats have high hopes about someplace like Texas, about something like Ohio, where they look at the
Well, hope in
poll
one
from Des Moines
hand.
and say, is this indicative of the Midwest? But we're not seeing that in our Fox News voter analysis
minute?
match. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so come on over here. I haven't checked Ohio yet. It's a good state here to examine because Trump won it twice by 8 points. Let's measure
close
his
right
strength
now.
right now in 2020, or about halfway in, okay? Kamala Harris doing better on the margins here, okay? 3.5 points statewide, so some vote out there. But Trump has proven to be pretty strong here in Ohio the last two times around. We'll see whether or not he can hold. Big Senate race in Ohio as well. Bernie Moreno against Sherrod Brown. We'll track that throughout the night as well. Basically in Ohio, you've got Cincinnati and Hamilton County. You got Columbus and Franklin County. You got Cleveland and Cuyahoga. Those are your three main population centers. They have been blue for some time. I would not expect them to be even a shade of rosé, okay? But let's go into my hometown. That's Hamilton County. Strong performance here. About 2/3 of the vote going to Kamala Harris. This is one of these places, that's the cities where the progressives and the Democratic movement has gotten me pretty strong, especially in local government as well in that city. This is Franklin County. You got Ohio State University there, so you got a strong student vote as well. Greater than 2/3 going to Kamala Harris right now. In 2020, the final vote in Franklin County.
Give me this guy over Karnacki all day.
Yes. Hey,
65% of the
listen to
vote
this.
for
If
Joe
he takes
Biden there. So
Virginia,
a little
North
bit of the vote's still
Carolina,
out there, but she
Virginia,
is
North Carolina, and
overperforming
Georgia, he
Biden's
doesn't need anything
number
up in the Rust Belt with
from
us. He just needs to go
4 years
snag
ago.
a
And this,
Nevada
just finish up
or
here, guys.
Arizona.
Cuyahoga to check this.
And it's
Heavily
over.
Democratic, 3-1 Democratic votes in Cleveland, Ohio.
And the
Cuyahoga,
Southwest
just about
states
a
have
third
to
of the vote
be
right now is
quite
in, and Kamala
vulnerable.
Harris 71%.
They can't be happy
And
with
Biden
how
was at
things have been
66,
going.
so that'd be a good number for Kamala
I mean,
Harris.
the way
if
it looks
indeed
right now,
that holds up. And I think that
this was
kind of
to
tells
hold
us a
up.
little bit about why this number is
I'm
closer
feeling
than
really
it's
good.
been the last two times.
She's
You
around.
want to
doing
talk to your
worse
co-anchor, Dana?
with black voters in
Well,
Georgia than
one of
Biden
the things
did.
I think
That's
is
a good
pretty
sign.
interesting is especially when you're looking at or considering the political realignment that we're living in and also the population changes, right? So post-COVID, people leaving the
That's
north
the
and the
only way
Midwest
to
and
do
going
this,
south.
War Dog. It
It's one of
has
the
to
things
be
that, as somebody from
overwhelming.
Colorado will
It
say,
has to be
all these people
popular
moved in from
vote. It
California,
has to be.
and Colorado
We're
was
making a
reliably
hard
red
right
when I
turn,
was a
and there
kid.
will
It
be
is
no
now
bitching.
reliably blue, and so you get South Park making fun
Hey,
of
War Dog,
California
I
all the
think in
time and being very
Wisconsin, I
frustrated
live in
that they
the
moved there.
deepest,
That's
reddest
not
county.
happening in the
Is that
South.
right, Eric?
So
Probably.
if people are
Yeah,
leaving
it's
the
real close.
Northeast and moving to Florida, they're not all of a sudden bringing a bunch of Democratic politics with them. So there
Yeah,
might
there's
be a little
more
bit of
cows
a
than
change
people
here
just down the road.
to watch in the numbers there. The other thing I wanted to
Those
say
cows
is that
voting for Trump tonight.
one of the things I think we're seeing, especially with some of these lower propensity
Take
voters
that
or
back.
whatever we're
Got the
calling
right
them, unlikely
county now,
voters,
and it's mixed.
is that the policy of the Biden-Harris administration pushed them into politics and into voting because their situation is dire. And
The
they
new
want a better
voter
life. So they
turnout
went to the rallies and they went
is
to the podcasts and they had
encouraging.
fun and they got involved. What will be interesting to see is Kellyanne might be able to
Virginia's
correct me, but
legitimately
as I
like
understand it, if you don't vote often or if you're a first-time voter, whichever
11
party
votes,
you vote for the
but they're
first time, you're
11
likely to vote
votes
for that
apart.
party the second time,
No,
and then you might have that
5,011.
voter
Sorry,
for life. So the
1,011
political
maybe.
realignment that is happening and the coalitions
Oh,
that
it's
This is why it
Harris
matters.
and Trump are putting together
all
could have
changing.
longer legs.
It
On the
does
list
matter,
of
doesn't it?
Kellyanne was saying
On the
earlier
list of
about
easy
the
things to do, staying
voting
home with your
element
vote
of the
might be
Republican
the
Party
number one
shifting.
easiest
And I
thing to
think
do.
that when you look at
And this is
Ohio,
why it's
you
so
are
important to
seeing a
get out there
concentration
and do it.
likely coming from the suburbs, which is leaning more to
And drag your
Harris.
buddies.
Something else I
Yeah,
see very
it's
quickly, and I see it in Virginia.
once election
It's
season
the first
approaches, I get a
presidential
freedom
election since
chubby
Glenn
that
Youngkin was
only votes
elected over Terry
side.
McAuliffe on the issues of wokeness and education and just
Only
really
voting will take
post-COVID
care of this.
policies, these school board elections. I think we're having a parents' rights renaissance in this country that
That'd be
continues.
nice.
And I
A
think two
parenting
pillars that we don't
renaissance.
cover
That's
enough
A
in all the
parents,
issues
a
and
parents'
themes here
rights
are wokeness
renaissance.
and weakness.
I'll be
In
right
our
back.
Fox News voter analysis, Trump is seen as the strong leader by more than 10 points over Kamala Harris, strength over weakness. But it's also fairness over wokeness. People feel like life is increasingly unfair. They don't want men and women's sports. They don't want
Yeah,
to think their
they've
kids are stuck in
overplayed their
schools
hand.
based on their zip code. They
We're
don't
now
want the
seeing
pipe
the
fitters
result
and
of
plumbers
what
to pay
these
for student
policies
loans of
can
doctors
really
and
reap,
lawyers. And they don't want 10
and
million people to come
nobody's
here,
impressed,
including in all these
except
states
the
we're seeing,
hard
and get
extremists.
cash and cell phones and clothing and hotel rooms. They just say it's unfair. But wokeness is on the ballot, whether we feel it or not. I'll never understand how Kamala Harris chose someone in Tim Walz who was to the left of her on the woke agenda.
Harold, quickly.
So you
That
look
was
at, we
crazy.
talk about early surprises. Jesse and I love sports. So do you, Brett. When you can get a quick touchdown in a game against somebody you're not supposed to beat. If he wins Virginia, this is a big thing. This is one of those early things that could go.
That's
your way.
running a mean
Similarly,
pick
her
six if
numbers
we
in
get
Ohio are
Virginia.
interesting
Then we
to me.
just ran
I
a
did not
mean
think
pick
you talked about the
six.
Seltzer poll, and Jessica and I talked about this before we got on. That number
If we
suggests that's
take
what she was
Virginia,
suggesting. It could
I'm
close there. We'll see as the night
maybe
goes
gonna
on. But
celebrate a
Georgia,
little
North
early
Carolina,
tonight.
still the states that she's
This
got
is
to
what I've
perform
been
well
saying
in,
all
maybe
day.
win
I want to
one.
go
And
to
if he
bed
can win
with the
Virginia,
shit not
we
in
thought
doubt.
we were going to have a long night. We
Yeah,
might have a longer
same.
night. As we think about these numbers here, over the
Mathematically
next
impossible.
It might be a shorter
That's the
night.
phrase I'm
Yeah.
looking
If-
for.
or shorter. If
Yeah,
these
Yeah.
if it's
surprises
Virginia.
happen.
So we really have to look at the gender.
Okay, do we wanna
breakdown
drop
of
in on
these states
C-SPAN
and
for a
where
minute?
we are at half the vote in some places.
How are
like
you guys in
Ohio
the
and
chat
Texas,
feeling
where that
about
vote's coming from?
the
We're gonna
switching
get
back
that.
and forth to hear different kind of
Kellyanne.
perspectives on the races
minutes
coming
away,
in?
Brett. That
You
is
guys
what we're
like
dealing
that?
with.
Do
We're
you
gonna
want
get
me
some
to
major
stay in
poll
one
closings
place?
that are coming up.
Tell me what you
Arizona,
want.
Michigan,
I
and
think it's like
Wisconsin
10%
all
loud.
about to close, and Sean Hannity will enter our chat as our special coverage
Nailed it.
continues.
I am not a Sean Hannity fan.
No.
Okay,
Everyone's
let's
getting that new Simply Save out.
mute this. Let's go here.
We got a Senate seat?
Yeah.
Nice.
In chief of the hotline. Kirk, we talked about the Senate race over in Michigan a little
I'm
bit earlier,
nervous.
but I want to
NyQuil
talk
to
about
sleep.
some of the House races there. that
Don't
are
be nervous,
competitive,
Tex. It'll be
beginning
okay.
with
We got
Alyssa
it.
Scott,
I've been so I get anxious every time, but this one especially.
I'm good
Michigan Center,
either way.
Lansing area. That was.
I don't have any
most
control
expensive
over
House
it,
race
so
in the
I have
last
to
cycle. Now,
like.
there's a lot more expensive races and more
Nope.
expensive media
I
markets.
threw my piece of paper on the
Very
pile.
pricey out there.
That's
But
all I
Whoa,
that's kind of
whoa!
Democrats'
Did you
most
guys
vulnerable
see
seat
the
right now. At least their
Illinois
most vulnerable
vote?
open seats. They're defending 4 open
Actually,
competitive
kind of
seats,
surprised
and
by
that
that.
is the most vulnerable out of all of them there. Tom Barrett, who ran against Alyssa Slotkin, came close in 2022, is back again. And I would say that he's probably the slight favorite in that race right now as we sit here a little bit about an hour
Watch
before
the bottom
final
ticker.
polls close in Michigan. It's going to be a really tough race in there for
Illinois,
Democrats, and they
I think
acknowledge
is within
that.
like
But
100,000
if they
votes or
hold on to
something,
that race, that is probably going to be a great sign
which
for
is
them
bizarre.
throughout the rest of the night, because that is
Which
the one
one?
that's probably
They've already called it for
Trump
Kamala, but the
might
fact that
carry
it's even that
seat,
close
and
is
that's what
crazy to me
we're
with Chicago.
anticipating right now.
Mhm.
That's one of the predictions that we have right now, but that is going to be a tight race that could go a long way in determining control of the House.
And right next door is Michigan 8.
You know,
That's
Heather.
critical. Yeah, Michigan 8 again. That's a little bit safer
Heather,
ground
if he
for Democrats.
takes
That's the Dan Kildee seat.
Virginia, North
He's
Carolina, if
retiring.
he
That
has all
again,
the Sun
a little
Belt
bit more
states down
favorable
here
for
with
Democrats
Virginia,
as we sit here right
doesn't
now.
need the
Now,
Rust
there's
Belt.
3 competitive seats in Michigan. You know,
No,
Michigan
if
7,
he
Michigan
pulls
8, like what we're talking about.
Virginia
Michigan 10,
and New
where
different now.
Mexico,
John James is
do you
It's
still have
over.
that
in a
map
really
pulled
tough
up,
fight
Chris?
right
Yeah,
now.
I was just
Whoever
playing with it. That's
wins
why I was
Can you
saying
two
that.
of the
share it
3 of
back
those
in the
seats is
chat
probably going to
again?
have
Yeah.
a pretty good night right now. And if Republicans sweep and get all 3, they're probably
So
going to keep
let's
the
mute
majority. Or at
him.
least that's what
Oh,
strategists have
that'd
been
be
telling us.
amazing.
And then let's bring this up real fast.
I had him
Okay.
at 275 right here with putting. He just shored these up. He doesn't need these. Or Arizona. Well, that's him with New Mexico though. But still, even without New Mexico, look, he's still at 270 here. He did, and that's giving up Nebraska and giving
That's
up
without
Maine, but he's
Pennsylvania.
leading Maine. Yeah, exactly. He doesn't need it. Virginia changes everything.
shit.
If he can
Trump
pull
by
Virginia,
100,000 in North Carolina. That's
if
exciting.
he gets Virginia and North Carolina, the map opens up for him and it closes for Kamala. Big time.
Yeah, it's panic time for her already. before we
Georgia,
even
North
get-
Carolina, Virginia. Wow. All 3 of them.
It doesn't surprise me when that hurricane hit and our
Well, that's
government
what Heather was
basically
saying.
told them good luck, figure it out. And I saw people out there in skidsters and bobcats fixing their own roads. But those people are never voting Democrat again.
That's what Heather said.
You can't do that to people while you're, with the other hand, giving our money away to people who don't even live here so they can
At
blow
the
up other
same
people
time that
in
you're
our
telling
state.
them you're only going to give them $700, you turn around and announce that you're giving billions of fucking dollars to Lebanon and Ukraine. You cannot do
can't
that.
tell
You
me.
can't look at Americans who are suffering the way that this area is suffering and be like, "Psh, fuck you guys.
Oh.
Let's send some more money overseas." What?
I mean, that was a slap in the face, like taking Easter and making it Trans Day of Awareness. It's like, why are you doing this? Why do you always instigate?
Are these cats in full panic mode right now? Are the pipes fixing to break?
Ooh, it might almost be
let's go
time to check
in
on
MSNBC.
MSNBC.
Yeah, let's check
go.
it on Maddow.
This is like listening to Cowboys radio the day after they get their ass kicked.
Oh, it's the best fucking talk radio on the planet.
Let's see here.
I told my sister you're voting to end the republic today. Was that too dramatic?
Oh my gosh, your sister. I forgot how left.
She
I
is
have
something,
never-
dude.
I've always given her shit about it, but jokingly, this is the first time I've ever tried to actually sway her. Like, I know you're not going to vote for Trump, but at least don't
sit home.
contribute to the problem. I'm like, this party has left you behind. I laid it out for her, what her values are, that she has kids, that a cartel member was busted in her town with methamphetamine and they didn't even prosecute him. I'm like, you are not a Democrat anymore. If anything, you should vote independent. And she's just like, he literally said that if he wins, we'll never have to vote again.
Jesus
Oh my
Christ.
goodness. Fucking mouse.
All
right, here we go.
Well,
Mouse. Do you want me to? I'll stop sharing this, okay?
Oh,
What
I
up,
don't know
E?
what just happened.
Hawk Tua. Is that a real hat? Can I buy that hat?
In California, or if you're in New York,
Can you guys
and when
hear
you
that?
think about how enormous a force
He's almost
that can
crying.
be in voter suppression, there may be nothing quite like it.
Ooh, we're already
imagine if
bitching about
California
penalty
voters
flags.
Ever got to think?
Yeah.
Right.
Holding
Oh shit.
We're already bitching
Shit.
about pass interference calls.
right now. We're not even in the game, bro. Jesus.
You don't understand. The fact that you have to show identification, it
Another
intimidates people.
who don't vote in this presidential election because they know what the outcome is for their state. Most of
They're
those,
pretty
if they
upset right
voted,
now.
would add millions
Yes!
to Kamala Harris.
That's a good thing.
This
I
Oh, I hate
think-
that
electoral
bitch.
college
I hate that bitch
problem
with a
is
passion.
is
Heather.
one that the devil's
I
out in the
think
21st
this
century
time-
as it never has before.
Thank you for saying that. Let me just, go ahead. I'm sorry. Let me just jump over to Alex Wagner with the insiders. We're about 4.5 minutes from this next poll closing. And I know that you guys have been talking about what you've been hearing about some of the specific swing states that we don't yet have a result in.
We sure have, Rachel. Thank you. I'm with Maria Teresa Kumar. Michael Steele and Simone Sanders. Simone, Michigan is among the tranche of states that are going to be closing polls at 9 p.m.
We go to my Michigan page.
Yeah, go to your Michigan page. They're all collated,
Yes, they
alphabetically
are.
according to poll closing time. What are you hearing about the vote in Michigan? We know it's tight, as they all are.
Yes, all my Democratic friends are saying it's very tight, and they don't want to make predictions. But people are hesitant to say, but they are encouraged. They're encouraged by what they are seeing in Detroit specifically, even with some of the. And I will just say this, as I know this from
Oh, I
myself.
might
There were some
stay
gaps
home
within
from
the
work
Detroit
tomorrow and
operation
live stream
when it
with
comes
you.
to the Harris Walls campaign. But even with the gaps, they are encouraged by what they're seeing in those numbers, and very encouraged, like in all of the other battleground states, by what they're seeing on the college campuses. Those cities with large college campuses, the
That's not
college
what Peanut
students,
said.
they are in formation.
And that's going to matter.
And that is going to matter. Yeah.
Maria Teresa, we have some broad national polling about exit polling about Harris's strength among Latino
The
men, and they seem
affectation
to be
drives.
breaking
We
for
have
Donald
some
Trump,
broad
which is a
polling.
very big
can't do
difference
it.
from 2020 when they broke for Joe Biden by
What is
I
that
believe, 23
accent? Where's
points.
How do
that
you
from?
get
They
all the
may
way
be
to
breaking for
MSNBC
Trump
with
by
vocal
as many
fry
as
like
10
that?
points. Again, this is early. But can you talk
It's
to me
not
about
at
your
the end of
thoughts
her
on those
sentence, it's
numbers
her
and
whole
what that
voice.
might portend for a state
Yeah.
like Pennsylvania, where there's a huge Latino population?
Yeah, it's interesting because
Yeah,
a lot of these
it's
exit
Latino
polls, it
population.
really
Two more
depends
minutes
on
before
where you're
polls
standing,
close
what
here, Eric.
precinct you're in. So is the volume of the Latino
It
minutes
reminds
before
me of that
polls
Louder
here.
Milk
We don't know.
episode where
If we
he's
look
like
back at
talking to the
2020,
girl and he's
exit polls
like,
were
"Stay," or
wildly
talk like
off
that. She's like,
last
"That
time.
says my
Well, I
vibe."
suspect it's going to be the same thing. I was in
Oh my
Reading,
God.
Pennsylvania
I
over
can't-
the
I
weekend,
can't
knocking
listen
on
to-
And
doors.
he goes,
What
and then
accent
she
is
yells
it?
at him, and
Folks
she's
that
like,
we were
"Why are
able
you
to
such a
talk to,
dick?" And he goes,
most of them
"See,
had already voted.
you're learning."
And they voted for Harris. When I was talking
Where's
to
that accent from?
Catherine Clark and
It's
her
not
team,
an
they
accent; it's
basically
an
guesstimated that they were
affectation.
knocking
Like
at
it's
2,000
like
doors in Pennsylvania a
you
minute.
are
Wow.
you are
If you were to
putting
ask
that
me
into
in
your
that
voice,
whole
and
red
it
part
doesn't
of
actually
Pennsylvania, what I'm
exist.
looking at, I'm looking at
Okay.
Reading.
A lot of
Because that is
women do
very
it
much a
now,
union
where
town,
it's like
and
this
people are
whine.
very
It's an
upset.
intentional
Not so
whine
much supporting Kamala
to
Harris, but
change
really
their
sad
voice.
TikTok
that
girls
Madison
are-
Square Garden
Yes.
comments.
I think that's where it
kept
is.
coming out
All
and
your
coming
TikTok
together.
lecture
Something
videos
that
all
you
have
mentioned
that.
too is Lehigh University. People have been waiting in,
I
in
mean, you
line
hear
for
it in
7
every
hours.
single one of these
That's
women
a
that's
party
talking.
line. It's a party line.
They're
All of them.
FaceTiming in. Celebrities are FaceTiming in Pennsylvania from the
Oh,
campaign.
can you imagine how
side to
insufferable the
people's
cocktail parties are with
150,000
these
head
people?
in North Carolina
the
right
Harris campaign
now.
spent close to
Say
$400
that
million
again?
just in Pennsylvania. They understand that that's the holy grail. And between the Latino vote and I
Yeah,
do think
North,
the,
she's
the
climbing up
labor
on
vote
us in North
and the
Carolina.
young vote
Not really.
is so hard
10
to
10
actually
points
analyze
ahead.
because
They
some of
get
them
that
could be
wine
registered
from
to
a
vote right
box.
now. Some of them have, are not on landlines. So I think those are going to be
That's a true
across
story.
the country.
The new
Those are going to be the two
transatlantic
populations that people say, what
accent.
really happened? We actually don't know.
So
And none of the
black
black
box.
actually recognize it.
The kids are always a black box. Even more so this election season. Michael Steele, let's talk about the Senate. We're getting various degrees of bullishness. Claire McCaskill was here talking about Chuck Schumer. We know that
I think one of
Justice
the
has won
differences
Manchin seat
is
in West
in
Virginia. The
states
Senate
where
is
you
officially
know your
split
state
here.
is
What can you
going
tell
R
us?
or D, a
The
lot of
other
the
race that a lot of
Republicans
people
are
were
voting
focused on was in my
anyway,
home state
and
of
the
Maryland
Democrats
with
aren't.
Governor
'Cause
Larry
that's been a
Hogan
big
and
part
my
of
county
the
executive,
Republicans' campaign
Angela
this
Alston
time. Like,
Brooks, and that race
even
has
if
been
you
called
know
Which could
for the
explain
you live in a
Virginia
deep
Angela.
blue
So,
area, you
Yeah.
in
need that
terms
vote.
of the
And
status
people are
quo
doing it.
ante, that stays in place. The Dems did not lose a seat that some feared they would. And it does speak to a very fundamental thing. And I think it kind of wraps into the other aspects of what we're talking about, that people need to just calm down. When you're running against,
there's our
The
first
city of
calm down.
Milwaukee is going
guess
to
what? That's a
recount
hard hill to
about
climb.
30,000
And I think
absentee
there's a lot
ballots
more
that
game
had
out there.
already
So
been
just
counted. There was an
Everybody simmer
issue
down. That's
with
the
one
message on the
tabulator
main
not
studio.
being
Back to you
sealed.
guys in the main studio,
Yeah,
Rachel.
no, it wasn't locked.
Thank you,
That
Alex.
was
I
way-
should mention, Michael Steele just said
Multiple
that
machines
the
weren't
Maryland
locked,
Senate
was what I
race
heard on
has
the way
been
home
called.
from work.
NBC News has
Too many
not made a
DJGs
projection in the Maryland Senate race
in
at
that
this
one.
hour. I will let you know, though, as soon as we do. It is 9 o'clock on the East Coast. And let's look at some calls. We've got a lot of states closing. NBC News can project at this this hour in the Michigan presidential race that it is too early to
I thought they were
call.
going to call it
In
for
the
Kamala.
just as
I thought
crucial
they were
swing
too.
state of Wisconsin, NBC News can project in the presidential race that it is too early to call. In the equally crucial swing state of Arizona, NBC News projects that the presidential race is too close to call.
So as
In the
usual, you're
great state
offering
of
me nothing.
Texas, NBC News projects that there is a winner that Donald Trump has won in the great state of Texas.
So you're going to see his electoral.
NBC News can also project
jump.
a winner in the presidential race in North Dakota. The
40
winner is
electoral
Donald
votes
Trump.
right there.
NBC News also projects a winner in the presidential race in South Dakota. The winner is Donald Trump.
Both Dakota.
NBC News also projects a winner in the Wyoming
that was like
presidential race.
minus
The winner
1700.
is Donald Trump. In the great state of New York, NBC News projects that the
Could you
presidential race
imagine?
is too early to call.
Could you imagine?
I said it at the top of the show.
Dude,
Is
it's a
it
non-zero
possible that we
chance.
could take New York?
That the
It's a
presidential race is too
non-zero
early to
chance.
call. NBC
They have
News
really
projects
New
also that the
Yorkers over
presidential
the
race
last
in
They
Minnesota
should have already
is too
called
early
it
to
if it
call.
wasn't.
NBC
Like
News
if it,
projects
you
that
know what I
the
mean?
He's putting
presidential
up a
race in
fight at
Nebraska
least.
is
You
too
ever
early to
Magda
call.
gonna win
Sam fired a
NBC News
war crime
projects
stick
that
into a
the presidential
crowdfunded
race in
burn somewhere in
Colorado
India
is
and
too early
smash
to
that
call.
like button.
The projection in Louisiana is that it is too early to call in the presidential
Oh
race.
my God,
The
Rev,
projection
that's
for
the
Kansas
best
presidential
comment
race
ever. I wish
is
I
that
could
it is
like
too early to
screenshot
call.
that and put it
And
like on
back to the
on
Southwest
Twitter.
in New
That's
Mexico.
so awesome. I
NBC
love you.
News projects that the presidential race is too early to call. Looking at the road
New
to
York
270
be wild,
with
would be
those
wild,
races
yes.
called thus
Texas,
far. We've now got
woohoo.
Donald Trump standing
Slam
at
Fire
154
gang, yes.
electoral votes. Kamala Harris
All
at
my indie
30
pop people, hit
electoral
like,
votes.
share with your
Looking back
family
at the
members that
battleground
you
states
hate.
that have
Like
yet to
they'll
be
love the
called, just
show.
recapping from earlier poll closings in Georgia, we've
Subscribe
got just shy of
to whatever,
two-thirds of the
like if
vote
you're
in.
tuning in
It
on
is too
X and you
close to
don't
call. A
follow
difference of
me,
just over
please do.
200,000 votes
Follow the
between the two
guys in the
candidates.
chat.
In North
Hey, put that
Carolina,
back up,
we've got
Heather.
less than 40%
You guys
of
got
the vote
there's
in
a
there,
few of
and
you
that is
in
too early to call.
on YouTube
And in
that
the
are
all-important
if you
swing
don't
state of
follow me on
Pennsylvania,
YouTube,
not even
please
20%
do
of the
so.
vote in yet in
There
Pennsylvania,
is the
and it
comment.
is too
If you will
early to call
screenshot
in
that for me,
Pennsylvania.
that
Hang on,
would be
give me a
Let's look
second.
at some of the Senate races, starting with the
That
key
is so
and
great,
very
Rev.
interesting Senate race in the great state of Texas. Again, we've got a presidential race called in Texas, but in the Senate race between incumbent Republican Ted Cruz and his Democratic challenger, Congressman Colin Allred, it is in the Texas Senate race. Too
That is a
early to
close
call.
fucking
Let's
race
now
right
look
there.
at the Arizona Senate race. NBC News projecting that this is also too early to call between Republican
Didn't
Carrie Lake
Arizona just
and
close
Democrat
like
Ruben
2
Gallego.
minutes ago?
In the
Okay, I'm
Wisconsin
gonna switch
Senate
back
race, where
to
Democratic incumbent Tammy
C-SPAN
Baldwin is
for a
facing
minute.
a Republican
Well,
challenger.
we got
Eric
dancers
Hovde.
on a stage
NBC News
right now.
projects in Wisconsin, it is too early.
I want to
Well,
ask you
not
about
anymore.
a Senate race in New Mexico. President Trump stopped there on his way to Arizona and Nevada and rally in Albuquerque and mentioned Nella Domenici. Who is she?
This is a really interesting thing that the President Trump did stop in New Mexico. I have to say, I'm not completely versed in that race. I've been very focused on the 7 states we've all been talking about.
Well, I don't think any of us were, but Senator Heinrich is running for re-election, of
That's
course, and Pete Domenici's daughter
That's
is
right.
the Republican nominee. Is it competitive? Have you heard anything about that?
30,000
Well,
lead
this is
in
one of those things where
Virginia,
sometimes when
200,000
you
in
see
Georgia.
Trump do things,
If Donald
you're not
Trump takes
exactly sure what
Virginia,
the result is going to be in terms of electoral things. He popped up in New York.
It's
going to
be
Not
wild.
very helpful to his
It
presidential.
just changes
But
so much.
look,
I
they
hope
think they'll
Ted
make a
Cruz
game of it,
wins
and I
in
think they're gonna give it a
Texas.
shot. I
He's
don't
in a
think the
tight
Democrats have
race.
been
It's
very
going to
concerned about it,
be.
no.
Let's hear from Tom in Tafton.
He's up right
Pennsylvania,
now,
a Trump
51 to
supporter. Tom, are you
46%.
with us?
I'm going to go back to Fox News.
56%.
Yeah,
You guys are cool with that.
television, sir.
Yeah, we can't do it that way. Sorry, Tom. There's a delay. So
Hey,
we
the
don't have
GOP has
any
been called
polls
46
at this
Senate
point.
seats so far
West Virginia
already.
for
Oh,
other
there it is.
that are on the bubble and close and early at this point in the night. 37 Democrats are hanging on to their seats in the United States Senate.
I think this is like where everything starts to
Yes,
gel, and we start to
exactly.
get more of the hard numbers. Let's go to
Brett
Bill.
Baer was a huge
Billboard.
part in crumbling her
I'm sorry,
campaign.
Texas.
Yeah, I think so too.
I don't even
No,
think
I
that
just-
was
I just think the
intentional. I think
numbers.
he was
I'm
in
only
a
looking
good
at some
faith
of the popular
interview.
vote numbers and
Dude,
how
he
the
ended
candidates
her
performing with
just by trying to
She
end
ended
her
her.
honestly.
Yeah.
I'm just joking with you. I'm just joking with you. Bill, what do you
Just
think?
do an honest
Okay,
interview.
so a
Could
couple
do it.
things here. Yeah, go blue. What are you talking about?
Michigan.
We'll be at Ohio in a moment here. Hang on one second there, Bob.
I do some
Okay, just
terrible
wanna show
things
you
for
this.
another manic
I mean,
stop
this
the
is literally,
count
it's got to
tweet
be your
from
target
Trump.
right now. Fulton County, heavily populated, and a ton of votes there. Okay, that hasn't really moved. So the estimated number of votes
wonder
still
if
out
he's
is about
tweeting.
30%, and Kamala Harris hanging in there with 7. She's going to win the county. Okay, question is the margin. The question is whether or not, Trump is chewing in this African-American male vote that we were talking about, because I want to come up to North Carolina.
If
I'll
you're in
show you a county.
line, stay in
This is
line.
rural, and it's also African-American. 47% African-American. It's a small county here. It's called
Nope, he's staying
Anson,
quiet for
right?
now.
Trump's winning. Okay. What's that mean? Okay. This is Biden 4 years ago by 4 points. Okay. So Trump right now flipping that county.
Do you see those numbers?
Is there a
Yes.
minority vote out there that is helping to buoy his campaign? It's something we got to consider. Another thing I want to point out, just while I got you here, okay, guys?
Again,
This is the part of the
that's a
state
black
that was
county.
wrecked by that hurricane.
Donald Trump is
right?
winning that.
This
Like,
is
they're
so,
so
like,
shocked.
shocking.
61%.
Okay, now they're talking online about a red
68%.
mirage and a blue shift. Like these are things that always
81%.
happen
Coming
overnight.
here for a little bit. This is
Yeah,
Monochrome,
that's
right? This
because
is Asheville. You
fucking
expect this to
fucked.
go blue, and
It's going to be hard, though, with the percentage of vote that's
Yeah.
in.
Sorry, 60%
There's
of
a
the
lot
voting.
of
She's got
voting.
2/3 of the vote right now. But these counties here,
So many people
just
voted
wonder if
early.
there's an effect here. all
I
right?
have
'Cause
not, Jake.
53,
I would love to see
this
what
is
that race looks
Transylvania. I was
like.
checking this out a short time ago. This is Rutherford,
Wax says blacks
72.
for
But
Trump.
a lot of that vote's still out there. Why am I showing you this? Because
Who's Philip?
your comparison for percentage is
Jake.
that you
Jake,
expect
I
Trump
didn't
to
know
do
that was
well out
Jake.
here.
I had no
72.
idea.
Jake said
Henderson,
voting doesn't
58,
matter. I don't know why he's even
Haywood,
participating.
62. So we're going to see through the night whether or not that storm
Shut up,
damage had an
Exit.
effect on the vote turnout.
Don can play
in North
Mama Said
Carolina.
Knock
Just keep
You
that in
Out
mind
if
as we
this
move
keeps
through the night.
Absolutely, little
Here
LL
in
Cool J,
Ohio,
baby.
we saw this a moment ago based on a percentage spread. It seems like Trump is upping his number. Remember, I made the point that he won the state by 8 points in 2016, 8 points in 2020, and he was trailing there the last time we checked out the Buckeye State. But right now, the number has improved tremendously for Trump. So he's starting to track a little more toward that 8 points. And you were making the observation earlier about the Iowa poll from over the weekend, and do folks in Ohio vote like the folks in Iowa? If Ann Seltzer's poll, the Des Moines Register, had Kamala Harris win in Iowa by 3 points, a lot of people dismissed that. And if you're going to draw that comparison,
Hashtag
Ohio,
start the
I think
steal
right
is
now you
trending.
can say that maybe
Oh my God.
maybe Iowa's not going to go that way, but we'll see throughout the course of the night there.
Bill,
So
I think we should get a cut from the Des Moines Register. We've mentioned her like 5 times this evening. I don't think they maybe like
that was
something,
the idea.
a little something for the mention.
yeah, just because I popped it up, guys, I looked at it the first time here. Yeah, you're right about that, right? A little something on the side, a little
Wow.
backstage, right, Brett? Okay, so this is Michigan. It's the first time I've looked at it, all right? You got 10% in, all right? Look at this. Robert Kennedy going to make a difference in Michigan? He is on the ballot. They tried to get him off the ballot. The court said, no, you got to be on the ballot. He's drawing 2,455 raw votes. Okay, now, if Michigan
Where
is
are those
that
people
close,
living?
it's just something that we're going to have to watch throughout
What are
the
you
night
doing?
to see
Would
whether
you
or not
vote
this is
for
some sort
him?
of spoiler for the red team.
How many of those
and
are
whether that
idiot
helps out Team
Democrats
Blue
who
in
think
Michigan
that's
so
some
far.
how
So
gonna
that's
hurt
for you,
Trump?
by the way.
Let's interact with the panel.
Thousand?
Trey Gowdy's here.
wish.
What about that point about third party? RFK Jr. tries, first of all, the Democrats try to prevent him from getting on the ballot. And then the Democrats try to prevent him from getting off the ballot. Now, he's on the ballot
love
in
Trey
Michigan and
Gowdy.
Wisconsin, also Minnesota. But Michigan and Wisconsin, obviously, if it comes down to really tight.
I know he's a
that
rhino
could make
Republican,
a
but I
difference.
still think he'd make a great
Why would
attorney
anyone
general.
vote for someone who doesn't want to be the president and has asked you not to? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who are these 0.4% that are voting for someone who has begged you not to vote for him? If you want to see him in Washington, don't vote for him. But it reminds me of Jill Stein. I mean, I think Jill Stein cost Hillary Clinton a state. I know that Ross Perot cost Bush a presidential election.
Yeah.
I was in the green room, Brett, doing what I did in high school, which is
No,
finding the two
he's
smartest kids in the
definitely
class and
aged.
sitting in between them and looking on their
His face
papers.
has always been
That's McCarthy and
punchable. I
Rove.
do love his viewpoints, and
There may
he's
be
got
a
a really smooth
269
voice to
tie.
listen
I
to.
know nobody wants
Very
to hear
punchable
that,
face.
but there is a
He's got a
scenario
very
under
Matthew
which-
McConaughey voice.
Topic for discussion tonight. Sean, you want to move on?
Yeah, I think we can move on from that. I don't think everyone really wants that. But actually, I would accept that because that would end up in the House of Representatives. And I'd say our Republican odds at that point would be pretty good.
It is a very dysfunctional House, but I think they could coalesce around that. Yes.
I think they would.
What are you looking at, Brett?
Well, 8 years ago, you may remember
it was a while
I
before we
fucking
sensed
love
that
Brett
the Trump
Hume.
upset was
He just
happening.
reminds me of a
And one of
great
the earliest
grandpa when
indicators
he
we got
starts.
was
We
from
grew
the
up
betting
with Brett
odds,
Hume telling
which
us
I was
the
at a
news.
further point on the
He's
panel
so
that night. By the
monotone
time he got to
and
me, and about everything smart had been said.
Right now, Minnesota's red.
So I started talking about the betting odds. Well, I followed them ever since. Tonight, as we started this broadcast,
AP called
Trump stood
Ohio
at
for
58%
Trump.
chance,
That's
according to the
big.
betting odds,
I wonder if
of
they're
winning
going
the
to do it
election.
on here.
As I
You
read
think
this off the
Tampon
screen
Tim
now,
shitting his pants with Minnesota being
69.2%.
red right now?
So whoever's doing the
Oof.
betting out there and affecting these odds
What if
is
what if she
increasingly of the
loses
view that he
Pennsylvania
will
and Minnesota?
And
That
how
would be
much
so
does it
funny.
impact it that, it's
Well,
the first year that
Minnesota
you're
has a
seeing
big
some of
air
these betting markets
population.
in the United States?
Yep.
Heather, I
There's a lot of people
I know a
who are
lot of
playing
people
them
over there, and I work
probably in
This
closely
is
with those
bet.
guys
fundamental
over there.
These
The
odds
Somali
proposed
community
by Maxim
endorsed
Lott,
Trump.
John Stossel, all
Yeah.
from Betfair, Smarkets,
That's a
Predicted,
big
Polymarket,
community in
Call Sheet,
Minneapolis.
and
the basket.
Trump is
a
minus
basket. It's an
300 on
average.
Bovada right now.
Ohio called on
And-
the
I
Google map.
am looking at some
You
of the.
can't
just
even
on
bet
X,
him right
watching
now.
some of
They
the
made him
Democrats complain
unbettable.
about the Electoral College.
What's
And, you know,
Kamala?
If
Plus 250.
about a week ago, there was
Bro.
some conventional wisdom that she could
What
actually
about
win the
popular
Electoral
vote?
College, but that
She's
Trump would
down
win
to
the
minus
popular vote.
170
And
to
then there would
plus
be no
130 in
complaints
the
about the
popular
Electoral
vote.
College
She's
from
plus
them if that
130
were
in
to
the popular
happen.
vote right
So
now?
obviously, it's too soon
No,
to
Trump
call, but I'm
is.
certainly watching
Okay.
that to see what they're going to
I
say.
was like,
Plus,
this
I
was
have
over.
been wondering about
Yeah, it'd be
Kamala
over.
Harris and this whole decision of Biden to run again when she knew that he was incapable, but they were still asking their donors, give us all your money. He's okay for 4 more years.
That's
And
another.
obviously
Vermont
he
is another
wasn't.
split
But then
ticket.
that did not leave her enough time.
Republican
Apparently,
governor.
that's
Big
another
time
complaint
split
that they have,
ticket.
for
Yeah.
her
Like
to,
almost
to
everybody
introduce
did
herself,
that.
even though they had over $1
That's
billion
crazy.
to do it.
And they had 100 days, Harold, and she passed up a lot of opportunities early on. I think we went for, I don't know, 40 days or something with no press conference, and it took a really long
Why
time
is
for her
she
to finally
dressed
sit
like
down with
Colonel
Brett and have a substantive interview. I mean, it was time.
Sure. Again, we're acting like this thing is over. I hear you.
No, we're not.
Because
No, we're
everybody-
not. I just
Why
going
is
off
New
of Dana's
Mexico
point.
red?
But I do think after the debate, she performed so well against Trump.
I
She
love
asked for another
Wisconsin
debate.
being red.
I thought that the interview that Brett did with her was as substantive an interview as we've seen with her
Yes.
throughout the last several
And she
years.
failed
You would have
miserably.
thought because she did
Oh,
well there that
yeah.
she would want to go and do more of them. But
For interviews,
more interviews to sit down
after
and
the
talk
one with Brett.
after the one with Brett.
The question about when she first
Brett
interviewed
Hume's
was
like,
not
what the
himself.
fuck are you
Well,
smoking?
I have a slightly different opinion.
Are we
I
talking
thought
about
she
the
did-
same
she
interview?
did great in that interview, and I thought if I were her, I'd have
Look
gotten
at
out and
everybody
done
around
more.
the table
But she did
laughing
some
at
that
him.
didn't-
She gave a pre-debate answer. She said, Biden's great. He's fine. I've seen him do all this wonderful
Brett, I would have done it very differently than her. However,
I'm sure
the
you
way,
would have.
but the way
Anybody
she did,
would.
she put herself in a position to be 50-50 here this evening. And if we're to believe traders think it'd be listening to the two smart
I'd like
guys
to
in the
see
green
the
room, it could be
Senate
269.
again. I
From
think
69, she must
Republicans
have
I
done
can pull it
something
back
right.
up.
seat.
I still look at Michigan
The
and
Senate right
Pennsylvania
now
and
is 46 to 35.
Those
what's
three
been
states
called.
have not gone.
But
it
everything
has
looks
other than
really red.
1988. The caucus got Wisconsin and HW won the other two. If the numbers are tracking right and continue along those lines, we could find ourselves in a position where we're having a conversation
177
about
Trump,
a Congress. Then it would be
99
curious,
Harris on
Sean,
AP.
if the
Stop
Democrats
toying
win the
with my
House.
emotions.
How does that we don't get there because I don't want this fight.
It'd be
The
ugly.
country
But the
doesn't need
House
this
does the
division.
president and the Senate does the vice president. So you could end up with President Trump and Vice President Harris.
But they vote after the election.
They vote after the election, and it's only one vote per delegation. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Get ahead of
Smith
ourselves here.
is digging into the
God, we have
voter
such a long
analysis
way to
stuff
go,
and
and
how
I'm
it tracks
already
with the raw
yawning.
vote and what we're seeing.
Just trying to keep feeding your conversation there. And Martha, I know you were asking about the suburban vote and what we're seeing with our Fox News voter analysis and some really interesting findings I'll put up here for you. As far as the suburban voters concerned, this is what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. Okay. Suburban voters. Kamala Harris right now has the lead. Okay. But this is about a 6-point difference. And if you were to put this in perspective with what we saw in 2020, Biden was leading with this group, suburban voters in Pennsylvania, by 10 percentage points. This is a 6-point margin by which she's leading. So she is not leading with the suburban voter in Pennsylvania by the same margin as Joe Biden
You mean
in
the wives
2020.
to-
All right.
talk to their
If I were to
husbands
break
there?
that out by gender, this is also telling another story. Okay. Suburban women. Martha, you were asking about this. This is what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. Obviously, they have been courting those voters on the
my
ground there.
God.
This
That's
is
not as bad
almost
as I thought, Heather.
identical.
That's a
The
decent
margin
showing.
that she's leading by, Joe Biden led by this over Donald Trump.
Considering
in
his
2020.
public
So
image
not
a
a
few
lot of
years
movement
ago,
there.
that's pretty good.
We also talked about the
She
story
needs
that was
more
developing
movement
with
there,
the black
Heather.
voters
I
down
know,
in
that's what I'm
Georgia.
saying.
I
He
can also
didn't
report
lose
to you, Brett and Martha,
anything
right
there.
now
No,
that Donald Trump, is leading
even
by
with
more
Julia
with the black
Roberts.
Show me
voter in
suburban men.
Pennsylvania than he was in
Yes.
2020.
Okay.
Press the
Big
button.
numbers.
Yeah.
You got a call to make.
Press the button. Uh-oh.
Fox News can now project that Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio,
Old news.
54.2% to 45%.
One for the good
So
guys.
Obviously, that was what was
Add
anticipated
to
in the early
cart.
polling. He was ahead
Ohio,
by
you can
about
stay.
8 points.
Yep.
This is a 9-point stretch, so a
Five
little
You
bit
stars.
higher.
exist
Would-
tonight.
The most recent polling was
Would
showing in the state
recommend.
of Ohio,
5
but a
stars.
solid win
Would
for him
recommend.
in what used to be a swing state, but hasn't been for quite some time.
And obviously,
knew
there's
when we went there and
54% of
Grace
the vote
Canton
in.
with
But
our
as you look at
presence,
the
they never vote blue
at the
again.
Electoral College, 195 to 113.
20,000
Again,
lead in
Ohio
North
used to be
Carolina.
the
Whew,
swingiest
that
of
one's
swing
gonna be
states, no
close.
longer very Republican,
It
much
is
like Florida. And now it
sweaty
takes on.
close.
Obviously,
just
we're
kidding,
looking
Virginia.
at these battleground
I did
states.
my
One of them,
part.
Sean Hannity,
Good job,
it seems,
FML.
is Virginia. You just got a message from the governor?
I've been communicating with Governor Youngkin, and the
Virginia's
last
too much.
text, at one point I said, so it's not in reach. He just said, hold on, really tight.
Yeah.
Exact quote from Glenn Youngkin. Here's what's interesting. All night I've been looking for an answer to the question about turnout in Philly and the suburbs of Philly. We talked earlier about the university population. That's one part of the population. But the vote lead was 700,000 below what they were in 2020. So that a lot of ground to make up. From the Trump campaign, now take it, this is what they're saying. They believe this is going to be a tortoise hare kind of night for them in Pennsylvania, in as much as they don't even think Harris got 200,000 of the 700 that she needs to make up. Those are the numbers that they are saying. Now, if that is true, that would mean African-American turnout did not appear to the number and degree that they wanted. And secondarily, any other vote they thought, the union vote, workers are not going her way either in Pennsylvania. Anecdotal, that's their side, but I'm telling you what
I
they're
would
thinking.
like to
That
see a
raises obvious
comparison
questions. You know, if you're
between,
Joe
instead
Biden
of
at the White
going
House
Joe
right now,
Biden
sitting
and
at home,
Kamala,
you're thinking, I'm
I'd like to
spitting
see
Jill,
Hillary
and
Clinton
I have this
and
great
Kamala.
relationship with the unions all these years.
How is she
and if
performing
does
as
end
the
up, and we just want to continue to caution that we're
woman
waiting for a
presidential
lot of
candidate
data to come in
against
here.
another female
He's shaking his
presidential
head and saying
candidate?
to the
It's just
100%.
interesting that they're analyzing this data like we all are.
Yes.
And that is their take on it. I'm sure the Harris campaign, for the better part of the night, I was hearing from either reporters or Democrats. Believe it or not, I have a few of those friends. And I was hearing from them, oh, huge turnout in Philly, huge turnout in Philly. And I said, tell me, where's the turnout? Could never get an answer.
Right.
And so finally, now the answer is beginning to come in. And that would be the Trump War Room. That would be the Mar-a-Lago crowd. Their degree of confidence is going up minute by minute. Take that for what it's worth.
Okay, Harold, let me just ask you this. I was in communication with Harris folks, with Democrats. They haven't
He has
had
way
anything
more
in a while.
skilled
I mean, are you
people
hearing
around
anything
him
from
this time, and
My
he's
communication
Oh
is
my
as good as
God.
yours. I'm
politician.
not have a lot of that either.
that he
I
knows
think
what to
these
expect
numbers are
on
concerning.
election
The numbers that Sandra's raising on the other side there, combined with what
And
you just
leading
said,
up.
Sean, is
Just a
room for
much
concern
better
in both
campaign.
Virginia and Pennsylvania. So I've not heard anything either.
Okay, the polls are closed in battleground Wisconsin. We're going to check in there on the ground with senior correspondent Mike Tobin in Milwaukee, learning about some issues with more than a dozen tabulation machines. What's
shit.
that about, Mike?
More than a dozen tabulation machines
Hubsy
and
kicked her
31,000
ass.
ballots. And as a result,
Did he?
the city
I
put on
didn't
an
see,
all
he's
bro.
working
for
on it.
volunteers. So they've got firefighters,
Oh, only
healthcare workers, and
3%
IT workers all showing up here to help with the retabulation of those 31,000 ballots. Now, the heart of the problem, I can show you as we zoom in over my shoulder, are these tabulation machines. There are 13 of these tabulation machines here at Central Count. If you look close to the back of the machine, there are stickers on the back of the machine. Those act as the seal. The seals were in place, according to city officials and election commission officials, but there's a locking mechanism there as well. A Republican observer noted that the locking mechanisms had not been engaged. First, we were told on one machine, then some of the machines, then all 13 machines. 31,000 ballots in question. The city says they believe the integrity of those votes was never compromised. Still, out of 107,000 ballots, those now need to be retabulated. Some 43,000 ballots have been counted here as as of this point, but they've got these additional volunteers to try to speed up the process. We expect
It'll
to
be
get final
interesting
numbers
to
somewhere around
see.
1 or 2 a.m. The city now only says it's
So
going to be
I think it was
later
NBC
than
that did
that.
the
The city wants to pass this
Chiron.
off as an
It
abundance of caution or a
preemptively,
very
they were doing
cautious
a
move.
test,
Republicans
and it
are
showed
upset
Harris
about it.
winning.
The
It'll be
RNC
interesting to see if
chairs
those
Michael Wadley
numbers
and Laura
like
Trump
match up.
put out a statement calling this an
That would be
unacceptable example of
interesting, to say
incompetence.
the least.
Wisconsin
I'm
officials
sure
are
plenty
here
of people
to try to get some
screenshotted it.
questions
I didn't
answered.
see it,
Right,
but
Martha?
So
I
long
heard
night
about it.
in Milwaukee. Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, I saw
So the
pictures.
Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win Delaware, the home state of President Biden. And there is the look at the race
What
to
is wrong with you
270. That makes it
But
Trump
not a
195,
ton.
Harris 113
what?
at this hour. And we have another call
Like
to
in
make as
these
well.
states
In
that
a key
she's
governor's
winning,
race, Fox
she's
News
not
can
winning
now
them
predict
by
that
margins
Kelly
that
Ayotte
Biden
will
beat
become the
Trump
next
with.
governor of
Or
New
any
Hampshire.
other Democrat,
She defeats
really.
Democrat
Right.
Joyce Gregg. And that was a close race for a while, but Kelly Ayotte will win.
So
there.
here
There are a couple of
again,
other results
you have
we're
New
getting as our
Hampshire
Democracy
governor race is
24
called
coverage
for a
continues.
Republican.
It'll be on the screen all night long.
Yep.
We're talking split ticket races. That's crazy.
Donald
That's
Trump
crazy.
is not far behind Kamala in New Hampshire right now.
70% coming in for Georgia should be announced soon.
I don't think I've ever split a ticket. If I don't like the Republican, I just don't vote for him. I don't
During a
vote for the
NASCAR race, there's
Democrat.
screenshots. Yes.
The votes are in. The next president of the United States is.
When I don't like a candidate,
Lord,
I write in
To
Eric
you, we
Lang.
entrust our communities,
Oh, that's
our
awesome.
leaders, our president, our country. We give it all up to you.
Jesus, we trust in you. Amen.
At Simply
Hopefully he
Safe,
don't
your
have to
safety is
fully
the
take
only
the
thing that matters. We designed smarter ways to detect motion for fast emergency response. We create
Okay,
HD
we've got the
cameras so you can see what's
Democratic
happening in your home
governor
from anywhere. All powered
giving
by
his
Fast
victory
Protect technology,
speech
exclusively from Simply
in
Safe for faster police.
Put aside our differences and work together. We must reject the politics of division, fear, and hate that keep us from finding common ground. We will go further when we go together.
I wonder
not
about
as
that,
Democrats,
Jay.
not as Republicans, not as independents, but as North Carolinians.
It would be interesting to compare the number of votes that are being tabulated for one versus the other. I haven't looked at that yet. I've just
You
seen
think
like
they'll
the
put that out?
percentages.
No, we
Will they
can
No,
put
it
that out,
comes
Heather?
out. It's just I haven't been
who
paying
we
attention
are.
to that.
I have met so many inspiring people across this state. Debbie and Cornelius, who tragically lost her son to fentanyl and is fighting to protect other families from that same fate.
That's sad, man.
Lauren, a teacher in Greenville, who digs into her own pocket to buy school supplies for her students to give them a better chance. I want to thank everyone I have met along the way for sharing your stories with me. And to the thousands and thousands of people from every corner of this state who helped to build this campaign, I am forever grateful for your support.
Yeah, I had a few of those too. Like some councilmen, that kind of
Thank
stuff.
you for
judges.
believing in the promise of North Carolina. And if I didn't earn your vote in this election, I hope to earn your trust by working hard for you as your governor. I pledge to listen and work across party lines to do what's right for North Carolina because no person or party has a monopoly on good ideas.
They're scared to call.
That's the new
All of
one.
the smart,
That's the
smart
new
aleck
line.
young
There's no
people on my
monopoly on good
campaign.
ideas.
Thank you for the long days and late nights. Thank you for the hard and high quality work. And
Ooh, they
thank
call
you for the
Texas.
laughter along the way. They, by the way, are incredible.
It's Texas.
I also want to thank
Are they
Governor
saying
Cooper.
Trump?
Let's give
Trump
that
or
man
John?
the
I
hand
can't
that
tell.
he deserves. Roy Cooper has led our state with a steady hand through an unprecedented global pandemic, a 1,000-year storm in the West, and 2 500-year floods in the East.
Well,
He
I mean, that
expanded
math just don't
Medicaid,
jive, dude.
strengthened our business climate, and
You
fought
can't have
for
a
our public
1,000-year storm
schools.
and 2 500-year storms in the same year.
Roy, I could not be more grateful for your service and your friendship, and do not even think about changing your cell phone number on me. My parents, Adam and Jane, raised my brother Eric and my sister Gerda to try to do what is right, just like they did. It's truly one of the best gifts that parents can give to their children. I want to thank them, and I hate that my dad got a bug yesterday working early voting, and so they're watching it here on TV. Let's all say thank you, Adam and Jane.
Weird.
He's a man of the people.
To my wife, Anna.
I feel like they don't want to call Georgia, but it should be called.
Otherwise known as a rock star. Thank you for being the glue that keeps our family together, for keeping me focused on the things that really matter, and for being you. She is going to be a remarkable First Lady.
And you've been listening to Josh Stein, the Democratic
is polling about
governor-elect in North
20% of the
Carolina.
Wisconsin
You can
versus
see the
8.
rest of this on our website at cspan.org. Right now, we're going to go to Wisconsin. The Republican nominee for
They're gonna
Senate,
wait
Eric
until all the
Huggy,
votes are
is
in for
speaking.
Georgia.
We want to hear what he has to say.
I tell tomorrow or late tonight when many of you have left and went home and went to bed, I'll float in and out of here. I have to go back to the war room, see what's happening.
Who is this guy?
You know,
Eric,
it's
that's
too
us-
early to
that's who we
tell,
voted
but there's
for
some
Senate
good
this
signs
today
that we've seen in
Wisconsin,
Georgia.
for Tammy
Hopefully
Baldwin
in
to get the fuck
Pennsylvania
out.
soon. It all comes down to turnout. I've been saying the last
New
couple
Jersey
weeks and
was
certainly the last few
incredibly
days.
close.
If our side gets out and brings their friends and family, we'll have a great night. So, folks, have some fun, party, have a great time. And,
How is that one lady
let's
that
hope for a
was running
victory
against
tonight.
the national security? What
And
was her
thank
name?
you, everyone, from the bottom of me
In
and
New
Sharon
Hampshire.
Tart. We couldn't do it.
Somebody retweeted
We
the
could not do it
AP's
without you.
post of
We could
Trump
not do
being
it without you. Oh, and real quickly, I could not walk off the stage without
Lily Ting Williams.
recognizing a
How's
few
her
other
race
people
going?
that
Does
mean
anybody
so
have that?
much to me. First, my family.
Yes,
come
thank
on
you,
up.
Walk.
My 2 daughters and my granddaughter.
I'd like to know how she's
and
doing right
son-in-law.
now.
Who?
Come on.
Lily Ting Williams. I'm gonna mute this. Go back to
The Republican vote started coming in for Trump. Then you went well past midnight, and Trump maintained his margin for almost the entire day on Wednesday. And then if you went further off this map, you see where eventually the bars there cross the other way for Joe Biden. Okay, so with that in mind, okay, we're going to show you Pennsylvania, and we'll try and.
It says Iowa's looking good.
I haven't looked here in some time. You only have a quarter of the vote in now, okay? So at least 75% is still out. And you see a lot of blue in the areas where Kamala Harris needs to do well, namely Pittsburgh, Allegheny County, and namely Philadelphia and what they call the collar counties around Philadelphia. But the argument for this hour is that there's a strong Democratic vote in that batch that's now been counted, okay? There's 2 counties in Pennsylvania that you watch because they are bellwethers and they are flippers too, okay? One is Erie along the border here with New Jersey. One is Erie up there in Lake Erie. This is Northampton here in the east, okay? Northampton is one of these counties that flipped last time
Dang,
around, all
that
right?
race in New
Kamala
Hampshire
Harris
is
with the lead with
close. Lily
27%
Tang
of the
Williams
vote
is only
reporting there
losing by
in
4,000
Northampton. The other one
votes.
is Erie that I mentioned a moment ago. Okay, this is up on the lakefront here. All right, I don't know why we're getting 0% in, because there is some of this vote that may lend itself to some of the confusion with the early vote being tabulated from the mail. I don't know. I can't vouch for that. I'm not sure what's going on there. We're going to watch the less than 0.5%. Yeah, that's right. So it's like 0.5% of the votes now being tabulated. That's why we can't get the 1% there in Erie County. But in all likelihood, you're going to see the T start to form here in Pennsylvania, and the T is going to be all red. And we're going to see what happens on, both sides of the state, and they're going to be blue. The question is, how blue will they be? So we'll watch that here. You guys had mentioned Virginia. Just pop on down here, because it seems like there's a pretty good race going on right now, right? Trump has just upped his margin here, right? So he's got about a 2-point lead statewide. Too soon to call, I should say, with more than half of the vote in. Here is where you need to look, all right? This is Washington, D.C. This is Fairfax County.
I just looked it
number
up.
one populated county.
She is not winning right now.
133.
She is
There's 40% of the vote that has not yet been
currently
tabulated
Maggie
into this,
Goodlander
okay?
is 37,
Biden, sorry to interrupt. Sorry,
551.
what's that?
Lily
Where was it
Tang
for
is
Biden? Go ahead.
33,
Yeah, I'll show you.
452.
I
There's
sure
a
will. So a
difference
lot
of
of
about
that's
4,000
40%
votes
outstanding is going to
between
go
the
for
two of them.
Harris, but we just don't know how much in the most populated county.
But the
okay?
race has
So
not
go
been
back
called,
4
so she
years.
hasn't officially
This is
lost yet.
2020. This is Joe Biden at 70%. Okay, so Kamala Harris, she has time to make up for that, given the fact that that vote is still out.
I hope she
And
wins.
I would say, just looking at Georgia a moment ago, Fulton County looks to be somewhat similar. And the reason is, I'm going to explain this to you, okay? Fulton County is the most populated county in the state of Georgia. You're going to get a lot of Democratic votes from out there, all right? She's up by 46 points, all right? Pretty good margin, by 202,000 raw votes, okay? So 4 years ago with Joe Biden, he won the county with 242. His margin on a percentage basis was a bit higher, about 2 points, 242,000 in a state 4 years
Where
ago.
he only won by 10,000 votes.
Sorry, excuse me. I apologize. Let's go statewide here. In a state that was determined by 11,779. Let me go to my cheat sheet here, guys, all right? I can do something that's a little ugly, but for the sake of the audience at home and for our knowledge too, this was Georgia in 2020. Wow, look at this. Okay, again, we've taken a 24-hour period from 4 years ago. Blue is the Democratic vote, obviously red is the Republican vote. And you see all this, at 7 o'clock, boy, it was all
Wow,
over
we
the
crossed
place.
1,000
okay?
viewers.
And then in the
Guys,
8
thank you
o'clock
for
hour,
tuning in.
lead there.
Oh,
And then
yeah.
the market started to
Yes,
close
I have
overnight
belief in
at
America.
3 a.m.
We're
The
gonna
lines
save this
moved
thing.
and they moved and they moved for several days until finally we
For
reached
several
that
days they moved.
1,000 votes
I'll never
separating
forget
Biden
that.
from Trump in the Peach State. So
But
just
the
to come.
difference would be that was the COVID election, and that was a lot of mail-in vote,
That's right.
and that was not the same early vote for Republicans, right?
Yeah, I would argue you're right about that in Georgia. I think the important thing to keep in mind is how states report it.
Yeah.
And Pennsylvania is a really good example here where you're going to get a heavy blue, some would argue mirage in the beginning. And we'll see whether or not that mirage is real throughout the night.
This
Maybe even into the night.
mirage
Bill,
terminology.
Yes.
I'm
That's
not-
new, right?
Well,
Yeah,
some
it's
exceptions.
I've
this
never
year.
heard it.
Does
They're
it appear
acting
to
like
you
they've
that-
always been
that
saying
she
it.
is underperforming Biden nearly everywhere?
It's a great question, Britt. This is just anecdotal. I answered the best way I can. I've been poking around all over this map. I can find some good news for her by a point here, a point there. I can find a lot
I
of
live
good
in
news for him,
Fulton,
a
seen
point
way
here and
too
a
many
point
Harris
there.
Walls signs.
But it seems
You
where
think
the
more
areas
counties
where
would
she
be
is
red, but
gaining the most is
yes,
where the
it's
votes
Stockholm
are.
syndrome or some type
And the
of
areas where he
amnesia.
is gaining the most is the area that he targeted, and that's the rural area. Whether or not you can extrapolate that over a place like Hall County, 72%, right? Banks County, 89%.
Oh yeah, I bet there's
Now,
places in
problem for
Georgia
him
where
is
he
that
gets
that's
beat up
94 out
for
of
having Harris
159.
Wall stick around
But
the
I
county.
Yeah.
can move along the northern border of Georgia, and
Or
you
vice
know, it's
versa
just
on that, really.
yeah, it's dominating. 81.
How does it compare to
80.
2020?
I'll show you that next here. Look at that. I mean, that's 86. Now 2020, in the same counties, I'll go in reverse. All right,
Similar.
84, still impressive, right? 81,
And what is it now?
82 right now. So this is Fannin County. There's about 14,000 votes in that county alone. 14,000, okay? Now, if you take that and extrapolate over 159 counties, it can certainly add up. So to answer your question, Britt, 4 years ago, Fannin County was 82, and
I have
this year he's
people
at 80.
texting me like
Still
Kermit the
25%
Frog
of the votes
biting his
still out, so he's got a
fingernails.
chance to do a point or two better. But right now, he's not meeting the number that he hit in that rural county 4 years ago.
We're going to make a quick call, and we'll come back to the board and the panel. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win the state of New Hampshire. Former President Trump came closer than many expected there, but the vice president did well in cities and suburban areas. There was a time that New Hampshire they thought was closing, actually, and we saw that Kelly Ayotte wins in the governor's race there, but now we're calling that for Vice President Harris.
She's the former senator for New Hampshire, popular in the state.
30,000
but
people
not
stayed
enough
home
to
and lost the
really
state.
turn New Hampshire red in this situation. So the Maryland Senate race we have for you next. The Democrat Angela Alsobrooks will defeat former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. He never really was able to move past her. It was obviously a difficult race for the former governor as he tried to become a senator.
So that sticks as far as the U.S. Senate goes. We're still on track. There's a one pickup for Republicans, and again, they're looking to Ohio and West Virginia. Maybe a couple of other races.
Montana.
Still waiting on Michigan and obviously Pennsylvania about where that goes.
And Montana, which isn't closed yet.
Okay.
Obviously, a very hopeful pickup for Republicans with Tim Sheehy.
Back with the panel, Kaylee. What are you looking at? What do you?
She
feel?
should have
So
that in
I'm
the
looking
bag.
at the
from
suburbs,
what I hear.
and first I would say the map. And again, it's early, but it seems to be breaking more like 2016 than 2020. But we will see. But when you look at the suburbs, the Kamala Harris team was making much of the fact that early on we saw the suburbs of Indianapolis, Donald Trump underperforming. They point to Fayette County in Georgia. But then we get our Fox News voter analysis, and you see in Pennsylvania that Kamala is not hitting the suburban marks that Joe Biden did. You look at Hillsborough County, Florida, that is Tampa. It's almost urban, if you will. And Hillary won by 7. Biden won by 7 at this hour. You have Donald Trump leading by 3 in Hillsborough County. And let me say this. This is, I think,
What's up,
should be discussed,
Lexi?
hasn't been
Lexi.
discussed, but it might have bigger implications for the
Great day
Republican
for
Party moving
America.
Florida. And that is the fact
Yeah,
that
we'll
the Republican
see.
Party has
Quiet
lost
'cause the
every
baby's
pro-life ballot initiative post-Dobbs until tonight in Florida.
Oh,
when you
I'm
see
looking in the
Amendment
chat.
4
Lexi's
went
right in
down.
front of my face.
And the
What up?
difference was you had a leader, you had a governor, Governor DeSantis, who owned the issue, who talked about the issue, who was out on the airwaves
do like
on
Kayleigh
the issue. And I'm
McEnany.
told by some sources
Mhm.
familiar with these 10 initiatives happening
Her
across the
hair's
country.
bigger than I
We're
remember.
hopeful in Nebraska. Why?
Much
You
bigger.
had Pete Ricketts lean
She's
into
got
the
just
issue.
enough bold.
So that might be a lesson that's instructive moving forward to the party. You've got to speak on this issue because hiding from it thus far has not worked.
Let's just say this,
Great
Trey,
point.
that
Well,
both
I gotta
of
get
these
up at
candidates
3.
at
If
this
I don't go to
hour
bed now, I'll
still
stay
have a
up all
path to
night.
270.
You
It is
guys
wide
stay up,
open. There's
make
a
sure the
number of
water
different
mains
ways to
stay
go.
intact.
Who would you
That ain't-
rather be
yeah.
right now?
You
I'd
good,
probably
brother?
rather be him because she
Later,
is
you-
underperforming where
Okay, let's
Biden
come back.
was
Oh,
in
Eric's
states
out.
that are very close.
He just said goodbye,
I'm
Heather.
also
He
watching
was telling
the
you
Didn't
goodbye.
get to say
Senate because
goodbye,
what
I'm
does
sorry.
it profit a person to win the presidency if you don't have the Senate to
Let's
get your
see.
cabinet? Nebraska is interesting to me. Who is
We're
he going to
gonna
caucus
come
with
here.
if the independent wins?
Change
I
over
don't
how
think he
they
will,
got
but who will he
democracy.
caucus with? Because if Donald Trump wins the
People in New
presidency,
Hampshire elected a
you got to
Democrat
get
for
around
president
Lisa
and a
Murkowski
Republican
and
for
Susan Collins to
governor.
get your desired cabinet. And if you're Kamala
Yeah, I
Harris and
thought that
you win
was
the
really weird
presidency,
too,
you
Tex.
ain't getting your desired cabinet if you have a Republican
Illinois just
Senate.
got called for
Yep.
Harris
I have.
and
I'm going
hi,
to make a prediction, going on
Alexi.
a little bit of a
Okay.
limb
I'm
here.
so glad you're here.
I am growing more and more
We'll see how long it
confident
lasts.
as I
Mom
sit
life
here
is
and listen
brutal
to
tonight.
everybody, and I am talking to people that know their states as well as anybody. I think the finest numbers, people, finest sources. I don't think
Finest
it will be very
numbers.
long
Are
until
you
you
talking
call
to
North
Trump?
Carolina for Donald Trump. I think Georgia will immediately will follow thereafter. Then we would be at a point. I also believe Arizona is baked in.
Are they
Immigration was a
taking New
big issue out
Hampshire?
there. That now means
Yeah,
that
they
would
called
bring us
New
to a
Hampshire
point
for
in this
Harris.
race. If I am right, if I'm wrong,
But it's really
everybody
weird.
call me
They
out.
elected
Hannity
a
was wrong. We'll
Republican
have t-shirts.
governor
I'll sell
and
them
then
on Donald
Harris for
Trump.
president. I'm
Okay.
like, what?
But if that's true, that means she would have to sweep the blue wall.
Yep.
And based on the information that we have and the early voting success of the Republicans in both Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, I don't think she can do it.
So with that prediction, we're going to take a quick break. The race to 270 continues. We're about to get our first look at the state of play in the battleground state of Nevada. Our special coverage continues after this.
All right, let's go see.
I want to see who's going to win between, what's his name, Jake Sullivan's wife and
I just checked on that race. Lily Taylor
something.
Is currently legal up to 24
She's losing
weeks.
right
In
now.
New York, the abortion rights measure, this equal rights amendment measure, will
But I am
pass,
hopeful that she
in
will pull
New
it
York
off.
State. Coming up on
go see
9:41 on the East Coast right now, heading towards 10 p.m. poll
They're
closings.
significantly
At
further
this point,
behind
we're still-
calling
we've
races
got
than
no
Fox
swing states
News. Just
called.
something to note.
We've got Trump doing well in terms of his margins in the two
Is it when they're
southern swing states
disappointed,
that we've got
or
the
is
most
it
vote in,
across
North
the board?
Carolina and Georgia, as Steve Kornacki has been
I don't
portraying it.
know.
We've got
They've
no surprises really anywhere unless you want to count the Florida abortion measure falling short.
Scott
of,
says, here's my
the
question.
60
Decision
vote-
Desk on
60%
X has
threshold
called
that it
Virginia
needed
for
in order
Harris,
to
but no one
pass.
else has. What the fuck is that
Alex Wagner,
about?
let me ask you just in
Trump
terms of
winning
how
New
things have been
Mexico? It's
unfolding,
possible
what's
tonight.
caught your eye, or what have you been hearing from
They are
people on the
trying to-
inside?
One of the
Louder.
things, and we talked to David Plouffe about it last time we were all gathered here on Sunday night, was the way in which some of these abortion measures might influence the electorate. And even though what I think is really interesting, that's something there was some reporting on earlier this election cycle, 57% of the state of Florida voted to try to enshrine abortion rights into the state constitution. But Donald Trump and Rick Scott also won that race. So that's telling me that there's a fair number of people out there that are saying, yes, we want to protect abortion. We want to bring it back to the state effectively. But
the economy is more important to me.
Also, we're voting for Donald Trump and Rick Scott, two people who
All right,
are
hey,
very
Heather, I
clearly
gotta roll.
anti-choice.
I may come
and
back
one
later.
person in particular
Okay.
who could play a
But I gotta
hand
go.
in
Thank you for
coming.
abortion nationwide. And
What?
one of the phenomena
If you're still on
that
after
I think
dinner,
is
I'll come down.
distressing
But
for
Okay.
Harris
Reagan's
and
hungry.
people interested more broadly in abortion rights
Right.
are the voters who are saying, yes, we care about abortion. Yes, we're going to vote on these referendums that are across the country in support of
Now you're stuck
choice
here. I don't care if
legislation
the
or
baby
choice
wakes up.
rights.
Jill will have
But
to
we're
take
also going to
over.
vote for Donald Trump. It is a real cognitive dissonance, and it suggests
It's a
that his
cognitive
sort of
dissonance
very
that you care
muddy
more about putting
position
food on your
on a federal
table
abortion ban, which, if you dig deep, isn't actually that mysterious. But that in some ways that might actually have been working.
Arizona is another place.
They can't
where
stand
this
the
is an
idea that-
extremely interesting thing
that
to
maybe
watch. And I
people
talked to Gallego
aren't as
the other
crazy about
night.
abortion as
There
they
could be
are.
we don't know yet because we haven't seen the results.
True.
But there could be
What's up,
voters who
Jake?
vote for Trump, Gallego,
Hey, what's up?
and the abortion
How are you?
protection ballot initiative, and that bends the
Doing
mind.
okay. How y'all doing?
There's other ways to describe it, but that's my most diplomatic way.
We'll see.
Because how can you vote
To be
for
determined.
Trump, Gallego, and the abortion ballot initiative? It's similar to Florida. So this is a very interesting trend. And one of the things that Nicole keeps reminding us of this, you can't entirely capture it in polling, right? Because we know where the public stands on abortion rights. And that makes us assume that they would all vote against Trump. And we just don't know that at this point in time.
That's exactly right. Lawrence, looking at that split ticket voting, I'm honestly looking at horizons here. I mean, depending on what happens in these southern states,
I
we're
can't
going to know
stand
how important Pennsylvania is
Listen,
to the whole thing.
you're starting to see
and
the
then
smiles
once we know about
disappear.
Pennsylvania,
Nicole
we're going to know how
Wallace,
important those western states are
Ryan
to the
Reed,
whole
they're
thing.
not
But regardless
grinning
of what
great
happens
big
with the
anymore.
presidential, we are seeing a sort of a splatter painting in terms of the way that voters are plotting the valence of their politics here, their ideology, and what their
Can't afford
priorities are.
groceries, have a hard time affording gas, can't find a decent paying job, but abortions is most important.
Phrase, it's not an issue about abortion. It's not an issue. It's not an issue, which is exactly the feeling Donald Trump has tried to get across. It's not an issue. It's up to the states. He kind of shuffles the deck.
Yeah, that's exactly what he
and
said. He
pulls
didn't
out a
try to get
different
anything
card whenever he
across.
wants to. And that seems to have succeeded with some Trump voters.
I
But
have to
but
ask you,
it is
Heather, do
also-
abortion rights really
I mean,
matter?
the
Most
Trump
of them I
voters
talk to
know
say it
who
doesn't at the
are,
ballot
in
box.
fact, staunchly
In my opinion, no.
anti-abortion,
Like,
also have other thoughts.
When I went and
and
voted
could
today, it had
very
absolutely
conceivably
nothing to
wanna
do with
vote
abortion.
for a
It
senator
had
like
everything
Gallego,
to do with
vote
what I felt
against
like
that measure,
the
vote
future
for
of this
Trump.
country looked like. with
No,
a government accountability office. Ron Paul saying that he's going to participate in that type of office.
I got to interject here with a call. NBC News has projected a winner in the presidential race in the great state of Ohio, home state of
Way
vice
behind.
presidential running mate to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is projected to be the winner in the state of Ohio. Again, no surprise there. Ohio used to be like the prototypical swing state, just like Florida. Neither of them considered to be a swing state anymore. I mean, when the Iowa poll came out, when Ann Seltzer's Iowa poll came out, I think people thought, like, if that's the kind of race that we're looking at here, if Iowa is potentially in play for the Democratic presidential candidate, then a state like Kansas could be too. A state like Ohio could be too. It looks like, again, we are in a realm of no surprises here, which is where we've been all night.
Which is where David Plouffe
Ron
with
Paul,
Kentucky
his
is
father,
sitting, and
said
I think
that
we
he would
asked about some of these
participate
other
in the
states, and
race.
he shut
Rand
it down
Paul
and
is
said
still
no,
a
no,
senator.
no, no, no. And they are waiting for what. But you
Well,
just
I will
mentioned,
say,
and
as
they're
far as
watching the
abortion
blue wall,
goes
and
here
they're
in
watching
Missouri,
it,
there is an abortion
not
measure on the
anxiously, yeah,
ballot,
that would be too
and
strong, but eagerly.
in the
Well, I mean, right, let's just be blunt about this.
pre-election polls,
If,
it
say,
was
and these are not
was
calls, but
looking
let's
like the
say
abortion
Trump
thing is going
wins
to carry,
Georgia and North
whereas
Carolina. Let's
it
say
was saying
wins
that
Nevada
Trump was going
and
to carry
Arizona.
here in Missouri. So,
If
I
Kamala
mean, there
Harris
may be
wins
people going
Michigan
for
and Wisconsin and
abortion, but
Pennsylvania,
not,
she gets 270, she
but
wins the
still voting
presidency.
Trump. I don't
And
think
so when we are talking
it's
about this
apparently
being a
not
tight
just a
race,
one-sided issue.
it isn't
If
just a tight
those
race in
polls
each of
are
these individual swing
close
states.
even.
It's a tight race. It's a tight race. It's a tight race, even once we start to get first swing state calls, none of which have been called.
And by the way, that is the old-fashioned way, right? I mean, before Georgia sort of shocked the world in 2020, the old-fashioned way the Democrats always won was the blue wall. It was that Donald Trump broke and shattered the blue wall in 2016 that threw everybody's brains, off kilter. And so everyone is sort of waiting on states.
That
Waiting on
really
Florida is a
sucks,
waste
Walk.
of time. Like, it's a red state now, and we understand that. But I think
I mean,
the
how are these
old-fashioned way of
abortion
doing
laws
it, plus
being
that
written? Because, like,
Nebraska, special
so
district. that's the
Texas
one with a blue
had
dot.
like
I
an
mean, that is the
old
way, the old-fashioned way Democrats
law
won
that as soon
elections.
as
And I can
Roe
tell you the
was
one place
tossed back, it automatically went into effect, and then, but then they recodified some stuff even after the fact. And so I'm wondering how these abortion laws in these red states are being written that they're passing. Are they pretty limited, or are they? Because most people are good with abortion to 6 weeks, some number of weeks, or they want those exceptions in there.
The one that here in Missouri, 3 is super liberal. It allows abortion up to 40 weeks. It allows minors to get abortions without parental consent. It is worded in ways
that's
that
fucking nuts.
it is worded.
Your people.
Vote, heavily Democratic is.
It
put
is
out
worded
first,
kind of
and
ambiguously
we still
and
think we're probably
could
seeing a
also
lot of that right
be
now in this composition. But let's go ahead and look
construed
now.
to
Let's look at the vote difference
allow
in Pennsylvania.
for what am I thinking? Transition for children without parental consent, stuff like that. It is a wreck, and I don't know how it's going as the way it is. Maybe just a lot of people just knee-jerk reaction. Oh yeah, well we have to have some access to abortion in the state, so we'll just vote yes for this instead of hey, I'm a pro-abortion up to a certain point, but we can't have all this other stuff. Let's vote no on this and maybe send something. Maybe they'll send something back later. But I believe we also had one of those trigger laws where as soon as it was overturned, it went into effect. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see how
Is
it
your
goes.
legislature, aren't they Republican? Did they not write a better bill to put before you guys that was like, I mean, is this
Our
making a law,
legislature is-
or is this like a Texas does those things a lot where it's like was it a referendum? Where it's like, what do you recommend we do type of thing? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I'm not sure exactly who wrote it. We have a really strong conservative state government. I do not know. I mean, it's one of those things where, if you can get enough people to sign your petition, you can get it on the ballot.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's sad. Most people don't read bills, including the people who pass them. Senate President not approve initiative petition reform this year.
Oh my God, I want to get these 4,853 people and have a very strongly worded conversation with them.
I know.
Why? Why are you
Yeah.
doing this?
That's one thing we've been having problems with here in Missouri too, is old
We'll see
guard
whether or not that
establishment type
remains the case
Republicans
right
trying
now.
to
All right. So, you know, we're
trying
just
to
about the
edge out
30%
the
mark. And
Sabotage.
Wisconsin and Kamala
yeah.
Harris has a
And
slight
so there's
lead
a lot
there
of
by
infighting
about 3
among
points.
Republicans
This is where it ended, as I
themselves.
showed you out there on the map, right? 20,682 raw votes 4 years ago. So if I were to come to 2024, what am I looking at? I'm looking at Dane.
How about Sauk and Kenosha?
Yeah, Sauk is right here. Sauk is pretty interesting here because, you know, you start to see a little more population growth, and Trump has a lead here. And again, this is Kennedy. He popped up in Michigan. He's going to pop up in Wisconsin all night long. Trump has a lead here. Let's just go ahead and see. We got half of the vote in here in Wisconsin. This is where it finished. I find that interesting.
What about
Don't
Kenosha?
Let's find Kenosha down.
So remember, this is the swingiest state. I mean, I spent some time there on 2 recall elections
You
with
agree,
Governor
right?
Scott Walker.
I mean,
I
it's
was-
extraordinary. And we don't think about it that way. But it's true. Anyway, this is Kenosha, Brett. You asked for it. You got it. You got about half the vote in. Trump's just shy of 58%. Okay. So he's overperforming now in Kenosha as well. I can keep going if you want. So call it out, guys, if you like.
Meskwaki County?
Sorry?
Meskwaki, is that what it's called? Just north
Yeah.
of?
So the WOW counties here, they have been solid
Why
Republican
is he
forever.
echoing?
You know, but not during the Trump years. They got softer and softer, and they are.
Somebody else's mic is
Wasaki
picking
here,
him up.
just west of
Yeah, I
Milwaukee,
think
is
so
one
too.
of them. Sorry, Waukesha, excuse me, and then you get into Washington, and then you get
All of
into
the
over in the
names in
lake is
Wisconsin are
Ozaki
so
here.
hard to
So
say.
let's see what we're doing right now. Trump at 53.5.
Every time I do
All
like
right,
an
comparison
everything
point
yesterday this
2020.
morning show, and I have to
so
say
a little bit
Wisconsin
under
city
right now
names.
in that it's
I'm
suburban
fucked.
county north of Milwaukee.
Is that
Let's pop on over
Ozaukee?
here to Washington and see what we're doing.
Oh, we can say that
70%'s
one.
an impressive percentage. All right. From 4 years ago, what'd he do? So a little bit better right there in Washington County.
I
Then we'll
saw
move over.
something, it
This
was
is the
on
most
Twitter, you know,
popular of the
so who
three,
knows? But it said that,
Waukesha, just
like the
west of
Google
Milwaukee,
searches for
just shy
is
of
Biden,
60%
you know,
raw
did Biden
vote,
drop
shy of
out, like
40,000
skyrocketed
from 4
today?
years ago. Okay.
So
all
maybe
right,
these
so
Kennedy
Oh
people
my
are the
ended
same
up
God,
at
are
way.
you
85,000
serious?
net.
You know, I
So
mean,
you're
I
gonna
didn't,
have some
I didn't
space
check
to
my
make up
sources or
over
anything. I just saw it and
number
thought,
from 4
well,
years
that
ago.
makes
So
sense.
that's something to watch. The WOW counties there in
Wow.
Milwaukee. My favorite county in all of Wisconsin, maybe my favorite county in the entire map this year, right here. You know what this is, Brett and Martha?
Door County.
It's Door County, okay? And why do we talk about Door County? First of all, you don't want to be there in the winter, okay? Because it's cold and it's frozen. But in the summertime, it's got to be beautiful. Half the vote in.
Newsflash.
Trump has an edge here. 4 years ago, you see what happened here. Biden won it, all right? Go back to 2024. Let's go statewide. Watch all the map go into play here, okay? This is a flipper county in Wisconsin, all right? The shade of blue is just very slight, okay? So it shows you how close it is. So we'll keep an eye on it because sometimes those are the bellwethers statewide, and we'll see whether that develops there in Wisconsin.
All right.
Thank you, Bill.
Little Wisconsin for you.
Little trip to Wisconsin.
Yeah, sure.
Up to Door County, in the Great Lakes, and obviously this is going to be an area that is going to probably tell the story of this election, that in the Sun Belt, of course. So we're getting close to 10 o'clock, right around the corner. That is when we will get poll closings in Utah, Montana, and Nevada. This is our special coverage, kicks into high gear, and the electoral count continues to load in. 195 for Trump, 117 for Vice President Harris.
Have they called Virginia yet?
Nope.
There's some things that
Awful
work better
quiet about it.
together.
Okay,
Like
let's
your
go
workplace
check in
benefits
on
and retirement savings.
MSNBC.
Presentation looks great.
I just had like a flash of them just like huddling to pieces behind their desk.
This is very contested political
hope it
terrain.
comes
I can just show you
true.
some of the other counties here. Luzerne County. This is where Wilkes-Barre is. This is also where the city of
Oof.
Hazleton is. Hazleton is a majority Hispanic city. Donald Trump actually won Hazleton in 2020. Again, Trump campaign thinks it can make more gains with Hispanic voters. If they do, you'll see it here. About half the vote is in Luzerne County. And again, the same day is what's still to
I need
come
to
here.
pull up that
So Trump's leading by
270
8
map.
points now.
I don't know
He
where
won
that's
this
at.
county by more than 14 in 2020. Question for the Trump campaign wants to get over that number. They want to improve on that number here. If the Democrats can stop them from doing that, that's a big development for Democrats. We want to go back and look at Georgia because, again, and Joy was just talking about this, the suburban support for Democrats in this Atlanta metro area. Something interesting is happening. There are some suburban counties here. You call them kind of the emerging suburbs of the Atlanta metro area, where the growth is the fastest, and the diversification is the most dramatic. And that is definitely where Harris is posting improvements tonight. I think we showed you Douglas County a few minutes ago. Again, rapid growth here. It's about half black. And you can see in 2020, 25 points. Tonight, Harris is winning this by 32 points. You see it in Rockdale County. Just about all of the vote is in here. Biden got 70%. Harris has pushed that up to 73. This is a majority black county. You can go to Newton County here. You know, this was the tightest
That's the
margin
Josh
of all
Hawley
these Atlanta
race,
metro
right,
counties.
Scott?
This was
Yeah,
the
I think Hawley
the Democrats won almost
Hawley
all
was
in 2020. Almost all the
forecasted
vote is
by
in.
like
Harris
8
has
to
improved
12
on it. You see
points,
this.
depending
You can
on
take a
what
look
poll
at
you looked
County.
at. I'm
Almost
pretty
80%
sure
of the vote
Hawley's
is
going
in.
to take
Again,
that one.
Biden won it
It
by
says
20.
he's narrowly ahead at
So Kamala Harris.
25%
The
reporting,
thing is, though, the counties that
49.2 to
within this Atlanta
48.7.
metro region,
Sounds good, Scott.
relatively
I'll be
speaking, these are the
here.
lesser populated counties. The ones with the huge,
Last I was looking, they were mostly reporting Jackson and
Fulton
St.
County,
Louis
and we've
counties,
been
which is our
monitoring
big
this. This is the
population
biggest.
centers.
Atlanta's
Once
here, but
the
there's also a lot
other
of
counties
suburbs
start coming
within
in,
Fulton County.
he's going to
This
rocket
is key
ahead.
for Democrats because of the sheer size of Fulton County. A drop of a couple points here would more than
Oh
offset
my
the gains
God.
that I just showed you in those other counties.
380
80% counted in Fulton County, and
380,000
now
down to
you see Biden 72.6 in
327,000.
2020.
80%
Harris
is
has
in.
fallen a tick below that. Meanwhile, Trump 26.2 here in 2020 is a tick above his 2020 number. The concerning thing for Democrats here in massive Fulton County is with only 80% counted, there is still a significant, obviously, amount of same day vote to come in. And you just saw, if you were watching earlier, this has gotten a little bit tighter. The Democrats have dropped a little bit since the last time we looked at this. That's because more same day came in and Harris fell below that Biden number. There's room for
Her
her to drop
turnout
further
is
here. And
bad
again,
in Georgia.
you know, just 1-2 points in Fulton County offsets a lot of the good Democrats might have done themselves in those other counties I just showed you. So see what
Black
happens
men,
there.
probably.
We also have, look at this. No, excuse me, Douglas. Cobb County, we also have, look at this, getting close in Cobb County again. Take a look at 2020 here. Joe Biden won this by 14 points. Now, right now, it's basically a 15-point margin. This is another one where that margin for Democrats was bigger earlier. It's come down as more same day has come in. And you know, Cobb is a massive, massive county. Again, it's much bigger than any of those others that I just showed you. 82% more same day to come. That's concerning for Democrats if it starts dropping below that. And then Gwinnett County, this is the one that's been the slow one here in the region tonight. We're still where we were. So there's sort of a division here we're seeing between these suburban and metro counties here. Again, there's some clear Democratic growth, but they don't want slippage in those big ones as the remaining vote comes in. And again, just checking in, we showed you Cherokee. These are the big Republican sort of fringe Atlanta metro counties. Here's one, Forsyth County, where Trump is clearly has improved, I should say, a bit from 2020, a point higher than 2020. You can go over to Paulding County, though. This is interesting. Again, core Republican area, fast growing. Dallas, Georgia is here. 29 points for Trump last time around, down to 24. So again, that's a feather in the Democrats' cap right there.
His numbers don't
County,
make
bringing
sense
that
to
Trump
me.
number down further.
Because
and
Trump is
close out on this, we're
4,000 votes up
basically
from
done
last
in Fayette County.
election.
We ID'd this one at the start of the night as, look, if Democrats were actually
Yeah,
flipping
but if the
this,
number of
they are
overall
definitely
votes is
having a
way
good
up.
night in Georgia.
Yeah.
Looks like they're going to come short.
But it
Harris
also
has
doesn't
made
account for
progress
that,
here.
you know,
In
those
his big
missing
suburban
percentages.
county here,
And I don't know
Harris
enough
has
to
made
say,
progress
you know,
from
like if they all
7
came
points,
in for
now
Trump,
sitting at
well, then
3
that would
points.
push him
But is that
over.
progress enough for
And I don't think
Democrats?
MSNBC is going to tell
Fascinating
us
and
that that's
so
No.
down to
likely.
the wire. All right, we are coming up on a poll closing
I really hate
at
her.
10 p.m. We're just about under
I know,
10
me
seconds
Like I'm
too.
fine. I'm cruising
until
along,
10
and then her
p.m.
face pops up,
closings,
and I'm just.
in some very interesting states. Let's have a look at the
I'm hoping that
presidential
I
race.
don't come back
NBC
from work
News
to lynch
projecting
mobs
in
gunning
the
for black
presidential
men
race in the
after
great state,
this.
swing state of Nevada. It is too
Oh, I hope
early
you
to
don't either,
call.
because I really enjoy you
NBC
coming in
News
and giving
projecting a winner
commentary.
in the
But
presidential race
Wait,
in Utah.
if
Donald
Kamala
Trump projected
loses,
to
is
win the
that what
presidential
we're
race
saying?
in
yeah,
Utah.
because they're going to blame
NBC
black
News
men
also
for it.
projecting
yeah.
a winner in the
They've been,
presidential race
yeah, they've been
in
prepping that for a while.
Montana. So Nevada, too early to call. Trump win in Utah. Trump win in Montana.
Well, he's talking about at home in
Looking back at the
Georgia.
battleground states that we're still awaiting definitive calls in Georgia, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Pennsylvania, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Wisconsin, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Michigan, sing it with me now. It's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In North Carolina,
Hang on,
it
let's
is
go back
too
to Fox News.
early to call between Donald Trump and Kamala
Yeah,
Harris.
I don't know if you saw my
And in Arizona, it is too early
comment
to call
earlier,
between the
but when
two
they were
presidential
talking, when
contenders.
Chris was talking about
Let's look at
unions
Senate
going for Trump, they did a Facebook poll on our union, well, not the one run by the union, but the unofficial union Facebook group for work, and Trump took it like 75 to 25%.
That's huge.
Will move to the Senate. He succeeds retiring Senator Mitt Romney of Utah. Let's take a look at the balance of power as we pull up the Senate here
Ooh, I
and
wanna
show
see
you where we are at 10:01 in the evening. Republicans now have 48 seats, including the West Virginia seat, which is a flip. Majority obviously would be 51. 38 seats on the Democratic side as we wait for a number of very consequential Senate races to come in here this evening.
Well, welcome to the panel, Laura Ingraham. Sean Hannity is still here. Jesse Waters. Jesse, what are you thinking?
Well, if this was a cannonball contest, Trump would be winning by a lot because of the huge splash in Florida. I mean, he beat Biden by 3, and now he's at almost 14 over Harris. That's a big statement right out of the gate. She has not had a big statement so far tonight. The other big splash, Virginia. Now, we don't know how Virginia is going to shake out, but Biden won Virginia by 10, and now it's tied. Obviously, it's too close to call, but right now she's playing defense. The Trump team is very confident that Georgia and North Carolina are going to go their way, and Harris is going to have to play defense in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. You're hearing Trump doubling his black support in Wisconsin, ahead with young voters in Michigan, and in Pennsylvania winning independents. And they say the math doesn't work in Philadelphia County. So who knows what's going to happen? Still too early to call, but you definitely think the Trump team has momentum here.
Laura, Virginia, you were talking about earlier. We'll put up the big board about Virginia and show that race. There you see the 50% to 48.3. 61% in.
That
Too
was
soon to call for us.
Well, this is wild. Remember, Trump didn't come anywhere near these numbers.
I hope
in 2016
that
or
Trump's
2020.
win is so big we
The
don't have to
Loudoun
care
County
about
numbers that we were
Arizona.
talking about
See, that's kind
earlier
of what
are
I'm
really
thinking.
something
Like,
to
if we
watch.
can win in
that's
these
what I
early
want.
states where
By
it's like
8
I
points
can
in
go to bed at
Loudoun
midnight
County. It was a
confidently
blowout in
knowing
2020.
that it doesn't
Big
matter
issue with
if
education
Arizona
there.
comes in.
The other thing to look
I
at.
feel like
Glenn Youngkin, I've been in touch
Arizona
with
is
him.
like
He
that,
said,
like the
buckle
pick
up.
me,
Virginia's
right? They're
gonna be
like,
very tight.
oh, it's just going to
Then
be
go down
so
to
long.
Miami-Dade,
It's
where
just
we
taking
haven't
so
seen a
much.
Yeah,
Republican
it may
take that
take us
Paying me
county
too
in Florida since
attention.
on our ballot.
1988.
Yeah,
Donald
keep
Trump
looking at me. I'm
is
over
doing something
here.
tonight. The New York
You
Times
know?
is noticing he's up at 287
I just
electoral
want the
votes
win
projected,
to
obviously
happen, and then we
anything
can just
happen,
ignore
with
them.
a 72% chance of winning. Watch out for
Whoa.
slowing vote reporting down in the blue wall states. It happened last time in 2020. And if by midnight, it looks like Trump has a good chance to win and things start slowing down with reporting, I think you can't really blame people for being a little bit concerned about the way we do reporting in elections.
Yeah.
I have more of a question actually for Laura, if that's okay, if it's permitted.
on Loudoun
Yes,
County.
always, yes.
And Loudoun County, can you talk to what is the issue? Is it the economy or is it the cultural issues?
yeah.
We've been having a little debate.
I think the cultural issues cut through the new immigrant population in Loudoun County. There's an enormous influx of Indian immigrants, Hispanic immigrants, and Muslim immigrants in Loudoun County. And if you talk to them, and some reporting has been done on this, a couple of issues of the gender curriculum, some of the trans issues, but also in general, just this idea that the new immigrants coming to this country want to be able to start small businesses and make a decent living.
And you might,
I think both issues are really hitting hard tonight.
and Loudoun County is the kind of place where you'd think it might be fertile ground for Democrats almost in perpetuity because of where it is. It's in the exurbs of Washington, but it is very close to that huge number of people who work in the Dulles Technology Corridor. And that looks like the kind of place, young, tech-savvy people who would be prone generally to vote Democrat. And the fact that it's seems to be going the way it is tonight is I think,
a lot of
quite
credit
telling.
to Glenn Youngkin and obviously Donald Trump for the way that state was handled. They were smart to go there late in the game.
It's interesting to look at Virginia, and sometimes these things sort of take hold over a period of time, right? So Glenn Youngkin won his very close race, all about education, really, against Terry McAuliffe and parents' rights. But then in the midterms, Virginia did not get the seats that they wanted to get, and Youngkin was sort of trying to get them over that edge. So if this does, and then we're, can't call it obviously yet, if it turns into a win for Trump tonight, it will be a very big sign.
And we have not called North Carolina.
We have not called it yet,
But
nor
but
Georgia.
I'm sure there are good reasons for that, but others have.
I understand.
Harold,
do we know what's outstanding
Let's
in
just
Virginia?
talk to Bill
with
Hemmer
the,
because he's at the wall.
Yeah, I can do that for you. Don't mind me. This is Roanoke County. Why do I have that on the screen? That's Salem, Virginia. That's where Trump went for the rally the other day with Glenn Youngkin. Okay, so as you guys were talking here, all right, so this is part of our Fox Insights. Anytime we see an outline here, we go in Loudoun County. We've mentioned this, right? Now, this is a 16-point advantage for Kamala Harris. You've almost got all the estimated vote in right now, and Trump's doing 3.4 points better now with 98% of the vote reporting than he did in 2020. So that's pretty interesting. The other thing I would point out while I'm here is Fairfax County. All right, so you're almost at 2/3 of the vote in. This is where all the people are, right? Number one out of 133. Biden was an easy winner at 70% of the vote. So right now, across from Washington, D.C., she's underperforming in the most populated county in the entire state. Did you have something else there?
Do you
Go.
have a question?
Gotcha.
No.
Okay, Carolina. Go ahead, guys.
So the Virginia, is that the biggest county, Fairfax County? Is
Oh,
there
yeah.
another big county out? Because the campaigns are saying they've got big votes still out in Virginia. They still believe that they.
I tell you what I'll do, Harold. I'll cheat for a second here and go back to Virginia. It seems as if Kamala Harris is doing better in the southeastern part than was expected. Okay, so there's still some vote out there, some vote coming in, and we'll see whether or not that holds up. Let me zip on down to Carolina. And Britt, I think you said some folks had called Carolina already. We've got about 70% of the vote in, and we've got Trump up,
4 points. 4 points.
yeah,
right?
almost 185,000 raw votes. And I don't know what's going on here. Why don't we just poke around some of the bigger counties? Okay, this is Wake, this is Raleigh. You got to look there. 3/4 of the vote in. She's got a firm lead down here in Mecklenburg and Charlotte. A firm lead yet again, but there's 80% of the estimated votes still yet to be tallied. So maybe that's the reason why we cannot call it. This is a flipper down here. This is New Hanover. You find Wilmington along the Atlantic Shore. You've only got 5% of the vote in down there. This is one of those areas of the country that's turning more blue. You got a lot of transplants from the Northeast moving down into Wilmington. You also got a lot of folks from the Northeast going into places like Brunswick County. Brunswick County is deep in the red. Donald Trump's going to win here tonight by 66% upwards of the vote down there. Got a lot of folks from New Jersey and New York and Pennsylvania. They're moving down to places like Brunswick County because they love the weather.
So people
They
have
love the
called North
beaches, and it's
Carolina
not as
for
expensive as
Kamala?
Florida, and they've seen an awful
Are you
lot of
guys
growth in
seeing
this
that
part
on
of the
AP?
state. So here's where we are. Too soon to call, but Donald Trump right now.
No,
up
we're
by
seeing
6
I haven't
points
seen it.
in Carolina. Go for it, Martha.
Let's take a look at Pennsylvania, which is tightening up considerably, and in the presidential race and in the Senate race. Show us
Yeah.
what's going on there.
You're exactly right about that. Okay, so there's about half of the vote being counted. You remember that chart I showed you a moment ago? the chart I showed you a moment ago, they count the mail-in vote first in Pennsylvania. It tends to be more Democratic. As we saw in 2020, we're seeing that again in 2024. All right, you got about a 1.4 margin there. Raw votes just shy
Are you
of
trademarking that, or
50,000.
did you
So
hear that
let's go
somewhere?
for a
Oh,
spin,
they've
shall
all
we?
been fucking saying it all night.
Philadelphia,
You'll see a
let's go
blue
there. It
mirage.
is number one.
Then you'll see a
Come
red
on.
mirage.
Let's go
And then the
here. All right,
late
here we go.
mail-in ballots would be another representation.
This is the kind of margin you
blue.
expect to get in Philadelphia. You got 8 or 9 out of 10 voters are Democratic, right? So Joe Biden is well over 80%. It's interesting, right? So she's just a tick below that right now. Does Philadelphia vote the way that Milwaukee votes, right? We saw that difference in Milwaukee a short time ago. Is Philadelphia going to vote differently
Thank you
than Wayne
very
County and
much
Detroit? You know,
for
we're waiting to
the
get that in as well.
affirmation.
These are the collar counties that are heavily
Harrison's,
blue. I
Colorado.
would expect them to change somewhat, but we'll see as we go through the
After
night. Just to
having your
check the
fucking
bellwether here.
apartment
This is
complexes
Northampton.
taken
That's about
over,
as close as
I
you
would
get,
think
guys.
that you would maybe
Difference of
be like,
300 votes,
maybe this isn't the
303.
right side for me to be
You know,
on.
Biden barely won it by 1,200
Idiots.
just 4 years ago. So that's where we are.
Still
at the
showing
moment.
projected
So
as
over
red
to
for
you, Allegheny
presidential.
County.
Haven't
Let's see where
seen
we
that.
are. A lot of the vote came in from Pittsburgh early on.
71, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you're 71%. That's
The
right.
Daily Wire
And
has
she's at 61%.
says that
you guys watch it, right?
a Republican
I mean, how
county
many
in
rallies did
Pennsylvania has
Trump
asked
have
for
there?
an
How many
extension
times
of
did
2
Kamala Harris go to
hours
the west
of
side
voting.
of
Wanted to extend
Pennsylvania?
voting to
This is the
10
place I want
p.m.
to check out. I haven't done
Is
it
that
yet.
the county
Let's
that
find out
had the
together.
issue with their
This is
vote
Butler County.
machines in the morning?
All right, where were you?
Does it
on
say the
July
name of the
13th?
county?
It said
here
the
we go.
software
You got
prevented
94% coming in.
the system
just shy
prevented
of
voters from scanning their
66%.
ballot.
So
Yep.
how did Trump do
So that
in
happened
a
this
rural
morning.
county like Butler 4 years
Okay,
ago?
yeah, you're right.
Before the assassination attempt, right? This past year, it was almost around the
I wonder when
same
they filed this.
number, okay, up 36,000 to finish it 4 years ago.
I've
Right
lived
now,
in
he's up
Aurora, Denver.
34,000
It's not the best and
Yeah.
Let
brightest
me
in
bring our
Colorado.
prime
Yes.
folks in.
Democrats
Laura,
are closet
what are you looking at?
submissive
Well,
masochists.
I just think it's interesting to look at these states that we kind of had looked past in our analysis. We're always focused on the blue wall states, obviously so important, but signs that Trump might maybe outperforming in ways that we hadn't expected, bubbling up in places like New Mexico, where it's only 23% of the vote in, mind you, tons of votes outstanding. But he looks like he's outperforming there. He's up now 6 points in with that small turnout. Again, the New York Times gives him a 79% chance of winning this election at this point, with leaning North Carolina, leaning
Wow.
Republican in Georgia. If those trends continue, it's all those 3 states where it's neck and neck. Right now, it's neck and neck in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So I hope they can model themselves in the future on what Florida has done so brilliantly with Ron DeSantis. 96% of the vote in, and it's handled beautifully with absentee, mail-in vote. I mean, they just seem to do it in Florida. Why can't we do it in these other states?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great
Crazy.
question.
Oh, I'll tell you why.
You know, you voted in the morning.
Same day.
Parents voted in the, and then you went home and got the answer that night. We've
All
gone
of
from
us.
96 million voters when Fox News started to
Yeah.
160 probably million tonight, somewhere
Do
in
you
that
guys
neighborhood.
know
By the way, all
that
of them
this
watch Flex
tonight,
interview with
this
Kamala.
coverage that we've
I
watched on
Absolutely.
NBC and
Nobody
Fox
missed that.
News, this is the
So what is-
first
you know, what-
time that
how
I
much
have
has voting
watched
changed, I guess,
mainstream
is what I'm
media
getting at
news
here, Sean,
since
because we have this
2020
enormous early
election
voting.
night.
You know,
No
I-
bullshit.
It's
So
I think
interesting
it's
you
probably
asked
about the
that
same for
question
me.
because everything's kind of flipped.
I feel like I
Republicans
watched him
went in
once
today with
between.
a lead that had
I'll
never
watch some
happened
of the
before.
Daily Wire
And
stuff,
it
but I
put the
don't
Democrats
consider
in a
them
position
mainstream media like
mathematically
Fox News,
where they
MSN,
had to
BC,
accomplish something they never
CNN.
accomplished
I have
before,
not watched
and that is
anything
to get
since election
same-day
night
voters at
2020.
numbers that they've never gotten before. And this is where we now find it.
Seemed for
If
me
What
I
about
am
like
correct in
J6
my
coverage?
belief
Did you
and
see
my sources
watch
are
it when
right,
January
and
6th was
North
happening?
Carolina,
Nope.
I'm almost
All X.
100% certain will be Donald Trump's. And Georgia, I believe,
Yep.
Harold and I have been going back and forth on this, will go to Donald Trump. Now, Arizona has been trending very strong towards Donald Trump. I don't know how long it'll take them to count the votes out there. That is frustrating, to Laura's point. I
Well,
think
to that point, Maricopa said because of the length of the ballot that they were going to, it may take
I vote
days.
in Florida.
Is it referendums? Yeah.
Okay.
Pick me,
There
pick
were
me,
two
pick
things
me.
in Florida, and they called it within an hour and a half.
I am really surprised to see
I'm just saying what
Virginia
they
in
said.
play.
So all right, if we want to play out a few scenarios, if that turns out to be right, or Harold's going to wear Sean Hannity's wrong T-shirt, if I'm right and North Carolina and Georgia go to Donald Trump, and I am confident based on the information, Dave McCormick's numbers guy just wrote me. Dave McCormick running for Senate in Pennsylvania.
Against Bob Casey, the
Against
incumbent.
Bob Casey, the incumbent, who's been running ads tying himself
In
to
what
Donald
state?
Trump in Pennsylvania, which I think is very telling. He's confident
North Carolina
Donald Trump is going to win Pennsylvania tonight. And what the Trump team has been telling me, where they were up by 1.1 million. We went over these numbers earlier. Back 4 years ago, they were only up 400,000 going into today's voting, day of voting. In Wisconsin, you have a similar situation, a 40% difference, a 40% shortfall. So I'm looking at the big board and I'm watching the ever brilliant Bill Hemmer, and they needed numbers in Milwaukee that every source I know in Wisconsin is telling me they did not get today. And we're now at a situation where for Kamala Harris to have any opportunity to win, she's going to have to sweep that blue wall, those blue wall states. I don't see it. Do you see it?
I don't see it either. And if you look at Philadelphia, for instance, everybody was bragging this morning about how well turnout was in Philly. But if you look at Philly, South Philly is Italian. That's Pat's Chinos. They love Trump down there. Big Eagles territory, big Flyers. And then you go to the Northeast, that's Irish Catholic. Maybe Sean Hannity knows a few people up there.
That's got Holly
they
up 48.
came out big for Donald Trump, and that might have been an
48.7
explanation for those numbers to pop.
at 39%.
But if you look at Pennsylvania broadly, they banked so much of the early vote, which they'd never done before. They don't think Kamala has enough right now in Philly and Pittsburgh to just overcome Trump's red county substantive lead.
Let me just put the caveat in there. Britt, we sat on an election desk in 2016, and there was a betting odds that you were quoting that had Hillary Clinton winning 90% chance that she was going to
That's where the
win.
evening began.
And then it started going down, and we started doing the what if scenario, and her pathway started to narrow. It is flipped, to Sean's point, that the early vote gave Republicans an early boost.
3,000
And the question is what the day of vote's going
Iowa
to show.
Well, what's-
Dems
Is
Senate
her
just
path
one.
narrowing as we
Odd.
get more into
his-
the night?
Was
she
it
started
an
out with
incumbent
narrower path.
Dem
We can figure out
or
more ways that Trump could win. She had a narrower path.
banking on North Carolina,
and-
calling it
and
before Georgia?
The
at
betting
this
odds,
point,
by
you're
the way, are
catching
now
up
up to
with votes
83% of
counted.
Trump. And started at 58%. And it's climbed all through the evening to 69.
I think you should have a green eyeshade.
Yeah, it should be a-
Wow,
Anyway,
Nebraska
and
is
other,
really fucking close.
Other models are now predicting him well in excess
Stock
of
market
70%.
futures are also
Yeah.
trading higher as well.
I
in
do
US
think,
markets.
I think
just to go back to
Nebraska
this
is
Milwaukee
genuinely-
point that we were
generally
talking
a
about during the
little
break.
more Democrat.
I mean, they are
They're
rerunning
not
30,000
quite as red
absentee
through and
votes in
through.
Milwaukee tonight
Right.
because they couldn't. There was a
Yeah,
problem with
Heather, so the-
processing. 31,000 absentee
no,
ballots
hold
after
on.
the election observer brought
Don't listen to me yet.
to the officials' attention that doors covering on and off switches on the devices. I guess some of them weren't tallying, and they were worried about it. So just for integrity purposes, they're rerunning all those ballots. So we might not hear the full and final accounting from Milwaukee until tomorrow.
AP Vodecast has Trump winning 23% of black men.
That's staggering.
You should be able to
Wait,
count 30,000 ballots, though.
Staggering.
Where's that from?
AP Vodecast.
And that has to
That's
be a
consistent with our
complete
stuff.
defeat for the mainstream media, who's just destroyed Donald Trump
Yeah,
as a
thank you.
racist for all these years. And if you double the support with black people, and then you go up double digits with your support with Hispanics at the same time, and then run up the numbers with Jewish Americans here in the Northeast, that's a complete rejection of everything that they've been telling us about Donald Trump, and would explain why he's very competitive in the popular
And the
vote.
news cycle for how long went on and on about the Seltzer poll in Iowa. Trump, it looks like he's going to win Iowa by 8 to 10 percentage points. Well, Seltzer. I don't remember what that was called, but it was like he was going to lose Iowa. I mean, it made no sense.
Iowa
Let's go back to,
is
Pennsylvania really
Joni
quick. I know you're in
Ernst.
Wisconsin, but can we just go to
Is she
Pennsylvania?
unpopular?
Sure can.
And this is
I want to come back to this. It's a
I think
fascinating
she's
story that's happening in
anti-Trump.
Wisconsin. Okay, so go ahead, Brett, with your
Hey,
question
baby.
in Pennsylvania.
Lackawanna County. This is
Lackawanna
Scranton.
County. You got it. Let me come back to current day. Right, it's 2024, isn't it, guys?
Yeah, it
Yeah, I
is.
do believe. Okay, so I'm kidding. So this is Lackawanna. This is Scranton. Okay, so she's got an edge. Go ahead. She's got
Where's
an
the
edge of 51%.
The 2020 vote for that.
Okay, I'm going to do something here, and you're going to see a slide come out. All right, so you guys got to remember these numbers. All right.
Sorry,
Versus
guys. My kids
2020.
keep coming to tell
Here
me
is
good
Biden's
night.
number. So she's about. You do the math.
I'm actually
2.5
not sorry.
points
I love it. They still come
below
tell me.
what Biden did, but she's winning the county too, and that's Scranton. Can I just show you guys something that I think we need to pay attention to? This is Wisconsin. All right, so you got your Fox Insights going here. Okay, we talked about Dane, we talked about Milwaukee. What about Green Bay? That's Brown County. All right, right now, with 46% of the vote reporting in Brown County, which is Green Bay, Trump's
See,
up
these
3.6
changes-
points at this time in the night. Okay, take this off. We'll move down here to Outagamie. All right, he's up 1.8 points higher than he was 4 years ago. Take that off. This is Winnebago, right? Trump is up 1.3 points at this point in the vote, higher than he was 4 years ago. And, you know, when you're analyzing the state going into this election, those are three of the counties you're looking at where he's trying to like drive the numbers up, and he's able to do that. And so this is where we sit, you know, half a point. And not for nothing, guys, but sorry, come on back here. Not for nothing. But Robert Kennedy has racked up 8,000 votes in Wisconsin. And 2020 in Wisconsin, we'll get it here.
Who's he pulling those from?
Yeah, I
him or
gotcha.
her?
20,682.
Wow.
Maybe it matters, guys, or maybe it doesn't, but it's just something to point out right now. When we come back, I'll take
I
you to Michigan,
guess
some things happening there as
her,
well.
because otherwise they would have voted for
You know.
Trump, right?
That's something to keep an eye on.
The 31,000 votes you talked about, Laura.
I love you,
think they're going to count in the morning. That's in Milwaukee, right? Which
They're
is heavily
reprocessing them. They've begun to reprocess them, but there's no indication as to when that's going to finish.
Because they had problems with the machine.
There was
It
a
should
problem with
finish
the
tonight, though. It should not take that
switching device
long
on the machine or
to
something.
count
It's hard to
30,000
understand what
votes.
Can I ask you a question? You just gave me the latest numbers. I've been looking at the betting odd numbers that Brett was talking about. They have moved massively now
90%.
to Donald Trump. New York Times has it massively to Donald Trump.
71%.
To a point that
The
Jesse.
needle.
Damn, Hendy's
Yeah,
looking
the needle,
old.
right.
Yeah.
So we're really sitting here, and I think we got to take pause. There is a very strong possibility he will be elected the 47th president of the United States if these numbers, if these predictions end up being true. I don't want to get over our skis. We want to be careful. We want to be
Oh my
prudent.
God.
We're all looking at our source.
I know it's just torture. Like, shut up, Hannity.
Let's go look in on our favorite
Special
people.
Senate
We
election is
know.
to fill the remainder of the term of Ben Sass, Senator Ben Sass, who resigned. Pete Ricketts has held this seat since January, so he's running for it in this special election as a de facto incumbent. NBC News can project that Pete Ricketts will hold on to that seat in the Nebraska special Senate election. But now there's another Senate election in Nebraska, and this is this very interesting one. This is incumbent Republican Deb Fischer, who is facing no Democratic
Oh, I saw this
challenger.
earlier. I was
She
like,
is
there's an
facing
independent.
An independent challenger.
That's
And the
interesting.
independent
Like,
challenger
what does that
is Dan
mean?
Osborne. At this point, this is too early to call in this Senate race in Nebraska. Again, of
Virginia
the two
just
that were on the
flipped
ballot,
blue.
this one too early to call, even as the special Senate election
Now that
in
it's
Nebraska.
flipped
The other Senate election in Nebraska has been called
That's
for the
who?
Republican incumbent, Lawrence.
And that is now, with the Texas seat staying with Ted Cruz, Nebraska is now the only possible loss of a Republican Senate seat that remains for tonight. And that could be serious.
Are you surprised by the Colin Allred Ted Cruz result?
No, you can't be, to every, election, it looks like someone might be able to get it in Texas, Beto O'Rourke, every time, and they come close. And so, who knows? Maybe it's next time. And you can't be surprised if the Democrat comes
I
in
think
second
it's like
in Texas. You're
nobody,
just not allowed to
no
be surprised
Democrats
by
held
that.
statewide
And
office
it's a
in
question of,
Texas since
how much ground did they
80s or
gain this time?
something.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's also
Somebody's
understanding
have to
the
fact check
electorate,
me.
right?
I'll
Yes,
fact
some
check
Oh my
people
God,
myself.
my
Democratic
mom has
change
been
favors
texting
Democrats
me and I
if
have
it's
not been
becoming a
looking.
browner state. There's a bigger Latino population, and we know from
Oh,
Paul
I just want to
Ramos'
say,
amazing
shaking or not,
reporting
I'm
on the
in it
ground
to
in
win it for
Texas.
my life and my
Just
state.
because someone is brown, just
This
because
is
someone is Latino,
bullshit.
does not necessarily make them an acolyte of the
Fox News
Democratic
that you're
Party. And I
watching
think there's
bullshit.
some real,
Fucking bullshit. bullshit.
We don't know how this
I
is all
want
going
to
to shake
say
down on
very
race,
proud of
but I
you,
think there's
even
going to
if
be
it took
some
me 20
really
minutes to
interesting
fill out my ballot. My
analysis that
vote
is going to need
mattered.
to be done in the
This is
coming
fucking
weeks and months
bullshit
in
in
terms
North
of what kind of coalitions are being built, either
They're
intentionally or
fucking
unintentionally in
astronomical
the 21st
people who
century.
can't vote because
Texas
they
is
can't get
also
out
a
of their
state. I
homes
mean,
to
we
fucking
talked a little
vote.
about
That's
realignment
bullshit.
before. It
You
made
can't
me think
fucking
about
vote
when I
because
worked
they
on the
can't
Kerry
get out.
campaign. I mean, he would still say to this day that he would be president if not for Ohio.
My mom is
which kind of how it
very
goes,
passionate right now.
But that
in
was a
case you guys
state that
did
we were
not
waiting.
know.
That was the state that determined that night that he was going to lose. That is no longer a state we're watching with the on the edge of our seat
I
seriousness.
saw a
Texas,
message
and I
pop
agree with
up
everything you
earlier
just said, Alex, but
from
it is still
one
a
of my
state
Discord
where
buddies
maybe
saying
it's
that
4
the
years, maybe it's
Reddit
8 years. That's a
political
state where if
subreddits
Democrats
are
continue
like
to
in full
organize, they're
meltdown right
betting
now.
at some point
Oh my
it could come
God.
into their column. It's the same. We don't know what's going to happen in Georgia and North Carolina, but those are more purple states now for
Like that-
Democrats than Ohio is. So there has actually over the
I
last
know,
20
Ken,
years
it's so funny because
been
you've
a
met my
complete
mom, so it's
realignment
like
of the states in the country
can
that
just
are
hear her
leaning each
standing there
way,
going, "This
and
is
that's kind of
bullshit.
interesting. In
This is
Texas, it's the big whale. I don't know what to call it.
Okay.
It's the one
Sweet
Democrat
No
little
wants
Democrats
all
hold-
the time, but it
saying
still keeps
bullshit.
moving each cycle.
No
It's also
Democrats
a
held
very
statewide
voter
office in
suppressed
Texas
state.
since
And the
1994.
focus of voter suppression coming from that state capital is
Nebraska?
Harris County, where Houston is.
Mhm.
And they are
Texas.
relentless in it. And that is also
No
the
one's
largest
won
single
statewide
physical
Anyone
office.
number of
tracking the
Black
price of
voters in any
Bitcoin, it
county
goes up the
other
more
than
states he
Cook
wins.
County
I
in
will say
Illinois.
Bitcoin
That's
was
the
at an all-time
largest number
high
of Black
earlier
voters
today.
available.
Mhm.
And they are deeply suppressed in terms of their ability and access to the
88% for
ballot. So
Georgia still
Democrats would have to
had
do a lot of work there in terms of
200,000-ish
voter
lead.
suppression and also voter motivation as
And
well.
you have to, I mean, this is the thing. You can't just reappear every 4 years. This is true with every demographic group. But the reason why Georgia is a baby blue state, as I'll continue to call it, is because Stacey Abrams organized, and then John Ossoff organized, and then
Latasha
Raphael
Brown.
Warnock and Latasha Brown. They all continued to organize.
I do
their own
love
time.
her hair
The reason
color.
we're even talking about North Carolina is because they
Do
have
you
this
really?
amazing state party chair
Yeah,
who's
it's
like
pretty.
26 to 27 years old, and because they
That
have
auburn
a great
color.
governor's candidate,
I don't think
it's
it's
because they're
real.
organizing there and they're not leaving and coming
And the
back
Fort
every
Worth
Well,
campaign, which is like
that means I
think
could
is
get
like
it
9
too.
Yeah,
true.
true.
And I mean, you've
But if it
got
looked
people
better
who've
on
been
you.
in there
It's
trying to
real. She's got the
organize that
receipt to
state and
prove it.
change it. And the thing that's
Yeah,
sort of sad
it's
about
hers
my
right
own state of
now.
Florida is that kind of organizing
Yeah.
kind of vanished with the money. And now Nikki Fried, who actually is doing heroic work trying to organize Florida, but it's not a state that the National Party
Okay.
invests in anymore.
I
Whether
wanna
that,
see
the
the
money
map.
that used to
Hold
go
on,
into
let's look
Florida
at that real
is now
quick.
going into Georgia, North Carolina, and Arizona.
I'll only say this one more time. And there's 7 million people who
I
do
really
not
think,
vote
like,
in Texas because
the
they
Republican
know
Party
the
should really
electoral college
send
outcome
DeSantis
of
a
every presidential
fruit basket or
election.
something
And so
because
within that 7 million who
he
don't
has
vote, there's a possibility
a
that
lot to
we
do with
will
the
never
fact
get
that
to
Florida is
because
no
the
longer a
electoral
swing
college
state.
locks down
I hope
a
it
voter
lasts. I don't
suppression
know if
system
it'll.
that is better than
I don't know how long
anything
term it
anyone's
is,
come up
but
with in the modern day.
Yeah, and in Florida, it's about 5 million people who did not vote in this election. They just don't vote.
Let's just give a ray of sunshine to California. California could determine that who controls the House.
Yes,
for sure. So I hope people are voting. If they can still vote, my space-time continuum, if you can still vote. But there are states like that where people hopefully are voting.
And to sort of synthesize a little bit of what you guys are saying, in
Oh,
Texas,
hate her.
the motivated voter who thinks my vote is not going to matter may be thinking about the presidential race. But the reason that Texas may not matter in the Electoral College and it may not be competitive
I
in
don't
the
like her
Electoral
because she's
College may be because of
like
state
a
policies that
pathological
are
liar.
outrageously vote
Yes,
suppressive,
yes, absolutely.
which you can change
Right.
by
Just
voting
hate her.
in
I never listen. Like looking at her makes me mad.
races, regardless of what's happening with Texas.
I'm glad she doesn't have her
And so
glasses
there
on
is a
tonight.
sort of
I like her less
civics
when she has
education
those
and
on.
a civics awareness and a civics organizing effort that is about changing
When
the
she
way your
looks like
state
Mark
is governed
Cuban.
so that your vote will matter.
Oh my God! And then you know what?
Gary
So then,
Chambers has been
did you
doing
see
heroic work
the
like about
video
this in Louisiana.
that the
He literally
Avengers
posts
put
every
out?
day
And like
the vote
Robert Downey
turnout
Jr. looks
among
just
Black
like
voters.
them
This
now.
is
So it's like
percentage-wise
Mark
large,
Cuban, Rachel
the
Maddow,
share of
Robert Downey
African
Jr.
American
And they
voters. And the
all
voter
look the
turnout
same.
sometimes
Like if
is
you lined them up
Rosie
with the
O'Donnell.
12%,
People
Rosie
have
O'Donnell.
given up, forgetting
Yeah.
that they just elected a two-term Democratic governor and that control over things like abortion policy. So, right, if you're saying that
Bottle of
abortion
bourbon
policy
Look
to
at their
is
DeSantis.
faces.
That's
They are
right.
progressively
who
getting
runs
more
your
and more
state. And you might
frustrated
want to
as
think
the
more
night
about
goes
that,
on.
but voters are not thinking at that level of.
I
it's
won't
not
be
even 3D
satisfied till I
chess,
see
it's Lego
tears.
chess, right?
And
then
now
you
Joy,
say your
when
state
Joy
vote, and
Reid
again,
starts
to get
telling
back
you
to the mama,
voters are not
the mama-directed
thinking
voters,
the way
which are
that
my
they're
voters.
supposed
My
to.
grown children, my kiddos are my Jason and my kiddos. Like if they're, I'm not JD Vance, so I don't just claim it's just one parent that has a kid. Both parents have the kids. Our kiddos live in blue states. They don't all live in the same state, but one lives in California. And the way that I've
Decision
had
Desk
to
just
lobby
called
them
it
to
for
vote when they
Trump.
say my vote doesn't
Called
matter.
what?
I'm in a blue
Called
state.
the
It
whole
doesn't make a
race.
difference. Is to explain to them, wait, there's this ballot initiative
And
on
you're
your
telling them you're
ballot.
going to shame them on television.
That's
We
the
don't
Decision
have
Desk.
a phone plan. And if you want your phone to actually work, you gotta have to comply. I've got that also works.
In
Two updates for
Georgia.
you. First, on this bomb threat thing that we have been talking about, the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office
They're the
has
only
issued a
ones
statement
talking about
in
this.
response to reports of an investigation of a bomb threat to the Maricopa County Recorder's
God,
Office.
Tim
They say
Kaine
these
won.
bomb threats, again, are not credible, but they are
Oh,
investigating,
that's
again,
what
at the
SNL.
Recorder's Office.
Awesome.
Also, 9 polling states and the Navajo Nation in Apache County, Arizona, have been allowed to remain open for 2 hours longer. NBC News is reporting that the FBI is tracking and investigating bomb threats. Again, hoax bomb threats, no real bombs. Bomb threats attributable to Russian email domains in the states of Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Arizona, including the Navajo Nation. So
It's the
we are
NAPO
seeing
guys.
the impact of these things in terms of, trying to create an atmosphere of chaos.
Probably.
Again, these are not real bombs. Nothing is blowing up. There's no violence that's being committed here. But
Okay, nobody gives a fuck. Let's go back to Fox.
Vote still to come in tonight. What's the mood over there at this point, though, Jackie?
You know, Martha, every once in a while we get this glaring reminder that just over 3 months ago, this was Joe Biden's campaign. Every time we want to get any information from campaign officials, we have to
We've
text
all
someone
forgotten.
in Wilmington. There
So
aren't any
stupid.
campaign staffers walking around, and that means that often we can't get answers to simple things like how many people are in this crowd, who's in this crowd, what is their connection to the vice president, which groups were invited. We've posed these questions to the campaign and not been able to get any answers. And I've also spoken to some sources close to Harris who are at watch parties nearby in the city. Friends, family, and donors had receptions at 2 big hotels in the area. They're now making their way over here. They'll be hanging out in a basement somewhere inside the building. But even they don't have confirmation that the vice president
What
is
are you
going to come here
laughing at?
tonight. We don't have any
Campaign.
program,
They're in a basement somewhere.
right now, they've just been typing in CNN.
They put
Their
Biden
natural
in there when they don't want
We are
him to come
waiting for
out.
anything substantive. The
Gonna
updates
sit
that
in
we
the
do get
basement
are
and eat
over
pizza
email from
rolls.
senior officials that are giving us
Yeah,
sort of
just shove
broad
everything in the
scope,
basement.
as
The
they're
Democrat
watching data come
Party
in. Right
like,
now,
MO.
generally, they're feeling happy about long lines at college precincts in North Carolina and Michigan, saying that that should be helping them with young voter turnout, guys.
All right,
But Jackie, let me just ask you. I mean, my chain with the Democrats kind of went dark too. When's the last time you got an update?
Well, they're responding to us, but what we ask, the answers we get are like, well, let me check on that. Literally, I asked how many people are in this crowd, what's their connection to the vice president, and that was an hour and a half ago. The person responded, let me check, working on it. I checked back, still working on it. How do you not have that answer? This is the Harris campaign, but they are in Wilmington. So it's just
they're
sort of a glaring
crying.
reminder every once in a while that this apparatus was really thrown together.
Hasn't made its
in
way to
just
the
over 3 months,
MSNBC
guys.
desk yet.
Jackie Heinrich at the Harris campaign headquarters
You know,
in
it is
DC.
pretty stark the
Jackie,
difference
thanks.
between
Let's
the
go to
women on
Wisconsin and check back in with Mike
MSNBC and the women on
Tobin
Fox
because
News.
we want to get an update,
Yeah.
Mike, on what is going on with these machines. Has the voting stopped as they try to troubleshoot on this equipment, and what does it all mean?
Well, the county hasn't stopped. What they did is they put out an all call for city employees. So they've got firefighters,
God, look
they
how
got healthcare
close
workers,
Wisconsin
IT
is.
workers here, trying to move this count along. They have to verify
5,000
all
votes.
of the metadata, if you will, on the top of the ballots before they can run them through these machines again. Now, here's the problem. We zoom in over my shoulder. I want to show you how these voting tabulators are working, or how the machines themselves ran into a problem. If you look at the back of that
That's what I'm
machine,
saying. Like,
there's
look at that
a red
stack of
sticker on
fucking
the back
ballots.
of that
It
machine.
should not
That
take long
effectively
to count
acts as the
30,000
seal
ballots.
to prove that it hasn't been broken. But there's also a locking mechanism on the back of those machines. Now, those machines operated until the afternoon, and no one noticed that the stickers were in place, but the locking mechanisms hadn't been engaged. A Republican observer noticed that, raised the red flag, brought it with the city officials. The city officials say they believe that the integrity of the vote was never compromised, but out of an abundance of caution, some 31,000 ballots had had to go back to the starting point, start all over again. We've got 107,000 ballots out here. The last report, some 43,000 ballots had been through the process. We expected to get some final numbers from the city of Milwaukee around 1 or 2 a.m. The city can't speculate when we'll get the final numbers now. We just know that it's going to be later. The city is trying to pass this off as an abundance of caution, but you've had some Republican leaders out here like Senator Ron Johnson, who said that this is simply unacceptable. They had a long time to preserve the integrity of this, to make sure that these machines were locked, a simple step in the process. They're not happy with it. We heard from the RNC chairs, Laura Trump, Michael Watley, saying this is an unacceptable example of incompetence.
Well, they've called it for
They're
her, but
trying to
only
get this thing
4%
done. They're
of the
hoping this
vote is
doesn't
in
really
and
stretch
she's
into tomorrow,
down.
but they are anticipating that the vote will now continue into the early mornings, the early hours of Wednesday. Guys, back to you.
Just to be clear, Mike, they're saying that they're going to keep counting. Like Pennsylvania has said, they're going to keep going. They're not going to stop and go home and take a break. And
correct. They intend to keep counting, and you've got 107,000 ballots here, and 31,000 of those are the ones that have to go back through the process. So it's delaying the process. It's not tanking the process. And the city officials, again, want to insist that the integrity of the process was not compromised. They just want to be extra cautious.
Do you guys
okay,
see
Mike
how
Tobin
fast those
in Milwaukee.
ballots
Mike,
are
thanks.
through the machine?
So let's bring
Am I
our
the only
panel
one
back
that thinks
in,
it's
and we
unrealistic
have some
to think that
new people joining us
they should
at
be able to
this
quickly
hour.
move through
Britt
those?
Hume, Dana Perino, and Harold Ford Jr. are all still here.
Wow,
Kellyanne
Holly's
Conway
race
has
looks
come back to
good.
join us, and Mark
Yeah.
Penn and Charlie Hurt.
He was
Welcome
gonna.
to Mark
I
and
was
Charlie.
pretty
Great to
sure
have you
he's going
guys
to
here.
take it by about
Mark, let me
10%
start with
anyway.
you.
Yeah.
What's your read on this evening? And we're looking at North Carolina and Georgia and Virginia very closely.
That gap
right
kind
now.
of grew
Well, my
after
read is that
Coombs
this is a
shot
real
the
tug of war election.
The reporter.
reporter.
And all we're seeing right now is the Trump forces seem to be pulling that rope just a little bit more. What you see is that he's doing a little bit better with minority voters. This suburban wave
Someone
for Harris
message
did
names
not
and tell him if he wants to know
materialize,
what's going
and
on
Trump
to
is
join this,
doing
to
very well in the rural
watch
areas.
Heather on
So there's
YouTube or
just
whatever instead of
infinitesimal
just asking
change.
questions in the group
Whoever
chat.
wins, we're going to have a very divided
What?
country. The polls were
I keep
right.
getting
We will be
alerts
divided
from
between
group
the
chats,
elites and the
names
working
asking what's
class and
going
what
on.
they think and what they think the direction of America is. But right now in that tug of war, Trump's forces seem to be pulling a little stronger.
And the
almost
elites
across the
appear to
board.
be on, at least the way it's shaping up tonight, on the blue side, and the working class is on the red
On the
side.
red
This is
side.
this is not, this is a development that has happened in the Trump years.
I asked you 3 nights in a row, who do you want to be? Right now at 10:36 p.m., who do you want to be? Right now, I want to be Donald Trump because these votes are coming in. You take a look at Philadelphia. Philadelphia, he had 12%.
I
Then
know.
he had 18%.
And the process
the same
supposedly
as he
got
had last
better.
time. Now he's got 21%. He's got 3 points better than he had last time. That's what he needs to pull Pennsylvania.
Mark, she still has a path, but it relies entirely at this stage, I think, on winning the 3 big blue wall states. What do you think her chances are?
That's what I'm saying. I think her chances are diminishing the more this vote is coming in. There's no question that I think this race now is going to be down to those 3 blue wall states. I think he's got, let's call it a 55% chance of winning one or more of those states. We've got more information, I think, on Pennsylvania than the others. I think that is, I think, pulling more in his direction the more these votes are being counted.
I just have one more question for you in this round, Mark, and then we'll get to more, I'm sure. You early on questioned the strategy that had led to inflation in the Biden administration. You thought they should have addressed it much sooner. You also questioned whether or not he should be the candidate and whether or not that kind of switch up should have happened sooner. What do you think tonight about those issues?
Look, I think Harris will have run a very credible race. She is getting the Democratic constituency probably doing better than Biden would have done because Biden was really collapsing. She is getting the Democratic constituency. This is awfully close no matter who wins. Whoever is president is going to have to address all of America. But I think she ran a good race, almost an excellent race. But it may just fall in
It's a good
short.
point because we're comparing Biden to 2020 numbers when he won, but the numbers where he was when she took over were not those numbers.
Disaster.
Yeah.
We have a call to make. The
We do.
Fox News decision desk can now project that former President Trump will win the state of Iowa. Trump is performing well in rural areas, which helped deliver victories to former President Trump in 2016 and 2020. This obviously
It's
comes in the
crazy
wake
that woman
of a
was
lot of
so
focus
far
on a
off on
poll that shall
Iowa.
not be named.
No, let's do it.
Oh,
please.
name it? The Des Moines Register poll. I think we've talked about it 7 times
Yeah.
tonight. But anyway, it got a lot of attention.
Ridiculous.
It was a attention-getting poll, and it was being forecast to be what the Midwest may look like, maybe because of a gender gap or whatever she was seeing in her poll, Ann Seltzer.
Well, I think pretty
we are
much
now
anybody
calling
can
Iowa for the
manipulate
former
whatever
president.
Yeah, I
poll
mean,
they
it
want to
was,
say
you know,
whatever they
described as a
want,
bit
and
of
I
a
think a
jolt
lot of the time they
when it
throw
came
out
across. I
crazy
think all
stuff
of us,
like
when we
that
saw that,
just
Ann
to
Seltzer,
try
because she has,
to
the reason is she has an
influence
excellent
what
Well, it
people are
further
thinking.
well. In
delegitimizes
fact, she
polling.
called the Trump lead
Oh,
in
definitely.
2016 in her polling, and everyone thought she was crazy. She had him like +6
But
or
I
something
mean,
like
after
that. But she also had
2020,
winning the caucus in Ted
So
Cruz.
yeah,
you know,
so she has a good
where
reputation, but this one
I mean,
appears to be a blip on her
2020, the
screen
polls
because clearly
were
Iowa is
way
in the Trump
off.
column
Well,
tonight.
Harold,
some of the polls
thoughts
were
about
way off, but
So you think
it
about
just
what
depends
everyone's
on what
saying. This
side
blue wall, there are
is
40
doing the polling as
electoral
to
votes
what
there in
direction the
Michigan,
polls are
Wisconsin,
going.
Pennsylvania. If
I
she
mean,
loses Virginia,
God, I love Joey, but he
Nevada is
was
6. That gives
kind
her
of
50. If she
crestfallen the
wins
way
Virginia, that gives her
things went.
57.
He had his
She
idea of the
has
way
a
things
very
were going to
narrow
go
path, as Mark is saying. I think
based
as you look
on
back, and this is the
polling,
big
and
if here. We talked
it
about
kind
it,
of
I think,
collapsed
in
on
the
him.
last segment. We talked a little bit about the policy here. Laura did.
Did you hear
And
what he
if
just
she
said? They're
looks back,
still
I think
talking
3
about
things, and
Trump
you said one
potentially
of them,
winning
Kellyanne.
Virginia
Should you
at
have
this
chosen
stage of the
Shapiro?
night.
If where we're going
It's
is where
fucking
we look like
crazy.
we're going to go, should you have countered on the transgender issue more quickly and more effectively? And then the border and the economy, should she have distanced herself from Biden?
Well, yeah, I'm
And look,
honestly
we're still
surprised
early,
it's
still
as
a little
close
early in the
as it
evening. I agree
is.
with Mark.
If
It's
he
still a
can
little
pull off
one way, but
Virginia,
if you're
that's going to
if you're
be
sitting there tonight, you want to be on that campaign tonight. If you want to win the campaign, so she's got to run the
pretty big.
tables here. Over the next hour or two, over the next day or so, if we're hearing correctly about Wisconsin, but it does not look as promising as it did a few hours ago.
Let's head back to Bill real quick. Bill, can we dip into Virginia, the Commonwealth?
Yeah. Say it again, Brett. Sorry about that.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead. Do what you're going to do. We'll get to Virginia.
Okay, gotcha.
Eventually.
I'll give you a little run up the Atlantic coast here, okay? This is Georgia, too soon to call. You ask yourself, why can't you call it? There's still some vote out there. The question is, where is the vote and what's going to come in? Trump's up 3.2 points statewide. So you come in here to the greater Atlanta area, and this is Fulton. Our Fox Insights tell us, okay, this is different. It's just changed from a moment ago, all right? At this point in the night, with 82% of the vote reporting, in Fulton County, the largest of 159, Trump's up 0.6 points from where he was 4 years ago. All right, I'll clear that. Let's come back out statewide. This is Cobb County. We talked about that earlier. Okay, at this point in the night, our Fox Insights tell us that Harris is up 1.3 points better than where Biden was at this point from 4 years ago. We'll clear that. We'll also go to Douglas 2 here, okay? At this point, this is all greater Atlanta, a lot of population throughout the area. At this point, 90% reporting here in Douglas County, Harris is doing 2.9 points better than what Biden did 4 years ago. So there's still a vote out there, too. And I mentioned Chatham County about 2 hours ago. That's Savannah. They counted slow 4 years ago. They're counting slow yet again. But you get a lot of Democratic votes out of Chatham down here on the Atlantic coast. A lot of folks live there, too, 5 out of 159. So we'll see how that shakes out. Okay, let's run up the coast here and let you know what we're seeing here in North Carolina. Then I'll hit Virginia. Then I'll hit Pennsylvania. All right. Trump up 2.5 in North Carolina. Why can't we call it? I was looking at Mecklenburg County with Charlotte. Okay, so they've had a lot of votes come in since the last time I checked. There's a lot of outstanding votes. You have to ask yourself, where are the votes, right? If they're in the most populated places, you can't make a call. But now you're getting a lot more from Charlotte. This is Wake County, Raleigh. It's number one. Still about 20% of the vote out there, okay? Comfortable lead for Harris. We expected that, but let me just check 2020 and go ahead and use the slide again. Okay, so she's performing 0.5 point better than Joe Biden finished from 4 years ago. So we'll keep a track of that. You went to Virginia. I'm getting there, guys. Hang on 1 second here. Just got to move the meter, and we'll see what's happening here in the Commonwealth.
All right, so while you're checking that, Charlie Hurt's from Virginia.
Yeah. Tight squeeze.
So what are you looking at, Charlie?
Tight squeeze, Virginia.
What are you looking at?
So it's kind of interesting, actually, that this is so close, especially if you looked at the early numbers across the state. it was fairly extraordinary with the early vote, both early mail-in vote and then early in-person vote. All of the big D-plus counties in the state were significantly down from 4 years ago, including the big counties like Fairfax, Richmond, and then all of the R-plus counties were significantly higher this time than they were 4 years ago. And so if you had just looked at those early numbers and then look at this, it's actually not that surprising that it's this close, even though Virginia is, for all intents and purposes, a blue state now and has been since George W. Bush, or since Obama anyway. But it is, I think that Governor Youngkin, who said, watch out, it's going to be tight here, is probably looking at those same numbers and realizes that this thing might actually be the surprise of the night.
Yeah, a lot of people drifted to Northern Virginia, suburbanites. There's not a great Trump vote in that near DC, counties, Kellyanne, and that's what we're looking at here is where that vote is outstanding and whether it changes the dynamic.
No question. And Glenn Youngkin has been a great partner to Donald Trump this whole time on the campaign trail. He told me personally when I asked him, do you think it's really competitive a couple months ago? He said, I think you're going to force Biden-Harris, now Harris, to spend some time and money there. And that's happened. But it was ground zero for the parents' rights movement, the school stuff in 2021. I wanted to say something. Kamala Harris's team was smart and strategic to go for the 3 states in the blue wall, since they've gone Democrat from 1992 to 2020, 28 straight years.
My husband wants me to tell you that if Trump wins, you're going to be up one sale at Palmetto State.
I would have thought she'd do better.
I told him I would tell you that he said so.
Like Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, and even North Carolina. He's in the very white.
It's like his celebration gun. He's like, if Trump wins, I'm buying a gun to celebrate.
Right now.
That is
Demography
awesome.
is not destiny.
Tell him I
That's what I
said
think of this electorate. We think we're only going to.
But you know what? If he loses, he'll just be like, we have to buy a gun because
talk about immigration.
Yep. If he loses,
y'all better be buying
gotta
ammo.
buy a
Whose big idea
lost
was it to
gun.
we have to buy more
over-prosecute Donald
guns,
Trump?
right? Like
Yeah.
All these cases.
Maybe I want
You
her
think
to
a lot of
win.
black men in this country didn't stand up and say, I think the system has been against me. I think that's unfair, to say nothing of the fact that they want economic upward mobility like everyone else. They're school choice voters. They think that people coming over the border are taking their jobs. And you got Barack Obama telling them, you're not right.
I was going to say, then the
who we
celebration
are,
gun
what we
becomes a
think, how to
consolation
eat,
gun.
how to vote. This is the
Yeah.
this is
Trump
the
wins
election where
Georgia,
people are
North
turning on
Carolina,
its head. Last
Pennsylvania.
point,
He
young
only
voters.
needs one more
I think
state
Harris
worth
is going to
9 or more.
underperform Joe Biden nationwide on young voters. There too. Let's get rid of the old guy.
I mean, the
and put in a
voting
60-year-old
numbers have
woman, and then call Donald Trump. Well, that's how we'll get young people. It's not how you
escalated.
get young people. You get young people
Or the
if they
betting
think they can
numbers. Do I
afford
see
a
voting
house
numbers?
before they're 52
I don't know.
under your policies. You get young people if they think they want to be
Oh,
president of their own small
Carrie
business, not
Lake,
president of this
man.
country one day, and they can survive and thrive
I
doing
don't know.
that.
Third time's
So
the
this whole
charm. Like, is she gonna run
demography thing that
again?
we should
Like,
vote according to our gender, our race, our age.
Jesus.
This is the election.
Is there
where I think
nobody
I hit a
else in
wall.
Can I ask a quick
Arizona?
question, just to Mark and Kelly? If things hold right now in where we are, who does she only have to win the blue wall, just for the sake of the audience, to win this? So if everything happens, she wins Arizona, he wins Nevada, he wins
He's not
Georgia,
asking
North
for
Carolina.
himself.
If
He's
she
asking for
wins
the audience.
Michigan,
Right.
Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, does she win?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So the blue wall remains what we have.
She
what we're
has
focused
one
on.
big path. Yeah,
it.
he's
That's
got
the
a few
path.
paths, but you got to get one of
Is
them.
that true, Bill?
Now I'm
Pretty
getting
much,
text
yeah.
messages. One of
The
these will be
answer
the
to
Trump
270 with
victory
the
gun.
three- Yeah, with the 3 plus Nebraska.
What's he looking
too.
at?
I think it's too early to start filling
Let's
this thing in
see.
here. I want to start just yet,
A
but
Beretta,
I don't know. We're kind of
9
warming up the
millimeter,
fire, or whatever you
Colt,
say when you get ready to
357 Magnum.
Yeah, for her, it would
Hold on.
be
Is she from
Nebraska
Virginia?
2. Well,
A couple of
got to go
those.
a long way.
Few
so
of
just-
those.
I shot my
It's gonna
dad's
take me a while to get
Colt,
there.
Python the other day.
So she
They're
would have to win
really
all the
nice.
usual states here. It's just too many to fill in, right?
Don't help him,
Boom,
Tim.
boom, 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 boom.
that's good.
Oh my gosh!
Holy-
I think he should use one of the other guns he's bought and still hasn't shot.
Hawaii.
That could be his consolation gun.
That's why I didn't want to do it.
Victory gun, whichever one we're
Because we
talking
gotta go a
about.
ways, but maybe like another half hour, an hour or so. We'll fill in a few more. If you got time, I'll take you to Arizona. Unless
I
you
was
got
looking
something
at a
else to do.
Beretta data, but still.
Let me go ahead and reset this because there's some movement here.
Glock,
There's some
Team
movement
Glock.
here in the American Southwest. This is Arizona. First time we're looking at it on the night. And Trump has just taken a 1/10 of a point lead. Kamala Harris had the edge here for really the past hour. This is Maricopa. This is Phoenix. This is where you get 60% of the vote statewide is in Maricopa County, all right? She has an edge at 2.2 percentage points. We're all vote
that Biden Kamala
563,000.
comparison.
I'm going to bring out the
2022
slide again,
now.
okay, and go back to 2020. And this is Joe Biden in Arizona.
But look,
so she's up about half
look
a
how
point,
many
not quite.
votes he had.
All right, but Donald Trump's performing a little better right now at this point, but there's still just about
I mean,
half
like
of the
what?
vote
At what
out
point?
and
54%?
Too soon to call there in Arizona. Let me come back.
Yeah,
to
I don't
modern
see
day,
how that makes sense.
2024, and see if this has changed. It has not. This raw vote's 2,200. So we'll watch that. Just wanted to take a sneak peek at that. You guys mentioned Iowa, the state that shall not be named, or the poll that shall not be named. This is nuts.
California will flip.
14.5 points.
Wow.
Yeah,
No,
that's
but
not
I could
even-
see, I mean,
Guys,
my amateur, like,
there's a ton of votes still
terrible
out there, too.
girl
I just-
brain,
this thing could
bad
go
with
higher.
numbers.
Anyway, back to you.
I mean,
Outside the
California
margin
has
of
some
error.
really conservative parts, like outside of the cities. Like maybe there's a House seat or something that gets picked up, though. Like I could see something like that
I'll build off
in
of what
this
Kellyanne just said
climate.
about the Hispanic voters in just a second. I'll dive into age first for
WAPO
you,
has
Martha.
Trump leading
And it is
Arizona.
pretty incredible, some of the data that we're seeing in our Fox News voter analysis.
So do you
This age
like
group 65
when they
and
do
over.
this?
Okay, it is a dead heat. Split the vote there, but just
That's
note Donald
crazy.
Trump led this group by 3 points in 2020. So he is in fact slightly underperforming. with
That's
that
the
group. But
Medicare
here is a huge story.
Social
that we are
Security
seeing
lie right
develop.
there.
Voters under age 30, 52% of the vote going to Harris, 44% to Trump. That's an 8-point margin that she's leading by. Biden led with this group by 25 points. Kellyanne was just talking about this a moment ago. He led by
Ow.
25 points with this age group back in 2020. She is
Ouch.
significantly underperforming with the younger voters right now. Want to jump back in and also
Just
talk
overall.
about the Hispanic
Give me
vote
some
and
gender.
what we're seeing there. This also telling a huge story of the night. Kamala Harris getting 56% of the support there. Donald Trump 40. Okay, so she's leading by 16 points.
Oh my God.
Biden
so
led
black.
with this group by 21. Again, she's underperforming there. I want to break that down by gender when it comes to the Hispanic vote, because
Yeah.
this also telling a story. Hispanic women, for example. Okay, Harris is leading by 24 points with this group right now. Biden led with this group by 34 Hispanic women, underperforming there. Comes with Hispanic men. Look at this story. Harris is up by 6 points with Hispanic men. Biden led with 19 points. So there is really
Wow.
some interesting stories developing with the
Yeah, I just
younger
wonder if some of
voters
that's
and the Hispanic vote out there.
like the votes
But
that have been
Martha, as you
counted, the
know,
areas
we
that have been
heard out on the
counted.
ground,
I
a lot of
want to
those
see the
American
black
Hispanic
vote.
voters. They don't like what they're seeing with
They
illegal
keep
immigration in this
showing
country. They've been
everything but the
speaking
black
about that.
vote.
We are seeing that show up in our analysis.
Sandra, thank you.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff, especially
Very.
that Hispanic vote.
And that gap, that 20 plus gap that we're seeing, we've been seeing it for a long time. We've been talking about it for a long time. It has shown up in polls that she was underperforming Biden by more than 20 points with Hispanic voters, Britt. It's a very
Every county
seismic.
that doesn't contain Los Angeles,
means
Sacramento,
that if
San
it comes down, as we
San
now I think
Diego
have
are
agreed to
pretty
just desk
conservative.
those,
Yeah.
to those three blue wall states being her chance of victory on a very narrow path. That if these numbers are meaningful about how she will perform broadly speaking, and I think they're big enough now that we can say they are, her chances of pulling this off would be the biggest thing we've ever seen. I mean, amazing come from behind victory, and I think the odds on that are very long indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, it's a significant, to say the least.
Okay,
point that
so
Kellyanne was
that's what
making,
we're
which
hearing
is
on
that
Fox News.
it all
I'm
stops,
getting
right?
excited,
think that
and I
I don't even
know
know
that
if
I
in
should be.
2028 we'll still.
Well, then
we
let's talk
the
about what
Hispanic
she's
vote,
wearing.
right?
What
Because
is
with
the-
every
Somebody
immigrant
asked
group that
earlier,
comes
why is
through,
she dressed like Colonel
eventually,
Sanders?
Oh, that's what he was talking about. I
You care
saw
about
that, but
all
I
the
wasn't sure
issues
who he was
that
talking
everyone
about.
else in America
I love
cares
her,
about, and it's
but
not
Break
so
out them
segmented.
11
So
herbs and
I
spices.
see a lot of those barriers breaking
I love
down.
her too, but I
Again,
don't know
think
who
that
the
the
fuck
Harris
put that
Biden
out
team
there.
has no one to blame but
No.
themselves for these
Not
numbers. It's the
okay.
policies that drove these people.
This
to
is what
vote for
happens when you watch
President
girls
Trump,
talk
and he
about
also-
politics.
Right.
The Biden-Harris people pushed
Her hair
them
looks great,
into
though.
Trump's open arms.
I mean, she's gorgeous.
And
Like,
now they'll have a
I
chance
just
to
don't
have
like
a
the. It looks.
different
I mean, it
type
makes me
of
think of
president
Madeline.
if
You know
he
the
were to
book.
win. I know we got the blue wall to see, but the betting markets, everything is sort of going this
Yes.
way, and you sort of have this feeling that the
She just needs her
Hispanic
little
vote
hat,
is no
her little
longer
yellow
going
hat.
to be so segmented. It's just the vote, the American vote.
And there's a traditional, not to overgeneralize about any group, but, the traditional faith-based in many ways Hispanic family that is not responding to what Kamala
So
Harris
says I'm getting
is talking about and
Pilgrim
focusing
vibes.
on.
Gender and race, we talked about the outset would emerge as big themes because Democrats have enjoyed great advantages with certain groups of people. The numbers didn't show up tonight.
They show
they have not.
politics may be a dead end.
Well, what it shows is that we're going to have to, as a party, rethink and reformulate and reconstitute how we think about going after voters. If these votes hold up, and if they
Maybe
don't, the numbers are narrowing.
hiring
So you have
musicians
to,
to
you have
work
to
on
rethink this
stage is
and
not
consider
how
some
to
different
get
strategies.
your
as
This
voters
is Holly
out for you.
53, Coons 44.
we were told over the last several days about how her numbers were coming home, how people were coming home. This is a very different
I mean,
race
hold on one
than
second.
some
David
people thought.
Plouffe said
Coming home.
yesterday that she could win all 7 battleground states,
Right.
and said that she could do it.
Close.
Now,
Don't like this.
maybe if it turned and she could win 6 of 7, but he said 7
Yeah,
of
I mean, I
7.
guess we
He
haven't
said
had
the other
any
day.
like
He did. He
really
said there was a confidence from him
contentious
that,
states.
and
Like,
Democrats
I
abound.
mean, even we're talking about
There
like
was.
Virginia still
You
hasn't
gotta
been
hit
called
the-
even.
Well, all the polling said that it could go either way.
We got to hit a break real quick.
We will. A lot of votes to
Okay,
count
let's go
still,
check in
and we
with
are-
our ladies of misery.
Get that marker working. That's a margin of about 182,000 votes. Name of the game tonight was to hit that number and go further, like they have in every election this century in Dane County, with about 90% and still some votes to come. But you can see how far short they are of that number. 149,000 right now. 182 was the number back in 2020. This is the county Democrats rely on here. Also,
think they
in
have
the
either.
WOW counties, the question coming
No,
in
I think
tonight,
they've
the
all
WOW
been pretty
counties being
much.
the big suburban bedroom communities
But I
right
mean, they
outside
are
Manhattan.
clearly talking
Coming
about
into
keeping
But they're doing a
track
really
of
good
red
thing,
now,
making us feel like
they've
something
consistently
exciting is
been red.
happening.
How much
Yeah.
less red would they get? We
All been
keyed
expected,
in on
but super
Ozaki
exciting.
County. Okay, this is now 60% of the vote is in Ozaki County. Significance here is Trump lost in 2016. He won the county, but he lost so much ground that this was the worst Republican performance in Ozaki County since 1964. This fits the profile demographically of exactly where Democrats thought they could knock it out of the park tonight. Knock it out of the park in Ozaki County means get this down to single digits, something like that. Instead, 60% of the vote in. We'll see what happens the rest of the way. But so far, Trump has stopped the losses in Ozaki County, which had been considerable. The decline in Ozaki County, which had been considerable since he became the
That stresses
Republican
me
candidate
out.
in 2016,
No,
and
he's
now leading
he's
by
a little
more than
wired.
15 points here. So those are some big counties, significant counties, politically significant counties, where we now have a giant chunk of the vote, and we can start to see some patterns developing. Again,
I'll
just
be
checking
honest,
in statewide,
I
close to
have
60%.
not followed
It is
him
very
or
close
his
there
race at all.
statewide, but
It's probably
that is a
terrible to
county,
say, but
few counties where we have that much vote in that
I
size.
did
That's
see where
very significant
Democrats
potentially,
were
what we just saw
optimistic
in Dane
about their
County.
chances
Steve,
of
as we head
taking over
toward the 11
Montana.
o'clock poll closings in the West, I want to
That like
quickly
the
jump
Texas
to
Senate race?
Georgia. Blaine Alexander
Yeah.
is in
And
Fulton
the
County,
governor race
at
like
the
2
election
years
hub there,
ago,
where
and
the votes in
Senate
Georgia's
race
most
2
populous
years
county
before
are being
that.
tabulated. What can you tell us, Blaine?
I don't know.
So this is Fulton County, Georgia.
Well, Rachel, I have an update on timing for you. I just spoke with a spokesperson from Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger's office. He tells me that they expect to see the vast majority of Georgia votes uploaded by midnight tonight. Now, that's certainly notable when you talk about the timing, when you talk about what Georgia's going to look like. But he does say that they believe that the state is on track to have most of those results uploaded. So let's look inside here in Fulton County. As you mentioned, the state's most populous county. This is where the tabulations are happening. I want to walk you through this process. It's been fascinating to watch throughout the night. So that door right back there, that is where representatives from each of the counties, more than 100 precincts, are coming in, and they kind of walk this kind of interesting, almost parade-like route here. They walk through this kind of sectioned off area, this roped off area, and then they come over here to where several employees, several workers are waiting to receive the memory cards and the ballots. If you'll walk with me over here, I'll kind of show you this area. So they come over to these tables right here, and
Like,
you
how
see
much do we
them
trust
pull out
the,
bags
what's it called,
and
the chain of
scan them
evidence or
in.
whatever
Each
you call
person
it?
kind
Do
of
you know what I'm
scanning
talking
in
about?
what's inside, and then once it's scanned, the memory cards go inside what we're kind of calling this almost fishbowl-like situation. This is just this very large plexiglass-surrounded area in the middle of this giant warehouse
looks
where
nothing
the
like it.
votes are being tabulated. And you see the three people
When
that
they
are
start
seated right
taping
there in the
paper over
black
the
at the
windows, we'll know
computers.
it's in, or
Those
we'll know
people
the
have
fix
been
is
there
in.
diligently throughout the night, tabulating and uploading the results. They started with the early
Can't
vote
cuss
count.
me.
They've been going. And you hear right now, I think you hear a loudspeaker. These are people who are actually announcing that another precinct has come in. Every time someone comes from another precinct, you get a loud announcement overhead. We see them come in. I will tell you an update on timing here as well, guys. We understand that all of the results are here in the building.
Damn,
They're
that
just waiting on
cameraman's
them to
making
be
me dizzy.
uploaded. And so when I
Yeah.
last spoke with the elections director, she told me she expects to see that happen by 11 o'clock. And so we could see that happen sometime in the next few minutes as more ballots come in right
It's like if they're all there,
Fascinating.
and you just
really
plug them into the
newsweek
machine.
And you
news
have
this
Machines
that
work
right
pretty
kind
now
of,
fast.
like,
for us,
look how many
in
people
Fulton
are
County
there.
at the main voting center there. Again, underscoring what Blaine just
I mean,
reported,
well,
but the spokesperson for the Secretary of
midnight is
State's
only an
office says
hour
the
away in
quote,
Georgia.
vast majority of
So
Georgia votes
Yeah, maybe.
will be in by midnight, which means they will be in by an hour from now. As we close in on 11 p.m. Eastern and poll closings in 4 Western states, we're getting close to the end of all the poll closings here in the United States of America. 4 closing right now in California, Idaho, Washington, and Oregon. In terms of our projections here, NBC News can project a winner in the presidential race in California. Kamala Harris, California native, is projected to be the winner of the presidential race in California. NBC News can also project a winner in the presidential race in Idaho. Republican Donald Trump projected to be the winner of the presidential race in Idaho. Up to the Pacific Northwest in Washington state, the presidential race in Washington state projected by NBC News at this hour to be too early to call. Similarly, in Oregon, NBC News says in Oregon, the presidential race is too early to call. Let's look at the overall electoral
See, it's like,
college.
why? How could they get
The electoral vote
California
map
enough
right
votes
now,
of
Donald Trump
California to
stands at
vote, you know, but not
240.
you ever
Oregon and,
notice they
and
don't ever
Washington?
show
Harris
you
stands
any of the
at
counties or break down
145
California at
electoral
all
votes.
for you
Again,
anymore?
not a single swing
It's
state
just
has been
assumed
called
that
as we're
that
watching
state
votes
is going to
continue to come
belong
in
to the
in all of
Democrats.
them.
Like,
Yeah,
they
it's like
don't
one of
do.
the
Now, looking at some battleground states that haven't been called, this is
No,
Georgia.
you're
too
fine.
close
They
to
don't
call.
do
A
any
difference
sort of
of
like,
about
let's pull this up. Let's look at the
136,000 votes
county.
between
Look
the
at the
two
number of
candidates.
votes that have
Here's
come in here.
Pennsylvania,
Let's
too
look at
close
this.
to call. A
There's no
difference of about
breakdown at all.
119,000 votes between
Well,
the
it's
two
like
candidates.
California is one of the
Here's
largest, most
Michigan,
populous
too
states
close to
in the
call.
country,
Difference
right?
just
Right.
under
And they know that
75,000
one,
votes
but
between
they
the
don't
two
know
candidates.
Washington and
Here's
Oregon.
Wisconsin, also
Right.
too
I
close
know
to
Washington and
call.
Oregon.
Fewer
Like,
than
you
30,000
Yeah.
votes separating the two candidates. Over to North Carolina, NBC News projects that the race there is too early to call. Over to Arizona.
what does that mean?
NBC News
85% of
projects
the vote in?
the race is too
Okay.
early to call. And in Nevada, we've got too early to call. That's the projection.
Did Nevada
from
just
NBC
close?
News. Let's look at
Yeah. I don't know. It's fucking weird, man.
Montana, Pennsylvania, all will really dictate the future of the Senate.
And Michigan. Let's bring in our panel. Britt Hume, Dana Perino, Harold Ford Jr. They've been here for a while. Kevin O'Leary, Jessica
You're not going
Tarloff,
anywhere.
and Ben Domenech. Jessica, are you surprised?
Surprised is a very generous term for how I'm feeling in this particular moment. It is in Democrats' nature to be anxious, and we are certainly at peak anxiousness. I think the conversation that you were having in the last panel about the Latino vote is really interesting. Some of these numbers are a little bit jaw-dropping, looking at, potentially a 45% for Donald Trump in some states.
She gonna
And
cry.
that is going to cause a
I hope
real
so.
reckoning
really
within
don't
the
like her
party.
very
Who's
much.
gonna cry?
How we talk about message
This
through
lady,
and integrate, a huge
talking
part
about the
of our
Democrats are
base
anxious
typically in
or
all of this.
whatever.
I would say, though, that the campaign and people that I've been speaking to have said nothing has been called.
I'll be right
Our
back.
paths to 270 have not been blocked off. And as we continue to get more vote in, that should add to the numbers that they message to you, Detroit is coming in. And Detroit had a very good day with in-person voting today. And the suburbs of Atlanta outperforming where Biden was there.
I don't know.
One point
The
of
guy that just showed
concern
at
is
Harris
that
headquarters did
she's
not look
doing as
happy.
well in the rural areas.
He was
as
waving his
Biden did.
flag.
And that's something that they're paying attention
Without
to. But
gusto.
I'm hearing more and more from people that I'm speaking to, blue wall, blue wall. And this morning we were talking about, well, if you pick up North Carolina and Georgia, again, they're not off the map, but it is feeling like more of that laser focus on the easiest route.
Ben, welcome, first of all. Good to see you tonight. I'm sitting here thinking about the rethink that Republicans went through after Mitt Romney lost. And they did this huge analysis of what was going wrong with the Republican Party and why they weren't reaching Hispanic voters, why they couldn't reach working class voters, why they weren't bringing in more women. And it really is stunning when you think about that. That was Mitt Romney's loss. And it appears that the person who has changed that calculus dramatically is Donald Trump.
Well, you know, they called it an autopsy at the time, and I think it's turned out to be an autopsy for a party
Lex,
that was
do you know
dead.
who he's married to?
And I think that Donald
This
Trump
guy?
has done something incredible and
Oh, he's
resurrecting
married
it
to
with a new
McCain, right?
coalition that, you know, a lot of people never thought Republicans were going to be able to reach, that they weren't going to be able to cut through a lot of these different fundamental problems that people thought were there in order to reach these different sets of the
Is
of
he
the
a
electorate.
Republican?
And look, I think the
I
big
mean,
question they have to be asking is how much
Is
of that is tied to Donald Trump himself, and how much of it is something that the Republican Party going
Yeah,
forward
he's
can build
conservative,
on.
I guess.
And you know, regardless of whatever ends up happening here tonight and tomorrow morning, in terms of these blue wall states and the things that we take away from it, certainly we can take away. This is the most incredible political comeback that we've seen since 1968. It's the most incredible remaking of the Republican coalition that we've seen in a way that was really unexpected by all but a handful of people. And how they build on that, how they choose to prioritize policies going forward, could make a big difference in whether they're able to hold on to it in the future or whether it's something that goes away if Donald Trump isn't at the top of the ticket.
Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful. The markets now have it at 92.5% for Donald Trump winning this election to Kamala Harris at 7.0%. You're a market guy. How do you read this?
I'm going to stay on this theme for a moment and call this perhaps the greatest night the Democratic Party can ever have if they lose. And let me explain that. I was very troubled just over 100 days ago when they circumvented the democratic process and anointed somebody. The analogy is easy to a Super Bowl. You arrive at the Super Bowl game, and by any measure, this is the Super Bowl of global politics, the presidential race. Your quarterback, Biden, is injured. He's taken out of the game. You don't bring a quarterback in that's never, ever,
I'm interested in
ever
what he's about
won
to say.
any game anywhere.
He's your best friend.
You run a process. And they missed that opportunity.
He's the only
It's
one
just a
out there
chance
willing
for them
tell
to.
you
I'm not
that you're
saying
a
they're going to
cocker
lose, but
tell you that you're
I'm going to
the
those
cocker you
percentages
are.
and saying they get to reboot. They get to go back to the center. They get to scratch this whole thing. And the influences of a Schumer or a Pelosi or a movie star or an Obama deciding to anoint somebody, those guys are gone in 4 years. They won't have that kind of influence. This could be great for America.
But he
because
thinks
I'm an
they're gonna
investor.
learn a
I have to
lesson
work
from
with
this?
who's
Is that what he's
ever in the
saying?
White House in
I
January.
mean,
But I care about policy. And when I hear policies coming
makes
out
a
of a
good
party
point.
that
I
are
mean, like-
so
They're not gonna
twisted
learn
against the
anything.
American way of
I
life,
know.
like
I know.
basically
They should. They ought to.
taxing capital gains.
They'll,
that are
if they
unrealized.
lose, they'll just
That's
say
not
it's because
America.
there were
price
more
controls.
racist
That's not
Nazis than
America.
they thought there
28%
were.
tax rate takes us to the bottom
That's
quartile
just
of competition.
getting played
Well, if
out.
they
People are
lose, they're
starting to not listen to that.
That's bad.
They're going to hang it
That's
around
very bad.
Biden's
That would
neck if they
hurt the
lose.
country. And all I do is
No, they're
work with
not.
entrepreneurs that want to build businesses. There's a reason people come here under
We talked about
Barr
earlier,
and
they're gonna blame the
Brown
black
Rivers to get
men.
into America.
I
It's the
forget.
American dream.
That's what they're gonna do.
It's the only thing the president has to do is to
It's
maintain
all going to
it.
be like
Those policies
black
are against
men
the American dream. And I
and
have nothing
Hispanics.
against
Texas,
Harris. I
yes.
mean, look, she did a masterful job in getting to where
Yeah,
she
the
is.
point is they're not going to
It
learn
would be
anything
good for
because
them
they
to
don't.
lose tonight.
Like,
It
they're not
would
gonna introspect
reset
at
and
all.
Reboot and get
I
that
guess
party
both
back to the
parties
center.
do
It would
that,
be good for
right?
them.
I
They may not
mean,
want to hear that.
They keep
We don't.
giving
But then
her
they have to-
so much credit. They're like, she's done a fabulous job to get to where she is. And it's like, has
I would
she?
love to win and do the reboot. We could still do those things. We'd bring you right into the party to help us.
But
We're gonna take a pause
see,
up
listen to
here
him. He's
because
doing it
we're
right now.
right
We
now.
do indeed. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Republican businessman Bernie Moreno, who started his entrepreneurial career in the car company and buying auto shops in Ohio, has won and unseated incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown, who has been an Ohio institution for a lot of years. This is an important flip.
Deuces,
Is that a
bitch.
JD
Republicans.
Vance
The
win?
party is edging closer to an outright
JD
Senate
Vance is in
majority tonight.
all these
There are
elections
still a
this year.
couple of places yet to
No,
be
what I
heard
mean
from.
is he's from
Right. Now, think
Ohio.
about this.
Yes,
Now,
they're
if
gonna
the
appoint a new
Democrats would somehow hold on to the John Tester seat,
So it's
that would
like
be a different
maybe like
math.
his
But as you
popularity in
look at the
Ohio is
balance
what
of
helped
power
flip that
in the
seat.
U.S. Senate. Is this Moreno speaking right now? Can we go in there?
Let's listen in for a couple minutes here.
There we go.
Look, today starts a new wave. You know, we talked about wanting
That's a really
red
big
wave.
deal. That's another
I think
seat
what we have
flipped,
tonight
and
is
now
a
a Senate
red,
majority
white,
for
and blue
Republicans.
wave in this country.
Yeah, we're gonna get the majority in the Senate.
Because what we need in the United States of America is leaders in Washington, D.C. that actually put the interests of American citizens above all else. We're tired of being treated like second-class citizens in our own country. We're tired of leaders that think we're garbage.
Oh my
And
gosh,
we're
my
tired
boy
of
Nathan
being
Hansen might
treated
win. He
like
might win a
garbage.
judge.
You know, my opponent talked a lot about helping the working man. And I will agree with him on the need to help working Americans. But the difference is talk without action is nothing. So what we're going to do,
No, Matt, I'm
thanks
so
to now having
excited.
a Republican majority, by the way, how about that, in the United States Senate? And Chuck Schumer, if you're watching, thanks for the help in the primary, but you're fired, buddy.
It's a nice jab.
This is a new dawn of Republican leadership. With President Trump and J.D. Vance in the White House, we are going to advance an agenda that is an American
It's not over,
agenda.
FML.
An
I do
agenda that
agree with
says we
you.
are
However,
pro-immigration,
this
but not
prevents a
pro-invasion.
roughshod
We're going to make certain that the
Democrat
people who come to
policy
this country are
agenda.
invited here.
There
Are
is
invited
now
here
at
like
least
I
one
was, like my
stopgap
family was,
for the
on our
country to
terms.
not get
We're going to
the
make this
policies
country
that
an
Kamala Harris has
energy-dominant
run
nation
on.
so
And
that
that's a
my
huge
kids
deal for us.
do not grow up in a
Well,
country
really, they're
where
going to
we
need
ever
two so they
rely
can
on a
override
foreign
Lindsey
nation
fucking
for
Graham.
energy ever again. And we have that energy right here in
Mitch
Ohio.
McConnell already
That
announced
means
that he's
coal,
stepping
That
down.
means natural gas. It means oil. And
That's
it means
good.
nuclear. And in terms of EV mandates, they need to be gone first thing in January.
Bernie Moreno, the winner in the U.S. Senate seat in Ohio. This is a major pickoff for an incumbent senator in Sherrod Brown that ran ads that said he was, at least working with former President Trump. He ran heavily on the issue of abortion and thought that they were going to make headway there. There were all kinds of polls, including the one we talked about earlier, that had Democrats fired up about women in the Midwest. Sherrod Brown won in 2006, 2012, and 2018. He was pro-labor. They thought he was safe at the beginning.
Dude.
This race was well
Roy-
run by
Royce
Bernie
Wright
Moreno,
going to freaking
and this
Huntsman,
puts them
Andy
closer to a
Klobuchar.
Senate majority. He said it is a Senate majority. There's still the possibility that John Tester holds on in Montana, although he was behind going in. Deb Fisher in Nebraska, we're still watching that race very closely. But if they hold all of those, you could have a scenario where you're looking at 52,
what's the
48,
reporting looking like
53,
in
47.
Detroit right now?
You absolutely could. And it's worth pointing out that these Senate candidates, if he is one of a few, potentially, as Brett just said, they all closed very strong. I mean, these races were not considered competitive. You didn't see them on TV a lot because they weren't really considered to be in the game, but they are closing very strong, and we're going to keep an eye on all of them as they do. It's interesting to point out, his family.
I saw a message. Someone said that Georgia Secretary of State said
he
that
talked
Trump's
about
lead is
American dream,
insurmountable
about
at this point.
here, and it raises questions about
Jake, you're not supposed to be paying attention. You shouldn't be involved in this.
immigration, because he is
Extreme.
very much
You don't
in
believe in
favor of
elections?
standards.
His brother was the ambassador.
There's a lot on that. You know, Garrett Tenney, our reporter in the Midwest, he's done a couple of pieces for us on a couple of small towns, one in Ohio and one in Indiana, that were completely just doubled overnight almost by immigrants. And he talked to families who have kids who are like, they can't even go to school anymore. They dropped out because nobody could be taught anymore. No one can find a place to live. I'll be very interested to see what Sandra Smith pulls out of that state of Ohio. Now, Donald Trump ran very strong in Ohio, and that helped Bernie Moreno as well. It will probably help Deb Fischer. I think it even helped Ted Cruz. Even though I think Ted Cruz was always going to win, it helped him win by a larger margin. Another point is Sherrod Brown has been there forever. Incumbents usually win. But this past 4 years has seen a remarkable amount of incumbents all around the world, up and down the ticket. You think of what happened to the Conservative Party, the Tory Party in the UK. They lost everything because there was just throw the bums out type election. And Kamala Harris is basically weighed down by the Biden administration, and she still couldn't come up with something that she would change. And I think people are reacting to that.
And once again, you have a state like Ohio where Sherrod Brown was able to hang on.
Okay, we're going to play around with this map for a second. Hang on. Okay, can I change these? No. Okay, just kidding. Forecast, right? Okay. Let's say that we win Arizona. Son of a bitch. How do you do that? How do you do the...
You got to change the color.
Yes, I'm
You got to
aware
click
of
the
that.
box.
What box?
I got to look at your screen. Hold on. All right. Scroll down. Scroll down. Oh, you're on a different technology than me.
Yeah, every time I click a state, it takes me over to that state. Lame. Okay. Well, I'll go back to this shit then.
1 million.
And in part, that's because they understand if we have one more of these things flip, think about what that does to the Supreme Court and the decisions that we make by some of the justices
And
there.
we're what, one seat away from the majority for the Republicans, and Republicans have been counting as if it were a done deal all along on Montana Senate, where there's very little vote in, which I think is the reason it's too early to call.
Shit that actually
Not
matters
too
to
close to
my
call
life,
because
my
this
ballot
House
initiative
bill,
for
according
Sunday
to what you just
alcohol
showed me on that map over there,
alcohol
that wonderful map of
sales
yours.
passed.
John Tester's the
It'll
Democrat
cycle,
John Tester,
though.
Democratic incumbent, is well behind.
That's where I was
with
just
only
at.
what, 6% in,
Yeah,
but
it seems like
he's down. You know,
just getting going a little bit there, right?
14 point. But I mean, that's in
Fuck my
line
life.
with what
You
has
think
been the
there's
expectation.
a
So
chance
listen,
still?
if you look at Ohio,
Well, I
it's
just
the
wanted to
similar
see,
issues to Mike
is there
Rogers
a
in
pathway
Michigan,
to winning
and there's similar
without
issues in Pennsylvania,
Pennsylvania or
for David McCormick.
Arizona
We're going to take a
still?
quick break right here. The race to 270 slowly taking shape. 270 is the electoral votes needed to win. The vote count changing by the minute. Check out that popular
Just
vote.
not ready to counter
Check
out.
out
Yeah.
the popular vote. Our special coverage continues after this.
Right. Let's check in on our little lady friends here.
So this is the balance of power in the United States Senate. And this was a big one because this means a +2 net gain for the Republicans. They are now at 49 seats. Democrats are at 39
Thank
seats.
you,
There are
Zoe.
12 seats uncalled. We've got to go in a moment. We're going to go to Michelle Norris, who is at Harris campaign headquarters at Howard University. Lawrence, I just wanted to get your reaction to that Senate news.
Yeah, that is a big loss for the Democrats. It takes them down in terms of the incumbencies as of this hour to 49 in the Democrats in the Senate. If you were to assume everyone returns, John Tester was in even more trouble than Sherrod Brown. And so most senators believe that Sherrod Brown had a better chance of getting reelected than John Tester. So if John Tester goes the way of Sherrod Brown, that would absolutely guarantee that they lose control of the Senate, because the remaining hope is that Nebraska sends an independent senator to the Senate who would then vote for the Democrats in organizing the Senate, which would get them to 50. But this does now look like the Senate is probably going to be in Republican control.
Yeah, it's also, I will also just say it's a loss for the Senate to lose Sherrod Brown, who is
Incredible
a
loss. And he was one of those miracle workers politically of the Senate who could go back to a state where no other Democrat could win statewide, and he figured out how to do it and do it repeatedly.
Yeah, long after his state turned very
But they
red.
poured
Yeah.
massive amounts of money into Ohio against him this time.
Yeah.
Just massive.
Hundreds of millions of
Yes,
dollars.
yes.
Exactly. We're joined now by MSNBC senior contributing editor Michelle Norris. She's at Harris Election Night headquarters at Howard University. Michelle, what are you seeing?
Ooh, it's awful quiet back there.
Hey, Rachel. Well, the crowd here is still large, is still loud, but a little bit more subdued. And the word that I keep hearing, it must
This is a
be
mostly
some
peaceful
new
crowd.
phrase that has entered the lexicon, is the idea that people here are nauseously optimistic, not just cautiously optimistic, but nauseously optimistic. And one of the people I heard that from was LaFonza Butler. I spoke to her just a while ago, and she was speaking about the upcoming results. She mentioned North Carolina, for instance, called by some, not by us yet, thinks it doesn't look good there. But one of the interesting things she said that's echoed by a few other people that I spoke to is that the real focus now is on that blue wall in the Midwest, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and that second district in Omaha, Nebraska, that sort of blue oval at the top of the state. Pennsylvania, the thought was that Donald Trump may have had a ceiling, that there was a certain number of votes that he got in 2016, 2020. They were hoping that he would not exceed those numbers. They are actually outperforming Joe Biden in some key areas, but it's clear now that Donald Trump has picked up key support among Hispanic voters, despite all the things that he said at that rally at Madison Square Garden, despite the
He didn't say
reaction
anything
that
at
we
that
saw
rally.
among Latino voters in places like Allentown and Hazleton. And so, you know, people here are watching and they're wondering what's going to happen in Pennsylvania. They're ready for a long, long night. And one of the reasons I've heard also is that they wanted to inject so much joy into the beginning of this is because they knew,
Okay,
that's
son
why
of
they
a
brought the
bitch.
DJ in and the dancing and
Minnesota's
the
a
line
toss-up.
dancing, because they knew that this was going to be a long night and that it was going to be a real
Oh.
nail biter. And it appears that that is exactly what we're looking at right now.
Playing with
Michelle Norris at Howard University, where the campaign
vote
is
thing
the
that
Harris campaign is
Zoe sent me
posted
the
up
link
and
for.
watching these results as avidly as any of us. Michelle, we'll be back to you. As the
Hey,
night
Heather, I'm going to bounce
progresses.
for a little bit. I
Let's
may
go to
come back
Simone
later.
Sanders
I'll see you
Townsend.
later.
Simone, I understand
See you,
you've got
Jake.
some reporting from sources
Bye,
related
Exit.
to
Bye,
the
Lexi.
sources on the campaign
Bye,
in Pennsylvania.
Jake.
Yes, people who are very familiar with the numbers and in the know, and people within, frankly, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and folks specifically in Philadelphia. Democrats believe that they have tens of thousands of votes that are outstanding from Philadelphia County. These are absentee ballots, and they believe that within the hour, at least 3 individuals have told me that within the 11 p.m. hour, that those votes are going to come in again from, specifically, these are votes from Philadelphia County, and those numbers will bode well for Vice President Harris and Governor Walz. Now, and they are saying it is going to be close, very, very close, but they believe that those tens of thousands of outstanding ballots are going to make a difference. My Pennsylvania people are telling me that the next batch is expected at 11:55.
So, Simone, to be clear, are they enthusiastic about what those votes are going to say? Are they
Madoff's face
enthusiastic about
as
their
the night
chances
has
overall?
gone on has
Yes, they are
progressively gone
enthusiastic
from
about what those votes are going to say. And they are, as Michelle Norris noted, nauseously optimistic.
Michelle.
People are nauseously optimistic.
what
but they're
she
clear-eyed.
means by that is that those
and
ballots
people
still need
within
to
the
be
campaign
printed
and
so
the
they can be
strategists surrounding
counted,
the
right?
campaign have all said to me within the last hour, we have been clear that it was going to be close. Now, folks may not have believed that given the energy and the momentum, but the campaign itself and the
Oh,
folks
Nevada, you
specifically with very close to the campaign have always been clear that this was going to be a close race. They believe Pennsylvania is still in play. And I do also think that it's my understanding of, they have a sense of that the reality is that Georgia is not an option for a win this go round. And North Carolina is not looking like it as
I feel
well.
like
but
that's a lot
folks need to
to come
wait and
from
see. Wake
absentee
County,
ballots.
rest of
I'm just
Mecklenburg
saying.
County, and North Carolina will make
Can
a
you hear me,
difference.
Heather?
Wisconsin, I
Yes.
will note, folks in Wisconsin say they think
Here, I'll mute her. Now I'll be able to hear
No,
you way
I'm going to
better.
listen to her. She's such an idiot. But like, they're still holding out hope for North Carolina.
Yeah, on here they are.
They've seen reporting about that as Biden, and they note that the wards that haven't reported in Dane County are very blue areas around Madison. And so the folks in Wisconsin are also feeling good. And they tell me that 3 campuses, students are still voting right now as we speak.
All right, Simone Sanders Townsend, thank you. I want to go to our friend Michael Steele, who I understand has been talking to sources about the results in Michigan. What are you hearing, Michael?
Yeah, it's very interesting right now that a number of the folks that I've been talking to there in Michigan, Republicans are looking a little bit, how should we say, skeptical of holding Michigan for Trump right now, looking at some of the numbers that have been coming in. I know as we still have big centers like Detroit that are going to land, but the reality on the ground there, they have a lot of hope in that they look like they will flip the House to the Republicans, but may give some ground to Trump. They're still looking through some of the numbers, but it's a little bit up in the air for the Trump hold on Michigan. So the narrative around the blue wall still holds a bit. I mean,
Biden took Michigan.
Are really kind of that.
Who knows what he's talking about?
Those 2 bookends with Wisconsin sitting right there.
Michigan has a Democrat AG, Democrat governor, Democrat controlled Congress.
He lost Michigan last year or last time.
And Joe Biden won Michigan. So what are they talking about? The Trump hold.
Michael Steele's a fucking idiot.
I'm just going to tell you what we got. Quote, while we continue to see data trickle in from the Sunbelt states, we have known all along that our clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states. And we feel good about what we're seeing. Again, this is an email from the Harris campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon. This is an email to campaign staff. This email has been obtained by NBC News. I'll continue to quote it.
While she's putting
O'Malley
kids to
Dillon
bed
says
and
the Harris
working
campaign has, quote, overperformed turnout expectations in Philadelphia, and that they're waiting for a, quote, significant amount of votes to come in from Michigan, including from the city of Detroit. O'Malley Dillon says they're also waiting for a significant amount of vote from Wisconsin's Dane County and Milwaukee County, adding they do not expect Wisconsin's complete results until between 3 and 5 a.m. We've been saying for weeks, says O'Malley Dillon,
I love
that
you,
this race
but I don't
might
know that
not
I
be
can
called
stay up
tonight.
till
Those of you
3
who
to
are
5
around in
a.m.
2020 know this well. It takes time for all the votes to be counted. All
Are
the
you
votes
going to stay
will
up?
be counted. That is how
I
our
don't know.
system works. What we do know is this race is not going to come into focus until the early morning hours. Jen Psaki, let me get your reaction to that.
Well, just reading this, I was thinking of what's happening in the boiler
Decision
room.
desk has
That's a very
given
high
Georgia
pressure
to
thing. You call it on a
Donald Trump.
campaign, but Nicole and I have probably
FYI.
spent a collective hundreds of hours in boiler rooms. It's basically where you have the top campaign strategists and teams looking at, like our team looked at the decision desk, right? They take people that do the decision desk. What's different in a campaign is that you're also
let's
looking at
switch.
vote goals in these counts.
I like to see the contrast between the two.
Fashion the idea that if you be soft on crime, then there's going to be criminal justice reform, when in fact there's been nothing but justice for the criminal.
It's going to win. It's probably going to win big, Jody Armour, but the governor of California is against it. He thinks it's just going to raise the number of people going to California prisons.
Well, the fact that Harris wouldn't answer the question about what she voted on this, a former prosecutor. She said, I'm the top cop. She, her bona fides are that she's law and order.
She was one behind Prop 47.
Right. And so she wasn't, she's a frictionless weather vane. She gives you that impression. Blowing whatever direction the wind blows, she's willing to go there. And that was another example. She should have said, I was the top cop. I'm 436. I see the error of my ways. I see crime going in a certain direction or whatever. But instead, she does this frictionless weather vane routine, and people.
But you can't expect her to do that when she was the one posting links about rioters and looters during the George Floyd era. This is not somebody who's about law and order.
Gianno, Kayla McGee-White, Steve, Jody, thank you all. Martha will be here later in the night when everybody gets tired there in New York.
I know this probably sounds terrible.
Okay, Trace,
because I
thank you
should
very
know,
much.
but
We're
I don't
looking
know who
into a lot
Kornacki
of
is.
different numbers that are coming in, and as you know, this is all baking with bills at the wall.
So what was
trying
it,
to
Matt?
get
I
into
was just saying
different
that
places. Wisconsin's on the board right now.
Harris campaign's communicating through email their optimistic view.
Yeah, they
I don't
think
think that's convincing.
It's true. Right now, Donald
Why are they
Trump,
doing it through email?
in the big cities of America, Miami, Chicago, New York, Dallas, and Houston, he is improving on his margins from 2020 by double digits. You think about that, right? Since COVID.
Oh, okay.
Think about
the
immigration.
kind of spastic guy, but
You
yeah.
think about the
he's-
homeless crisis.
Yeah.
You think about how our cities
can
have
tell he knows
changed
his
over the
shit.
past 4 years. Maybe that's having an impact. Now, what I'm looking at here is Wisconsin. Just want to point out two things in Wisconsin. And I want to compare that to what's happening in Pennsylvania, because I think there's a trend that is favorable toward Trump, okay? So here we go, Dane County. I'm going to take you back to 2020, and I'll just compare the numbers for Biden and Kamala Harris, okay? So this is Madison, University of Wisconsin, et cetera. Ton of Democratic votes in this county. So she is underperforming Biden's mark by about 1.7 points. And that translates to, it could be tens of thousands of votes. Trump, meanwhile, is up about 1.4 going back to 4 years ago. Let me come up here to La Crosse. All right. You get Democratic votes here.
He's doing
in La
this.
Crosse,
Is he
right
doing
along
this
the
like
border
at
with
this
Minnesota.
point?
So this
in
is
the last
Biden 4
election
years
thing?
ago.
Yeah.
It's not quite 2.5, but it's close to it, where she's underperforming in a county where she should be doing better. And here you go. Trump
I think it
doing
matters
2.5
which
points better
where the
in that
95%
particular
of the
county in
vote is in
Wisconsin. So we'll
from.
keep
Do
an
you know what
eye
I
on
mean?
that. Come out a little broader here. Come back to 2024. Hang on one second,
Get
guys.
back maybe later.
And we'll go
Dwayne
into
D,
Pennsylvania
congrats on
and
big
try and
audience. You're the
prove a
best.
similar theory, all
Thanks,
right? In two
Matt.
places. One is Allegheny and Pittsburgh. The other is Philadelphia. So we'll put this map into motion here. Put the slide bar out, okay? She's nearly meeting her number in Allegheny, off a half a point. Trump's doing slightly better, just 0.6 points. The last time I looked at that, she was dead even with the number from Joe Biden from 4 years ago on a percentage-wise. Come over here to Philadelphia, because this is really where, if you're a Democrat and you want to win the state, you got to run your numbers up in Philadelphia. And this kind of matches what I just read from, America's big cities. In Philadelphia, she's underperforming Biden's mark from 4 years ago.
By a
And Trump is
lot, though.
overperforming where he was 4 years ago. So,
Again, I don't know if I
the
believe
number of
that
votes
these
that are
numbers mean
available in
anything.
Philadelphia, and you have 300,000, right? And that's a huge difference. I mean, you can run the totals up and never look back oftentimes in Pennsylvania if you're a Democrat running with a number like that. So let's take this off the screen. And come on back to 2024, and you guys are asking, how come we can't call North Carolina? Well, we may be getting closer because Mecklenburg is in, and Wake is pretty much in. This is Guilford. That's Greensboro. There's got a lot of campaigning down there. It's a fast-growing area, too. There's about 22% of the estimated vote is still outstanding. It's an impressive number. I haven't looked at this yet. Let's just go see Joe Biden. Okay, so pretty close to where Biden was. The raw number is lower, but on a percentage basis, she's just about hitting her number, and Trump's just a little higher, just a little bit there from 4 years ago. So maybe that's the reason you can't make
Those
a call
percentages
in
don't
North
make
Carolina.
sense to me.
Maybe, and maybe that changes in a moment here. We'll see. So this
But
is
I'm really-
Georgia.
Joey posted
Too soon to call yet again. Let's see what the 134,000.
in the
So
chat that
2.7. That has been consistent, guys. for a
Associated
while
Press
now.
has called Georgia
On a percentage basis, it has not much
or
moved.
Decision Desk.
Trump is favored just under 3%. I can go hunting
But
around
have they called
trying to
North
figure out
Carolina
why you
yet?
can't call it. I would have to think maybe, DeKalb County still got a little bit of vote out there. Come up here to Gwinnett County as well. A little bit of vote out there.
Have they not called Georgia for him yet?
Points in Fulton, Cobb, Gwinnett, in
No.
DeKalb County. So too soon to call right now for the Peach State.
Dude,
Bill,
this is like
listen to
a
this.
fucking
So
huge
General
difference
Malley
between last time
Dillon,
and
So
this
AP
time.
called North
earlier,
Carolina for
where they're
Trump.
kind of painting the picture of the blue wall and
Decision
how they're
Desk
doing
called
great
Georgia
things in
for Trump.
Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan. But at the end of this email,
I think
she says,
Joey said Decision
"We'll
Desk called North
keep you all
Carolina for
updated
Trump
as
as
we get more
well.
information."
That was
This
like
is
an
what
hour and a
we're
half
here for.
ago.
So let's finish up what we have in front of us tonight, get some sleep, and get ready to close out strong tomorrow. So the Harris campaign, sorry, it is the Biden folks that run the Harris campaign now, essentially are saying, you know what, let's pack up and get some sleep. And
You know what that reminds me of?
It's 4
Hillary
years ago,
Clinton in
Martha.
2016,
Exactly
because
right.
she said, John Podesta came out and said, well, we're all going to kind of sleep on this and see how all of this works out. And everyone else was saying,
it's
we're
gone.
calling these states. So
We may stay with us. We're watching it all. as our special coverage continues.
God, I need to go to
and we
bed,
could have some
but
big calls
I feel like I'm gonna
coming straight
stay up
ahead,
for a
whether they're
while.
up tonight or not.
Oh, God, do you see the faces?
What if, instead of giving a holiday makeover to some stranger's house,
Nauseously
you
optimistic.
revisit your own childhood?
Okay, well, Heather, pull up the 270 thing or whatever.
True love is Nick.
Because
Yeah,
because Joey posted in the chat that
Okay, wait. So we want the one that's showing the actual results. Live results right now on here. North Carolina and Georgia have both been called for Trump.
okay, and so that's 246, and so then Nevada and Arizona are the only like if he took Nevada, I think he'll take Nevada.
Some assholes are still voting in Nevada. That's why nothing's been turned in yet.
Let's go.
Yeah, but what is that? Does that say 4? What does that say?
Hold on. Let me go to the play around with it link. Okay.
Oh,
So Georgia is red. North Carolina is red. And then Arizona is red and Nevada is red. It puts him
Is
in
that-
two more.
So he needs at least one of the okay.
The 3.
This is right.
Fuck.
I think he does it. I do. I don't know. I mean, yeah, FML says he wins PA, it's over. And I think
But hold on,
Pennsylvania is
I
his
have a
best bet.
question, though. Okay, hold on. So she doesn't win with what's left.
Well, that says 270 for her right there.
Oh, okay. I'm
Because
an
you
idiot.
gave her Pennsylvania.
Yeah. So she has to win all 3.
Yes.
Fuck.
Yeah, like turn off the likely.
What?
Never mind. Let me see something.
All right. I may not sleep tonight. I lay in bed, toss and turn until stuff is in at 2 a.m. and then crash. If he wins Pennsylvania, it's over. I agree. And I think that Pennsylvania actually, even with the outstanding votes, fuck it, we stay up till we know Pennsylvania. Okay, deal. I'll make that deal with you guys. I will stay alive until they call Pennsylvania.
You got used to sleep, so now you're
I know. I've been sleeping lately.
You might not have. You might not have to. I mean, there's still Wisconsin.
Good to have you here.
Yeah, but I don't think he's going to.
How are you feeling about how things are going?
We're gonna be
Obviously,
up for days
we've
then.
seen this memo from the
No, that's
campaign that says
Arizona's,
that they are
though.
considering waiting to see how things look tomorrow. Can you answer to that at all?
Look, I think we all knew this was a long election night, right? We knew this was going to take some time to count all these votes. I think what you're seeing from the memo that was released by General Mally Dillon just a couple moments ago sort of speaks to that, and that, we don't have a clear, there's no votes counted. Last time I checked before I came in here, I think 1% of the votes in Wayne County or Detroit was counted. So we have a lot more votes left to be counted in parts of the blue wall. I think for the Harris-Walz campaign, they're saying they're banking on this blue wall to win this campaign. So they're going to wait until those votes are counted. And I think at this point, nobody can spike the football until all the American people have their say.
Yeah, we haven't called any battleground states.
Exactly.
And Sean Hannity
But we're,
may have.
Sean is the exception to the rule.
But he wasn't worried about the fact that there weren't actually in yet.
The best is when he said, I'm not going to get over my skis, but I'm going to get over my skis.
But I'm going to make a call. I have a big prediction.
Katie, what do you think?
Oh, like Handy
Based
left.
on
Like,
looking at the data
Is he
going
still there
into
anymore?
tonight, but also
I was
the
wondering what
numbers on
happened to her. I haven't
Hispanic
seen her in a
men,
while,
for example,
obviously.
and the youth vote. The fact that Donald Trump is running ahead of Kamala Harris, according to a number of exit polls, shows that their messaging to those groups isn't working. And the question is why? Why is it that it didn't appeal the Kamala Harris campaign message? And I think it's interesting to look at the slow death of identity politics that you're seeing in this election. The Kamala Harris campaign tried to argue that people should vote for her based on identity politics, whereas the Trump campaign, which was accused of being Hitler, fascist, wanting to, implement, get rid of democracy, essentially.
Handmaid
Is running
too.
ahead with those groups, and that's not something that they expected. Those were the key people that they needed to get her over the finish line. Now, the night is not over, but long term, Democrats are going to have to think about, they're losing their coalition. And how are they going to get it back? You can't just argue that someone in your opponent is a Nazi, essentially. You have to have something to offer. And at this point, they're looking at the numbers and saying, if we're running this far behind in these places,
You needed them even for a photograph.
It's going to be a tough climb getting to that 270.
Wears them
One of the
all
interesting
the
things
time
that
because
strikes
they're
me as you
like,
say that is that the character issue was dug into so deeply by the Harris campaign and by Democrats at
So
large across
if you
the
guys
country.
notice,
And Kaylee,
New
it
Mexico
looks like
still hasn't been called yet.
not only did the 48% that has been rock solid for Trump throughout the entire course of his run, not only did they
What's
not
the website
care
to play
about
with
that
map
issue, I
results?
think, they say, well, we know, and we've
That's-
seen all of this,
that's what it
we
is.
watch is,
270
policy
to
results,
win
whatever
.com.
they're saying, but added people on top of that, despite these character issues that were so.
Is AP the
drilled on
Associated Press?
Kamala
Is that
Harris's
who that
campaign.
is?
I think you
Yeah.
make a really important point, and two
Oh,
voters
okay,
come to
thank you.
mind when you make that analysis. There was a voter in the New York Times. They'd followed this group of undecided voters. This voter said, pre-Kamala Harris, I was 50.01% likely to vote for Trump. He didn't like him personally. He didn't like his affects. He didn't like him. Then Kamala
Nobody's
Harris came
called
on the scene,
Virginia
and
yet,
he
have they?
knew how she differed from Joe Biden on inflation. He ended up
Minnesota flip
discovering
blue.
she doesn't. And he went by a 51%
Heather,
margin for
have
Trump. He
Red
said, I
Bull
still
or
don't like
Mountain
the guy,
Dew
but that tipped me over the edge. Another voter who comes to mind I saw today, he had not voted in an election since Obama. He said, I am a blue collar worker. I am here voting today because of no tax on overtime. And I think if Donald Trump prevails tonight, we have to look at his working man's agenda. No
So I
tax
was
on
talking about
overtime,
this earlier.
limit on interest on
Does
credit cards,
that,
no tax on tips.
like
This
1099
holistic
employees?
look that perhaps
So
not just realigns
like
the party
the
on
tips or the
blue-collar workers, but
subscriptions or whatever that we
demographically as
get
well.
on X,
Just
would that
add to
be considered a
for
tip?
years, we've heard from the Biden-Harris administration that Americans are not suffering.
I think that would be
Inflation,
really
it wasn't
interesting. Like,
happening,
how
then
are
it
they
was
going to
transitory,
determine
then we just
what
had
is
to
a
deal with
tip?
it, even though it wasn't getting better. That has been something the campaign has struggled with. They eventually came around to grocery prices being
Well, I
too
think
high.
you absolutely argue
That
that like
Donald
super
Trump is a bad guy, therefore you should vote for us, even though we're not going to detail what our policies
super
are.
chats,
And you're seeing
that
with a
type of stuff
number
like
of
would
groups
definitely be a
that are saying,
tip.
especially on
you
the
know?
economy, we actually need some hard economic policy because we're hurting, and they've been told to either deal with it or that it's not happening. And the Harris campaign has not had an answer for those folks outside of what they've tried to say.
I think that issue that Donald Trump is a bad guy worked for them in 2020.
Dude, there's fucking
I mean,
greater than 95%.
people tell me all the time, no way Joe Biden got 80 million votes. I kind of agree with
What? Exit?
Over 95% of the votes are in, but he was just saying something pretty wild.
Oh, well, you were talking and I couldn't hear you.
but indefinitely thinking it was a better deal back then than they are getting from this administration and have gotten from this administration. And if he wins tonight, it'll be the fact that they look back on his administration more fondly than they ever might have thought they could.
It's gonna
in
be
2 years.
fine.
We've said it
It's
before, Dana,
fine.
about what former President
I
Trump
mean,
has faced.
the difference
If you
in,
look at what they call
Hold on,
lawfare
let me
and
backtrack
what he
15
faced in
seconds.
Manhattan.
Everyone might have thought they could even 2 years ago.
We've said it before, Dana, about
Look at the difference.
what former President Trump has faced. If you look at
difference between what?
From this administration and have gotten
Okay,
from
this is the Trump
and if he
headquarters.
wins tonight, it'll be the fact that they look back on his
rewind it
administration
a
more
little bit
fondly than they
farther,
ever might have thought
Can you
they
rewind?
could even 2 years ago.
we've said it before, Dana.
Indefinitely thinking it was
Are making me
in the
twitchy.
passage of time and with the record of the Biden administration, those concerns faded. And while I think a lot of people voted for him, like the voters you described, without much enthusiasm for him, but indefinitely thinking it was a better deal back then than they are getting from this administration and have gotten from this administration. And if he wins tonight, it'll be the fact that they look back on his administration more fondly than they ever might have thought they could even 2 years ago.
We've said it before, Dana, about what former President Trump has faced. If you look at what they call lawfare and what he faced in Manhattan, he still faces a sentencing at the end of November. Judge Marchand there. He is still facing other cases. There is an appeal of the Attorney General's case, Letitia James here, that the appeals court looked like it actually was siding with Donald Trump.
Yes.
And they could have a ruling that either strikes it down or reduces it dramatically right after the election, even though Vice President Harris used that in many ads to say that he was, convicted and he also lost this civil case.
That's a good
It's
point.
pretty amazing that we are where we are.
It is, and I feel like I wish I were Shannon Green right now because I don't know all of the legal issues, but I could
No.
play
I know
the
the sense. What are you saying no about?
Yes,
Virginia.
I think, again, it's one of those things
about
that
it?
you think of all that he was.
War Dog saying it was called for Harris.
Also, this result
Says
of
who?
these, states that are coming in so far, it's because of what they did. Right, and he didn't let it.
My husband just texted and said North Carolina
he
was
would
called
sit
for
in
Trump.
all day, and then he would
Yeah,
go
that was
campaign
one. By who?
Rally. He'd be back in court the next day.
By who?
And if you think even just about the creativity of the campaign, like at McDonald's, et cetera, they were just beating her to the punch every single time.
Yeah,
You're going to make a quick call.
They completely dropped the felon argument. Like
Yeah.
you don't even hear it. You
That's
didn't
like,
hear
we gotta go, we gotta go.
the campaign.
Fox
They're
News
called-
decision desk can now project that former President Donald Trump will win the state of North Carolina. This has been a
exciting.
contested state. Vice President Harris went there many, many times. Democratic governor in the state of North Carolina.
Okay,
You
so
saw former President
11:45.
Trump
We were supposed to have the Georgia
go
vote
there
by
a number of
midnight.
times, about 4 times.
So we could
in the
get that
past 2
call here
weeks
pretty
to
quickly.
campaign. The campaign always felt that they were in good position in North Carolina. Now we can project that he will win the state of North Carolina and its 16 electoral votes. The Fox News decision desk can now also predict that Vice President Harris will win New Mexico. That was a tight race. It had tightened in recent days, but Vice President Harris will win New Mexico. So as we look at the race to 270, the electoral votes needed, it now stands at 232 for former President Trump and 198 for Vice President Harris.
That makes North Carolina the state in the battlegrounds that Trump has won 3 times. It was the only battleground state that he locked down in 2020. So obviously a relief at the Trump campaign that he has kept that one in his column as well tonight as we continue to move on.
Peter Ducey is live at the White House. What he's hearing from the Harris campaign and the Harris path tonight. Peter.
And we'll start with what we're hearing here at the White House, and that is nothing. They told us that President Biden and some longtime advisors were inside watching the results come in on TV, but we have been here outside.
So he's
and
not
we've been
even
noticing
with
that a lot of lights
Kamala?
that were on.
No, there was a whole thing where it was like he was not invited to like the headquarters or the
some folks
party.
around here may be taking
Like-
the campaign co-chair, Jenna
And then
Malloy
somebody on
Jones,
Twitter was
in
like,
that memo
"What's the
that they should
chances
get
that
some sleep
Biden will
and prepare
step
for some results
down
in the morning?"
so
There
that
have
she
been
can
three
be the
big
first
changes, though, in
woman
the way that the
president
Harris
if she
team has
loses? You
been,
know, and it's like the
presenting their
chances
case
are
to
are
us the last couple
zero.
hours. As results started coming in, they were telling us
They hate
where they
each
saw
other.
silver lining in all of the battleground states. They were also
I
telling
love
us
it.
that they thought
It
they
makes
had
me
a
happy.
plausible case to win in all
Well, it's
7
because
battleground
even
states.
Trump said
And something
in
over the
the
last
debate-
36 hours they've been pushing a lot is that they thought Trump could come out and declare victory early. We're not hearing much of any of that anymore. The memo that the campaign co-chair put out is pretty broad and just something that they've been telling us since the summer when Harris took over, that the blue wall was one of their pathways to victory. That is not new information. That is just what they've got right now. Vice President Harris
Apparently
remains
they're
at the
about to
Naval
call
Observatory
Virginia,
right now. We don't
too.
know if she's going to show up at her campaign
Are we
headquarters.
behind on this recording? Are we like?
But they
Do we?
they took the press pool and they told him just to
Yeah,
stand by.
really.
And if Joe Biden is giving anybody watching an indication of how he feels
Friends and family party says, quote, her path is so narrow and she is not doing what she needs to do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The exit polls I saw hours ago are all accurate.
I was
They need to
wrong.
suddenly
I had
outperform
great
those.
faith.
I don't believe it will happen. Asked about this, a second source close to Harris told me I 100% agree. The path to victory is very difficult. His numbers are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania and Michigan. A third source saying, close to the campaign, I think we're losing this. I think we're losing this. Hearing word that Vice President Harris may come to Howard University soon, but not for another hour. Harold Ford
Yeah.
Jr.
He's not showing up.
losing
Those
this?
numbers, Brett. The race, that Senate race in Pennsylvania
Harris.
between Bob Casey and Dave
Who said they
McCormick,
think
it
they're
looks like
losing this?
McCormick with 81% of the vote in is leading by a
Who
point,
said
point
they
and a
were
half,
what?
and we'll monitor that. I think that
He-
will
He was
that
reading a
race. If
quote. Who
McCormick
said
wins
that?
that race, I think it's very likely to say that
Just
President Trump
Democratic
will win the
operatives.
Commonwealth as well. Building on some of the points, reacting to some of the points from my friends on the other side of the table.
Vermont is
You
getting
know,
Republican.
my party
governor.
often says that
Get that
Donald Trump
Magazine vote,
didn't do
for
enough
sure.
on the border. He rejected a bill that would have been a compromise, that he didn't lay out specifics. He said no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime, that wasn't a full-throated economic plan. And all that may be true, but sometimes politics in life isn't fair. And he's
Rumors
a
of
different kind of
Milwaukee
candidate. I think if we
votes,
look back, and this race is not over, we've got three, the blue wall here to hold. But if we look back at this, I think one of the things that this campaign is going to wish that they had done probably more effectively was to just lay out a bit of a plan on the economy and inflation and growth, to lay out a plan to maybe say we should
They
have
didn't have a
reinstated
plan,
or kept in
man.
place some of the Trump border executive orders as we look to find ways to do things differently. Because just going back
He
and
just
looking at
said
things just
they should have
wasn't-
done what Trump
wasn't
did so they
working
could have
with
done
voters,
things
and the polling
differently.
data showed that.
Right.
And the fact that we have more wealth today than we did 3 years ago, more innovation, more cures and therapeutics, more oil than we did 3 years ago, and they couldn't figure out how to run on that, couldn't figure out how to capitalize on that. So as we talk about
Did he say
reconstituting
more
our
oil
country,
now
that's
than
some of
3
the
years
things we're
ago? Is that
gonna
what you
have to
just
do.
said?
And if you guys are successful tonight, I hope that President Trump is willing to reach out to us as well and try to figure out ways in which to grow the country
Yeah.
For every American.
But
So
don't you think he's done that? Don't
disagree
you
with
think he's done that? I mean, look at the coalition he has built. I think there's been an
See, that's a
underestimation
really good point
of
that
what the
nobody
definition
wants
of
to talk
protecting
about.
democracy is.
So, okay,
You
now
have
I'm saying
RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, who was in charge of the DNC at a certain point, saying there's all this lawfare. You're suing to keep RFK Jr. off the ballot. Nicole Shanahan, one of his vice presidential candidate at the time,
She has
feels the
been a
same
valuable
way.
resource
And people
to
look
the
at that
Trump
and say,
campaign
She's
since-
awesome.
we don't, he's building
Yeah.
a coalition
The
that
only
actually
thing I'm
works.
saying is Brett Baer wrote a great piece for FoxNews.com called about unity and about what
Amish
happens
will
when these
deliver us
races. This is one of the most
Pennsylvania.
divisive races.
I
in
will be
54
really
years of life.
interested
My
to
only
see what
point
those
is,
numbers
Now
there'll be
listen to this
times whoever
poll.
wins, and if it's
Be
President
like,
Trump, it
calling
looks
for
like it might be,
unity.
it's time to heal and move forward. And I think you'll have to do something. I don't disagree with
Whatever.
this coalition.
I
It
don't.
looks
I
like
don't hear
tonight.
you.
Did
But
you
it's gonna
call
take
me a
more than that.
Nazi
I'm one as
yesterday?
a Democrat willing to work
Yeah.
with him if he wants to do
Yeah.
that. But it's gonna
Now,
take each side
now we're
willing
gonna
to
be
do it.
friends.
Doesn't
Make a
help the
call
fact
here,
our
stand by.
reserves got decimated about 2 years ago. Dems need to keep Jill Stein. Yeah.
Fox News projects that the Republicans will take control of the United States Senate. The party will hold at least 51
yeah.
seats, which is enough for an outright majority.
How are we looking in the
The
House
tipping
right
point
now?
for this
Anybody's
is
seen
Or is this
this?
do our
Nebraska,
Trump
where
dance?
Fox News can now project that Republican incumbent Senator Deb Fischer will defeat independent challenger Dan Osborne. Now, this was a
Wow,
very
this was
tight
a-
race. The incumbent Republican
She's getting
pulling this
safe.
out.
I felt like she
and
was
that means because of Bernie Moreno and West
maybe going to
Virginia,
lose that. So that's
it
really
now
interesting.
goes over the top as far as the Senate majority, but we don't know the final number yet.
Right. We're still waiting for the Tim Sheehy race against John Tester in Montana, which is one that I think a lot of Republicans felt was something they were relying on. So we'll see if
Wow.
that turns out to be the case. And it's not clear yet who would serve as the next Senate
That would
Majority
be
Leader.
fucking
Republican
beautiful.
Leader Mitch McConnell, who is the longest serving Senate leader in history, announced earlier this year that he would step down. So there's a lot of speculation about who might take that role. And of course, that'll be
She was losing
the
fairly
next
big
conversation to
earlier.
have for the leadership in the Senate. But
GOP
right
has
now,
won
a
70 to
51
18
seat
for
majority
majority.
for the
Oof.
Senate, 42 seats for Democrats. And this is a big deal for if President Trump wins again, he needs this majority in the Senate. We don't know what's going to happen in the House if indeed.
Yeah, and we have seen some evidence that Democrats are having some success in the House. The question comes in the West and California. This is a big deal, Rick Hume, that this is a flip of the Senate majority, and now
Who
Chuck
knows
Schumer
what
will no
our
longer
third
be the
party is gonna
majority
get in
leader.
there. Yeah, that will be
This is
interesting
something
to
that
see.
Republicans looked at their map at the beginning and said, this looks good for us. They didn't know how good, and we still don't know how good it's going to be tonight.
Yeah, and it raises the possibility if Trump wins, he
I
has the
fucking
Senate.
love Britt Hume.
And
love
the
him.
question becomes then, can the Republicans maintain
As
control
soon
of the House?
as he starts talking,
There's been a
just
lot of confidence
so
in the
happy.
betting markets that they would throughout this evening, but just to keep you up to date, they've
I think because he
marginally,
reminds me of my
their margin on their
grandfather.
betting odds is
Because
shrunk a
he's
little
just
bit.
like this grumpy old
Holding on
man,
to
no
a
matter
shirt.
if he's super
If I could
happy
just
or
ask, like,
super
for Mitch
angry, like he's
McConnell,
the
this
same
is
person.
what a way to leave, right? With another win.
Oh my God, look at this guy.
And if President Trump wins the
Thinking hard.
presidency, another way to say he recruited great candidates this year. Steve Daines, who was a senator from Montana who ran the whole operation. The Senate Leadership Fund spent millions of dollars very strategically, and they had to help with $3 million
God, I'm
at the
so
last
mad
minute
she
to
wore
help a
that.
senator of Nebraska get across the finish line. She barely did.
It's like looks
But she made it.
yellowy
That's
on
also
the
not
screen.
Amid harsh criticism of
Don't like it at
McConnell
all.
from a,
It's the
from a
color my
non-significant
walls
wing of the
were
Republican
before I
Party on
got
the
them
right.
painted.
Let's also not discount the success of former President
I'm
Trump
trying to
in
think of
these
what it reminds
states,
me of.
Kaylee, that
Very
definitely in the
French.
case of Bernie Moreno.
That
with a
90s
10-point
color,
win
they
in
painted
Ohio,
all the
takes him over the
houses, like
finish
all the
line.
walls
We
on
don't
the
know. In
inside.
Michigan, Mike
They called it
Rogers,
neutral,
in
but it's not. It's
Pennsylvania,
yellow.
Dave McCormick,
Hate it.
and in
It's
Montana.
It is
mother
not
of
mother of
pearl.
pearl. It is not.
And there
Has
was a
no
long debate
iridescence to it.
conversation,
Yeah.
especially when you look back at midterm cycles, about President Trump
Her
potentially
hair
cracking
is
down
way
candidates
bigger.
and hurting
I said that.
things like Senate candidates are finding coattails with President Trump. Interestingly, when we assess the prospect of keeping the House majority,
And those Fox,
Steve Scalise
Fox
said we need at
makeup
least an
artists, they
8 to
really
10
love
seat
that like
buffer
thick
because he expects
eyeliner
should
line.
Donald
Yes.
Trump prevail, which it's looking very
You
good for him
know,
right now.
it was
and
on Laura
several
Ingraham
House members
earlier,
will
like
depart
thick.
and be various cabinet members in the administration.
Eggshell.
So you're still thinking about that. That's a political calculation.
Eggshells, like
Yes,
it doesn't have that
it is.
yellow though. I don't
Really
think, does
Nonetheless,
it?
I would just say this, the word here, the word on other networks that I'm hearing constantly is the word underperforming for Kamala Harris. We're seeing it repeatedly. We're seeing it among demographics.
Wow,
She's underperforming. And while we don't have results right now, we do have
versus
trends, and the trends
possibly
do not look
that.
good.
Let me just interrupt. As we see on the screen here, this is Wisconsin. This is Hovde with 1.2 million to Baldwin, the incumbent. If we could flip it over to Michigan, Mike Rogers has a lead on Slotkin in that race, 50.3 to 46.9. Now, these races
Sad
they
day
fall in
for
the same
white
category.
women.
As I mentioned before,
Women.
Ohio, Michigan,
Eggnog?
Wisconsin.
Yes.
They have a lot of the same
I'd
issues.
love to have some
Energy.
eggnog right now.
All of them campaign similarly, and they all appear to be doing well and maybe outperforming.
Yeah, and just a couple of things about the Senate, because remember that Vice President Harris said that she was open to ending the filibuster if it meant that that was what was necessary to restore Roe v. Wade. There was also discussion, not hammered too much on the campaign trail, but the idea of making Puerto Rico and DC states has been kicked around for a long time. Possibly expanding the Supreme
I wonder why they
Court.
were
So
quiet
these are
about that.
ideas that I think
Yeah.
in many ways were
Quiet about what?
galvanizing, to a lot of
They were
voters
quiet
And
about
Puerto
it.
Rico being
in
state.
the United States Senate.
Yeah.
So if this continue, well, we know now that there's a majority. So at least in the short term, those things will happen.
Okay.
Eventually, we're going to check in with Chad Pergram on Capitol
Has
Hill. We'll
Georgia
continue with our panel. We
and
have some more raw vote total coming in as a lot of members, as the race for
Pennsylvania, neither one
270
of those have been
continues. More
called
results
yet,
and analysis. Could we make some more calls coming up? You'll have to come back.
No, we're waiting on Georgia and Pennsylvania. Like if those
Okay, we're gonna go back to the crazy ladies.
if Georgia and Trump and Pennsylvania are for Trump,
exception
then
of
that's
Arizona,
it, I
in
think.
which
That's the
Ruben
election.
Gallego, it looks like is going to outperform
Right?
the top of the ticket,
Yeah.
because I think Carrie Lake is such an especially poor candidate after her loss 2 years ago. With those other kind of, I would call them kind of generic R's. They're sort of classic Mitch McConnell recruits in both Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. These are extremely wealthy guys who self-funded, which is like Mitch McConnell's favorite because it takes some money off the balance sheet for his Senate Leadership Fund. Honestly, it's like you guys do that. That's less checks we have to cut for the
He's
Senate
already
Leadership
said he's
Fund.
not running.
These are very classic McConnell recruit generic R guys.
That's Dave McCormick.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And they're
Dave
running,
McCormick
they're
is
converging with the top of the table.
This is a Greenwich, Connecticut guy,
Yeah.
right? A hedge fund manager who's the president of Bridgewater, one of the biggest, most successful hedge funds in the world, who had some heritage from Pennsylvania. He's married to Dina Powell, who, of course, was a senior advisor to Donald Trump. And he absolutely was in a position to self-fund. But it's noteworthy because Bob Casey is sort of expected to win that race and be in line with Kamala Harris. So if, in fact, Dave McCormick does win, does prevail in Pennsylvania, what could that mean for Kamala Harris in her potential strength in Pennsylvania?
And Trump doing well in certain places has helped Republicans. When we look at Ohio, where you say, oh, what
Okay,
would a
FYI,
populist senator look like?
you win
The Democrats
Georgia
had one
and
with a strong record,
Pennsylvania
even against tailwinds
and Nevada
that go,
doesn't
a long
need
way.
Arizona, Michigan,
However you want to
or
say it, Sherrod
Wisconsin.
Brown was doing
That's-
5 points
that's what I
better
want to
in
happen.
the Harris finish, or Moreno was doing 5 points worse.
So that
than
way it
Trump.
doesn't matter
Either
how
way you
long
cut
it takes Arizona
there's
to
some
count
edge there of
the
incumbency and
Yes,
populism.
F
But
them.
he's running in an area where
They're
the
pick-me
Republican
bullshit.
is up 10, and so he's got to deal with that.
That's a big
Yeah,
deal.
and just
I was
to,
just
to,
like,
to,
here,
to
I'm gonna
speak about
share this
Sherrod Brown,
map
his
with
board
you
we're
guys.
showing right now. We have the call that race for the challenger Bernie Moreno. I mean, here's an
Wait,
example of the river, the motion of the river.
I'm going to share this real quick. So, God, shut up. Okay. So, right now, I changed it to where only Pennsylvania and Georgia went red. Everything else is blue except for Arizona, and he still wins with 6 electoral votes.
Yeah, without Arizona.
So no Arizona, no Michigan, no Wisconsin, no Minnesota, which Minnesota's already been called, I think. But that's Pennsylvania and Georgia go to Trump. Then he wins without even giving. Well, okay. That is also with the conclusion that he wins Nevada.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
So wait, I mean, what do we know? I mean, I feel like he's gonna win Nevada. Like, I feel like it. I mean, it's been leaning red. Like, I think he's gonna win Nevada, right?
In regulating
so,
finance, another thing I know that
Yeah.
And can we just also note that I wonder if Ohio Democrats will rethink putting that abortion ballot measure off of the November election, right? Because this was a candidate, Bernie Moreno, who just openly insulted women in the state of Ohio. And yet, I think we have something happening.
We do have something happening. We are closing
I
it
heard
on the
the
top of
sound.
the hour, Joy. I'm sorry. Just under 10 seconds to a poll closing tonight, a single poll closing tonight.
There's a lot.
NBC News, as the polls close in Hawaii, NBC News can project that in the presidential race in Hawaii, there is a projected winner, Kamala Harris, projected to be the winner in the presidential race in the state of Hawaii, right? Yes, there it is. In terms of the road to 270, those 4 electoral votes from Hawaii make the road to 270 look like this. Trump right now standing at 230 electoral votes, Harris standing at 189. Again, the only swing state that has been called thus far by NBC News is North Carolina, which has been called for Trump. But here's a look at the other battleground states. In Georgia, it's too close to call, a difference of under 120,000 votes between them, with 93% of the vote in Georgia. In Pennsylvania, too close to
I
call.
think on my
84% of the
little
vote is
thing,
in.
I have
Just over
Alaska going red.
200,000 votes between the two candidates in Pennsylvania. In Michigan, it's too close to call. 44% of the vote in.
Okay, I don't want to go through the whole list. I hate it that they do this every fucking 5 seconds.
Bill Hemmer by midnight, ticking down. Go ahead,
It's
Bill.
okay. That's all good. I just want to show you, based on where we stand right now, if you were to call the game, okay, Trump's at 232. He just widened his lead in Pennsylvania by 4. It's still not enough. In Georgia right now, his lead went from 2.7 to 2.2. We'll check back in a moment and see where that is. If you were to hang on in Georgia, 267.
We need
still not
Alaska
enough.
and Nevada
I was
also.
looking at
walk.
Michigan a moment ago. He was up almost 5 points in Michigan. Okay, if it stays that way, it's his. He's back in the Oval Office. If Wisconsin stays where it is, and I just checked the number, he would run it up to 292. And if Arizona, he was up 0.1 percentage points, about 30 minutes ago. He's up 0.4 now. So he's
And if
increasing his
Arizona
margin.
takes 2 years to
Almost
count
half
their
of the vote out there.
ballots.
Arizona counts slow. It's okay. We'll take our time on that. All right. It would be 303. So that's where we are. And we can run through all the other states and I'll show you what I'm seeing there. But Georgia's not yet been called here. But here's the margin, 2.3 now, okay? So it popped up 1/10 of a percentage point. Let's go through them. Pennsylvania, yet again, all right? It was 4, it's now down to 3.7. Watch Philadelphia, there's still some outstanding vote there as well. Let's come over to Michigan. I said it was 5, what is it right now? It is exactly 5.0. And while we have you guys,
Jesus,
let's
do you
do
guys
2
think
more.
he's gonna take
Wisconsin, where
Michigan
does it
again?
stand right now at midnight
You guys-
on the East Coast? 3.9 now in Wisconsin. I see a lot of red on this map, guys, a lot of red. Normally you see a little more trickles of blue there. Now Arizona in the Southwest, as of now, okay, that's where it is, 0.4 percentage points. Trump lead in Arizona. You got about half the vote in right now, estimated.
7,000 votes make a difference.
That's where we are. We'll see if we get a call in a moment here on some of the other stuff.
You know, more and more as the night goes on, Sean Hannity and that T-shirt seems a far distant thing.
I think
We could be
Wisconsin is
looking
more
at
like
a real tilt here, something that goes a long way. Not only the coattails, we don't know about the House, but the Senate, and we could be looking at something that is historic.
Which means that, right, based on what Bill's describing here, there's a lot better chance that he runs all 3 of those states than there is that Vice President Harris does. Right. Which shows you, just illustrates how long the odds are now for
And
her.
if
I mean,
that-
you know, it could happen. She could
Right,
do it.
it could
but
happen.
Based on
And if
our
it
calls.
did happen, it would look something like
It's a long shot.
1980. I mean, it would be, you would be in landslide territory.
Oh,
If-
yeah, no, it would be.
He ends up taking all
And of course, that's how the Electoral College
battleground
is designed.
I think they're
to take
still voting.
small margins
Where?
and turn them into Electoral College landslides
In
to make
Pennsylvania?
to make the outcome convincing.
But it's an if.
Well, of
The
course
blue
it-
wall not only has cracks, it has a lot of breakage on the inside, on the side. I mean, there's a lot of stuff happening here. Let's check in with Aisha Hasni at Trump campaign headquarters. That has to be getting kind
I
of
want to see
fired
the
up.
vibes.
Yeah, really fired up. Really exciting mood here. A lot of moving parts right now. So behind me, bigger crowd now, and that's because a lot of folks from Mar-a-Lago who were partying over with the former president are now starting to trickle in. We just saw Senator Mark Rubio a few moments ago. I just saw a TikTok video of the former president walking around his celebration party in Mar-a-Lago. I don't know what time that was taken, but he looked to be in a very good mood. I'm told by folks in Mar-a-Lago that the mood is very positive. And I also know now that House Speaker Mike Johnson, who was in Shreveport, Louisiana at his own party, is now on a plane en route to Mar-a-Lago to come here and celebrate with the former president. So
You think
all
he's gonna
around,
win,
all
guys?
the signs are indicating that there's going to be a victory celebration here tonight, here shortly. All eyes on Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania. That is the only state that anybody here wants to talk about. That's what they're waiting for to be called. And that's when this place is going to get lit, guys.
Yeah, I think all
As
polls
they
are
said.
closed now except
I
maybe
hear
Alaska.
they say that.
They do say that.
They do.
The kids
Okay.
say that. All right, let's go to Jackie Heinrich, who is at the Harris campaign headquarters in Washington. And Jackie, we
Okay, let's
spoke
see the
about your
difference.
reporting just a short time ago of some pretty dour moods of at least 3 people very close to Vice President Harris.
Yes, and there were some more colorful words than that even that I wouldn't ever dare send over email. But overall, the sense that I'm getting from multiple people close to the campaign and close to the vice president is that the vibes are very bad. Those 3 sources believe that her path is narrowing so much that it would be very difficult to overcome. Right now, the campaign, though, is still maintaining that none of her paths to 270 have closed. Even when I pushed them on the North Carolina race call and said, you know, can you update that? And they said, just as Jen O'Malley Dillon said, the clearest path is the blue wall. So a lot of sort of distance between the messaging from the campaign and what we are seeing from the inside of the operation, just from sources that we were speaking to. The exit polls that they have been watching, they're saying are accurate, and she would need to outperform, really turn things around, and what's coming in is not showing that that is likely or possible. one of those sources put it the most bluntly, saying, I think that we're losing this. Right now, the crowd is thinning out a little bit, but at the same time, we haven't gotten any updates officially on who to expect here, when to expect them here. There hasn't been any messaging to the people waiting out here about who might be greeting them later or even when. So we will update you when we find out more about that. But someone close to the vice president said that it looks like she's probably going to come down here about an hour or so from now. But she'll need to have a message when she does. And so they're probably formulating whatever that's going to be. There's been a lot of messaging from the campaign about how long it'll take some of these outstanding ballots
She's
to
now
be
leading
counted, and
Arizona.
maybe give them
Question for you guys. If the results are so bad, does Kamala Harris concede tonight? If she loses tonight, Pennsylvania, and let's say that she loses Georgia and maybe Michigan or whatever, one other state that Trump needs. If she loses, will she concede tonight, or will we
They
see?
already were talking about going to bed and coming back and checking things out in the morning.
Yeah.
Things are going. Pull Hillary Clinton.
No, Hillary Clinton conceded to Donald Trump privately on a phone call, but sent John Podesta out to tell her audience to leave.
That was that. But before she conceded, she had Podesta tell them to leave, and then Podesta made her call Trump.
Yeah, that night though. She didn't wait until the next day. So I'll be curious.
I know, but we're still not the next day. My point is saying that we're going to go, everyone clear out.
It doesn't sound like that is going to be utilized tonight, because we're hearing word that she could be coming here to say something. But who knows who's going to be around for it? We also don't know who this. Go ahead.
No, we hear a new addition in the background, and there may be a new addition to make here in a call that we're having in a few minutes. I just wanted to try to do that.
Text
If I
us
could
say
make that
when you
transition.
become the nominee for a major political party without ever receiving a single vote, you have become a threat to democracy. God, I hate to see that cane cow.
Kellyanne Conway join us.
Pause it.
The chain gang.
Oh yeah. Pause it or mute it.
Pause it. Our boy Joey made a comment a little while ago.
In the chat?
I'm going to butcher it. I don't know if it was in the chat or if it was on Liberty Space. I can't remember. But he's totally right. The Democrats might not have been in this situation if they wouldn't have pulled a 90-day fiance with their presidential candidate.
100%. If Joe Biden was running right now, I think he probably would have beat Donald Trump.
I don't know about that. But
I think he would have had a better chance than Kamala.
I don't know. No, he wouldn't have. Because the second debate would have been awful. He would have had to do another debate. It would have been so bad.
Have you seen Kamala speak?
I know, but dude, everyone was like, this guy is senile. They basically wouldn't have, it would be like Trump would have ran unopposed, because they would have had to, oh my God, Vindman won.
No way.
That dude needs to go to fucking prison.
The whole family does.
I agree. Well, really, they should be tried for fucking war crimes.
Yeah. Huge unfan. God, man, I really thought Joe Kent would win.
He didn't win?
No.
Be whether or not you're going to have to follow the rules. I mean, to take the oath of citizenship, the
How
word
did he
law is
not
used
win?
6 times for new citizens. So it doesn't
it's
make a whole lot of
Washington
sense to
State.
break the law and then swear an oath that you're going to follow it. My friend Mark, who knows more about politics than I do, use the word comeback. I think it is really more akin to a political resurrection. If you had asked me on January the 7th or after the 4th of the 4 indictments, I would have told you I see no way that he'll be the nominee or the president. And now it looks like, look, Sean may be right. Maybe 300 electoral votes. I've been calling my Senate friends. They Some of them don't take my call. The others require me to now call them chairman. They will not go by senator anymore. So, I mean, Mike Rogers is up.
Yeah.
Eric Hovde is up. I mean, it could be a 54-55, which means Trump gets his cabinet. I mean, some of the folks we heard for his cabinet might not could survive in a 51-49 Senate, but they will be confirmed in a 54-46 Senate.
You know, I talked about the House earlier, Kellyanne, and some races that Democrats outperformed out here in the East Coast. But you would think in this environment with these coattails that maybe they end up hanging on if you get out west to the middle of the country and longer. How do you see that?
That's right. Well, even Chairman Richard Hudson, who's been running the National Republican Congressional Committee this cycle, yesterday said we're going to gain, but it won't be double digits. My own firm has seen somewhere between 3 and 8 seats. We've been projecting 297 electoral votes. We've been projecting, and really just a 53-seat Senate. I mean, 55, 56 would be remarkable. And it also just shows it's not just the blue wall cracking for Trump. It's that these workers, these steel workers, these union households, the Jewish Americans around Philadelphia and Detroit and Pittsburgh, they've just had enough.
Yeah,
and
he's
this is the
gaining
time
ground in
where
places
they're
he
breaking
never
ranks.
should have gained
I
ground.
think that if he can hold on to the House, Brett, then he really insulates himself from any of these impeachment shenanigans and whatnot. And I got to tell you, if this is as decisive a victory, and we're not there yet, but if it's a decisive victory, then I think
So
the Democrats have
deal
to think
is
thrice about this welfare strategy that they have put on his shoulders like an anvil. They really thought that would get rid of him. No one's been more insulted, investigated,
Hold on, I can't
impeached,
hear
indicted,
you.
convicted, take his name off the buildings, take him out of his family business, take his name off the ballot.
Okay, what'd you say?
In Bucks County, there's still 167,000 remaining votes that haven't been counted.
And that's in which state?
Pennsylvania, Bucks County.
Is that
Suburban
a red state or a
county?
A red
It's
county?
Suburban Philadelphia County with the highest share of white residents without a college degree.
That's an interesting statistic.
The reported margin right now is R plus 0.17. So I guess it's kind of flat.
Analysis has Harris winning college-educated women, I think, by 10 points. The Real Clear Politics average of polls showed that she was going from 9% to 18%, basically doubling Biden's margin. That's just not coming true tonight. And I think that was her best demographic path to make up these other deficits. We're just not seeing it tonight. And I think it's too much abortion, too much wokeness, not enough inflation, immigration.
You know, the other issue that was really so central, Dana, for her is abortion. And I'm watching these referendums, and a few of them have passed. New York has passed, Maryland passed, Florida did not pass. But what we're seeing is that people seem to be separating it from the rest of the picture and voting their will.
Perhaps,
I mean,
because
Kellyanne
it's
might
a
want
state
to
issue.
jump onto this as well. But when the voters are telling you since May of 2021 that immigration and inflation, economy are their number one issues, and it's been consistent every single month since then maybe you should listen to them. And when you look at now, for some people, abortion, pro-life or pro-choice is the number one issue. If you're a single issue voter, but if you looked at all of the polls that said it was down below, it wasn't their top issue. It was always economy, immigration, crime, sometimes democracy, but down below, abortion, foreign policy, et cetera. So I think that some of these state referendums that worked very well for them in 2022 did not do as well for them in a presidential election.
Brett, it's a realignment. This is a realignment of the Republican Party. There is no doubt. We thought it.
It is
in
a third
2016.
party that has been
It is
established.
now
And you guys
fully
still want to
implemented
admit
in
it.
the face of what was everybody's point: fascism, Hitler, Nazi. Madison Square Garden, a Puerto Rican
Single issue
comedian that they
price
said
of
was going to
EMO,
move the
just-
Puerto Rican vote around the country. This is a major realignment where people could look at all that mass media, all the media covering that one way, and say, I don't believe it. I do not believe that.
Well,
and I'm going to vote how I want to vote.
And we can go back a number
Some
of years
bullshit.
into all the false alarms and all the false stories were written about Trump while he was president and date the beginning of this from back in that period in terms of the loss.
The ladies. This is going to be great.
That aren't, to how you like to say, down with the care economy, and it's small business owners. And the reason small business owners are not down with the care economy is because when you increase minimum wage, when you offer maternity leave and paternity leave to low-wage workers, that sounds great, and we all support this idea. But there's lots of small business owners that don't want to say it in public, but are saying, I don't want to do that. Right. I can't afford to do that. My margins are small. So there is this quiet universe of people out there that run small businesses that want absolutely no regulation. And while they like the idea of paying someone more money and giving them more jobs with dignity, they're saying, well, let the government cover that. Because in my small business or my restaurant, I cannot afford to do that.
I just want to say one thing, just as we're talking about this Pennsylvania races and the Missouri race. You know, one of the things that happens is because of the sort of nature of structural polarization in the U.S. and the fact that we have close race after close race after close race after close race, is that when we're interpreting results, again, we're talking about what is looking right now like a 3 or 4 point swing in the national political environment from 2020. Right. These are extremely important, meaningful switches for who wields power and what the government does and who it serves. As a sociological fact, these are relatively small margins, right? Yeah. We're not, when you look back at what happened in 64 or
but it
what
really
happened
doesn't
in
mean that
72
much.
or what happened in 1980, we're talking landslide, huge elections.
Getting
right?
pumped. I'm not even lying.
Like
one of the candidates wins one state.
Right, yeah, wins one state. Like we're just in a completely different
Relax.
world than that. And what will happen in the days to
No.
come, independent of the actual outcome, the winner that's called,
It's gonna be awesome.
is looking at these margins because they matter a huge amount to political professionals, to who wields power, to who wins campaigns. But we're talking, again, 3 points here, 4 points there, 2 points there. So there's this tendency to extrapolate out to be like, everyone now is this. And everyone used to be that, and now everyone is this. No, there's 2 people in the room of 100 people who put a different color shirt on.
Oh my God.
It did earn me
that determined the election. And again,
countless text messages about
matters and the structural forces.
Vivek
it's always just really
so-and-so want you to do a poll
to draw out enormous conclusions about the nature of the American soul.
But it's great. It was worth it.
Yes, but a lot of people think those shirts cost way more than they used to. and some of them,
they're right. They're correct.
And some of them actually don't. Some of them have leveled out, and the price of shirts is not as bad as it was 18 months ago. But again, if you look at issues,
that's bullshit.
We've talked a lot about reproductive rights and freedom and how
the cost
Donald
of shirts
Trump
is the same for
got 2 Supreme Court seats, and they
everyone.
basically stole a third. And those justices went before the Senate and said under oath, Roe is a super precedent. They were either lying then, or they later acted in a way that made that a lie.
That's not
No, they
What did the voters
didn't.
say? Again,
That's not what they
national
said.
exits, immigration issue, is that your top issue to vote on? 11%. Abortion, is that your top issue? 14%. Economy, 31%.
Yeah.
That is not
The
great
state
news
of
for
democracy.
Trump or
Do you-
MAGA
is that an important
or
thing to
any of
either
his
one of
claims,
you?
which I think Stephanie just fact-checked to great
Well, it's
effect.
like, what does that even mean?
It was bad news, I
Yeah.
think, for incumbents.
It means nothing.
And
It's
it
a
also exists
buzzword. It's like it's
alongside the
a
reality that the United States economy
It's
is
propaganda,
the envy of the world.
honestly.
Constitutional
That the only
republic.
reason
So,
there's
like,
a positive
the word
economic
democracy
outlook globally
gives
is
me,
because the
like,
United States economy
the,
is
like,
doing so
my
well,
skin
it's
starts
dragging
itching and-
everybody
yeah,
else
I'm
upward.
just like,
It's the best job market in the history of the United States. Inflation is back to where it was, not only just before COVID,
Was when?
before Donald Trump left office, right? I mean, this is the
Sorry.
inflation numbers, the
Shouldn't say
economic
that.
growth numbers, the fiscal
My
numbers, the U.S. standing in the world.
Look, now they're
numbers.
justifying. They're telling us how they're
It's
wrong.
positive. Even the freaking stock market, right?
Look, she's saying why it's wrong that they lost.
The pain,
They
old
haven't
pain
even conceded
from
yet.
having had gone through the rise in prices,
Oh,
which is over,
nice.
and which we weathered better than every other advanced economy in the world. To me, it can't be prescriptive because of what's happened since, because we voted today, or we voted in this early voting period, right? I mean, if we were a country where all the economic indicators were going down, you would expect it to be a big economic
economically driven change election. But all of our economic indicators are 3 feet high and rising.
And there was nothing
And-
else
Nice
for the
quote.
Harris campaign to offer or do. They delivered a very strong economy and they put a plan forth for one going
The
forward. And what
economy is
Donald Trump has
awesome,
offered
you
is only
fucking
going to
idiots.
worsen
Don't
the
you
economy.
know?
Also,
Why do
going
you
above
feel
the
bad?
economy was
These people are, it
democracy.
just shows how
Is
odd.
actually
Yes.
the number
You're
one thing there.
stupid. You
And
don't
so there was a
know that your
tremendous
groceries
concern
cost more,
about,
you moron.
what might happen to us if we are no longer a democracy. That was also a driving, more of a drive, at least if you believe the exit polls, than the economy.
Not a democracy.
And yet it wasn't necessarily enough to not make it a tie, right? So
Let's turn to Alex Wagner, who's standing by with our political insiders. Alex.
We are here in the insiders room. Simone, we were talking a little bit about Philadelphia County, Pennsylvania, what you're hearing on the ground over there, expectations being set. Do you have anything you
Look
want
at Nina Simone.
First, want to
She's
say that,
so
you
not
know,
happy.
Claire McCaskill, I've sat next to her at tables with her over the last couple months of this election cycle. And
But-
everything that Claire has said, even when I'm like, Claire, that's
Thank you
no.
for coming in and tuning in. I
this
always
cycle has come to
appreciate it.
fruition. So I was fighting Claire McCaskill about 2 hours ago, but what I'm hearing there, again, as Steve Kornacki just told us at the big board, there were a number of votes, absentee ballots that came in this latest batch, lots from Philadelphia County.
They look sad.
The lead that needs to be insurmounted is not the gap may not be insurmountable, but it may be. Mountable. But they're cautiously optimistic. Now,
Not
there's still additional absentee ballots out
cautiously
there.
optimistic.
I don't know if there. I don't know exactly how many are left out, but I can tell you, I
Nobody
personally don't
does.
think that there are enough. And that means if there
That's
were not
huge
enough,
bullshit.
I want to be honest with people.
We
If there are
should know
not enough
exactly how many there
absentee
are.
ballots out there to make up the gap that currently exists for the Harris Wallace campaign,
Yeah, you should
the
have
vice
another.
president will not win Pennsylvania. And if she does not win Pennsylvania, Donald Trump then hits 270. Now, Pennsylvania people are saying Allegheny County, that's Pittsburgh, right? The Lehigh Valley, with the Puerto Rican vote, there is still
This
a chance
washer
that in
has
some
no
of these
spin
suburbs in the collar counties outside of
Might be
Philadelphia,
Joe
but
over
the
59.
numbers, the margins, because this is an election about the margins.
Yeah.
The margins have not been large enough in the state thus far, but again, there's still some votes out there. It's not over till
We are very much. We are still in it. We've been talking, Claire, about Michigan
We
and
are still
Wisconsin,
in it.
and
They
looking
are
at those two states in the
convincing.
context of the Senate races that are happening there. And as a former senator yourself,
I don't want to be
wonder
cocky
how
and
you look at
obnoxious.
the way
No,
in which Alyssa
not yet.
Slotkin is in a
I
very,
wanna
very tight
see
race with Mike
Georgia,
Rogers and Tammy
and I want to see
Baldwin is
Pennsylvania. And if I
now,
get both of
believe,
those things
slightly,
before I
maybe
go to
even
bed
behind
tonight,
her Republican challenger.
Yeah, and of course, Bob Casey in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
What started out as a hopeful sense that maybe we
she
could knock off
so
Ted Cruz and maybe the independent
to
candidate
knock him
in
off.
Nebraska, while not caucusing with Democrats, would deny the Republicans a seat. Now we're looking at whether or not I think the Republicans end up with 51, 52, 53, or 54 seats.
55.
And why is that so important? Well, one reason it's so important is because it probably means
This
if
is
this
kind of
all
fun.
happens, this is very depressing.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to do this to everyone.
This is
But it
depressing.
means maybe the
This is
worst instance
depressing,
of Donald Trump as
she
to who
says.
he would appoint to the cabinet can become real.
Oh,
because there would
it's
be
going to get
enough
so
candidates
much worse for
Elon Musk
you.
with his government
McCaskill.
accountability
He's been in
board.
prison in charge of the National Security
Yeah,
Council.
it's not
This
about
is
who he's
not a
going to
good
appoint.
idea.
It's about who he's going to
So
not
that
allow
worries
to
me.
exist
Now, the
anymore,
other
like
thing about the
as a
Senate
position.
races that I think we need to
No,
take a
we're gonna
moment
do
and talk
investigation.
about
God
is
willing,
now the House
Elon
becomes
Musk,
very important.
please
And these House races that
just
frankly
surgically
are, some of them are in California.
cut
Ooh,
the
I haven't
bureaucracy.
seen much on the House races. Anybody got
Karnacki's not
anything
really
on those? And
educated
this
us
is
yet
what I was
fully
waiting
on
for.
all of these House races that are out there, but we flipped some already.
You guys
And,
want me to go back to
Hakeem
Fox News, or do
Jeffries
you want me to
may
stay
be
here and
the
just
most important
yeah, I
person
mean,
in Washington for the
maybe
National
just for a
Security
minute.
Yeah, when,
You know what
when
I-
you're looking at
Okay.
a landscape, Michael Steele,
Claire
in which Donald
McCaskill
Trump does get the White House,
acts
and
like
they
a
have
Midwest
52,
lady. She's just an
53,
oligarch
54
with
seats in the Senate.
millions.
All eyes then go to
Zoe
the House
says
of
no.
Representatives. I wonder,
This is great.
first of all, we are all on an emotional roller coaster,
I
right?
really
We're all
kinda, like,
calibrating
I really
our
want
sort of
go
psychological
I kinda wanna,
profiles
like,
by
go
the
to
hour. I
Fox
wonder
and,
how
like,
you're
see
sort of
what's
looking at
happening
the
and then
state
come
of play
back
and
and
what
just
you're
see them
thinking
all,
and focused on.
like, melting into the
The
table,
thing
just
about
like
this strikes me about where we are right now is, in many
just the
respects,
devastation.
you kind of saw it coming a little bit. I mean, when
You saw
when
it
you're
coming.
Oh,
you're
you
pulling
did?
at the threads of trying to move the narrative around the idea of women's reproductive health, and there's resistance to that. When you're talking about our role in the world, and there's resistance to that. And I think what we're seeing playing out is that resistance to those narratives. I think what we're
What's
going
he
to
even
spend
saying?
time with, if this
Kamala
plays
No
out
one
the way it
knows.
seems that
His
Donald Trump
talking
wins this
points.
election, is trying to understand what that resistance was
Look
about.
at Claire
What is it
McCaskill's
about
face.
our supporting Ukraine that you did not like
She's gonna cry.
beyond
Do you think she's
the
gonna
talking
cry?
points? What is it about women's reproductive health that did not move you enough in Florida?
Yeah.
Right?
Claire Bear
To
only won her
actually
Senate seat
draw
because
the
she's
line
running
in the
as a
sand.
complete
Although, can I just say,
moron.
50, these numbers, again, this is a quickly moving storm front, but I believe it was
Getting over
57%
till
of
it's
Florida
over, Yogi
voters
Bear.
voted for.
But you knew what the threshold was.
60.
You knew.
But and 56 or
Yeah.
57% also voted for Donald Trump, which gets to the phenomenon of
Right.
people voting for Trump and for abortion.
There you go. There you go.
Because
That
it's
is-
a
think it's as
states'
black as
rights
white as, like,
issue.
no,
I'm not
I don't know
saying
why
it's
this
black
is
and white.
so
I'm
hard
saying
for them to
it's
just
absolutely every
fucking
color under the rainbow.
own
It
up
is
to.
every shade.
Don't they
of-
remember that
of
Trump
how we start to parse and understand
was saying something?
elections like this, because it's going to be important for what happens.
And
next.
honestly, like at
If
the federal
MAGA
level,
movement
like
continues to
Republicans have to start
expand, as it
saying,
seemingly
if
has,
you don't,
I mean,
if you
there's
want
some real
abortion changes, you need
consideration
to talk
about
to your
whether or not
state. You
Trump
need
hits
to talk like
the national popular
this is
vote
not
here
up here;
tonight.
it's down there. Leave us alone
There's
with
some
this.
things for
Yeah.
us to
You know what
sort
I
of
mean?
think about. So, for me, I'm looking at some of the states, and I'm with my friend.
And I say that as
Simone.
somebody who wants
Claire is
like
a savant
no
in many
abortion
respects, but it's
What they
born
should
out of an
do
experience
ever.
of understanding how
Report,
elections
So
kind of
force
drive
reporting
and
now
how they're
on
built
abortions.
and how they're built.
You know, I wish I could ignore.
What exit?
They should force reporting on late term abortions. At least that at the federal level, they say, you know what? Yeah, at the state level, you can do whatever you want, but all we want to know is we want reporting on it.
Yeah.
Like for statistical purposes.
That 2016,
So they can't say that-
focus group where I saw a young mother. I've told a story of a young white female suburban mother of two, divorced. When asked why she was supporting Trump, said he's just like me. And in many respects, as we sit here tonight, that question, that understanding has not been met. To understand how, in the face of Dobbs, in the face of everything else that's happened, white suburban women tonight
Still voting for Donald Trump.
are still voting in a bigger
Oh my
number
God,
than
I
you
really
would vote
hope
for
that's
Donald
the
Trump.
story. I really do.
I just will say, and yeah, I would love to hear what you have to say on this, Simone. I wonder how much it's voters consciously saying, I'm voting yes on this, no on this, yes on this, and not more just a kind of feeling about Donald Trump and his strength and the fear mongering he's done around immigration
Feeling?
and the fuzziness he's had on women's rights. And,
This is hard
I'm
to
not
watch.
entirely sure.
It's excruciating.
If there's a sort of list
She's
of
saying that
kind
he's
of
winning
policy
because of
pros and
fear.
I'm
cons
not
that
saying
go
that
in
at all.
there.
I think it's all. I think it's mostly
Yeah, I think you
emotional.
have to understand the voters. I just think about Governor Phil Murphy, who, after New Jersey was very, very close in that 2020 race. What was that? Yeah, it was 2020. He commissioned these focus groups afterwards. The governor's race was close. He commissioned these focus groups and
Yeah,
his
New
own
Mexico
internal
was
focus groups.
pretty
And what
close.
he saw in the focus groups of these voters that went out and did things that Democrats in New Jersey were like, well, wait, what is happening here? He said that we have to listen to what the voters are saying. And so I want to know what the voters have to say about this. And we will have to ask them more questions
They're
about their vote
lying.
in the focus groups.
I
in the
want
weeks and
to
days
hear
come.
what
And
the again,
voters
The
election
election
is still
is
not
say.
over.
No, you don't.
Okay, it's not over. So all the votes are counted. So that's the first thing. I think the second thing is many things are happening tonight. In this election in 1968,
They still
it
haven't
was the same
called
election where
Georgia.
Shirley Chisholm was elected as the
No.
first Black woman to the U.S.
No,
House
but
of
it seems like
Representatives.
everybody
In that same
knows where it's
election, Richard
going.
Nixon was elected as president. right? And so I fundamentally believe that the legacies of both of those individuals were on the ballot in this election. And Lisa Blunt Rochester
The legacy of
and
Nixon?
Angela Also Brooks now join the ranks of Black women who have been elected to the United States Senate. Shamari Figures in Alabama,
New York Times has Trump
a district
popular
that was
vote
created because
plus
people
1.2.
in Alabama, with the help of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, the ACLU, and so
Can you
many
believe
others,
that?
went all the way
No.
up to the Supreme Court to fight for their voting rights, their right to be represented, to have their voices heard, got districts
I don't get it.
created
Don't
in
these people believe in
Alabama, in
democracy?
Louisiana, and now and they're called Black Opportunity Districts, majority Black districts, and now there's more representation. These are the seats that are going to make Hakeem Jeffries the first Black Speaker of the House. So there are many things that are happening tonight, and I
Everything,
think that
everywhere, all at once.
everything, everywhere, all at once.
With that,
And all
I-
over your head.
As long as we meet the DEI
I send it back
requirements
to you,
of
Rachel.
some seat somewhere,
Joining us
everything
now
will be
from
fine.
A tabulation
she
center
says.
in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, is NBC's own Shaquille Brewster. Shaquille, it is great to see you tonight. What have you been seeing? What are you seeing now?
Good to see you as well. Let me just set up where I am because we are in downtown Milwaukee,
Yes,
and how
right.
Wisconsin counts the ballots, especially
Oh, were
in
we
these
here
bigger
earlier
cities
with,
like Milwaukee, is
yeah.
when you look at the early
spots?
vote and when you look at the mail-in
Like
vote,
exact
they're
same
essentially
spot,
all
maybe?
one location, and they're counted,
Yes.
and then those results are posted all at once. And we just heard from the clerk that they are still working through these ballots, but we're not going to see the results from Milwaukee until the overnight hours. And you can see a little bit of the process. Just look at how wide open this entire room is. And we just got an update saying that clerks are working through some of the larger wards right now. So far, they processed about 80,000 ballots today. You see some of that processing going on right now as we speak. Once those ballots are processed, then they go into the tabulators, and then that's when they are finally tabulated and sent over to the county. Now, this is all important because there are about 107,000 ballots
When's
in
the
this
next
room
Pennsylvania
alone
update?
for the state
We need to go back
of
to Fox.
Wisconsin. And when you talk
Because
to Republicans,
they do not actually do what Bill Hemmer does, where he
He's knit together
really
that
drills
coalition
down on the
tonight,
states.
along with working class people in small towns and rural parts of the country.
If I could just add one data point from our FNVA on Pennsylvania on the white Catholics, it looks like Trump is running about 1 point, almost exactly the same as 2020. In fact, Trump's actually down 1 point with the white Catholics in Pennsylvania.
Creston
That's about the same. but
Johnson says
union
Erie,
voters,
Pennsylvania
He's also
flipped
seeing
red.
a down
Is that
arrow,
Erie,
3 points. He's
County,
running
right?
down below his 2020 levels.
So
Oh, I got
there's
a
still
text
hope for the
message to
blue wall
myself.
for the Harris campaign. What are you hearing?
That there's still hope. Obviously, I didn't love to see the go take a nap and we'll get back to you in the morning
Jessica's
about all
not
of this. But we
happy.
do have to keep in mind that the race in 2020 wasn't called for days.
She has those
that
same
Biden
fucking
won
glasses.
Pennsylvania on Friday of that week and Wisconsin on Thursday, I think that it was. So
Was
we'll
this
see. I think it's close that there's vote coming in. There was,
Cresquin?
some
Erie,
conversation
PA,
over how
flipped
much
red.
of the remaining vote in
County,
Philadelphia
okay.
exists.
New
And
York
there's an
Times.
extra
So I wrote
120,000
this
ish
county
vote
down previously
that were out there that
because
would go into Harris's column.
Northampton and Erie County, Pennsylvania have picked the president correctly since 2008. So, like, their vote aligned with the outcome.
Ooh.
So, Delaware saying they call Georgia. Says Kim.
Chris said that Trump is going to speak. Zoe said 25 minutes until I finish this current trip around the sun. Daily Wire is saying they called Georgia. Kamala is not going to speak.
Okay, but so if Erie County says
Trump,
then we need to look at Northampton County.
Okay.
All right, let's see if I can figure this
It
out.
wasn't the overwhelming win that we thought it was going to be or that was projected in some of these very prominent surveys. And when you think about the fact that there were some people, I didn't
Chris
think we were
says
going to win
Georgia is
Iowa,
done.
but
There isn't
that we had
enough
seen
votes
surveys where he
left.
was only up 5 in Kansas or up
Have they
3
called
in
it
Ohio.
here on Fox, I wonder?
It's going to take a lot of
No, they'd still be
refocusing
talking about it if they had.
to understand really what
Are we? Oh,
happened
wait.
here.
Well,
And
so
it
check
doesn't
your
seem
thing
like
and
it
make
was
sure
one
you're like
decision
current.
that the Harris campaign did. I'm sure she loses Pennsylvania. There'll be a lot of Josh Shapiro discussion. This feels much bigger than any decision about having him on the ticket or going to the Al Smith dinner.
So, Carl, when Jessica just brought up a potential for 150,000 votes in Philadelphia County, I saw your head kind of swing around. Does that not make sense to you?
Well, no. I mean, we're pretty good at saying 89% of
This
the vote
one
is
has
in,
called
or
Georgia.
95% of the vote is in, and that not turning out to be that turn.
Just so you guys see, this is what they've got so far.
Going.
Who is that?
Georgia has been called for Trump.
Not by Fox News.
No. This is the 270 to win live results. They're using the decision desk for these numbers.
As this president had. Take a look at the right direction, wrong track. I mean, 2/3 of the American people say the country's
Reuters
going in the
called
wrong
Georgia as
direction.
Trump. It's still on the
she
Fox ticker as
she
in
represents
play.
the party in power.
100,000
To
votes
me,
outstanding. His
you
lead
know,
is 118,000.
amazing that she's come as
Pennsylvania
close as
is
she has,
all
given
we
the
need.
Administration.
Yeah,
Associated
she
Press
was the
has
vice
not
president
called
in
Georgia.
a very unpopular administration, and yet tonight, again,
What
Brett made
percentage
the
of
point
Pennsylvania
earlier,
has come in so
the
far?
Electoral College will serve the purpose of translating
Oh, we're
a
still
relatively small difference between these two people.
like
Look at
20 minutes out.
50.9 to 48.1, and yet at the end of the day,
Yeah.
a series of victories that are 1 and 2 and 3 points
Wisconsin
are
plus
going to generate
Arizona
a
beats
commanding
Pennsylvania.
number in the election.
Yes.
No,
That will
F
help the
Arizona.
president-
I want
That's
their
in
president
picking
Georgia.
again,
asses
if
to
it,
just.
if it all goes like it looks like it's going.
Yeah, Kristen, I do
Disappear.
understand what
How
you're
important
saying,
is
but
are
I
there going to
want
be
the
Biden
path
people
to
that
victory
say
to
he
avoid
could have been
Arizona,
better?
so we do not
Like,
have
you know,
to wait.
I think it's hard to make that
Yes.
case for some of the
If they
reasons.
can't run an
Britt
election,
and
I don't want
Carl,
them involved in
have
my
made the
shit.
point.
You know,
I
like
think three things. I listened to Sandra's
89%,
data.
run an
86%
election
as we
efficiently
get a day or
or
so
get
away
out
from
of
this,
it.
as we look at
175,000
what
lead.
happened with the performance
I don't
amongst
think she
women
can overcome that.
for her, did she win African American women, Hispanic women, white women at a bigger rate? Were there disparities between the two? And then the race thing for me, I'm going to be curious also to get more.
Guys,
we
I
heard
think
the
he might
numbers
win
around
Michigan. Look
Hispanic
at
voters,
that.
but even black voters where that might be.
200,000
And
votes
interestingly,
up
Carl,
with
normally
60%
you
of the
see
vote
a
in.
race where in a country where the cultural issues impact, as
It's
you were
all
talking
that
about, the
area,
suburban
right?
areas in
It's
some
like
places are
urban versus
underperforming. And you
rural
see the suburban areas
versus
in Pennsylvania and
suburban.
elsewhere where the economic issues, fracking,
Nevada
and the
too, no
livelihoods
results there yet
of
at
those
all.
communities
Fuck
were at
those
stake.
two
Then you have the
states.
cultural issues. I think the issue, the issue around transgender rights was a
I don't
bigger
think
issue
Detroit
than
has reported
Democrats
yet. Yeah,
really
I'm not.
understand what it meant. I mean, what it
I'm
meant for
cautiously
girls playing
optimistic
sports. I'm a
on
father of
Michigan.
a son and a daughter. What it means
Trump
if
to
little
speak to
boys
his
are playing
supporters
little
soon at
girls
the watch
sports and
party.
going in the bathrooms. I don't think we've not gotten our head fully
Michigan and
around that
Wisconsin
issue.
will both go
So there'll
Trump
be a
and
lot of
flip
reckoning.
Senate
And
seats.
to Jessica's point, and I think a lot of
Chris, I hope you're right.
reimagining whom we
You know,
are
I
as
really
a party,
think that
which I think
it's
will be good for the
crazy
party if
at this
indeed the
point
trend continues where it
where
is this evening.
I'm not going to belabor this
we
point, but
w-
for
the ele-
candidate,
the campaign is kind of like
Democrats
rev
really
up
were
towards the
aggressive, and
end,
media that
like
echoed
towards
that
election day,
called
like
him
election day's
racist
the finish line.
and a
And I don't
Nazi.
think that's true.
And
I think the
yet
finish line is
today,
2
to
weeks
see the black
before.
vote and the
Yeah.
Hispanic vote
You know what I mean?
going
Like
exponentially more than it did
Axios
before
finger pointing
is really
Democrat
quite something. I mean, it's just startling, Britt.
Hold on.
Well, it's
For some
further
reason,
sign of the decline of the influence of the
when you guys talk, it's so hard for me to hear the boys when they talk. When the sound is,
so like lower octave.
Yeah,
maybe?
it's that lower octave. It doesn't register for me. What'd you say, Exit? What?
You naturally just block us out.
That's not true.
Axios.
What?
Axios is
Asshole.
evidently finger pointing in Democrat anger beginning. According to Axios.
Ooh. We'll go back. I promise. I want to see. He's
also
drilling
looking at
down into
the
Pennsylvania
national
right now.
popular vote.
Yeah.
But my point is that
currently
ultimately,
leading.
like
Yeah,
like
one thing I was looking
Rogan,
at here,
like
okay,
all
this
these
is-
people who
this
like
is
came out at the
Philadelphia.
end, like the finish line.
This is
The finish line is 2
2016.
weeks
This is
ago.
Trump's
Yeah, I
margin
wish
in
Rogan
Philadelphia.
would have put his
15 and a half,
endorsement
okay?
out before the early
Hey, it comes
voting.
back 4
And
years
like, but
later.
like
Philadelphia,
campaign
that's where you,
things
I
like
mean,
that
it's a
too. The
Republican
campaign
running
is
in
2
a
weeks ago.
blue part of
Yeah.
the state. He's just shy
You know,
of
this should
18.
be
Okay, so where is he tonight?
formality.
He's
Like you
almost at
gotta
21.
do this
Okay,
shit
so hold
over
on that line
here.
here,
Get
okay?
people into early voting. Make your case
There's a
earlier.
reason for this.
Wow, that was a nice move.
Yeah, like that? You caught me off guard. So
Yeah.
let's go ahead and look at the vote difference
Harris
for
Camp
Pennsylvania.
shuts off sound on TV.
Some things I
at
want to show you
11:30
right now.
After CNN guest said tonight feels more like.
You know, we talked about
2016
this
than 2020.
Democratic march over here, and really, when we
It
talk
feels
about the
more
blue
like
wall,
what?
here's where we stand right
2016 to
now.
2020.
Okay, got to reach higher than that. Trump's just shy of 3 percentage points, now ticking down to 2.7.
According to
That's
New
a
York
live number
Times.
that continues
Oh,
to
I
come
like
in.
these graphs.
Go ahead and clear this.
Yeah.
I think it's good graph.
Kevin, widen out there a minute. Let's look at the vote margin for Pennsylvania.
I love this.
I'm going to
that he
show you
does.
the blue wall and how, if it's moved every direction for the past 3 decades, is it about to move in the same direction yet again? Right? There's 3 counties here in Philadelphia that really tell a story. These are your flipper counties, all right? Look at Northampton. All right? Northampton is above Philadelphia. Trump's leading in Northampton.
That's the
flipped
other
for
one,
Biden.
right,
It's
Lexi?
flipped back to Trump by about 5 points.
Oh,
Look at the other
yes.
end of the state in Erie.
Yes.
Erie is one of
Wait.
these bellwethers as well. Kamala Harris has been leading there most of the night, and just about 30 minutes ago, Erie flipped. In Center County, right smack dab in the middle of that T that you normally get in Pennsylvania, Center County has always been the exception. It's been blue. That's where Penn State University is located, et cetera. Right? That is another indication about how well Trump has done in Pennsylvania thus far tonight. There's a real good
Like
chance he flips
5.4
all those
million
and maybe
voters in
more
Michigan in
shortly.
2020.
So
Long
want
way
to
to
show
go
you that.
there.
We'll go ahead and clear it
Way too early to count that for Trump.
and give it back to you guys.
Scott
okay?
Pressler deserves the world. His
It's really
work in
interesting. We've got some
Pennsylvania has
action
been
because we're hearing the
so
former president
crucial.
is going to his party.
No,
in
I was
And
telling-
nobody,
I was
We're also
not a
seeing
single
Cedric
fucking
Richmond
mainstream media
in,
person will give
Harris
him
Walz
credit for
campaign
it.
co-chair.
Yeah,
speaking
and I
at the
said to my
Harris
husband, I
Walz
said
party.
something about Scott
Let's listen.
Pressler, and I was like, I don't know if
Votes
he's
to count.
famous
So
or if
let's
he's
hear
just
what
like
this is.
Twitter
Hang on.
famous.
That have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address
Oh my
not only
God.
the HU family, not only to address her supporters,
Oh,
but
we
to
need to go
address
back.
the nation.
We need to go back.
So thank you. We
Go
believe
back
in
to what?
Did you hear the moan?
Oh,
Go to
yes.
MSNBC. Go to MSNBC.
Oh, I'm going as fast as I can.
and go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Oh my
A short
God.
and to the point statement from Cedric Richmond, the Harris campaign co-chair, speaking to what is still a considerable crowd at Howard University in Washington, D.C. You now see them turn as one to
They're
start
like
to leave the
turning.
grounds. They're letting the crowd assembled there for the Harris campaign and for in support of Vice President Harris, letting everybody know that she's not going to be speaking on any subject over the course of this evening. Cedric Richmond saying we still have votes
How
to
is
count.
that okay?
We still have states that have not been called
Oh,
yet.
I forgot.
Not
She got
hearing her tonight.
appointed
It's
without
like
any votes
she
to
will hear
begin
from her
with.
tomorrow.
So she just does whatever the
indicating that
fuck
may be
she
speaking
wants with
from
no
Howard,
accountability to
tomorrow,
anybody.
both addressing HU, Howard University,
Like,
but also
if
addressing
you
the
are
nation.
one of those
Insulting.
voters that's
I
been
just wanted
standing there all
to sort
night,
of
it's almost
re-emphasize
1
a point
o'clock
that
in the
Lawrence
morning.
made before that speech about where we stand tonight. We're looking at a map that appears to show somewhere in the
Oh my God. And also, aren't we the ones who are supposed to be like election deniers and all this bullshit? She's not even going to show up
the Republican Party
to like
that they were always favored
say
to take
we'll
the Senate,
talk
given
about
the
it
map.
tomorrow.
So
She
it's
like
not
she won't
hugely
even
surprising.
show up and have a
There
conversation
is
with these
a
people
weird wrinkle here,
again.
which is the House of Representatives. Now,
Still.
in 2016, of course, Donald Trump won that race.
And they just
despite losing
brush
the natural
over it like
popular vote.
nothing
He won
just
the White House, the
happened.
Senate, and a House majority. He had a trifecta. When Joe Biden won in 2020,
Oh my
he had the
God.
Senate and the House a trifecta.
I'm
thanks to
glad
those
they're
two
fine
Georgia
with
runoffs.
this for
Okay, I'm gonna
themselves.
It
Let's
is
piss
a
it the fuck
genuine
off.
possibility that
For them, I guess.
Well, it's like if she's not
On
going to show up for
principle.
her own supporters, do you think she's going to show up for the whole country?
Oh my God.
And perhaps parts of Florida. You don't think about a realignment in Michigan necessarily. But this has been
And,
an area
and Fox
that
is like
Donald
not
Trump
even
wanted
knowing
to
this
win.
is going on. Is that what's happening right now?
No,
There's a reason
that's where
why
we
he
started
started
with
his
it.
tradition in
but they
2016
apparently
by
don't give
concluding
a
his
fuck.
campaign in Kent County, Grand Rapids. He did it again in 2020 in a losing effort. He did
Oh
it again just this
God.
past
Zoe
weekend,
says, why
Monday
should
night
she
at
show up
midnight,
for
right?
the
He rolled
plebs?
into, wow.
She's
Yeah, he
waiting for the
rolled into
3 a.m.
Florida at
ballots to come
5:30 in the
in.
morning. That was yesterday morning. No,
Be
it
true.
wasn't. It was this morning, wasn't it? Right.
Different
'Cause it was
vibes.
Wednesday, right? Okay, you follow me on the calendar? Okay, yeah,
We got
okay.
you.
I'm so
But,
mad.
but it's been stubborn. It appears
I'm
that it'll
so
stick this way.
mad.
Such a
Kent
message for
County
her to
and
just
Grand
go
Rapids will
home.
stay
Yeah, I
in the
agree.
blue column. It's a changing area, you know, this west coast of Michigan.
What's
But what
going on
I'm
with the
seeing
House?
right now, even though you have just about 60% of the vote in,
Hillary,
I'm
yeah.
seeing a
I
lot of
haven't
women
done
Yes.
lining
too
up and
much
down
on the
Lake
House of
Michigan.
Representatives.
And for a while, you know,
But
that
so
had
I
changed. It's sort of been
remember
shifting a
staying
little bit.
up
There's a
all
county right
night
here called
and
Muskegon,
Hillary
beautiful
sent
part
out
of the world.
Podesta
And
and
that
I
had
didn't
seemed
get
to
my
be drifting in the
fucking,
Democratic column
you
as
know,
well. But Trump's got a firm grip on it now, 16 points.
my
Let me
brain
just
is
go
stopping. Like I'm
west
so
of
irritated.
Muskegon, or sorry, south of Muskegon, west of Grand Rapids.
Like,
I'm sure
It's Ottawa
Kamala is
County
waiting
there.
this point.
is this now the new like norm for
Trump
Democrats
kept
where
it
they
that
just
way
like
in
won't come
2020,
out and
winning by 21
concede,
and a half
and
points.
then we have
In
to act as if
2016,
our
Ottawa
questions about
specifically ran
elections are
away with it at 30
crazy?
points. And
Well,
so it
it's
will
like
stay that
everybody is
way
sitting here.
tonight.
I don't
Let me
even
just
want to
come out the
turn my
real-time
TV off
data
because the
here
last
and
time I
let you
did
know
that,
where
I
we
woke
are
up
statewide.
and
Yeah, I
hundreds
know.
of
You've got some
thousands of
vote out
ballots
there,
came in
but you
overnight.
see this
So I'm
margin
like,
here
if
yet
I
again,
keep my
just as I'm
computer
talking
on
here,
and I
guys.
keep sitting here and watching,
It's ticking higher.
it might be done.
210,967,
Jake
6.3
said
percentage point
exit
lead
TV
in Michigan.
off drop.
I'm not going to say it because it's not my
Wait,
job, but it looks like the blue
did
wall
you see?
could stay
True says
intact
I'm sure
yet
Kamala
again
is
for
wasted at this
another
point. No
year
way she
where it
could
votes
speak.
in
That is
unison
probably
with the winning
1,000% true.
party who takes the White House that year.
Since 1988, that has held.
I think we're getting ready for a
I
call.
think we
We're
are
not
too.
even called
Go ahead.
yet.
Fox News
Are we
can
doing
now
it? We're
project
doing
that the
it.
state of Georgia will go to former President Donald Trump.
Boom.
This was a
Now we need
really
Pennsylvania.
hard-fought battle.
Not yet,
If you
Lexi.
think about
Not yet.
Georgia loses it last time to President Biden by
Can I do a little?
11,779 votes.
127,000
number
votes. He
sticks in my
lost by
mind.
11,000 last
And
time.
this is a big win.
He won it.
He went there, campaigned there, and so did
All
Vice
the votes
President
aren't
Harris
in.
numerous times,
Fair.
thinking that Georgia could stay in the
She's trying to
Democratic
figure out how to
column.
pin all
You
this
know,
on the
he had
minority
a
men that didn't
difficult
vote for her, and
relationship
she's
with
going
Governor
on an
Brian Kemp.
aggressive
If you
woke
remember,
smear campaign.
4 years ago, after
go.
losing Georgia,
Yes.
they tried to salvage
About
2
time.
Senate races in Georgia. A month
Yes.
later, special elections. That didn't go well either. So this is a very big win for former President Trump to, have this redemption in Georgia tonight.
So now we are at electoral college vote at 248 for Trump and 216 for Harris. We have a panel. We're welcoming in Darren Shaw, a member of the Fox News Decision Desk. Welcome in Juan Williams as well. along
88%
with Karl
Pennsylvania,
Rove.
165,000
I
vote
got you
lead.
out here. We were going to say what
Almost an
happened,
hour
and
late, but I'll
calling
take
Georgia,
it.
and then you push the button.
Are you here to tell us that we were right when we said you called Georgia?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, I thought you were going to come down here to grill me, and we preempted that.
What else are we going to call? And then-
You guys called Georgia in the nick of time for you, Darren.
That's exactly right.
While we have you, how do you see this night? And was it like you thought going in? And as you look at the blue wall there?
Well, I think two things. This is an election. This is unprecedented by my standards because the more data I saw, the more possibilities seemed to unfold. There was stuff a couple of weeks ago I didn't think could happen. I didn't think Trump could win, let's say, the national vote. I'm not saying he's going to, but that was something that nobody thought could happen. They thought he was capped at 47, 48%. That's a possibility. We had a lot of conversations about whether these swing states were going to move together.
Did you guys
or whether
ever
they were
think
going
that
to
we would
sort
be
of crack
having the
and each move
discussion
separately.
about Donald Trump
There's a
potentially
possibility
winning the
tonight
popular
that I
vote?
didn't think this would happen earlier in the afternoon, but that
when
he
he
could
started
sweep
going
all
to
of
New
them.
York.
It's not a prediction,
Yeah,
but it's
that's
something that's
true.
within
Well,
the
that
realm of
place there, I
possibility
started
with the
thinking
data.
about it.
You're saying blue wall turns into a red
Saw the
wall.
numbers come in
possible.
from New
And
Jersey.
that
I was
wasn't
like,
something
what?
anybody was talking about. People talk
The
about
climate's
Michigan,
so bad.
in
Like I
particular,
thought it
as
was
being
absolutely
the toughest
possibly
state for
could
Trump to
win
crack.
the popular vote.
Now, Bill's showing the
I
data
still thought he
recently.
was
We've been
going to
looking at it for
win
hours.
electorally, but
Michigan's
I
looking very
thought,
difficult for her right
yes,
now.
it's
all those
bad.
toss-up
It's bad
states
for
win
so
with
many
a
people,
point
so
or
many
two.
places.
So
Yeah.
is there any way to look at what you see now and say this could be a win in a larger percentage than that. I mean, a lot of these states
Yeah.
are still close, but
Right. What we're looking at right now, we have sort of model data.
He's
and
up
we're
by
looking
almost
to reach
5
a certain
million
level of
votes.
statistical significance to make a call. But we're also looking at what we call the outstanding vote. And so, for instance, in the case of Georgia, we were modeling about 835,000 outstanding votes.
Arizona.
Lion's share of them were coming from suburban Atlanta. You know, she needed to hit about 55, 56%. She was getting about 45%. And at a certain level, that
God, I
becomes
wish there was a
statistical
camera
impossibility. You know,
in
more
the
data
room
you
with
get,
her right
the
now.
less
Like,
room
I
she
wish
has to actually
I want
grow
to
or do
see
better
her
than she's
fucking
been
face while
performing.
she
And
watches
so that
these
sort of
numbers
triggered the
come
call
in.
in Georgia. We're not quite there yet in the other states, but this may not be an election where
I
we need to be
have
here till
such a
Thursday or Friday.
visceral
Right.
disdain
And so
for
when they
her.
say go home, relax, you're saying maybe not yet.
We'll see if they, continue to count. Arizona and Nevada have been
What are you
particularly
gonna
stubborn
jinx
about
it for,
that.
bro?
We understand in Nevada they don't allow any counting until the
True.
last vote has been cast, which is we think why we're getting basically nothing from Nevada so far. But Arizona, it's coming in sort of droves. It's a close race there.
90% lead up to
Wisconsin and
220.
Michigan. Michigan seems to be counting there at like 54, 55%. Wisconsin at 2 a.m. in 2020
Can we go back
had
and
counted
talk about
99% of the votes.
Pennsylvania?
So we think there's a chance we might have enough data in Wisconsin, maybe Michigan. So
Okay,
we
let
may
me
have
go
some
back to my
resolution
little
more quickly
map.
than we thought.
So in Pennsylvania, Sean
Oh.
talked about this earlier, the early
He's doing it
vote
right now.
and what that looked like and what she
What?
would have to do day of
Like he's
in
doing it right now. He's talking
Philadelphia
about
and those
Pennsylvania.
counties right around there. Is it possible that,
Excuse me.
that's still out there and it's possible to do?
Well, it seems to be a probability diminishing by the hour.
Wait, what?
I think this is something from the Georgia data, but we've also seen it in Pennsylvania.
You guys,
Young African American
if
men.
Donald Trump wins Pennsylvania, he's
did
at
not come home.
270. That's
know, I
without
know.
The African American vote.
that's
came
without
home
Arizona,
to her,
Nevada,
but a lot of it
Michigan,
didn't,
or
and there's a gender
Wisconsin.
gap there.
Now-
and the Georgia.
What did he just
I
say?
have to run the numbers, and I'm not
Did
going
he
to lay
just
this
say that?
in the feet of any demographic
don't
group in
know.
particular. But she
Sorry.
really did seem to
He's telling us
underachieve amongst
how we don't need
African-American males,
Arizona,
especially young
Nevada,
African-American males.
Michigan.
I mean, it just makes me think about Michelle Obama and Barack Obama, the former president, and the very strong appeals that they made. Michelle
Oh, they're
Obama said,
pissed.
don't let your husband or boyfriend's rage dictate your vote. President Obama talked about bringing out the brothers and scolding them. That does not seem to have been a strategy that worked.
Darren, did the Fox News voter analysis track with what you saw with raw vote as you went around the
I
states?
need Pennsylvania to come in, and then I'm going
there were a
back.
couple. What we're doing early on is we get this early vote from Indiana and Kentucky.
I'll be back.
It allows us to kind of figure out is the FNVA performing consistent with the data. There were a couple
have him
states
at
where Trump
248 right now.
overperformed a bit.
Pennsylvania is
Florida
19.
was one. We were a little concerned that we might be overestimating Trump's performance in rural areas. But the more data we got, the more that
So
didn't seem to be the
here's
case.
my
It seemed like he
map.
was basically hitting what we thought he would hit.
So that's without Michigan, without Wisconsin, without Arizona, without Nevada. So with North Carolina, with Pennsylvania, with Georgia, and with, I think Alaska is the outlier that maybe they don't have yet. Some posts of ballots still coming
48.
in at
What's
Detroit.
happening?
Alaska isn't on there, I bet. Yeah, I think that that's probably what's missing on their map that I have read on mine. Oh, let me put this back.
Why am I at 256? Like what?
Some reporting that Trump has won Erie County, Pennsylvania. Is that square with anything you understand?
I think I think it was on sort of a knife's edge. I don't know if Bill's got the latest data, but
It was a moment ago here.
It's part of her hope,
It
right?
went back to the Trump team, and right now, currently, just to keep you guys up to date,
Do
he
you have
leads it by a
Alaska
point in
exit?
1.4,
No,
a little less than 2,000 raw votes.
I had New Hampshire checked.
Yeah.
It's 99% in.
I
or
am getting ready to go
90
make some tea.
statewide 90%.
Thank you
Darren, I got
for
a
asking.
question
If
for
you see me hacking up my
Um,
lungs
when you
over
think about
here,
the blue wall in the upper Midwest,
Alaska's still voting.
when we were at the convention in Milwaukee in July,
That map
it ended on a
depends on the one
Thursday.
electoral
On a
vote
Friday, we
from
had that
Maine.
national computer glitch. All the airports were shut down.
Without Maine,
So
he's at
all the
269.
delegates
Got
and
it.
all the
Thank you,
journalists
guys.
and all the campaign folks were stranded at the airport in Milwaukee. And I was still thinking at the time
Okay,
about,
I'll be right back. I'm going to go.
you know, why did I
real
just see
fast.
Kid Rock? And why did I see Hulk Hogan? And why did I see Dana White? And I went to the campaign. I said, what's going on there? Because it was men. It was white men. And they said, we notice in the upper Midwest, at the time they were thinking about Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio to a lesser degree, and Pennsylvania. That's what they were thinking about. And they said, we noticed that there was a certain percentage of white men who voted in 2016. They sat out 2020, and we're trying to win them back. Is there evidence that those white males in those upper Midwest states did that tonight?
There was sort of a rule of thumb we were adopting that, and we spoke about this a little bit earlier in conversation with y'all, but that, you know, the gender gap is a double-edged sword. Gender gap can help or hurt depending upon, you know, the absolute level of support. We were looking at 55%. In other words, if Trump was hitting 55% with men, that was a good sign. If Harris was hitting 55% with women, that was a good sign. And in the upper Midwest states, he was getting closer to that sort of magic number than she was. So what they call it the bro strategy or whatever, it seems to have paid some dividends up there. I mean, we're still waiting, but you know, it's looking pretty good for him.
So we can definitively say that the poll that we don't talk about in Iowa was kind of off. The Des Moines Register poll.
I love Ann Seltzer. She's a giant and a pioneer in our field. I think, you know, what we were looking at, ironically, was not so much the top line in that race, but what Seltzer had said was that senior women were breaking away from Trump over the abortion issue. And I think our friend Sean Trende had a really good observation where he said that may be true, but it may not help Harris, because that's something that could occur in Iowa where abortion was a hot issue, but might not occur nationally in other states where abortion wasn't as salient.
We have to let you go, but really quickly, what's happening in Minnesota?
That's what I was going to ask. Exact question.
Minnesota, why is that still?
They have done what sometimes they do in states. They've stopped counting votes.
Really?
And we're kind of close
After all
to.
we've been through with that.
After all we've been through?
We're at a level where we're close to statistical significance, but it's not quite there yet. And there are
Is
still.
Tim Walz in charge of that?
Yeah, well,
Well, there you go.
rumor has it.
We have to let you go because you
Wow.
have some more data crunching to do.
I do.
We appreciate you coming
Thank you,
by.
Darren.
Thanks,
It really
Darren.
does
Good job,
help a
Darren.
lot.
coming
Good job.
by.
Very
Great job.
nice to see you guys. Thank you.
Let's check in with Aisha Hosni at the
Let's
Trump
do that.
campaign headquarters. Aisha?
Hey, you guys. Well, all signs here are pointing to perhaps imminent remarks from the former president shortly. The biggest debt giveaway was a short while ago. Somebody went onto the stage right behind me and put up the glass for the teleprompter. So perhaps somebody will be speaking to the crowd here shortly, and that might be the former president. We've got eyes outside, our security details outside watching to see if the motorcade arrives from Mar-a-Lago. I did get a video from someone at the Mar-a-Lago party a short while ago, and folks there were jubilant and cheering and clapping. They had Fox News on the screen. They were watching as we were calling states and more races for the former president. The excitement here is climbing every minute, and people here are anxiously awaiting to see if the former president shows up here tonight and perhaps gives a victory speech. Back to you.
Oh, Aisha, thanks.
Thank you very
Got a
much.
cough drop?
We'll head back there. If the former President Trump is about to take the stand and speak there. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. 1 a.m. in New York. Polls have just closed in Alaska. The Fox News decision desk says it is too early to call. Trump has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis, so we will get you back to Alaska when we have a little more data to report there.
And there you see 248 to 216, the Electoral College map. We are waiting on the blue wall, which could be a red wall. You just heard from Darren Shaw, and I think that data and the way he laid it out there and their decision making really kind of lifts the curtain to how these guys operate based on our Fox News voter analysis, which again was 120,000 voters, that a rolling poll, and then the raw vote total that they came in. Alex Hoff is in Pennsylvania. We'll check in on the ground there.
Nevada just
Alexandria.
started reporting. That's 2015.
Hey, good to be with you. Yeah, the crowd here in Bucks County, they are excited by some trends they are seeing, not
Was about to say
necessarily
that about Nevada.
expecting to
Halting the
result
count
tonight.
is
Pennsylvania's
insane.
results, and the count is historically slow. It took 4 days in 2020.
Why
but
would you
Council
halt the count in
Secretary
Minnesota?
does believe that it's going to be faster this time. New technology,
Those are
more
commies.
trading will come into all this.
Well, the
Now,
real
looking at
question is, do they
Philadelphia,
foresee that they're going
the
to
Trump and the
lose
Harris
Minnesota?
campaigns, they're saying they're outperforming there, but Team Trump feels that this could be good
I mean,
news
I
for
don't
them
know.
because there are pockets of support inside of South Philadelphia,
Like a
Northeast
50 to
Philadelphia. There
50,000
is a
point gap.
saying that goes that Republicans can gauge how well they are doing in the state by how much they are losing Philadelphia by. Simply, it cuts into the margins that Democrats need. And here in Bucks County, they're seeing themselves on the screen right now. It means a lot. If he were
They're so
to
excited.
win this county, Bucks County, I mean, that would be the first time a Republican presidential candidate has taken this county since 1988. And these suburbs
Wow.
of Philadelphia, this is what pushed Biden over the edge in 2020. Harris needs to do well in these counties if she stands to have a chance of taking this state, guys. Brett, Martha?
Alex, thank
thanks.
you. So let's go to Bill and see, what are you cooking up over there, Bill?
You know, I was just looking at New York. You know, we heard so much about MSG and the insult comic about the Puerto
Wow.
Rican joke. And, you know, Trump, you know, New York's his home, right? I mean, now living in Florida, Mar-a-Lago, but just look at this. I'm going to go ahead and use the slide bar and just, okay, 8 years ago when he's running against Hillary Clinton, this is his margin in New York, all right? 37.5 compared to almost 59 for Hillary Clinton. And then against Joe Biden, it was what? Was it? Oh my gosh! It was 0.3 of a point. All right, and now we come to 2020 and see the numbers on the board here. That's a pretty decent performance, and we're just getting some insight here in the New York City. He did well over 40% of the vote here in New York as well. One thing I was checking out here, guys, in this is the number, right? Path to 270. I guess in theory right now, if you were to close out, you know, you're at 248. If you were to close out Pennsylvania, and even though Alaska has ranked choice voting, which could take a while to post a number here, nonetheless, that would put him right at the number at 270. So even around the blue wall, that's possible too. That goes back to the argument that we've been talking about for some time now, that Trump had more paths to the Oval Office than Harris did. Let's go
Oh
check
my
on
God, we
Pennsylvania
could
one more
know
time here, and we'll see.
tonight.
Okay, it's holding steady at 3.5. 90% of the estimated vote out there is now reporting here.
So,
Michigan, you know, the blue
there's
wall is
a Seth
6.3,
Dillon
so that
said
number is
New York
stuck a little
Times
bit
has
here.
Trump at
Estimated
95%.
somewhere,
Like he
maybe 40% of the vote still missing there in Michigan,
likely
in
Trump.
Wisconsin. You know, maybe we get some more numbers in. It got 85% of the vote in here. And, you know, Trump's holding on to this 4.2 advantage in Wisconsin. And Wisconsin, they take a lot of pride in what they do. They want to get the vote out quickly. Maybe Milwaukee notwithstanding, but the rest of the state, you know, that's their idea. So we could get that in maybe a little more as we go into what, the 2 a.m. hour? Are we going to 2 a.m. or 3? What are we doing here? Arizona sticking here at 0.7. What's that?
Just keep going.
Okay, you got it. This is Nevada, so we're
Thank
starting
you
to
to
get our first
all of the
numbers in
people
from
who are
Nevada.
tuning in right now.
For any of the
There
nerds
are
and geeks out there that are deep in the weeds about the early
1,246
voting,
of
you've been
you
watching Nevada,
who are
and
watching the
Nevada's been a
live
pretty
stream
good
right
marker
now.
there for
So I
for
just want to say
Republicans.
like
This is a
how
quick count
grateful I
here
am
now.
that
It's
you've
saying
stuck with
75%
us all
of the vote
night.
is
That's
in,
so
and
awesome.
Trump's got a
Oh
firm
my
lead
gosh,
of
that's so
3.4 points.
crazy. Like I
Struck
just like hanging out with my
just a tad under
friend. Like I don't
35,000 votes. Clark
I
County, Las
know.
Vegas,
So
70%
thank
of the
you
votes in the
guys.
Silver State
I
here
have like
all come from
mom
Nevada. Let's see what's
face and
happening right now. Okay,
hair.
Harris,
You're worried now
just
about
a
what
tick
you
over
you've been on
50.2
here for
with
like 3
80%.
hours.
I want to go comparison's sake. 8
I
years
have to
ago,
let
why
her
not,
go on
right? In
earlier, but
Nevada, I don't know
between
what this number
then
is. We'll
and
find out
getting on, I
together,
had
okay?
like to
So Hillary
eat
Clinton
and
did
the
2
baby
points
to
better
Muted
than
and
bed.
Kamala
eaten
Harris.
like
And
all
Joe
throughout the
Biden,
night. Like I got Chinese
okay,
food, so I
did
didn't
even
have to
better.
cook
You know,
tonight.
3.5
So
over
it's my
what
cheat
Kamala
night.
Harris is putting up right now. So it
Walk said
appears,
what percentage? So he's up
if you're in the Trump
224,000
camp,
votes
that's a
in
pretty good number
Pennsylvania.
right now, just shy of
Zoe
51%
is out of
Oh,
eggnog.
in Nevada
sigh.
early on. Here's
Screaming.
Carl Rowe's favorite place in the
90%
world. This is
reporting in
Washoe
Pennsylvania.
County,
I
right,
don't know
Carl?
how that's not
Right
called
now,
yet.
you
You
it's
can't
close, right? 0.2
overcome
points.
that with what's
You know,
left.
what happened with Biden? Was it
Well,
close? Yeah, pretty close. But Biden.
I mean,
won
I
the
think
county.
like the ones who like
So in
know
all
all these
likelihood, Trump's got a chance to flip
things
this if it
know,
holds
like
up right
if
now.
Yeah.
Super slim and more vote to
What's
come in.
left that
But
potentially
it's not
Nevada
about
is
just the numbers, it's about where the
looking
numbers are
good
coming
too. And then we
from.
start to
Right,
wonder,
yeah. True.
how high does this number go on the
Honestly,
electoral
it's like
college?
it's excruciating. They have all of us like dummies kind of like
And
watching
Nevada already
this.
reporting at
vote is what they have.
75%.
Well, let's check
Who's
in.
leading?
It's like
Dr. Gradis.
nothing. Like I don't like we don't know
Jeff,
because
what's
we
happening?
don't know. Are those
Well, a lot of,
Democrat counties?
excitement,
Are they
fear, and
Republican
optimism
counties?
at the Sam
Yeah.
Brown Watch Party. He is, of course, the Republican candidate trying to unseat the Democratic incumbent Senator Jackie Rosen. And just a few moments ago, when Bill was talking about Nevada, you heard
Okay,
a
do we
lot of
want to check
cheers
back
here,
in with the lovely
from the
ladies
crowd
at
the Sam Brown Watch Party. Just
Yeah,
getting some of those initial numbers. It took
let's
nearly
test
3
the
hours
energy
to
shift.
finally get some of those numbers. We're hoping to
Trump
get
is
another
up by
batch
4% in
in the
Nevada
coming
right now
hours.
with
But Nevada has an
75%
interesting
reporting.
law where it's, you can vote right up
Pretty
until
good.
the 7 o'clock hour.
Holy.
And if you're in line, they'll let you vote. And in order to release those results, they wait until the very last
Okay.
person in line votes. That person,
You know,
it
I'm
took
game for
2
more
hours
meltdown.
and 48 minutes. So still a very long night
I don't
ahead
want
of
to
us, but,
miss
for the folks here at the Sam Brown Watch Party, a lot of
Pennsylvania coming
optimism
in.
in the air.
Exit, I'm so sorry. I didn't
All right,
realize
Jeff
you
Paul
came
in
back
Las
in
Vegas.
again.
Jeff, thanks.
So our panel is still with us. And we have some new folks
Ooh,
that
Kevin
are here as
McCarthy's
well.
here
Kevin
today.
McCarthy's
They're
joining
trying
us.
to.
Carl Rove is back. Juan Williams is here. Great to
Oh
have all
God,
of you
maybe
with
we
us.
stay here.
Kevin McCarthy, let me start with you.
Rhino
Give us an update
meltdown.
on what your overall take on the night so far, and then maybe drill down on some of what you're seeing in these House
Well,
situations as well.
The Senate Republicans did an extraordinary job. They surpassed all expectations. President Trump is on his way. And I think President
Sorry,
Trump is
exit.
going to help the Republicans hold the House, but it's going to be very narrow, maybe even narrower than we have now.
But you think they could do it?
Maybe
Yeah, if
even
you look at
narrower than you have now, you said.
Yeah, it may be exactly the same or maybe smaller. Look at the 2 seats I said
How
at the
can
very
it be
beginning
any
of the night. Watch,
smaller? It was
Pennsylvania 7 and
50-50.
Pennsylvania 8. I think we're going to pick those both up. You said North Carolina 1. We're probably going to lose that by 1 point. She did an extraordinary job.
Wow.
Then you look at Maine. We're ahead there. But we have some incumbents that have fallen in New York. California's just in now, but don't read those numbers yet because it's just the first part coming in. We're going to have to wait some time to see where we're there. Arizona, we've got a couple incumbents in trouble. Bacon's coming back in Omaha, maybe there. If we hold the House, if this is a trifecta, the credit goes to President Trump. But it also fundamentally means something different. You can do reconciliation when it comes to tax reform. So you don't need
Carl Rove
60
looks
votes
like he's
in the
going to
Senate.
start reading
Having the
aloud.
Senate as large as he is, he's going to get the cabinet that he wants. The other thing that's going to happen is you're not going to have a Hakeem Jeffries that's going to try to impeach him every single week. So America is going to see ability to govern. And if Republicans take this moment in time to not play games and focus on the issues,
Please, can y'all please do that this
Very
time?
competitive in 2 years.
But Juan Williams, if it's as big as
You
we
know,
think
like-
it could be, we obviously haven't made these calls yet, but it's
Jesus
trending
Christ.
that way. And the pathway for her to win is getting narrower and narrower. Isn't it not a mandate? And Hakeem Jeffries and the thought of impeaching with what we're seeing tonight seems like wouldn't be the right move.
If he gets the popular
Well, I
vote,
think the Democrats are, well, dispirited at this moment. And I think that the likelihood, as we pointed out, is that Trump will be the president. And I think that for me, talking to people
From
like
Juan
Darren
Williams
and political
now.
professionals around, no
God's
one
ears.
anticipated the size of this mandate, as you call it. I think that there's even recriminations now among Democrats as to Biden and whether Biden should have dropped out earlier or Biden should have stayed. Would a white male have done better? Obviously,
Oh
Trump
my
has defeated
God.
2 women.
Oh
and
my
now a black
God.
woman.
See,
So
they
there's
will
already this
never
question.
learn
But
the actual
to my
lesson.
mind,
It's
it seems
your
to me
fault that our
incredible
candidate
that a
didn't
guy
win. It's
who
not
led a
her fault.
insurrection against the United States government is potentially now, like a phoenix going back into the Oval Office. It's unbelievable.
Well, you have to
Jesus
consider the fact,
Christ.
Juan, that a lot of
I
people
just
think
cannot,
it's
like,
an
Yeah,
insurrection. It was a riot,
what's he
but
saying?
not an insurrection.
you
And had they
couldn't
thought there was
see
really
anything
was an
better than
insurrection,
that,
I don't
like
think he
on
could have won.
MSNBC.
Well,
I
I don't
think the
know.
exaggerations about that day.
Well, I'm not
and
exaggerating.
about the
Whoop,
alleged
whoop.
threat
Jesus
to democracy
Christ.
Hold
is
on, let him
is a
cook.
piece of what happened tonight is.
Well, I don't think so. I think, again, I'm giving you my perspective.
And I'm giving you mine.
Right. So I listened to you as my friend. But I'm going to
Get
tell
him,
you
Britt.
what I saw was not only
A meltdown
right
on
in terms of
Fox
the
was
violence,
not on my
but
bingo
a
card. I knew
direct
as soon as
action
I saw all
intended to
three
stop
of them up there,
certification of a
that's where we were
presidential
going.
election.
Understood. And we've talked a
that's
lot
why,
about it.
That's why I said that.
And we've
That's
talked a lot
what you
about it. And the
understand very
campaign,
clearly. I'm not trying to hype anything.
The campaign ran a lot of ads about it, talked a lot about it, and more, half the country now, Juan is going to say, that is not what I care about. I care about my economy. I care about immigration.
No, see, that's where we differ. I'm not sold on this idea that, it was the cost of eggs. I worry that it was, I'm not voting for this.
Because Juan Williams has his eggs paid for.
Well, here's the thing. Where do you see that? Because a moment ago, Darren was out here and he said, in fact, not only did the
These
bro
people are
strategy
so
work,
fucking
and the bro strategy
disconnected
largely
from
worked along
reality.
the lines of white men.
This is
the bro
why.
strategy also had
White
some
men,
impact
your
in terms of
fucking fault.
Latino and black men who came
Racist.
along and gave higher
Walk,
percentages.
you're going to get a
Carl.
pass, man. It's going to be the white man that's the
one more
problem,
point.
not the black man.
What's going to happen when the evaluation comes out?
And
that,
here's
like,
what he said.
Black
If-
men
if
didn't
Trump
turn
wins.
out for
He said he
Kamala,
won because
or
black men felt
Latinos didn't
that
turn out for
their
Kamala like they
elite
wanted.
put immigrants
Alaska reporting
before
now.
us. Your thoughts on that?
I just
Elite.
think that that's possible.
Fuck,
I don't know that
so
for
out
a
of touch.
fact. I think there are tensions between racial groups, and people might feel that. Obviously, they're going to. You can exploit those tensions, and you can exacerbate them to the point
Yeah.
where
Like you
can
do?
politically.
Right, like the
benefit.
Democrat Party does
Do I
every
think that's
fucking
the reason
day
he won?
to
No,
make
I
that
think the reason he
live
won
and
is look
breathe.
at that bro strategy.
So we
and the
cannot
white
be a
male
cohesive
turnout
country.
and white grievance politics that he has used to great success in this country.
Carl.
I think he's trailing his prior 2020 numbers with whites.
Well, you know what? I think that the bro
Increased Hispanics and black males.
Yeah.
Way in here.
it's not sufficient to make up. It's not sufficient to have this kind of night.
Look. I just think it is extremely odd to suggest that black men are somehow prejudiced because they vote for a white candidate who says,
Juan is a
I want to
fucking
make
piece of
certain that
shit."
everybody has an opportunity to succeed in our great economy. I want you to be more prosperous, and I will do things that will make it possible for you to make a better life. That is an appeal to their best instincts. He did not go out and say, vote for me because I'm not a woman. Don't go vote for me because I'm a white man. That would not have attracted those votes. They got attracted to him because they thought he was a strong, effective leader, and they thought he would do something about the issues they cared the most about, which is an economy in which they think they get the
To
short
hear
stick,
Carl
inflation, which
Rove
has
come out
decimated
and
their
defend
purchasing
Donald
power,
Trump,
and
I
illegal
know.
immigration,
I
which has
never thought I
affected
would
their
see that
communities
day.
deeply. And
It's
to
weird.
suggest that somehow black men are racist because they supported a white man is just too far, Juan. With all due
You're
respect.
distorting my comments. But
No,
let me just say
that's
to you,
it. I followed your comment to its logical conclusion.
Carl, hold on. We're not saying most black men did not vote for Donald Trump. So I never said anything like that. That's just not
Oh,
true.
you suggested it's only
I'm
a
saying
quarter
to you,
of black
no,
men
I'm
that did
saying to you that in terms of this bro strategy for white males, the whole notion of I'm bad, I talk about women in the most disparaging way. There's some men who just said, you know what, I want to be in on that. I want to be a badass guy. And I think they like Trump's image and the character.
I think they supported him in spite of that, not because of it. They
Harold Ford
supported
Jr.
him
way
because
in
of
here.
he offered to make their life better.
Harold Ford
Look,
Jr.
I tend to agree with Juan about
So you
January
just
6th. I'm
disparage
surprised
men,
by the
like
fact
they're
that
all
the country
just
got over that as quickly
bigoted,
as it
like
seemingly did, which speaks
chauvinist
to the political
bastards.
comeback.
Every single one of
I've
them.
said here earlier, I
You know
think
what I
that,
just realized?
the
I have
fact that
been
some of these
streaming
issues
for
around the economy and the
7.5
border were not
hours.
addressed more forthrightly.
I don't even
think
know if
had an
this
impact.
video will stay up
That being said,
on
we're going to have some
social
analysis
media
around this and around
because
whether
it's
or
going to
not
be so long.
the driving up support amongst men, what was behind that, how did it work? Did the
Goodness,
gender
he's
gap
coming to
with
hang out with my
women,
friend.
or did black women, white women, Hispanic women? We still don't know those numbers. We'll have an opportunity to dig into some of those things, but I don't interpret.
But
what
this
Juan
guy's
is
got like
saying
a
any more than that.
rejuvenation now that Juan Williams is there to back him
More to talk
up.
about here.
Right.
There's a lot more coming up as election night
That
moves
just
on.
totally-
At
God, call
1:15 on the
fucking
East Coast.
Pennsylvania.
We continue to get more.
Okay, we're gonna go
vote
look
in.
at
We will
our
be able to make some
BFFs,
calls.
see how
when
they're
that-
doing.
Oh my God. If Rachel Maddow's not crying, I'm not going to
Different
be happy.
economy. Did you
What's the
vote for
How much
things
is
that were promised to you to
now? It's
fix
like
prices and inflation for populist agenda?
You have to be a social
Other
worker.
things, were you told that changes to certain international policies
on,
would
exit.
benefit you in your own?
Okay, what did you say?
Someone should be pranking MSNBC right now, asking them if they need like a social worker. Is there a mental health emergency right now?
Oh, I love it.
Oh my gosh.
None of those things are being addressed, or none of those real world realities are changing, right? That's why we often see this back and forth with the midterms. So I don't think anyone here is getting ahead of the calls. We've emphasized that, or underestimating
Who's
what I
the
think
like
looks like
not
very
left
significant set of
view
outcomes.
on this
But
panel? Is there
if people
one?
voted for the economy
Yeah,
as their
like
impulsion
that.
and they don't get
Like
there
Fox
quickly,
has,
there's no reason to think that they
Juan
and others in
Williams
the
and then
country
that
will
other
suddenly
guy.
be just at peace with the
Do any?
non-delivery
They don't
of
have
that.
any like
The-
right-ish
The
people, do
energy
they?
that's against Washington and
Do
incumbents and some of these things
MSNBC?
can just
Yeah.
shift on to the next incumbents. We have had waves of angst from 15, 16
I don't
through the
think
first
so.
term where the Democrats came back in the midterms, through the COVID era, and through the recent
They
era.
don't even
And so
have
that's another
pretend
piece here is,
Republicans.
did the person you elect deliver
Yeah,
on
obviously,
anything
right?
they told you would
That's
get
what I
better in
meant.
your life?
I'm just advised, can I ask the control room if we have somebody to go to on this? I think you just told me that we do. Thank you very much. We think that Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump is on his way to go address his supporters. Trump would be on his way to the Palm Beach Convention Center in Florida. We don't know exactly the plans or exactly the timing for the plans, but that's
Okay.
why we're lucky enough to be able to check in with NBC's own Vaughn Hilliard,
Rachel,
who is
don't watch
at
it,
Trump's
don't watch
election
it.
night headquarters in
Mental health
Florida.
care.
Vaughn,
We're
what are you
staying
seeing?
here for the Trump speech.
Hey, Rachel, we're in West Palm Beach. He,
Oh my God,
it's
it's gonna be
understanding, is beginning to make his way from his Mar-a-Lago estate in Palm
Ah,
Beach here to West
God
Palm, to the
willing.
convention center, where I am told by
Anyone
a campaign
checked on Joe
official that he is
Scarborough?
set to
I
speak
expected
soon.
him to be on
They were waiting, the
MSNBC. I'm
campaign was
surprised that he's
for
not.
North Carolina and Georgia to be called, and they were hopeful that they would be able to
Can you
see a
imagine?
trajectory
Oh my God,
that was
I'm just like,
beneficial to them in the state of Pennsylvania.
okay, and again,
before
like
Donald
I don't
Trump
be. I
were to
told
come and
Heather
make his
earlier, I'm
remarks.
like
It's not
the
clear whether he intends to declare
goosebumps,
victory here or
sycophantic
not,
thing.
or
Like I
signal
hate
that
it. I don't
votes
want
are
to
coming
be
in and they
that
feel like they're in a
person.
good position.
But
this,
there is
when
this
talking
piece of
to
me
folks
with
that
this
worked in
election
his
that
first
is
administration, White House,
is
former staffers that are
feeling
here
the
as well as other
vibes. Like
political allies.
I,
There are folks that are already
man,
talking
like I'm
about
like so excited to
potential
hear
talks
a
in
Trump
Washington.
victory
They say they don't want to
speech.
jinx it or get ahead of themselves, but there's a great
My
many staff
gosh,
members that have been working here in Palm Beach that have their eyes on working in a
like
second Trump
willing it into
administration. I talked to
I mean,
Roger
guys, we're getting
Stone,
close
the
to
longtime
they're
friend
gonna
and
call
informal
they're gonna have
advisor
to
to
call this
Donald Trump,
conference.
who was over at the
They're gonna have
Mar-a-Lago
to call
estate where Trump was
Wisconsin?
joined by the likes of Elon
87%
Musk and
reporting.
UFC's Dana White, as well as
Well,
others
fucking
who have
Pennsylvania's
really
been at
helped lift him up
90%
politically in
with
the
a
last months, including
200,000 plus
individuals like
lead.
Robert F. Kennedy
Yeah.
Jr. It was a closer group of family and allies that were at the Mar-a-Lago estate watching these results come in before now to our understanding Donald
He
Trump
wants
is
to
making his
wait
way here. And
until it's
Roger Stone,
official.
I mention him because really he's seen through 60 years of the Republican
if Trump is
Party,
moving
and this is a
locations, that
moment
means he
in
thinks
which
he's
I
going to
asked him
win.
very
It
directly.
means they all
You know,
think he's
again,
going to win.
I
Like
understand that we are
Mike
still counting
Johnson
votes here
is
at this time,
flying
but at
to
the least bit,
here
there's a
right
part of the
now.
American electorate that has chosen to elevate somebody like Donald
Wait, hold on.
Trump potentially back to the
I
White
can't
House.
wait
And I
for
asked
Kamala's concession
Roger Stone,
speech.
what did he make of
I
this
think
for the
they're
history
calling
books
voter fraud
of
in
watching
that
after
stream,
9 years
Preston.
of America
Yeah,
become
I
acquainted with
don't
Donald
follow
Trump,
Destiny,
somebody
but
who
I'm
is so
guessing that he's
transparently
not
brash
handling this very
and somebody
well.
who is so willing to denigrate
Destiny is like
perceived enemies.
That's
And the
so
way that he
awesome.
phrased it to me was,
I don't
quote,
know what's going to
how very
happen, but
American.
this is a
No one
great way to
argues that
start a
he's
new
perfect.
trip
No one
around
is
the sun.
perfect.
Oh,
But he's
wait,
genuine.
hold on.
He's not a
Happy
construct or handled or
birthdays,
managed.
though.
We embrace the imperfect.
That's so
Where we are
awesome.
against
I
Donald
missed,
Trump,
I
and Donald
totally
Trump is
said it out
on
loud
his
and I
way now
completely
here
spaced
at
it.
a moment, of
I
course,
love
that
you.
would
I hope that you
potentially
have a
in the days ahead
wonderful
lead to many
other trip around
conversations
the
about
sun.
the potential policy impact of what a Trump White
Happy
House with a
birthday.
Republican
Fox just
Congress
called
could look
Pennsylvania.
at. But for now, of
What?
course, there are ballots still
Fox
to be
just called
counted in
Pennsylvania.
several
Son of a
battleground
bitch.
states before Donald Trump would
For
be able
Trump?
to decisively declare victory. But nonetheless, he plans to take the stage behind me here, just
Okay,
a
I'm
few
gonna stay
miles
here.
from his Mar-a-Lago
I'm gonna
estate,
stay here
the place
because
that he
this
has all
is where
but
the
camped out
meltdown's
in
gonna come
over the
from.
last
Yeah,
4
yeah.
years,
Okay,
ever
so
since
Trump,
that January attack,
Fox called
and
it.
not
Let's
attending
see
the
how long it takes
inauguration of Joe
MSNBC.
Biden, moving to Florida in isolation,
They're gonna
rising
have
back
to
up
because
to
they
prove
don't
his
Well,
understand
point
why
Trump
to the
he's so
Republican
freaking
Party
excited.
by helping get
He's
MAGA
losing his
allies of his
mind.
elected in the
Okay.
2022 midterms. And Donald Trump here today about to take the stage at a moment in which he and his team feel like they have politically proved from these early results that he is in a good position here. Guys.
Vaughn, I don't know if you can hear me. I know there's big cheers going up from the crowd there. You had mentioned at the outset of your remarks that they had wanted to see the results in Georgia and North Carolina, and they had wanted to see things going their way in Virginia before he spoke. He did not win Virginia. Do you know anything about the calculus as to have him speaking anyway without another state that they were watching for under their belt?
Right. Apologies for misspeaking on my part. I meant Pennsylvania, where we go back to 4 years ago, of course. It was Steve Bannon that urged Donald Trump to prematurely declare victory. Donald Trump at 2 a.m. on election night in 2020, he did exactly that. We asked, our colleague Jake Traylor asked Donald Trump earlier today inside of the West Palm Gymnasium where he voted, whether he would potentially acknowledge that it may take several days to count ballots and be willing to acknowledge that he may not be able to declare victory tonight. He did affirmatively say that he understood that we may not know the results at this point in time based off of NBC's, another news organization. We have not called it.
Yeah,
But of
where
course,
is she?
Donald Trump has
Rachel.
shown an
Rachel
eagerness to,
Maddow
in
slash
2012, in
Mark
2016,
Cuban
in 2018,
slash Robert
2020,
Downey
in
Jr.
2022 to declare
93%
victories,
of the vote is in.
even when the news
219,000
organizations have
votes
declared
lead.
otherwise. So, of course, we expect now in a matter of minutes here, guys, to hear
They
directly
say
from the
that
former president.
Vaughn Hilliard
487,000 votes are
for us in
remaining.
Florida. Thank you very much, Vaughn. We'll be back with you
Decision desk
as
has
the night
called
progresses. As Vaughn
Pennsylvania.
was just reporting there, Trump has been watching election returns at his
She's so
home
mad.
Yeah,
at
let's hear it. Let's hear it
Mar-a-Lago,
from
which I used to
them.
call
I
a
want to
golf club,
see
and then I
the.
learned there's no golf there. Nope. No, wrong one. He's
Oh,
on his
it's
way
just
from
about
there
golf.
to
He
the
needs
convention center
Alaska
there in Palm
and
Beach,
he's
and we expect him to
fucking
be
done.
addressing that exultant crowd. So we shall
No,
see.
really?
I mean, presumably he's going to declare victory. We thought he would declare victory even if he was losing badly at this point in the night. So given the way things look, we
Yeah.
assume that he's going to declare victory, but we'll have to wait until we see what
Oh,
those
look,
remarks
they're
are.
just assuming
Yeah,
they're
I
going to
mean,
declare
already
victory,
made this
even though
point
they won't call
before, which I
Pennsylvania.
thought was a really smart one about how he's loudest when he's thinks he's losing and more quiet when he thinks he's winning. At least in terms of what was coming out of that that
Van Jones
operation.
is on the
I mean,
verge of tears. I don't
Trump
have
has
access to
this sort of,
CNN on this app that I'm using.
He could pretend to be magnanimous if he thinks he's winning.
Pretend.
When has he ever done that?
He can briefly pretend to be. He'll talk. You know, he will sometimes talk
I
about things like
hope
unity.
he is
or
not
diversity
magnanimous.
I was
on
never
hope-
against the
speech for like a
electoral
few
college.
sentences.
I've always
Yeah.
been an electoral
I'm not
college
expecting a lot of
supporter.
it.
I'm not expecting that.
Alaska might split their vote because
Preparing
they are ranked
people.
choice.
I
like
need
you.
There
him
are
to
these sort of
drain the
brief glimmers of
swamp.
when
I
his
need
handlers
him
have
to
sort of
do the
puffed
things
him
he
up
said he was
enough,
going to do.
where he does that. He may just,
I
you know,
hope
riff about
y'all tell me
1980s
about how
movies. I mean,
he's
you know,
not
you really
magnanimous in
never
his
know.
victory.
Okay, I'm gonna move
Tell
the
me,
needle.
I feel like there's an
Okay.
aspect to all of this. It's
It-
1:30, almost
He
1:30 in the
does
morning
not get
here,
all three
and
votes.
some people are going to go to sleep.
from
Not us, of
Alaska.
course.
I'll stay up
But
until they
in
call
Western Europe
Wisconsin. I'll continue
and in
to
the
stream until
UK
then.
and in the Middle East, people are waking up to this.
Oh, and they are.
And I'm thinking
Well,
that the
people in the
who
Middle
gonna
East
wake
are waking up
Donald
to this,
Trump's remarks
Heather.
tonight are people like Emmanuel Macron and
Stay
Vladimir
up.
I really
Zelensky and
fucking care
Be
that people in the
excited.
Middle East are
people
waking
in
up to
Gaza
this.
and people in Tel Aviv and
I've already gotten a
Jerusalem.
text from
Botswana and South Africa.
And I've gotten people from Western Europe who are extraordinarily alarmed and terrified about, as one of A friend of a
Well,
friend.
they're
Yes,
alarmed.
because he's a
Yeah.
Nazi.
And
I just
dude,
didn't know that they would be alarmed.
You know, the implications of all of this in terms of domestic politics, but the world is
So
is
out
at a
of
hinge
touch.
point. And
If I had
you know,
known
this is
they would be
very much an
alarmed, I
election
would have
about
totally
the global
changed
world order.
all
And I
of
think
my
we shouldn't
beliefs
forget, like as
and
we are kind of trying to
values
think about how
to
to go to
accommodate
bed
them. I'm
and
so
grapple
sorry.
with all of this.
Yeah,
There's another
where
side
would
of the
the
world
polls
that's
today? I
waking
didn't
up to
check
this.
what
Yeah,
the
I
Is trying
polls
to
were.
totally
figure out
feel
what
like
this
I
may
need to
mean,
care what the
not just for
Middle East
America, but
thinks
for
about our
yeah.
elections.
May I reiterate, there are
point.
2 of the 7 swing states that have been called by NBC News right now, which is Georgia and North Carolina. None of the other 5 states have been called at this point. You can see this is the battleground states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, the so-called blue wall.
Everyone
None of those
is
states
calling
called
her
by
about being
NBC News.
there at least
Neither
3 that
has
want to be
Nevada
women.
nor Arizona.
For
What has been
sure.
called is Senate control. And of course, we
I
can
think
we
the
can
Joe
we can
Rogan,
read the
like when he
campaigns in terms
posted
of
on TikTok,
what they are saying without saying anything.
clips from the
And it's
Donald Trump
8:25
speech
a.m. in
or
Kyiv,
the
where
Donald Trump
people
interview,
are.
the
They
comments that
wake
were
up
in
earlier
that
than
video
that, and they are very
from
worried
all
as they
over
look
the
at where this
world
election stands at this hour.
didn't find a single, no, it was YouTube.
There was a whole
Didn't find
contra
a single
conflagration over
negative
whether the Harris
comment. It was
campaign would
crazy.
embrace the uncommitted movement, which actually wanted to move in her
Could be on
direction
this
at the
Trump
convention.
Yeah.
And the
All of
question was
them.
whether they should allow a speaker to happen
God.
and whether there should be meetings, whether she should go to Dearborn and try to engage the Arab and Muslim community. You did see one of the co-founders of Uncommitted.
You didn't engage the
So
Arab
Network
community enough, really?
Vice President Harris in the end, the
Yeah.
member, the state senator in Georgia, who was going to be the speaker had they allowed it to happen, also endorsed and supported her. But the irony is you did have Tiffany Trump's husband, who's Lebanese American, and others go in and try to really push Arab and Muslim American voters. Stephen Miller was crowing about it, try to push Arab and Muslim voters in the
In
state
Europe,
of
mind you, the
Michigan
populists have been
to
getting
go
some steam
for
over there, especially in
Trump.
southern
The
and
irony of
central
that, of
Europe.
course, is nobody wanted.
Do we want to switch back to
Donald
Fox,
Trump to be
or do we want
president?
to
Nobody
stay
wants
here
Donald
until
Trump
they
to
have
be president.
President
Let's do it.
Netanyahu?
Who is backed by a far-right coalition that would like to.
Because MSNBC is like, they're going to like not do it. They're
By
going
the
to just,
force of one guy, one man who had the fortitude, the strength, the
yeah,
vision,
I mean, it's like they're,
the
he's,
refusal
he's
to
ready to talk
accept
to people.
anything. All of the experts counting him out, and he just kept on fighting and fighting and fighting.
Charlie, it would have been one thing for him to come back from a single defeat, to be elected again. But when you think about it, he came back from a series of them. I mean, his party lost in the midterm when his term,
2018.
They lost in 2018. They lost the presidential election in 2020, and they had a major disappointment in 2022, which one might have thought after all that the party wouldn't turn to him again, and yet in the face of that, plus all the things that Martha enumerated, the indictments, all the other troubles that he had, for him to come back from that is really quite striking.
And think about how toxic he was after, say,
Thought to be,
January
yeah,
6th.
yeah.
And then you're looking at races now in states where Donald Trump very well may drag Republicans, and he's overperforming in a lot of places.
Associated
fellow
Press still
Republicans.
haven't
You know,
called
it really
Pennsylvania.
does. I think there are parallels
Well,
to 1980.
Joey
Mark Penn, when
on
you look
Twitter
at Jimmy
has
Carter, we had
called
hostages in
the
Iran. We have
race. He says
hostages
that Donald
in
Trump will be
right
the
now.
47th president of the United
And a
States.
malaise in many ways in the country that I
So
think these people who have been called a
I
lot of
want to
names
see it. I
have had
want
enough of.
to see it.
I know
What is
it's
your
it's
impression
coming.
of
It's
what this
happening.
means tonight?
Hoping.
Well,
I want to
think this
be
means a lot
live
to a lot
when
of
it
people.
happens. Like
I
I
think the working
want
class are looking for a
to
renewal
be
of
on
American
here
jobs.
with
I think
all of
people are
you who
looking
have
for a
stuck with
border
me
that
for
is sane and an
7,
immigration
almost 8
system that
hours
works.
now.
I think a lot of
That's like
people
a
over in the
full-time fucking
Middle
job,
East are
days
looking
of
for
work.
Iran to
Oh
pull
my
back
God.
in the
You're
face
gonna
of a
be so
president
tired
whom they
tomorrow.
fear.
I was
And
smart enough to
look,
take off of work.
incumbent on the
I know
Democratic
you're way
Party
smarter
to
than me. I
understand that the
kind of took
people
off
have
today because I knew
spoken
I was going to be doing
and to
this.
dissemble
I had
and
to go vote,
dismantle
and the
this
kids were out of
lawfare
school, so
that
I was
they
like,
Yeah.
they have built up here,
totally.
which is going to raise a whole series of questions that are going to have to be answered now. But they
This is
cannot
like
say that
my
they are
Super
better than
Bowl.
Donald
So
Trump.
I
And we
know.
create a system that does not
Everybody
recognize that
doesn't go
he
to work
won
on the day after
and the
this
people have
Super Bowl.
spoken and he is
I
going to be
am
the
seeing that
47th
Trump
president.
got
We haven't talked about
270.
foreign policy
Should
a
be
lot, but
284.
imagine the Saudis making a normalization deal.
Did they
with
call
Israel in the face
Wisconsin?
of a
How
new
did he
president
get
here?
to
Imagine
I'm going there tomorrow night.
Can't be Wisconsin.
Imagine
I
a
guess
Ukraine
last
deal that Donald Trump talks about. Kevin O'Leary, what is the market going to do in
They're
the
going
wake
to
of
love
this?
this. What's happened here is the system self-corrected. When you try and break the American model, it fixes itself. And I think people should give credit within the Democratic Party. Donald Trump saved them tonight too, because they're going to have to take a spatula to these policies and bring it back to the center over the next 4 years, and in a way reset. And we talked about this earlier, but he saved entrepreneurship. He saved the entire model of the S&P 500, because taxing 20% higher was a really bad idea, and it self-corrected. Capital, and this is why I'm getting on a plane tomorrow night. I intentionally didn't leave till tomorrow night so I could go to Geneva, go to Abu Dhabi, go to Riyadh, and say it's 21% corporate taxes, 100% not going to change. That is very important for people like me that bring capital back to this country. It fixed itself.
I can only hope.
It fixed itself.
Remember,
and I think that's why
remember.
America works. It has worked for 200 years. When it gets too crazy, it fixes itself. And whether you love Trump or you hate him, every Democrat owes him a thank you very much, Mr. President.
By the way, as the markets, the poly market, and all these election markets were moving, Bitcoin went up exponentially.
Yes, I'm long Bitcoin.
Damn, I wish I was smarter.
Speaking of Bitcoin, I'm also struck by just calling Pennsylvania here, Dana. Trump embraced Elon Musk in an enormous way. A lot of stories were written that said that he was going to blow it in Pennsylvania, that the people who were working on his outreach teams didn't know what they were doing. He's going to.
And he got a lot of criticism.
The $1 million giveaway for registered voters.
Worthless
But
people.
Selena Zito, who's somebody that we follow and we've had on the show many times, and she knows that area very well. She said the people of that region love somebody who is a big thinker, who wants to create jobs, who is like looking into the future, and they can get behind that. And they love somebody who can really lead. And leadership takes courage. And you have to be willing to make decisions where you are going to be criticized. I think this is one of the problems that Kamala Harris has always had. She doesn't want to take a position on anything. We haven't even talked about how in California,
we have extensively
basically make
talked
shoplifting
about
illegal again.
this Colonel Sanders outfit.
Madeline,
I
also
hope
to
somebody
Madeline.
does like some sort of
DA in
meme
Los
where you
Angeles
screenshot
lost
her
by
and put
22
like the
votes.
white and then
I mean,
like the
this is in
KFC
California,
bucket
so
off
it was
to the side.
everywhere.
Somebody do that who's better
I
than
don't want that to happen to her.
Wouldn't even take a position
No, it should
on that.
Harry
75%
about
of
to
the people in
delete his
California
Twitter
wanted it
account.
gone. You can't
Oh
take
my
a
God,
position
there's
to be
so many
with
people that are
them.
going to
Not
move
only
out of
that,
the
you were
country.
part of
I'm
Prop
so
47,
excited. I
which
keep
changed the law.
I wish they
yesterday
fucking
when you
would.
were
we
in
keep
office.
track
Please
of
go.
who
To take a
said that
position
and
and
whether
not
or
be
not
willing
they're
to
going
be
to be gone.
criticized is a problem if you want to be a
They
leader
never
at that
leave.
level.
They just
She had that
bitch and
affliction in
complain
2020.
and
Why didn't her
moan.
own party say, you're not the right candidate? I mean, run a process.
Well,
get
they did. They ran her out of town right before any votes were cast in 2019.
But the
and then
same
she's flexed out
affliction
of there.
hit her here. The same problem she had in
Yes,
2020 hit her in
exactly. She's the same
2024.
person.
I mean, it's not all her fault. They put her in a race that we now know couldn't win.
Yeah.
But Carol, in fairness to Democrats, there's no doubt. I agree with you on the unrealized capital gains. We shouldn't be taxing that. But we produce more wealth, more innovation, more oil, more cures, more therapeutics over the last 3 years. So I hear you. Democrats are not bad.
Oh my
for the
God.
economy. Some things she proposed that I'm with you on. But we to be clear, we're a great country,
got Alaska,
and we're going to
according to
continue
AP.
to be
If
great.
that's
And I
true,
trust
he's
and
at
hope and believe that
Your
President
party will be great again.
I want the
And you can thank Donald Trump
What?
for that.
Okay, no, but he inherited an economy also that was in pretty good shape. I don't want to quarrel about that. All I want is going forward. I agree with you. I want the country to be great, and I hope that both of the parties can work together to try and do that.
Oh,
and
F
I salute
off.
President Trump.
Now
tonight.
it's all
What a
about
great man,
unity
and I agree with you in
and
this
joy
regard.
and
My
all
party's
this.
got to reimagine
Whatever.
and reinvent
You and I
itself.
do
going
normally
forward.
like
Your party
I
needs
said,
more of you.
hold on. I
No, it's never the other
I
way,
do
right?
want
Like
it.
if they
past
win,
presidents and past losers in
they
the
That's
news
will
and what they said.
bulldoze
This is a
over
big
us
speech
as if we were not
former
here.
President Trump. As he
That's true.
Man, fuck it.
So here's the thing, right?
It's not over yet, guys.
I know. Listen. I want unity. I do want, the rhetoric and the hatred for somebody who just thinks differently than you or prioritizes different things in their life than you. You guys know that from me. That's why I started Liberty Happy Hour in the first place.
I'm
But
about ready to block you for saying those comments.
but if you're going to continue to call me a Nazi and a fascist and garbage and a deplorable, you're going to continue to use words like that to describe me, my children, my family. I have a really hard time figuring out how I can live with you. I'm not a doormat, right? Like I'm not here for you to use me as a punching bag.
Yeah, I get it. But like, let's save the speech because they still went through and did all the lawfare shit. They've done all the crazy investigations that they did. They still haven't learned their lesson. So it needs to happen to them. Like, we're just getting started. This is where the work picks up.
No.
Where their lives are going to be hell. And I look forward to
Kreskin
it.
says, I'm certain including Tulsi and RFK caused this landslide unity. I agree.
That's probably some truth to that.
And I'm a big, I mean, one of my biggest
be this sort of moderate deal.
One of my biggest complaints against Trump is that he didn't drain the swamp the first time, because that would have prevented half the shit that fucking happened to him. All the bureaucratic bullshit that they used to prosecute him would not have happened had he done what he said he would do the first time. So like, I'm going to need this to be like, I need this to be the time where like all of these people from all of these, like all of these people that Trump has gathered around him don't agree on everything. They just don't, right? Kennedy and Musk and Ramaswamy and Shanahan and Gabbard, like this is a chance to like kind of break some of this shit up a little bit, and I need that to be the bureaucracy.
Right.
And then I will be happy. Like I will feel like we've done something, like that this has like shifted something if they can break up that bureaucracy. And that is definitely better than Kamala Harris regurgitation of all the trash that they want to do to us.
The only way we can do that is if you got to take out all the trash, and to do that, you have to do what they did and wield power, just like the Democrats did. And I mean, like,
willed it better, honestly. Willed it better. Do it harder.
I want Fox News in someone's front yard, just somehow they knew that the FBI was going to raid their house that night. That's what I want.
Yes.
Oh shit.
Like freaking what
was called for Kamala
Harris. Been surprised.
Oh, did they start counting again? Sorry. Okay, I want to go back to this because I want to see the Donald Trump speech from their side.
Numbers that are left for the Democrats, for Bob Casey to potentially
he's going to
make
speak
that up.
until
So there is a bit of separation here. We were wondering about this in a lot of these key Senate races. How much did the sort of the partisan
they won't
just roll down to the Senate race? You could see to a great degree it's done that in Pennsylvania, but is this one separated enough for the Democrats where what's left could boost Bob Casey? There's suspense there definitely right now.
Steve, while we are waiting for Donald Trump to speak to his supporters in Palm Beach, I'm going to put you to work a little bit on a couple more Senate races, if you don't mind. You can say no if it's inappropriate, but I'd love to hear your take, either Wisconsin, Michigan, take your pick.
Yeah, let's take a look in Wisconsin because we have more complete results in Wisconsin. Michigan still remains a bit of a mishmash there in terms of these counties we're looking at, but close to 90% of the vote is in here. And again, Hovde, the Republican, with about a 2.5-point advantage. That's about 70,000 votes over Tammy Baldwin, the Democratic incumbent. Again, the question here is how much these are going to sync up with the presidential race. So again, keep your eye on
hopefully
that. Now,
in a
watch it
good
flip
time.
from 50.1 for Hovde to 51.3 for Trump. So again, given how tight Wisconsin may come here, it's a 125,000 vote advantage for Donald Trump. And then you take a look at the Senate race, and it's just a little bit more than half that. So again, Baldwin behind, but running substantially closer to Hovde than in the presidential race we're seeing with Trump and Harris here. So again, if this thing becomes tight enough, if you're in a situation ever where Trump ekes out a victory in the presidential and Hovde's running a point or so behind him, there's the potential there for a split as well. Remember, in Wisconsin in 2020, it was a difference of 20,000 votes that separated Trump and Biden. It was about 20,000 votes in 2016 as well. In 2016, there was a Senate race. The outcomes did sync up that time with Trump and Ron Johnson both winning. But there is separation there. And again, these basic dynamics, I wanted to take a look here. I did want to see Baldwin has gone to 183,000, and I wanted to measure this against. Yeah, okay, they're equal. This is significant because we've talked about it all night, and now officially Harris has expanded the Democratic margin in Dane County. It was about 182,000 last time. So this is yet again this century. Democrats are getting more out of Dane County. That's rolling right over, as you would expect, to the Senate race as well.
Okay, so parallels there. Can we look at Michigan?
Yes. So Michigan, though, 70% of the vote is in here. And again, 52.2, 46. Let's call up the Senate results. 50.7, 46.4. So I think you can see where this one is going. It's a similar story here. It's close to being synced up, but Mike Rogers, the Republican Senate candidate, running a bit behind Trump. What's confusing about Michigan right now is there's still a lot of counties here, big important counties where we just do not have clarity. A lot of this is done in Michigan. It's a very decentralized process. It's done at the municipal level. So it's just, we get very, I'll give you an example here. Macomb County, we've got half the vote right now. You go next door to Oakland County, we've got almost all the vote. Democrats are getting about what they want. They probably want a little bit more out of Oakland County than Slotkin is getting right there. But the big wild card here, we talked about it all night. What's Macomb going to do compared to Oakland? Is it going to get close to canceling it out? Half the vote still to come. This is a 13-point margin essentially for the Republicans here. That's a substantial improvement from the Republican number in 2020. So we need to see more to be able to make some of these comparisons. Again, only about a third of the vote is in Wayne County. This is obviously hugely important. We've got questions about the city of Detroit, questions about the Muslim and Arab vote throughout the county. So it's a lot of a mishmash in Michigan right now to make sense of either one of the races. But there is, with the votes that are tallied, a little bit of potentially substantial separation between the candidates.
In terms of additional Senate races, if you don't mind.
So that is one concern that I had. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on this. Like the time period between November 5th and January 21st, do China, Iran, do those countries start taking actions because they've got that finite window where Donald Trump is not in control? And
I'd be more worried about China, but then I'd also be worried about Al Qaeda and the impending attack that is coming.
And then is there just massive civil unrest here in the United States? So Donald Trump inherits nothing but a shit ton of problems so that he cannot actually execute the agenda that he ran on.
Hang on, say that again.
Arizona, we've got
massive civil unrest here in the United States. Is that what happens over the course of the next few days, so that Donald Trump inherits a complete shitstorm so he's not able to actually act on the policies that he ran on?
I don't think the country will put up with it, honestly. I mean, and then if you do that, then it just gives him more power, because it's just everyone's going to be, expecting, looking forward to him to fixing it, and then he will fix it. He'll crush it.
Right.
And you can say no, because I know I'm overworking you. But can we talk about some of the uncalled presidential states? Can we talk about you had focused in on New Jersey a little while ago? I'd be interested in New Jersey, also in New Hampshire.
Yeah, New Hampshire. Now let's call it up here. Part of the problem in New Hampshire, again, you see all the gray on here. Also, you see all these puzzle pieces. Unlike other states, New Hampshire doesn't report out by county. They report out by municipality. So you've got some cities in here, and you've also got a lot of just small towns, villages, hamlets.
94%
reporting
still
in waiting on
still
numbers.
not called.
And that last 15% or so in New Hampshire can take a long time, not come in election night, not come in those overnight hours. So there's
Has
still a lot to
AP
come, but we can
officially
show you
called
some of the
Pennsylvania?
places
I'm not
we're
sure.
looking
I
at.
haven't looked at
Statewide,
AP.
that's almost a
Jack
5-point lead
posted
for
back
Kamala
saying
Harris. It's
Kamala's
down a
going
little
off
bit from, I'll just show you, that's down a
on
little
a
bit
tirade
from where
about
the state
bomb
landed in
threats in Russia
2020 when
and Trump
Biden
being
won it
behind
by
all
just over
for
7
White
points.
House
But
officials.
some of the places we were looking coming into tonight
That was
Okay,
2
hang
hours
be
on.
a good
I said I
example. Pelham,
sneezed and he's talking while you were talking. Tell me again.
Jack posted back 2 hours ago, hearing Kamala is going off on a tirade about the bomb threats in Russia and Trump being behind all of it, per White House official. Whatever.
There's a number of towns. Here's a big one we're waiting on. This is the kind of thing. Salem, again,
No,
right over the
AP
Massachusetts
AP
line.
is not
Again,
called
it's a
it.
place where Trump won it by 20 points. This is big by New Hampshire standards, by the way. 20 points, came down to 13 points. Trump needs to get that back over 20 points. So you're looking still there. We could take a look. How about some of these other big ones here? Derry, New Hampshire. Okay, we got complete in Derry. A bit of a blue collar town here, pretty big sized blue collar town. And again, Trump by 14 points in 2016, cut in half in 2020. He's gotten back, not quite though to the 2016 level. I think to really have a shot in New Hampshire, Trump would have to be exceeding the
higher than
2016 level. He
2016.
nearly won New Hampshire in 2016. It was just
500 more
3,000 votes.
votes,
But in a place
a
like Derry,
percent
he
higher.
wants to be going over the 2016 number. Take a
So
look at
confusing
Londonderry.
when they
Very
say that.
similar here, big kind of blue collar place. Look, Trump eked it out in 2020 after winning this thing by 10 points in 2016. Again, he's improved on 2020. The Trump campaign would look at a Londonderry and say they want to have more improvement than that. So Trump seems to be taking a step forward. There are some, pretty significantly sized outstanding places on this map still. But he needs to take bigger steps forward. That's why you see it's a 5-point lead here for Harris, about 30,000 votes, 29,471. But with so much to come and such a slow reporting, decentralized state, there. This was one, obviously, J.D. Vance was sent here on Sunday for the Trump campaign when they talked
That's
about
interesting that
potentially
they haven't
expanding the
called New
battleground.
Hampshire
It was
yet.
this, it was Virginia, it was New Mexico. It's an
The
improvement, it looks
unions
like, for
of
Trump.
Reddit are
You're not looking
agreeing
at these
right
numbers
now.
and
I
saying
can
these
hear
are
them
numbers that are
now.
going to give Trump a victory in New Hampshire.
Last one I'm going to ask you about, Stephen. I'm not even supposed to, but I'm going to. Minnesota.
Yeah. Okay. Now, this is shades of 2016. Let's go out to Minnesota now. 3/4 of the vote is in. Uncalled, of course, Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, the Democratic vice presidential candidate. And yet, compare what we're looking at right now in Minnesota to what we saw 4 years ago. 7 points, cut more than in half at this point. It's a 3-point Harris lead. It's a pretty good cushion she has there. But again, this is a drop off for Democrats in the vice presidential candidate's home state. Oh, and I wanted to extend it out further because remember, in 2016, this was one of the states that Trump almost got. He got, remember, Pennsylvania, he flipped, Michigan, he flipped, Wisconsin, he flipped on the strength of blue collar white voters. Minnesota is a state that also has a ton of blue collar white voters, a lot of them small cities, rural areas. And again, this number tonight is not looking as
I feel
much
like she's
like
doing
2020
everything
as it
she
is
can to
2016.
avoid
Again, what
actually
saves
talking
Democrats,
about
even
what's
in a
going
close
on.
call like this in Minnesota, what saves Democrats is the immediate Twin Cities area here. You talk about like Hennepin County. It's the big population dense, suburbs, cities where, again, high concentrations of college degrees. And again, right on the number. Harris is right on the number. She's not dropping off at all in Hennepin County. So look, even if Trump is making gains, is winning back some of the votes that he surrendered in 2020 in blue collar areas, Democrats count on this area. We take a look here where St. Paul
Colorado
is.
just voted
Again,
for excise
right on the
taxes
number
on
there for
guns
Harris. So
and ammo.
typically for
So
Democrats, if they
fucking
can hit those
stupid.
big margins,
What'd they
in the
vote
Twin
for?
they can withstand
The
defections or losses
Proposition
in the more
KK,
blue
where
collar
it
areas.
was
And it
the
looks like Trump has
excise
made
tax
gains
on
in the
guns and
blue collar
ammo.
areas, but so far the reason
That
why he's still
huge
trailing
tax.
with this much vote in is the Twin Cities are doing what Democrats depend on them to do.
Steve Kornacki, that was me putting
That
you
could
through
be
your
unconstitutional.
None of that stuff we had worked out in advance. You did it all off the top of your head. You're quite amazing.
Yeah, I
We're
don't
gonna
know
give you
how
a
that
break.
actually
We're going to take a
becomes
quick
a
break.
law.
We're going to come back right on the other side of this. Stay
Yeah.
with us.
Sorry about
McEnany, Trey Gowdy, and Katie Pavlich. Kayla, you've been a part of the last administration. You've seen you can see the joy on all these people's faces. Think about the angst and the, all
he's
that
at
this campaign has
277.
been through. And now there is the prospect of creating what you want to create in a second administration. Your thoughts, 30,000 feet of this win.
Indictments, 2 assassination attempts, an unlikely come from behind victory, and history is made tonight. This is a huge moment, particularly because this is a tectonic shift of the Republican Party. If all of this exit polling is true, you now have Black voters, Latino voters, young voters coming in a way that we haven't seen the party bring in a very long time. And that's due to former president, now soon to be current President Trump. And I just this as we wait for him to come out. I remember having a conversation with
Only the
Ivanka
media
Trump in
thinks it was coming
2016
from
about his
behind.
remarks.
Well, they gave him.
Before he
They
went out to
gave
give
Trump
those remarks,
something
he had
else.
speech day and speech
He's
B.
at 277.
I know.
now.
I don't know where
It was
the
a more
other votes came
boisterous
from.
Trumpian speech. Speech B
in
was a speech
Wisconsin.
of unity. And he looked up, Ivanka said,
No
saw the
shit.
faces of crying Hillary voters. He ripped up the boisterous speech and said he wanted to heal the nation.
Holy
and the first words
shit.
he said were an appreciation for Hillary Clinton
Where's
for her
Lexi?
service to our country. And then he said, now it is time for America to bind the wounds of division. And he said, we are a party of all races, creeds, and religions. That is more true tonight than it was 8 years ago. And I fully expect President Trump right now is maybe ripping up that more boisterous speech and preparing to unite the country.
Yes.
It's an amazing message.
So
I hope Kayla's right.
awesome.
I hope you're right. And we're gonna get a
Must
chance to see you in a
liberate.
minute. Trey Gowdy said something on your show the other day.
I'm gonna
about how
stick
one of
around
the
for
things
the
that you hope
speech.
also is they're a little more prepared this time. They've got a great transition team, and they're going to need it. And I hope that there are a lot of people who want to go in and be helpful.
Trey?
Yeah, I think his transition team has done a wonderful job vetting potential candidates. And to Kaylee's point, I think a liberated Donald
247
Trump, he's
according
never going to
to
be on the
Associated
ballot again.
Press.
This is his last term. I think, Harold, he will surprise his detractors. I think he will be not
love to have her
anything
back as
like
press
what his
secretary. Did she
detractors
say
have
that she
described
would?
him
I
as
missed
being
that.
now that he is liberated. If I'm wrong, you can hold me to that.
I hope
but
you're right.
think I think he will. A liberated Donald Trump is going to shock his detractor.
He has said that the assassination attempts had an
And
impact
get
on him.
sus of all this talk about
You know, we
unity when
saw him in
various
many
agents
ways
everywhere
return
tried to
to the
break up
very
our
rough and
unity for
tumble style that
decades.
we've seen in Donald Trump
No,
towards the
I
end of this.
wish
But
I
now
got you.
he will take the stage tonight as the next president of the United States, and he will not be able to run again.
Yeah.
And I think that is another liberating factor potentially for President Trump. Katie.
We'll never underestimate the power of unfinished business. This is a president who has caught lightning in a bottle twice, and the
My
second time
boss
around, he
told
now
me
has a MAGA mandate. He
that
will have
the
a Senate that he can
Constitution
use to push
states
through
that you
his
can't
cabinet
have
appointees
consecutive
who can work with him on
presidencies
legislation, who could potentially
that
replace
exceed
a
8
number of
years.
justices on the Supreme
But
Court.
he
Build a
could
wall.
run
He could build a wall.
indefinitely
He has a working group
with
in Washington,
a
D.C. We'll
space
see what
in
happens with
between.
the House, but he also has been working very hard on his
I
transition.
know.
With the right people around him. He talks about the
He
lessons
got
he's learned. That's the
Wisconsin
first time in the White
and
House. So this is a
Pennsylvania.
mandate tonight for him.
He's at
And I think he should
277.
get a lot of credit for doing the work on the ground, going to these states to pull these Senate candidates across the line with him.
Britt, what do you think the analysis is going to be? There's going to be a lot of time to digest all of this. We're focused now on what the incoming president is going to say. What do you think the analysis is going to be on the Democratic Party and what went wrong?
John
I
Boyd,
think it's going to be
RFK Jr.
agonizing. I think it's going to take a little while for consensus to form about what the party needs to do next, or what it did wrong this time. It'll be grudging at first. One can certainly imagine that, if the party were smart and shrewd political voices were heeded, that there'd be some,
Do we
some
want to go
major
back
changes in their
on
agenda and their
MSNBC?
approach in this.
Oh,
And-
yes.
And you think the
Yes.
issues they tried to run on against this man?
Yes, let's do
The
that.
only thing is, I read that ABC was having a meltdown.
She will be speaking both to Howard
I
University
think I do
and
have
to the
ABC.
nation tomorrow, and so that sort of ended the event, at least the physical in-person event for the
Still
Harris
won't-
campaign.
They don't
at
have
Howard
Pennsylvania or
On the
Wisconsin
Republican
yet.
side, Donald Trump has
She
been
doesn't want to
watching
let
election
her audience
returns
know
at
that
his
he's
home
already
slash
won.
private club slash membership club thing at Mar-a-Lago, and has since moved to the Palm Beach Convention Center, where his supporters have been gathered over the course of the evening watching returns,
Marco
and they are now
Rubio.
preparing to hear from their candidate. We don't know exactly when Donald Trump is going to speak or exactly what the character of his remarks will be. Our own Vaughn
What
Hilliard
is the
at the
character
convention
of his
center, has been covering
remarks
the Trump
going to
campaign
be? Is it going to
throughout this,
be
for
Nazi-esque?
the duration, and has been there
It
tonight
looks
as
like
that
they're
crowd
going to
has
try to
become
prevent him
increasingly
from taking
exuberant,
the presidency
and
by
excited about the results that they're seeing in this race.
neglecting to
Vaughn, what are you
acknowledge that he
expecting,
has already
if anything,
taken
if you
2
have
of the
any
states?
reason to have any expectation in terms of what we're going to hear from their candidate tonight?
I know this is mean, but I kind of want to see
Right,
tears.
Rachel,
I
think
know
it's
that's why they
one that
sent
he's
their
waiting for next stage.
support.
Of course, the hope in this
1,000%.
campaign is that this race would be
Yes, I
completely
wanna see
called in
them
his
vote.
favor, and he would be declared the 47th president-elect of the United States of America. Of course, North Carolina and Georgia, I was told, were 2 states that they were specifically waiting
He
to be called
conceded
before he took
yet?
the
I
stage.
mean,
NBC News
is
has called both of
she
those
going
states.
to
And when you're looking
contest
at the
this
battleground data
election
that is
and
coming in
end
for the Midwest,
democracy by
right now the
doing
Trump campaign
so?
officials are telling
Yeah.
us that they're
That's
very
basically what she's doing.
eager about the direction that this
I mean,
is
that's
going.
how it
And I think
seems
it's
to
important
me.
for everybody what this event venue looks like tonight. Donald Trump, he was first watching the results come in alongside the likes of UFC's Dana White, Elon Musk, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. at his Mar-a-Lago estate, Roger Stone,
must end
Can you
other
imagine
close
that party tonight, dude?
allies, campaign
Oh my
advisors,
God, I know. I'm like,
direction.
I was
There
literally
are a great
thinking,
many
like,
staffers from that
Heather,
White
would you
House
not, like,
that
are
left
we the
Trump
people
in
who would
those
ever be like at a
Well, people are
rally
shooting
here
fireworks
on
off.
election night? If we
those
were like
who
the
3.5 years
swing
later
state,
are the
like,
ones
are
here
we
in
those
West
people,
Palm Beach
or
at
are
the
we just like
convention center,
about to
to
hang out with our
celebrate
friends and talk
alongside
about it,
Donald Trump
people?
as he either
You
declares
know?
People
victory
are shooting off fireworks here.
that he intends
I
to in the
could be
days ahead.
both.
You're talking about the likes of Rudy
Okay,
Giuliani
so we have
with
lights on our house, and my husband changed them to red, white, and blue.
folks that
I
have
I'm
love
gonna do that.
that.
by Donald Trump through these years, and it's not
Like
Nikki Haley
5
or
minutes
Ron
ago.
DeSantis
It's
who are
awesome.
going to be joining him on stage, but it's those loyalists, including at the staff level, that are going to be the ones that take his side here tonight. We expect J.D. Vance, who we are told went from Mar-a-Lago here in the motorcade with Donald Trump. J.D. Vance, who 8 years ago was on our own air, saying that the country should be warned about what Donald Trump could potentially do to this country, referring to him as America's Hitler. But in 2022, he ultimately ran with the Trump endorsement.
Did
And
JD
since
Vance
then,
call
he
him
has been by
America's
his side.
Hitler?
We are going to see J.D. Vance here take the stage alongside Donald Trump. So there's a lot at play when we're looking at what this administration could very well look like, guys, from the extent to aid to Ukraine, from Elon Musk and whether he actually takes a role in this federal government. Elon Musk himself has said that he intends to cut the federal budget by 1/3. That's $2 trillion. Of course, you have conversation around Social Security,
From your
defense
lips to
spending,
God's
Medicaid
ears.
and Medicare. You have the likes of conversations that go at the use of the Department of Justice. Steve Bannon has been airing his podcast War Room from the Willard Hotel in Washington, D.C., alongside the likes of Jeffrey Clark, of course, who was the individual that Donald Trump had tried to install as Attorney General after the 2020 election when he was trying to hold on to power. And so for Donald Trump, he and his team, they have made the case for the last years that the country was by his side, not only the Republican Party, but they were going to effectively be able to build the MAGA movement. And so far, what our data has shown us is that he was able to grow support among voters of color, young voters. And for him and his
Gotta go to
coalition,
work.
he did it.
Oh man, bro. Have a great
Acting
night.
as unvarnished self,
Be
denigrating his
safe.
opponents, suggesting that prosecutors that went after him should be jailed. This weekend, suggesting that members of the press, that he would be fine with them being shot. There's a reckoning here of whether Donald Trump is ultimately called the victor in this race or not. of course, the ballots are going to be counted. But at a minimum, the MAGA movement has grown over the course of 9 years, and we have watched it up close. And Donald Trump feels like this Republican Party is not only his, but also the American electorate.
I just want to see
here
the
is giving him a
ladies at the
resounding
desk
nod
cry.
that they back his intended use of a greater executive office and a teaming up with a Republican Congress potentially that could very well pass the MAGA agenda. That
It's going to pass the MAGA agenda, and everybody's going to be in a camp.
These last years.
Whatever you think, whatever
Well,
you
in terms
believe, you're
of,
going to be in a camp.
What happens next? One of the things that's been sort of an unusual, like a thing to kind of, it's hard to get your head around, and the reporting on it has been really fuzzy.
Hard to get your head around.
Is that the Trump campaign
Fuzzy
didn't
reporting.
participate, at least didn't seem to participate in any of the standard transition things that campaigns are supposed to do. The way the transition process is structured, it's supposed to be set up so that if either candidate from either major party wins, each of them already has plenty of runway, plenty of on-ramp, plenty of ability to integrate their transition team seamlessly into the government so they can take office on inauguration day one sort of seamlessly. The Trump campaign has refused to do any of that. And in fact, Trump has refused intelligence briefings throughout the campaign itself.
I wonder
And
how
so
fast.
part of the question here is
It's not fucking intelligent, you fucks.
as a professional
I wonder if
organization
council will speed
in
up
order to
now
take on
that
the responsibilities
he's
of
won.
governing, if that is in fact what's going to happen here.
Howard Lutnick and Linda McMahon are the two co-chairs of the Transition Project. And I was talking with Howard Lutnick, who insisted to me just the other day that he has been engaged in phone calls with the litany of not only top executives, but other political allies, as Donald Trump will make very clear who he intends to surround himself with in this administration. But you've also seen members of Congress, but also people like Tulsi Gabbard and Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who have been traveling with him on the campaign trail. You know, I covered the transition 8 years ago when Donald Trump was living at Trump Tower in Midtown Manhattan at the time, and a great many people came up and down those elevators to meet with him. We could see, I'm told, a similar operation taking place here out of Palm Beach, Florida, and Mar-a-Lago,
They still
effectively serving
haven't
as the
called
transition
Pennsylvania
office.
and
I was talking
Wisconsin.
to one potential staffer who was indicating to me that they could envision
acting like
sort
it's
of
over.
the operation being here, the other
I
half being
know.
in Washington, D.C. I think that this is, Rachel,
Just say, like, this is a self-reflection of,
Donald Trump has
like,
been very keen and very specific.
Why the
that
media
he
hear it,
wants
like
to
it's already
have
started.
Loyalists around here. And of course, Johnny McEntee, who is a part of Project 2025, used to be his director of personnel in the White House. They were building a database in which they were taking essentially applications from potential MAGA political appointees. There's about 3,000 political appointees in the executive branch that are appointed by the president of the
God, his
United
voice
States.
is really
And
hot. I've
I
already
have been
tuned
told
him
that
out.
that
He's
database
completely
still exists.
panicked.
And
I'm
He's
not even
completely
to the extent that the
hearing
panicked.
words
transition
that are
team would
coming out
like
of
to
his
use
mouth
it,
anymore.
it could be made available to them. And when you're looking at JD Vance as being the vice presidential pick, it was back in 2021. I remember listening to his podcast while he was actually running for the U.S. Senate in Ohio. And I was driving through Ohio listening to quite a lengthy podcast. And he talked about the federal civil workforce and his intent, believing that most of the civil workforce should be fired, saying that, in his words, that 95% of them were liberals and that they should be replaced with individuals who pledged to uphold the Trump agenda, as he was foreshadowing a second Trump administration come 2025. Of course, JD Vance
You
has been
just
a
told
little
us that he
cagey
called him literally
about those
Hitler.
previous statements, but there are allies from Project 2025, JD Vance, who have suggested that they want to ensure that there are more loyal civil servants. And Schedule F was something that was actually signed, an executive order by Donald Trump just before he left the White House in 2020, which would have effectively allowed potentially thousands, if not tens of thousands, of federal civil servant jobs to be
I feel like
turned
he just
into
needs to be
political
like,
appointments. And so the
Yes.
anticipation is that
We have
Donald
good
Trump would
slaps
sign a
across
similar
the
executive
face.
order to give his
Shut the
executive
fuck
branch
up.
greater authority to make
you know, like,
more
like,
federal
step out of it.
career employees political appointee so that they could
Like
be
he's
more
just
easily
rambling
removed.
at this point.
There's a lot
Cool,
of layers
like,
to
what
this,
the
Rachel.
fuck
I
is
know
this
that
person
you guys
talking
are not
about?
naive to the
Everything,
conversations of what a
everything
federal
under
or what
the
the
sun.
executive branch
He
under
just
Donald
wants to
Trump
go.
could look like. But they have made the case, people like Jeffrey Clark and Steve Bannon, that everything from the Department of Justice on
Okay.
down
Let's
should
go
be
visit.
directed by
Let's
the
go visit
President of the
somebody who's
United
happy
States.
for
The
us
President
Yes.
is the chief
and
executive,
see if they're
and
saying the same
therefore,
thing.
what the departments and agencies that fall under the president, that he should have greater authority over, for example, the prosecutions that take place. This is, if Donald Trump is declared the 47th president of the United States, it's going to be a very intense several weeks as we ask questions about exactly whether people like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. are actually going to be tasked with overseeing the U.S.'s 13 different health agencies and the HHS and potentially vaccine policy. And those are conversations that would begin immediately just a couple miles from where we are, theoretically over at his Mar-a-Lago estate.
Fawn Hilliard, thank you very much. I would be interrupting you if you had not just concluded your remarks, because NBC News has a projection to make in the presidential contest in the swing state of Pennsylvania. NBC News now projects that that presidential contest has been won by Donald Trump. Now, I believe that means that we are at a 266 electoral vote count for Donald Trump.
Alaska sitting out there
Kamala
all
Harris
by
at
itself.
194 electoral votes. So to be clear here, this is the third of the 7 major swing states that have been called. But Georgia and North Carolina and Pennsylvania, as those 3 states, presents an almost an insurmountable, unless there's
an
it presents an
impossible
insurmountable future here for Kamala Harris and for the Democratic ticket. In
Fucking
terms
love
of
it.
what's going to happen here next, we are expecting that Donald Trump is going to speak to the Palm Beach Convention Center in Florida. We've seen in the backdrop there, while we are speaking with Vaughn, we've seen how excited the crowd is. You see the crowd there now wrapped,
I want
waiting
to
for
see
Donald Trump to
her
speak.
have
We
to
do
call
not have guidance
Wisconsin.
as to
I
when
want to
Trump's
be on
remarks
this channel
will happen, but we expect
when
that it could be,
MSNBC
any
has
moment
to
now.
give him
Chris
fucking
Hayes,
two.
with the projection in Pennsylvania, we pretty much know how this is
I
going to
know. It's, they already know.
I think it's pretty clear. I think the writing has been on the wall. And, you know, one of the jobs that we all have in the media is to be truthful with people and transparent. We're very transparent about the process that brought us to this point. I'll just say this as we're preparing for Trump to take the stage. You know, Steve was going through the numbers. We
What
have this very
stage? The
funky
winning
and terrible
stage?
system called the Electoral College, which decides elections in a way that's totally different than every other election in the United States decided.
A damned
and the way that anything's
Electoral
decided anywhere else in the world.
College.
We should scrap it. From the
It was
perspective
fine
of
last
basic
time.
democratic legitimacy, which is something I'm pretty concerned about, something we talk about a lot on this network. It looks possible that Donald Trump might emerge with a popular vote majority when all the votes.
know for a long
We
time.
won't know for a long
Would it-
time, but
oh,
this is not
please, dear
outside the
God.
realm of possibility.
Please.
The Electoral College looks strongly in his favor. And if that is the case, if he has won the election, then he has won the election. And the reason I say that is because we've spent many years talking about democracy and its vibrancy and the importance of
And
the peaceful
how he's
transfer of power.
literally
We've had a
Hitler.
violent insurrection staged against the constitutional order by
If he
the
won
man
the
we're expecting
popular
to speak
vote
here,
too?
who urged his supporters to march to that Capitol, where they assaulted police officers and attempted to
encouraged
essentially
him?
steal power
Like,
away from
I'm
the majority of
crying
the country
tears of
that had voted for Joe Biden. It's really
laughter.
important to note
I
that while
know.
I
I'm like,
believe that institutions have failed dramatically in
I want to
putting us
take
in the
this
position
and
we are,
inject
including
it
the Supreme
directly
Court and other
into my
institutions,
veins.
the Republican Party.
The
that if
joy
he
I
won, then he
feel
won.
at
And
their
that's what the Constitution
hypocritical
says. It's what our
bullshit.
current
Just
constitutional order says. It's what Democratic majorities, at least in the swing states, the Electoral College have said. And that that means we're in a new world for this country, but the sort of preservation of American democracy and the constitutional order begins as an ongoing process anew tomorrow.
Steph, go ahead, but just keep your eyes on that monitor, because we are expecting these remarks any moment.
But unlike 2016, there are no surprises, right? In 2016, many people in this country said, I'm sick of the system. I want something different. Let's see what this gives us. When you talk about what happened in 2020,
they were
this whole
surprised.
country, this whole world saw it. People know
Donald Trump winning the
exactly who they're
popular
getting, and
vote
they
is a
chose
pretty big
this.
fucking
So
surprise.
as we go into this next phase,
Surprise!
I'm sure for the next month, it's
Even
gonna be
with
an
all your
autopsy of
propaganda,
Kamala
the
Harris's
American people
campaign and
still
what
said,
she did or
"Fuck
didn't do. I
you."
don't actually think this is
But
about
when you say
Kamala Harris or Donald
surprise,
Trump.
It tells
I
you how
think
the
this is about the
electoral
American
vote.
people.
it tells you
We
how
know
out of touch
exactly who he
this
is,
woman is.
and we or the
For her to say
majority
this
of the people
after
who
like
voted for him
he's gonna win the
and
popular
created this
vote,
outcome chose
like
this.
They
I
just
think
said,
that's
hold
the
on,
important
I need
point,
you
right?
guys
To
to
elect is to
listen
choose. To
to what
vote is
she
to
just said.
choose.
Hang on, I'm going to go back.
she needs to be
Listen to
fired.
what
I think
she
this
just
is
said.
about the American
Listen.
people. We know exactly who he is, and we or the majority of the people who voted for him and created this outcome chose this.
And I think that's the important point, right?
Wait,
To
hold on,
elect
hold
is to
on.
choose. To
They
vote
said
is to
that this
choose.
wasn't a reflection against Kamala Harris.
For the next month, us. When you talk about what happened in
Of course
2020,
not.
this whole country, this whole world saw it. People know exactly who they're getting, and they
Ugh.
chose. No surprises, right? In
Order says it's what Democratic majorities, at least in the swing states, electoral college have said, and that means we're in a new world for this country. But the sort of preservation of American democracy and the constitutional order begins as an ongoing process.
She said this isn't a
anew
reflection on
tomorrow.
Kamala
Steph,
Harris.
go ahead, but just keep your eyes on that monitor because we are expecting these remarks any moment.
But unlike 2016, there are no surprises, right? In 2016, many people in this country said, I'm sick of the
I
system.
love the
I want
people with
something
their
different.
reflector
Let's see what this gives
vests
us.
on.
When you talk about what happened in 2020, this whole country, this whole world saw it. People know exactly who they're getting, and they
I'm so
chose this.
excited.
So as we go into this next phase, I'm sure for the next month, it's going to be an autopsy of Kamala Harris's campaign and what she did or didn't do. I don't actually think this is about Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. I think this is about the American people. We know exactly who he is, and we
What are
or
you saying
the
about the
majority of the
American
people who voted
people?
for him and created this outcome chose this.
And I think that's the important point, right? To elect is to choose. To vote is to choose. And you were never given, I think, in the modern era, a clearer choice than voters were given in this election. In 2016, Trump was, at least as a politician, an unknown quantity. People knew him as a television star. People knew him from TV, and that's all they.
I don't like Joanne Reed, so we'll fast
And to your
forward.
point about sort of choices,
This is the
was a
best
sort of
tweet
pro-system,
I've seen
anti-system
so far.
dynamic.
You wanna hear
Complete
it?
radio silence from
and
the usual
one of the
suspects.
very
He's still up
intentional
by 5 million
cultivations
votes.
of the Trump campaign was the kind of
Might have helped
anti-system
if she'd
people.
won a
Like
primary.
you bring RFK into your coalition to get his voters, right? Like the sort of
Biden has a chance to stop this
the
comeback
conspiracists or the skeptics or the people that are like it's
God,
all
I just
corrupt
want him
and it's
to-
all rigged and it's all
to
wrong.
just fucking
and that axis,
twist that
has
knife.
ended up, I think, being a potent one. I think we see it in some of the realignment figures we're seeing.
So I had
But I
seen
would
that like Trump was at Mar-a-Lago. Is he's flying out?
of a
Well,
Yeah,
this
he's
is
no,
in-
West Palm Beach. Okay, he's gonna
Yeah.
talk about West Palm Beach.
So this
Okay.
is there,
Just about
but
every
Mike
developed
Johnson
democracy
is
across the
flying, I
ideological
think,
spectrum.
from Louisiana or
Left, right,
somewhere.
and center
So that's probably what
Get
they're waiting for right now,
their
is
butts
for him
kicked.
to get there.
coming out of the period of post-COVID inflation.
I think they're probably waiting for more like
Labour Party in the
official
UK,
calls
which
and
couldn't
stuff.
win an election for 20 years. It was completely one of the most sort of deficient and moribund parties since Tony Blair finally took power of that government. Massively in the context of
God, can you imagine the number
in
of
the exit
people who
polls,
went
in
to
the election
bed
that Labor won for the first time in basically 2 decades
and
they
thought
said
that Kamala
they didn't
Harris
like the
still
cost of
had a
living, they
chance
didn't
to
like the economy.
win?
It's true in
That
a
are going to
whole
wake up
bunch
in the
of
morning
countries across the
to
world. So
Donald
like
Trump being
there
the
is a constant
47th.
fear that we've seen from Democratic
iPhone.
and public across the country. That is a huge part of
I
this.
literally
And the
took
last thing I would just say
I
is, like,
took
I'm going to be
tomorrow
on
off
TikTok
work
all morning
so that
tomorrow. I
I
cannot
could
majorities matter
wait.
because they matter for democracy
so
and
I
they
could
matter
do
because we
this.
care
I
about
wanted to know who was going to be my president
what we do.
and
But
also be
It's going to end up
Not
being
around a burning city. Oh my God, that Berksuit guy, he is hysterical. He's like, have you seen, like,
Here,
he's on
that
Twitter, Twitter
Kamala Harris did
Spaces.
really well with young voters, with the voters who have the most at
And
stake.
he's just like, every time I see like the Trump stuff on TV, there he is. It's so funny.
That they can do the least about. At least if these early sort of evidence are accurate, it's 18 to 29-year-olds and 30 to 34-year-olds with whom she did the best. And she also did well with seniors who understand the consequences of things like losing Roe. Unfortunately, we're talking about my generation.
Seniors understand losing Roe. Is that what she just said?
Fan base
Gen Xers.
in the Gen
You can
Xers,
still murder
or
your
his
baby
fan
in
base for The
lots of
Apprentice,
places.
are the one constituency, but it's a big group. They're now larger as a
Here's
share of
the
the
debate.
electorate than seniors.
And
than
Doug
seniors.
Burgum.
And so, there you go.
I hope to see Doug
to
have a
say,
place.
I
in the
remember when
administration.
Obama was reelected in 2012, and for both that president and the
I
people
also
that worked
took
for him,
tomorrow off
in many
for
ways, the
to do it,
reelection
so-
was much more meaningful than the initial election
That
because it
is
was
some.
it was basically an affirmation.
Yeah, I'm
that-
ready
shit
to
right
open
there.
it tomorrow with
that
my
it wasn't an
MAGA hat
aberration,
on.
right? That he was someone the country wanted and wanted again. And I think when you have a result like this, potentially, it's obviously not concluded. We're still waiting for more count. But if Donald Trump is reelected, given the entire history that you outlined, Stephanie, that we've talked about a lot on this network, it suggests that MAGAism needs to be considered a real movement. with
MAGAism.
potentially legs. JD Vance is
A real
20
movement,
years old, not
potentially
really, but
with
he's
legs.
young. You know, there
Just turned
is
40, yeah.
there is a real question about the sort of tenets of MAGAism that exist
Yeah.
beyond Donald Trump that I think people need to take seriously
MAGAism.
in terms of their threat and the weight that they
The
pull
threat.
on American
We're a
democracy.
threat.
One thing I would add to that, which I totally agree with, is that in the specific case of Donald Trump, we will be inaugurating, again, if things go the way they appear to go at the moment as we wait for him to speak, we will be inaugurating a lame duck president for the first time since Grover Cleveland in the late 19th century. Now, that's a strange.
Also lame duck.
That's the
Nazi and lame duck.
And the political dynamics around that are
I hope they
completely
give
new and
you a
untested
more
because of the
wings
question of
based.
political capital, the question of legacy, the question of how the people in that
And
room
where
read their
he
mandate.
works,
And
I
what
doubt
I will
that's
say
gonna
is this:
happen.
the people in that
I'm
room
sorry,
right now,
but
the
Meltdown
Vivek
is
Ramaswamis,
beautiful.
the
That
RFKs,
really is
they are
great.
going to read this as an enormous, bold mandate. They are going to read this as a mandate to do whatever they want. They're going to read it as a mandate on abortion, which the
Where are
political
they,
establishment
by
on
the
the right
way?
is going to push extremely
It says
hard for.
they will read this. They will do this.
Especially after
They're with
Florida
us on
couldn't
abortion.
protect women there.
Push on abortion, national abortion ban. They're going to read this mandate broadly. And I'm telling you, to the extent the seeds of their own political destruction are planted, it is in
I wish
that,
that I was recording.
which I'm telling you right now in that room, they are feeling it and they're thinking about it.
Oh,
But again,
dear.
nothing in politics is permanent. Nothing in democratic politics is permanent. And every action has an equal and opposite reaction. And Trump sometimes is the action and sometimes he's the reaction. And we've seen him on both sides of that coin. And he's neither a complete idiot nor a genius. And
No, he's just a Nazi.
While we've been talking, we do have some results that I can share with you. You just mentioned some of the abortion referendums. We have projections on those in 3 states that we haven't talked about already, in Nevada and in Arizona and in Missouri. We've got the abortion referendums, the abortion ballot measures that were on the ballot in front of those voters. They have passed in all 3 of those states. So this is Nevada. You see the yes vote here for right to an abortion, question 6 on the Nevada ballot with 62 to 38. So that passes in Nevada. That is the projection. In Arizona, we have similarly the Arizona abortion rights measure, Proposition 139, right to an abortion. Look, similar,
Yeah, but
similar
Donald Trump
margin
won
there.
the presidency, so that means
63%
it
vote
has
in
to be
Arizona.
What's
in
also
favor of abortion
unfair
rights.
is it doesn't
Pretty
say
stunning
what that
result there.
proposition says
And
is
also
a
the third
right
one
to
in
abortion.
Missouri,
It
in
doesn't
deep
say,
red
is it like
Missouri,
6 weeks?
where they
Is
have
it
both
12 weeks? Is it
elected
4
Donald Trump
weeks?
president
It
to
doesn't
and
even
also
say.
cast their electoral votes for Donald
probably
Trump
I
and
don't know
re-elected Josh
what we're
Hawley.
even like
You see,
gauging
even in
here.
deep
For
red
me, I'm
Missouri,
a 0-week
52-48
girl.
win, at least with 97% of the vote
Bad. I
counted.
don't want it at
A
all. It
majority
is
win and a
murder.
win,
I don't
a yes
care
for the right to an abortion in the
how you
Missouri
try to justify that in your little
Missouri state
brain. It
constitution.
is the
Is that
extinction
not
of a life.
greater incentive? Because you did hear
What
JD
is it
Vance, I
that
believe
these
it was
people
JD
are
Vance, who
actually
said
voting
that you can't have a
for,
state,
though?
you can't have different abortion rules.
And they don't want to
in
tell us. They don't want
California
us to know. They
than
don't
you
want us to
have-
know
He
the
said he'd like
distinct.
to see a
They
national-
want to
see a
use it
national-
as a
So
weapon.
I think those who want a
Right.
national ban are going to want that more.
They're going to push very hard
because
for
the
national ban.
idea of women in Missouri being able to protect themselves, you know, and not, I just do not see the forced birth movement being
I protect myself just
satisfied with
fucking
the idea that
fine.
the states get to decide. And so I
Evil
think
ghouls.
the conversation about a national abortion ban just got a lot more important.
I think it's actually much less likely because of these votes tonight, because these Republicans can count those votes, and they can count 57% of the vote in the state of Florida. They know how to count that. The Senate is going to have
Good
a
night,
new
Uncle Zoe.
Republican
Have a
majority
happy
leader,
birthday
probably
tomorrow.
John Thune.
Wishing you
He
all
is
the
not
best.
going to want to
Thank
bring
you
an
for
abortion
hanging
ban
out.
through
Have
the
a
United
wonderful
States
evening,
Senate.
sir.
Very unlikely that they would try to even get it through the House. Donald Trump will tell them, don't do it. We've seen the way Donald Trump plays the abortion game. He says what he thinks the right wing really wants to hear to the extent that he needs to get those votes. But we've also seen him be very afraid of the consequences of this and very afraid of what's happened. And that Trump chant all year, which is, it's gone back to the states, it's gone back to the states. That's what you want. I believe
It has
that
gone
would
back
be
to the States.
the Trump
You just
White House
announced
position on
all
this.
of
I
the
think he's
referendums
made himself, I
that
think,
people
clear
signed
enough.
off on
I will say
in
I
the
agree
states.
with you that I don't think they'll try to do it through legislation, but I think that his right-wing commitments will be that he'll do it through executive action, essentially by putting, you know, brainworm guy
Are
or
those
whatever
bad
at
now?
the FDA and saying, okay, you can no longer have abortion medications.
Did you
They'll
hear
use
what
the
you just
Comstock Act. They'll
said?
use other measures
Brainworm
that they
guy
can do
in the
without having to have
FDA
legislative
talking
fingerprints
about
on it,
Robert F.
but so they can
Kennedy.
still tell their right wing, the right wing to whom they owe so much of their organizing efforts, that they've done it.
Because to your point, there's a midterm that will be coming shortly, 2 years from now, in which evangelical voters who've stood down on the abortion issue could come
They're
back
already
up.
talking about
and if those
2026
Republicans want to be
at this
reelected,
point.
there's going to be a demand.
Yeah, I caught that
the
tweet question. That's
what was it,
terrible.
Susan B. Anthony. Those folks are going to be demanding a national abortion ban, whether it's done through executive action or legislation.
Both the Republican
on,
Speaker
Trump.
and a Republican Majority Leader of the Senate will both know that the way for us to lose both of these bodies
Yes.
is to pass this bill. That's the way to lose it, and they won't do it.
Well, and you also saw this weird phenomenon. These states are red states in large part, or they have elected Donald Trump, or they've gone for a Republican Senate candidate, and they've also enshrined the right to an abortion. And what that tells you is, A, the mixed messaging from Republicans or Donald Trump worked to some degree, but also potentially that the abortion referenda acted as kind of a permission structure, maybe for voters who understood, I know Trump says a lot of controversial stuff. This is a way for me to effectively have my cake and eat it too. Be on the record supporting abortion rights, the right to bodily
also
autonomy,
securing them.
but securing them, and then also voting for Trump because potentially, theoretically, he has my economic.
I'm not
He's a
defending it,
Nazi,
the
but I
other
also want
things
to
that
murder
seem to
my
matter
baby.
to a lot of people,
So-
right, were the economy, immigration, and again, I'm not saying it's my
A
view,
giant
and
leap,
wokeism.
as far as I'm concerned.
And many people felt like their voice wasn't getting heard. Right. So immigration is no longer an issue just at the border. And obviously, nobody's eating dogs and cats in Springfield. However, there are many, many people in communities around the country that do feel like their cities and towns are strapped. Their resources are at capacity. And while they don't want mass deportations, they're saying, I'm going to roll
That's
the dice
fine,
and see what
'cause
Trump
you can
is going
still
to do, 'cause
murder
not
your
enough has
unborn
happened. Now, what a lot of
child.
those voters might now realize, be careful what you wish for. Because you just said, I don't like the system. So you just chose somebody who is going to blow that system up. Well, giddy up. Look what you're about to do.
Can I also say something about the uncharted territory that we appear to be on the precipice of? One of the things we saw with
He was
Joe Biden,
president
who was
4
when
years
sworn in, the
ago.
oldest man.
This is not
up to that point to
unprecedented
be sworn in as president of the
territory.
United States. We all knew this going in, but we all seen the
It
pictures
doesn't
of Abraham
fucking
Lincoln and
matter.
Barack
I don't
Obama
fucking
before and
care.
after. We
It
all
doesn't
know the
matter.
job
It's not
age.
reality. It doesn't matter.
That was very clear
Doesn't
with
matter.
Joe Biden. The job aged him, and because he
We're
was already
like,
advanced
look,
aged, it really took a toll.
I'm winning, and I'm still
We've
so
never had
fucking
someone this
irritated with
old.
them. I just want to claw my own eyes out. Like
Certainly
it's
one who has not released any
there are
detailed medical
people
information
operating
since
not in the
2019.
same reality in which I
So
live.
we are in, again, there's a lot of uncharted territory, but this is one of the places. I mean, we all heard him in the campaign, and I have to say, at 78, it was somewhat remarkable to me that he was doing 4 rallies a day, even if he sounded at the end like a record player was a little out of whack. But it's a demanding job, and to the extent that he'll spend a lot of time at Mar-a-Lago, which he will, a
I
lot
hate
of time
them
at
all.
which he absolutely will. I just don't know what that is going to mean for
Mark
how he
Cuban.
does the job.
Congrats,
I mean,
real
the big
Donald
concern
Trump.
that
You
they
won
ran on in
fair
the
and
spring
square.
about Joe Biden was
Congrats
that
to
he
Elon Musk as
had
well.
lost the capacity to do the job. That was the argument
Godspeed.
against Joe Biden, and fundamentally, I think that was what ended up being reaffirmed enough by the debate performance that we had the switch.
Yeah.
That didn't just
One thing
disappear as an actuarial fact because Joe Biden.
What exit?
All right, so Malcolm Flex, he said, people need to realize Vivek Ramaswamy deserves so much praise for using his time on stage during the primary to call on Ronna McDaniel to resign. This paved the way for Scott Presler to take the floor. And he also called Tucker Carlson, Joe Rogan, and Elon Musk needed to be doing debates and speaking with the presidential candidates. Like, he paved the way.
Scott Presler is hands down.
The guy is like a saint.
Yeah. Like,
he needs to be like given.
It's not, Donald Trump was not exactly
an award of stuff like freedom. What is it? The
and
Presidential
so,
Medal
perhaps
of
he spends
Freedom
a lot of
or
time.
whatever.
He
Like,
wants the
needs
office
that.
because he wants the accolade of the office. He wants the respect and he wants the power
And he
and
didn't
he
wanna go
wants
to
to be
jail.
lauded and he doesn't want to be sentenced, which now it's very clear he can pardon himself because the Supreme Court has made it clear he has broad power and likely he's gotten out of that, right? But potentially. But how much power is he ceding to these oligarchs?
Let's watch as Trump takes the stage in Palm Beach, Florida, with former First Lady Melania Trump, his wife, at his side, and his son, Barron, his youngest child.
Oh, I love this.
Addressing his supporters.
He's kind of crushing it in Michigan right now.
From the plains of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shore.
Dude, look how huge Barron is.
I know. I always love that he brings his whole family up there.
Like, Trump's 6'4". Barron is like 7 feet fucking tall.
Yeah.
Jesus.
On stage. Dana White is on stage.
Okay. He looks like a fucking giant. Like, it's like... This is fucking awesome. I'm gonna turn it down, turn the TV up.
So awesome. Yeah, I told you they were waiting on Mike Johnson to get there.
Stephen Miller.
Yeah.
The dude that he was America First Legal or whatever.
Yeah.
He tweeted out, he's like, it's outrageous that Kamala Harris is just going to go to bed tonight.
Yeah.
It is.
They didn't want the visual of all their supporters crying and all of that stuff.
What's that?
They didn't want the visual of their supporters
Yeah, probably.
crying and throwing a fucking fit.
Wow,
Thank
holy
you
shit.
all very much. This
Ivanka's
is
going to
great.
break
These
down.
are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And
The Kent race isn't over.
this was, I believe, the greatest political movement
The what?
of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our
They
country.
did
And
Alaska. He's at 280
we
right
made
now.
history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president.
Technically 46.
And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that we deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. Oh. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But
Look at the baby.
But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the vote. That was great. I was proud of it.
Does MSNBC stay, or do they cut away and say, this actually is not accurate? This is
They cut away?
No, I'm saying, do they? Like, do they cut away?
Oh, yeah.
Winning the popular vote was very nice. Very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great
I
people.
love that he's conciliatory about that, about the coalition that he's built.
Given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good.
Wow, that's
And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada,
God, it looks
Texas,
so bad. Kamala went to bed.
Michigan, Wisconsin.
He's up giving a speech at 2:30 in the morning.
Of Pennsylvania. We're all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. We have taken back. And in those cases,
Hey,
every one of them.
Exit, will you mute your mic if you're going to turn the TV up?
I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each of them. And sometimes we did for all of those
muting you.
victories. Nobody expected that. Nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady.
I love her being First Lady. I can't wait to see all her beautiful dresses.
Who is the #1 best-selling book in the country? Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they
I love
are.
his granddaughter,
But
too. the
Don,
one who
Eric,
plays golf.
Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Aw, look how Usha looks at him.
I know they love each other so much. They're such a cute love story.
And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words here.
Wild. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden, right? Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at this. She's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon.
Man, I really want him to give some credit to Scott
He's an amazing
Ressler.
guy.
Yeah, no
we were
shit.
sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw all that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again. So I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down.
Almost 300.
But I didn't pick it up for 45
Wait, is that
minutes, and he was
with
holding.
great reporting or no?
But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon,
And I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires went down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace.
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC.
The bro,
And came to
man.
me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Yeah.
This is going to be good.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop
God, I
him.
love
He
this
keeps
man.
going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least,
Joe
the
Rogan.
mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
Scott Chrysler, dude. Come on.
That is a piece of work. Now he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way.
Every
This
way,
will
so many ways, every way.
forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again.
Fuck yeah. Do it. Do it.
Bobby Kennedy brought into this
And he's a
campaign
great guy,
as a
and he
game
really
changer.
means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, Leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us
Frank
tonight. When you
Luntz with
think,
his
I mean, I
exit
was looking at
polls
it, I was
and
watching
focus
it. They had
groups.
some
It's
great
going to be great.
analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally.
They
But
still
now we're
haven't
going on
given
to something that's
the
far more
election.
important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Former President Donald Trump speaking to supporters in West Palm Beach, Florida. I should tell you that while he was speaking, we did have a little bit of news to make. NBC News can make a projection for the presidential race in the great state of Minnesota. NBC News projects that Minnesota has been won by Vice President Kamala Harris. So Donald Trump, at this hour, Donald Trump has 266 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 204 electoral votes. The speech that Donald Trump just gave was essentially a victory speech. At this point, NBC News has not projected a winner in this race. Obviously, a commanding lead for Donald Trump with victories in the swing states of Georgia and North Carolina and Pennsylvania.
God.
But he does not have 270 electoral votes. As I just mentioned, Minnesota has just been called for Kamala Harris, and we continue to watch the still outstanding swing states and a few other non-swing states that remain outstanding. May I check in with Steve Kornacki at this moment? Or am I not allowed to check in with Steve Kornacki at this moment? Am I allowed to check in with you?
Let's go.
Great. What do you have for us in Michigan?
Yeah, so I was just checking this out. See statewide, 80% of the vote is in here. Trump with a 7-point advantage. More than 300,000 votes is the plurality. A couple things. A lot still to come in Wayne County, the big core Democratic county. Like a quarter of the vote in the state comes out of here. About a third of the vote is in. But again, as a benchmark here, now Wayne is Detroit, but it's a lot more than Detroit. As a benchmark, though, overall, this was a county Biden won by 38 points, a 330,000 vote margin here in 2020. Currently, with what's in Wayne County, again, this will vary by the cities that report. But the Democratic number needs to get up, to that Biden level and above, because of what I'm about to show you. What I wanted to show you in Michigan was we said at the start of the night, one of the key tests for how the state was going to go would be a tale of two counties. The counties are Oakland County, the big, gigantic, enormous, any adjective you can think of, suburban county, high income, high concentration of college degrees, Democratic growth area. So we got Oakland County in right now, and Harris wins this thing by about 10.5 points. How does that compare to 2020? Well, that's down from what Joe Biden was able to do in Oakland County in 2020. He was able to win it by 14. It comes down, by about 3.5 points. Now, we said at the start of the night, the test would be Oakland, the margin Democrats get out of Oakland County,
about the fact that
would it
Trump has
vastly
already
exceed the margin
12,000
Trump gets out of
more
Macomb
votes
County?
area.
That's what happened in 2020 when Democrats won the state. Or would it basically be canceled out by Macomb County, which is the big blue-collar suburban county right next door to Oakland? That's what happened when Donald Trump won the state in 2016. So keep your eye there. 81,000 votes with Oakland in. That's the margin that Harris gets out of Oakland. Now take a look in big blue-collar suburbia in Macomb County. Still more to come, but look at this. Donald Trump's winning this currently by almost 70,000 votes with more to come. So the possibility exists here, the very distinct possibility exists here that Donald Trump's margin out of Macomb County, it's an extreme likelihood, isn't just going to almost cancel out of Oakland County. It's going to blow it away. Trump's going to get far more out of Macomb, a somewhat smaller county, potentially, than Harris gets out of Oakland County. Now, again, 77%. This is almost an 18-point margin for Trump. Just to put this in some perspective, this was 8 in 2020. This was 11.5 for Trump in 2016. And if you went back one election farther, this was an Obama County. Again, the Midwest, northern tier of battleground states, they are filled with counties like this. Maybe not quite this big, but big blue-collar suburbs. A lot of blue-collar white voters here, but there's a lot of diversity here, too. There's a sizable non-white population as well. These are, and in Macomb, if you really want to zoom out, and you're a political history nerd, You ever heard the term Reagan Democrat? The blue collar voters who flocked to Ronald Reagan in the 1980s. That term came about because of Macomb County. There was a study of Macomb County, Michigan. They said this is the backbone of Ronald Reagan's working class coalition that he's put together here. So the talk when Obama came along in 2008 and was reelected in 12 was the Democrats had finally just broken down the Reagan Democrat areas and brought them back into the fold. Trump comes along, goes up double digits, takes a step back in 2020. And now look at this. We just took a big jump in Macomb County, 84% in. That Trump margin has gone up further. This is just an overwhelm. He's up almost 80,000 votes now in Macomb County. 80,000 for Trump there. And in the economically upscale Oakland County, it's 81,000. Trump is now getting more out of Macomb County than the Democrats got out of Oakland County. We thought in a good night for Trump, potentially he gets close. He's gone past it. That's very significant. There's also two, we said tonight, two kind of big swing counties. One of them is Saginaw County. We now got Saginaw County in. And again, this is one that Joe Biden won narrowly in 2020. Good night, we said Trump would win it. Trump is winning it by 3 points. And the other one here is just north, is just on the coast there. Muskegon County, about half is in. And again, this was a very narrow Joe Biden win. And currently, Trump is ahead by 16 points there. Take a look at Genesee County. This is where Flint is. This is very significant as well. Again, this is a diverse, blue-collar, enormous county here. Joe Biden won this by about 9 points in 2016. Clinton won this by 10 points. You go a step further back. Look, Obama had that blue-collar coalition still intact largely in 2012. He won here by almost 30 points. Coming into tonight, the Trump folks were saying they could take another big step forward in a place like Genesee County. Looks like they have 4.5 points, cutting this in half from 2020. They wanted to make gains in places like that. So again, we are waiting on, still a lot of vote to come out of Wayne County. And as we really sort of slice and dice the Wayne County vote, we'll be looking at Dearborn. There's some indications in the returns. Dearborn, large Muslim American population, large Arab American population, indications that Kamala Harris may be significantly underperforming what Democrats want out of a place like Dearborn. We'll be analyzing that and getting more of that vote coming in. But you can just see around the state the reason why, with 80% of the vote counted, Donald Trump is more than 313,000 votes ahead. It's not just because we're waiting on Wayne County. It's because some of that significant movement taking you through right there.
Steve, while you have been covering those results in Michigan, we did get a little bit more news. NBC News does have a projection to make in one additional presidential race, this time in the state of New Jersey.
Oh, my God.
NBC News projects that the winner of the presidential race in New Jersey is Democratic Democratic candidate and Vice President Kamala Harris. New Jersey, believe it or not, was one of the states that the Trump campaign was sort of bragging on. Were they able to expand the map? They said that New Jersey was one of those states they'd be able to win. They said the same thing about Virginia. That they said the same thing about Minnesota. They have not been able to expand the map, but they have won important swing states already that have put them on the precipice. 266 electoral votes right now for Trump, 218 for Kamala Harris. Lawrence.
The Trump speech had about 12 minutes of teleprompter written speech in there, and then another, 15 of rambling and inviting other people up to the microphone to speak. In the 12 minutes that they put in the teleprompter, it was a very modest and non-Trumpian speech that had only 2 words of policy, and those 2 words were reducing taxes. There was not another word of policy. Nothing about mass deportation, nothing about trying to jail his opponents, which he cannot do and will not be doing. None of that kind of political terrorism language that he was including in his rallies. That's gone from the person who stepped up to that microphone tonight. And remember, that's a staff written speech. That's a consensus group written speech. And in the middle of it, there's the understanding you're going to talk about a golf guy, and you're going to talk about some guy who runs a fighting show, and then you're going to bring your campaign manager up to say so, and you can let the vice president elect say about 3 words. But it's an extremely modest speech. That's the state of the Trump policy going forward, and I think it's probably extremely accurate that like the first term that he was president, reducing taxes was literally the only thing he did.
And it's the reason that he was supported by so many billionaires. Look, at the end, if you studied enough Donald Trump, and unfortunately having written a book about him, I studied more Donald Trump than I probably wanted to. The thing that he leads with is his neediness, his need for adulation, his need for adoration, his need, that's the reason that he's enjoyed cultivating a sort of cult of personality. He needs the world to think of him as this amazingly powerful and smart and brilliant and whatever. That's what he wants. And so that speech said to me that this is a very needy elderly man who wants to be president because he believes that finally he will get the respect and love and adulation of the country, and particularly of the very media elites that he used as a cudgel to get himself back in. And the threatening language, it's interesting that most of the threat that he made was directed squarely at Latinos, at people who the right fears will sort of outproduce them in terms of children. But that's where he did the best. That's where he gained the most among the people who voted, despite having directly insulted them. And he held steady, it seems, with white American women, despite having really insulted them in J.D. Vance. So he didn't lose much for being insulting and cruel.
Stephanie Roll.
Well, then I guess, who he's going to be, we're going to see who he's going to choose. Because we noted his family members.
They won't
I didn't actually see
self-reflect
Stephen Miller
at all.
I didn't remember that when last time he won. We saw Steve Bannon up there. We saw Stephen Miller. So it'll be interesting to see who his cabinet choices are. Howard Lutnick, his new favorite transition head, the guy who runs Cantor Fitzgerald, was there.
Gaslighting
yes,
at
for
this
Trump,
point.
it was quite moderate, but that only lasts so long. We'll see what we're in for.
Alex.
I mean, I just say to Donald Trump and the people around him, good luck having Bobby Kennedy as your HHS secretary, an anti-vaxxer running the country 3 years after a deadly pandemic that created mass death that you, Donald Trump, grossly mismanaged. Good luck doubling down on fossil fuels and a fossil fuel economy at the precise moment that the earth is heating up to historic proportions and monster storms supercharged by climate change are laying waste to red states. Side note, Democrats cannot control the weather. And good luck to you, sir, with your sales tax that's going to raise taxes, a tariff that's going to raise taxes on middle and working class income Americans. Good luck to you with all of it. It feels like the dog that caught the car.
The tariffs, by the way, were not in the speech. I don't think he's going to do those tariffs. I don't think that's going to happen.
He is monomaniacal on that. Look,
He's definitely going to threaten
this
those
cliché
tariffs
before,
to
but
make
it's a
people do
central
what he
one,
wants
which is
them to
that
do.
The future is unwritten, and the thing that we often do analytically is we see a dot here and a dot here, and we draw the line up through like that. And I have never felt more wide openness about what era we are entering into than I feel right now, even particularly watching that speech, because I don't know what we're about to step into. The only thing I'll say is that I do know that the country that existed before tonight is the country that we have right now. And that's what matters, is all the other stuff that isn't Donald Trump and which group of his homies are up on stage at any given moment. And that's what we had on Tuesday, and it's what we have now on Wednesday morning.
And I would, and to that point, Chris, I would just say that for all the Americans who looked at this election as a choice between different forms of government, between keeping the U.S. system of government or keeping whatever it is that Trump is promising to do instead, and Trump is promising to turn us into instead. Well, the way that you fought to keep the U.S. system of government is that you fought to try to get the outcome that you wanted in this election.
I'm done too.
And now as this election comes to a close, you have to figure out how else you're going to fight.
Yep.
Because your country's
Peace out,
still
homie.
Have a good night.
We're going to take a quick break. Our coverage
Good
of this
night.
election night continues in just a moment. Stay with us.
Lexi, Exit, thank you both for hanging out with me. To my 1,400 people who are tuning in right now, which is fucking wild. I love you guys. Thank you to everyone in the chat who participated. Thank you guys so much. Just one more shameless plug. QR code takes you to Palmetto State Armory's website. You don't need the guns as badly right now, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to go ahead and get some ammo just in case something wild pops off tomorrow. So I love you guys. Thank you guys for everything. You guys take care. Have a wonderful evening.